He is a hero who emerges like a comet, possessing a heart as vast as the ocean and the sky. He is an unparalleled knight, endowed with extraordinary martial prowess. He champions justice, unwavering in his pursuit of fairness, and faces life's challenges with a smile. His tales are fervently recounted by many, celebrated far and wide. In legend, he wields remarkable and romantic skills. What kind of blade does he possess? The golden silk great ring saber. What manner of sword does he wield? The moon-veiling, light-confounding sword. What kind of move does he execute? The yin-yang technique of heaven and earth. What kind of person is he? A master of scaling rooftops with ease. What kind of affection exists? A bowtie's love for a hero. Long Tianbiao hums the theme song of the legendary hero with white eyebrows while driving a delivery van. The TV series featuring the white-eyed hero was a childhood favorite of Long Tianbiao, and he often revisits the storytelling novels of Shan Tanfeng in his spare time, even listening to them in the vehicle, much to the amusement of his friends, who tease him for his nostalgic tendencies. Yet he pays them no mind, cherishing his preferences without the need for debate. As the van enters a tunnel, a few motorcycles suddenly approach Heaton. The abrupt dimness of the tunnel catches Long Tianbiao off guard, and before he can react, he hears the deafening roar of the motorcycle engines. By the time he comprehends the situation, a group of reckless riders has already collided with him. Bang! The collision sends the motorcycle rider flying, while Long Tianbiao's van skids out of control and crashes into the tunnel wall. Damn it, those motorcycle riders are going the wrong way. They caused my demise. This is the last thought that crosses his mind before he loses consciousness. Gradually, Long Tianbiao regains awareness, only to feel excruciating pain coursing through his limbs, akin to being pricked by needles, prompting involuntary groans. A real man should withstand a little pain. How can you claim to be a disciple of a Shanxi man? A voice nearby chides him, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Who? Long Tianbiao turns to see a figure seated beside his bed, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Holy cow, a ghost! The person has a serpentine waist, a face reminiscent of a purple lamb's liver, dark gums, and white eyebrows with a sword slung over their back. White eyebrows. Long Tianbiao is taken aback, realizing how much this resembles the white-eyed hero from the storytelling. Rebellious disciple, dare you call a Shanxi man a ghost? I shall eradicate you. Liang, aware of his less than attractive appearance, is incensed at being called a ghost by his disciple, wishing to strike him down. Despite being strict in training, he finds it absurd that his disciple has fainted from exhaustion. Long Tianbiao, upon hearing Liang's words, stands frozen, his gaze drifting to the antique drapes, and as he observes his slender arms and legs, unfamiliar memories flood his mind. A sharp pain sears through his head, and he faints once more. It is only when the lights are lit that Long Tianbiao awakens again. At this moment, he has accepted the memories of this body that he is the young hero Long Tianbiao, the disciple of the white-eyed hero Liang, and the son of the constable Long Yuan from Qinzhou. Following Liang in apprehending thieves, he has just been appointed as a 6th-rank blade-wielding guard by the benevolent emperor, only to have collapsed from exhaustion during training. The emperor has conferred upon Liang the title of a 3rd-rank blade-wielding guard, assigning him duties at the Kaifeng Prefecture, and has granted him a 100-day leave to return home to pay respects to his ancestors due to his young age and search for his father. In the days leading up to the emperor's summons, Liang has been diligently imparting martial skills to Long Tianbiao. With the return home now confirmed, Liang seizes the opportunity to teach Long Tianbiao some secret techniques during their 3-day stay in Tokyo Bianliang, while Su Qing prepares supplies, inadvertently pushing Long Tianbiao to the point of fainting. Master, when are you leaving? Long Tianbiao inquires, gazing at Liang by the bedside. You little rascal, cease calling your master a ghost. Liang replies with a huff. Hee, forgive me, master. I was delirious earlier and spoke nonsense. Long Tianbiao attempts to rise, but finds himself in agony. Enough, you little scamp. Just lie there, Liang instructs. I've taught you all that you need to know. I shall depart tomorrow morning. There's no need for you to see me off. Focus on your training, for when I return, if you have not improved, I shall have your skin. Liang is known for his humor and love for jest, yet he takes martial training exceedingly seriously. Previously occupied with catching thieves, he had not adequately instructed Long Tianbiao, seizing this opportunity to compel him to train. Rest assured, Master, I will heed your teachings. Long Tianbiao assures, nodding in understanding, that he is aware that Su Liang cares little for formalities, but values whether he is earnest in his training. Now, as Su Liang's disciple, he is determined to learn as much martial skill as he can from such a remarkable master. After ensuring Long Tianbiao's comfort, Su Liang departs, leaving Long Tianbiao to ponder his life in BED. At 17 years of age, he finds himself 11 years younger than his master, Su Liang. With Su Liang returning home to visit relatives, this marks the beginning of the storytelling of the white-eyed hero. Su Liang is about to embark on his journey home. He must diligently practice the martial arts imparted to him before his master leaves, preparing to astonish him upon his return. From that moment on, apart from his duties, Long Tianbiao secluded himself in the courtyard to train, recalling the techniques Su Liang had shared: Qigong, the 8 trigrams 10,000 victories saber, plum blossom fist, the 8 trigrams palm, and Su Liang's methods of countering hidden weapons. That Su Liang is referred to as the three-handed general, a man of many arms, due to his dedication to mastering hidden weapons. Long Tianbiao trains relentlessly, practicing archery during the day and honing his skills with incense heads at night, with sandbags tied to his arms and legs. Long Tianbiao cherishes Su Liang's maxim: better to forego a gold ingot than to miss a season of spring. Martial skills are vital for self-defense, and survival. Learning them is beneficial. He reflects on why he had previously indulged in frivolity and wine. After 2 months of relentless training, Long Tianbiao's martial arts flourish, and he grows significantly taller. His peers, the 7 heroes of the 5 righteousness, marvel at his dedication and progress. Chapter 2. The uncle and nephew on a mission to find Su Liang as Dragon Tianbiao engaged in his daily pursuits of apprehending thieves and honing his martial skills. The tranquility of Kaifeng Prefecture was abruptly shattered by an imperial edict. Huang Luan of Yin Wangzhai proclaimed himself the king of Tianda, raising a banner of rebellion in concert with the Western Xia. Upon receiving the news, Emperor Renzong dispatched Yin Chasen and his men to quell the insurrection and pacify the populace. Yin Chasen swiftly apprehended all the officers of the Kaifeng Prefecture, transporting them en masse to Datong, Shanxi. However, during the roll call, Su Qing and Su Liang were conspicuously absent. Su Qing's martial prowess was well known. His presence was not indispensable. Yet, Su Liang stood as the pillar of Kaifeng Prefecture, an essential force in the campaign against banditry. Fortunately, both Su Qing and Su Liang hailed from Shanxi, not far from their intended destination. Without further ado, Yin Chasen hastily dispatched the young hero Aihu and the young swordsman Dragon Tianbiao to summon Su Qing and Su Liang, directing them to gather in Datong. One was Su Liang's disciple, and the other was Su Liang's closest companion. None were more suitable for the task than they. Thus, Dragon Tianbiao packed his belongings and set off to Datong with Aihu. They arrived at Su Jia village in Qixian, Shanxi, where they found Su Qing but not Su Liang. Upon inquiry, they learned that Su Liang was out enjoying himself. Hearing of the urgent military situation, Su Qing expressed his frustration with a torrent of curses as he hurriedly prepared his belongings. Uncle, do not fret. Lord Yin is aware of your advanced age and has instructed you not to rush back, Aihu advised with a smile. You little rascal. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Surely, you disdain my ineptitude and believe I am of no use, Su Qing retorted. He recognized that his skills paled in comparison to those of his son, Su Liang, yet his sense of responsibility was commendable. How could I dare? We must first seek out my third brother, Aihu, fearing Su Qing's ire, quickly pulled Dragon Tianbiao away from Su Jia village. Once outside the village, they found themselves at a loss. Where shall we search for your master? Aihu scratched his head in confusion. Dragon Tianbiao, pondering, suggested, perhaps we should search in Guangzhou? I vaguely recall Su Liang mentioning he was traveling there. Very well, let us take our chances, Aihu responded, and so they set forth towards Shanxi. They left their horses with Su Qing and proceeded on foot. Dragon Tianbiao, I have observed your diligent practice of martial arts lately. Why not engage in a contest of endurance? Aihu proposed with a smile, eager to gauge Dragon Tianbiao's progress. Certainly, since my 5th uncle wishes to compete, I shall gladly oblige, Dragon Tianbiao replied with a grin. The two of them secured their belongings tightly and began to sprint at a brisk pace. Dragon Tianbiao, burdened with weighted sandbags, had no intention of shedding them and kept pace with AI Hu. Initially, AI Hu intended to stop after a while, but he was surprised to find Dragon Tianbiao calmly trailing behind, evidently still capable of more, merely refraining from surpassing him to avoid embarrassment. Consequently, AI Hu felt compelled to continue running, and thus both exerted themselves in a relentless sprint. As night fell, they unexpectedly arrived in the town of Puzhou, where AI Hu, pale and drenched in sweat, turned to Dragon Tianbiao, who was also flushed and panting. "Bravo! You have indeed made progress," AI Hu exclaimed, patting Dragon Tianbiao on the shoulder. Breathless, "Fifth uncle, you are quite capable yourself," Dragon Tianbiao replied with a smile. AI Hu waved his hand and led them into an inn to rest and order some food, just as AI Hu intended to order some wine. Dragon Tianbiao interjected with a raised hand to stop him. "Fifth uncle, while you possess a great capacity for drink, it is best to refrain at such critical moments to avoid jeopardizing our mission," Dragon Tianbiao cautioned. "You know not what you speak. I have been longing for a drink. Just a few cups, please." AI Hu, a true connoisseur of wine, lamented that it would be worse than death to be offered wine and not partake. Dragon Tianbiao chose silence. He had offered his advice, and the decision lay with AI Hu, who was, after all, his fifth uncle. At this juncture, Dragon Tianbiao felt a tinge of melancholy. Having been reborn within the story of the great hero with white eyebrows, he found himself in the role of a younger generation. Characters such as Zhang Zhao, Lu Fang, Han Zhong, Su Qing, and Jiang Ping were akin to grandfathers to him, while the 7 heroes and 5 righteous ones were his uncles. He could not help but wonder why he had not been reborn as Bai Yunrui, who was not only handsome and skilled but also belonged to a higher generation. At times, Dragon Tianbiao felt a hint of regret that he had not been named Bai Yunrui in his previous life, for then he would certainly have been reborn as Bai Yunrui. It seemed that naming carried its own significance. After finishing their meal, the two did not intend to rest, but prepared to continue their journey to prevent Su Liang from straying in the dark. As they made their way along the foothills, they suddenly spotted a fire on the mountainside. "Why not investigate?" Dragon Tianbiao suggested, suspecting that Su Liang might have set the Lianhua temple ablaze, targeting the bandits' hideout. "That is precisely my intention. Let us approach. Should we encounter any nefarious thieves, they shall taste my blade," AI Hu declared, patting the hilt of his treasured weapon. The Turtle Spirit 7 Stars blade, which was second only to Su Liang's golden silk great ring blade, evoking envy in Dragon Tianbiao, who wondered where he might procure a fine sword. With determined strides, Dragon Tianbiao advanced toward the source of the flames, with AI Hu closely following. "Who dares to set fire here?" AI Hu called out as they approached the scene. Recognizing a figure with a serpentine waist and a signature weapon, the golden silk great ring blade, belonging to Su Liang. Startled, Su Liang turned around, causing Dragon Tianbiao to jump in surprise. This child was truly mischievous. "Ah, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be my elder brother and Tianbiao," the man exclaimed, revealing a face akin to a purple lamb's liver, with notably white eyebrows. None other than Su Liang, the great hero with white eyebrows. "Master." Dragon Tianbiao bowed his head in respect. In the Song dynasty, there was a cultural emphasis on reverence for teachers. Once a teacher, always a father. "Oh, it has been over 2 months since we last met. How have you become so formal?" "Get up quickly," Su Liang said with a smile, clearly delighted to see Dragon Tianbiao. Rising, Dragon Tianbiao gazed at Su Liang with a foolish grin. Though his martial skills were currently inferior to Su Liang's, he was undeniably handsome, strikingly so. In contrast, Su Liang's appearance was more peculiar, prompting Dragon Tianbiao to wonder if Su Liang's future wife, Yun, would be startled awake in the middle of the night. "You little rascal, what wicked ideas are you conjuring while gazing at the people of Shanxi? Your grin is most unbecoming," Su Liang chided, playfully kicking Dragon Tianbiao. "Oh, master, is it not enough to forgo a greeting? Must you also resort to kicking?" Dragon Tianbiao complained, rubbing his rear, which was not particularly sore. "Enough. Tianbiao, hurry and check the fire. If it is lacking, add some more." "I wish to converse with your master," AI Hu said, patting Dragon Tianbiao on the shoulder. "Master, see how polite my fifth uncle is," Dragon Tianbiao remarked, implicitly criticizing Su Liang for his rough demeanor and greeting. Enraged, Su Liang prepared to kick Dragon Tianbiao once more, but the latter deftly dodged. "This little rascal has made some progress in his skills," Su Liang mused, feeling a sense of pride at Dragon Tianbiao's agility. "Not just a little progress," AI Hu interjected, addressing Su Liang. "Since you left Kaifeng Prefecture, this lad has transformed. Aside from performing his duties, he has devoted himself to practicing swordsmanship, martial arts, and hidden weapons in the courtyard, even honing his internal energy at night. During our journey, he has proven to be my superior in endurance. Oh, Su Liang turned his gaze toward Dragon Tianbiao, silently commending him for not bringing shame upon himself. AI Hu, what brings you and Tianbiao to seek me? Su Liang suddenly inquired. Ah, I almost forgot the important matter, AI Hu exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and promptly informed Su Liang of Yan Chasen's mission to subdue Yin Wangzhai. Without further ado, let us set forth. Su Liang summoned Long Tianbiao, intent on embarking for Datong overnight. Master, while the situation is indeed pressing, we must not rush at this very moment. My uncle and I have just arrived here and have yet to rest, which will undoubtedly affect our speed on the journey ahead. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. Furthermore, the bandit's den has not yet been fully consumed by flames, should a sudden mountain breeze arise. It could spread the fire elsewhere, posing significant danger, Long Tianbiao hastily urged. Isn't it reckless to ignite a fire in these desolate mountains and forests? Fearing not the possibility of a raging inferno? Long Tianbiao wished fervently to pull Su Liang aside to elucidate the perils of outdoor fires. Yet considering Su Liang's formidable martial prowess, he thought better of it. Chapter 3. The three hastened to Datong upon hearing Long Tianbiao's words. Su Liang found them to be quite sensible. Thus, the three of them settled down and recounted the events of the past 2 months. Master, are these two considered my junior apprentices? Long Tianbiao inquired with a smile upon hearing Su Liang mention the Lan brothers, Lan Tianjie and Lan Tianyu. Indeed, they joined after you. Su Liang nodded in affirmation. Ah, splendid. This time, I am not the only one among the younger generation, Long Tianbiao remarked cheerfully. Su Liang and AI Hu exchanged glances, both speechless. Master, where did you acquire that sword on your back? Long Tianbiao asked, pointing at the treasured blade Su Liang carried. This sword was bestowed upon me through fortuitous circumstances, Su Liang replied, briefly recounting the tale of how he discovered it in the underground cavern and received the sword manual from the descendants of the Li family. Master, you must not keep secrets. As your devoted disciple, you ought to find the time to impart the sword techniques to me, Long Tianbiao insisted, more concerned about when Su Liang would teach him than the sword's origins. All right, you rascal, already thinking of that, Su Liang teased, though deep down he felt a sense of pride that this young lad was finally embracing diligent practice. After exchanging a few more words, they prepared to rest for a while before setting off at dawn. AI Hu, utterly fatigued, found a sheltered spot and promptly fell asleep. Su Liang leaned beside him, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Meanwhile, Long Tianbiao sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation of qi, circulating his energies through the small and large circulatory pathways. Su Liang did not succumb to deep slumber. Instead, he observed Long Tianbiao's focused training with great satisfaction, a rare smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, no one else witnessed Su Liang's expression at that moment. Otherwise, it might have terrified them into tears. For encountering a spectral figure with white eyebrows smiling in the dead of night could very well induce terror. As the moon waned and the sun ascended, the sky gradually illuminated, revealing the remnants of the bandit lair reduced to ashes, with only wisps of smoke lingering in a few spots. The three awakened simultaneously, sharing the meager rations they had on hand before hastily making their way towards Su's village. On the journey, Su Liang contemplated testing Long Tianbiao's prowess. He took the lead and sprinted ahead, with AI Hu and Long Tianbiao following closely. Noticing that they could keep pace, Su Liang quickened his steps. Consequently, AI Hu fell behind, while Long Tianbiao, aware of Su Liang's intentions, also refrained from holding back and kept up with him. With Long Tianbiao trailing him at a consistent distance, Su Liang smiled subtly, sensing that Long Tianbiao still had strength in reserve. Thus, he decided to quicken his pace even further. At this point, Su Liang exerted 80% of his strength, and while Long Tianbiao managed to keep up momentarily, he gradually began to lag behind. Recognizing this as an indication of Long Tianbiao's current capabilities, Su Liang slowed his pace, allowing Long Tianbiao a chance to catch his breath. Well done, Tianbiao. You have indeed worked hard over these past 2 months, and I am quite pleased, Su Liang said, patting Long Tianbiao on the shoulder with a sense of pride. Thank you for your praise, master. I was foolish before and wasted your efforts, Long Tianbiao replied, recalling his earlier misdeeds with a tinge of anger, lamenting how many in the martial world would covet the opportunity he had squandered. In his frustration, Long Tianbiao contemplated delivering a few slaps to himself for better memory, but then reconsidered, realizing he and his past self were one and the same. Thus, he chose to forgive the past, having claimed the body he now inhabited. Su Liang suddenly reflected on how beneficial Long Tianbiao's fainting spell had been. Watching AI Hu hastily catch up, he pondered whether he should also put AI Hu to the test in a similar manner. What are you up to? AI Hu inquired, noticing the peculiar glint in Su Liang's eyes, which sent chills down his spine. AI Hu, why has your training regressed instead of progressed? You appear flushed and out of breath, Su Liang remarked, ignoring AI Hu's previous question. Get lost. Let me catch my breath, AI Hu retorted, rolling his eyes as he hurriedly tried to stabilize his breathing. After a brief moment, AI Hu finally regained his composure and turned to Long Tianbiao, saying, Tianbiao, you tricked me. I thought we were on equal footing, yet you have far surpassed me. Uncle Wu, you flatter me. I merely hold you in high regard. Long Tianbiao responded with an innocuous smile. AI Hu shook his head in resignation and turned back to Su Liang. Third brother, why did you smile so oddly just now? I was pondering how Tianbiao, after being knocked out during training, seems to have transformed into a different person. Su Liang chuckled, eyeing AI Hu mischievously. Why not give it a try yourself? Feeling a chill at Su Liang's expression, AI Hu hastily sprinted away, calling out, Third brother, spare me. Look at you. Such a coward, Su Liang chided with a laugh, though a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Everyone has their own ambitions. There is no need to force it. Long Tianbiao interjected. Su Liang turned to Long Tianbiao. You rascal, why do you sound even older than I do? Sometimes I doubt you are still the same Tianbiao. When I was unconscious, I dreamed a long, intricate dream, filled with many things that do not exist in this era, Long Tianbiao said, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. Oh, were the people in your dreams all masters of martial arts? Su Liang inquired tentatively. Many practiced martial arts, but they were merely superficial techniques. Only the military trained in lethal skills suited for the battlefield, Long Tianbiao replied. The physical condition of ordinary people back then was not significantly superior to that of today's common folk. Su Liang noted the serious tone in Long Tianbiao's voice as he spoke, causing him to erupt in frustration and slap the back of Long Tianbiao's head. You scoundrel! Are you trying to deceive me? Lost in nostalgia for his past life, Long Tianbiao was caught off guard by Su Liang's sudden slap, which stung like a hawk's talon. Ouch! Master, why do you always resort to violence? Haven't you heard? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Long Tianbiao protested, rubbing the back of his head. I am a chivalrous spirit, not a gentleman. Dare you provoke me again? Su Liang declared, raising his hand menacingly. Master, do you wish for a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one? If you strike me down, who will see you through to the end? Long Tianbiao exclaimed, hastily retreating. You little rascal, daring to curse me. How audacious! Su Liang exclaimed playfully, tossing a dumpling at Long Tianbiao. Help! Save me! Long Tianbiao exaggeratedly cried out, swiftly deflecting the dumpling with a dart shot from his hand, sending it flying away. Well done. I am genuinely pleased, Su Liang remarked, smiling as he acknowledged Long Tianbiao's improvement in the use of hidden weapons. Seeing Su Liang raising his hand again, Long Tianbiao quickly made his escape, slipping away with remarkable agility. Chapter 4. The rampant thieves of Datong Prefecture. As Long Tianbiao and his companions ventured into the realm of Datong and Shanxi, they quickly discerned the stark contrast of the surroundings. The area was sparsely populated, with dilapidated houses scattered about. The situation within Datong Prefecture mirrored this desolation. Out of 10 shops, only one dared to open its doors, merely ajar, with the proprietor vigilantly observing the street, ready to close at the slightest sign of trouble. This precarious state was attributed to Yin Chasen's arrival in Datong, who had issued proclamations in the names of the benevolent Emperor Renzong and the esteemed Bao Zhang, likely to encourage commerce and assure the populace's safety. It must be those brigands causing this turmoil. Long Tianbiao sighed. Indeed, these wretched thieves must be apprehended. AI Hu exclaimed indignantly. The trio hastened towards the Datong government office, only to be taken aback by the uproar unfolding in broad daylight within the court. At the forefront was a female thief, locked in combat with the noble hero, Lu Shiji, who was clearly outmatched and on the verge of defeat. The woman, adorned in white with her hair wrapped in a scarf, wielded twin swords and had a bulging pouch at her waist, concealing who knows what. Other bandits were engaged in fierce battles with the constables of Kaifeng. Oh, Sao Yang, you have finally arrived, Jiang Ping exclaimed, his anxiety dissipating upon seeing Su Liang and his companions. Fear not, the people of Shanxi have come. Su Liang responded loudly, instilling confidence in the Kaifeng officials while simultaneously intimidating the thieves. The three generals are here. This is splendid. The thieves shall not escape. Such was Su Liang's esteemed reputation in the eyes of the Kaifeng constables. Who? Su Liang? The white-browed hero has arrived. We must flee. The bandits trembled at the mere mention of Su Liang's name, their resolve faltering. The female thief, having heard of Su Liang's renown, glanced at him and noted his serpentine figure, draped in black, with a face resembling a withered liver and disheveled hair framing his haggard features. Su Liang. Others may fear you, but I do not. Come forth, let us measure our skills. She boldly challenged, eager to embolden her comrades. Su Liang, reluctant to engage a woman in battle, recognized the thief's formidable prowess. Lu Shiji was already struggling against her, and the others were no match either. Just as Su Liang hesitated, a voice beside him offered a refreshing perspective. Master, why use an ox knife to kill a chicken? Allow me to test my skills. If I fail, you may step in. It was Long Tianbiao, having observed the female thief's dominance over Lu Shiji but not defeating him outright, eager to take a turn. Tianbiao, you wish to step in? You must understand, this female thief is vicious. Even Lu Shiji is no match for her, Su Liang cautioned. While he admired Tianbiao's courage, he worried about his inexperience leading to injury. Master, practice without application is futile. I feel I have progressed recently, and this encounter will be a good opportunity for refinement. With you watching, my life will not be in jeopardy, Tianbiao declared with a smile. Very well, Tianbiao, your willingness to engage is commendable. Go forth boldly. I shall provide support, Su Liang encouraged, patting Tianbiao's shoulder. With a confident smile, Tianbiao grasped his long knife and approached the female thief. Initially anticipating a duel with the white-browed hero, the thief felt a surge of irritation upon realizing that Su Liang's disciple was stepping forth instead. Yet, upon observing Tianbiao's handsome visage and tall stature, she found herself comparing him to the legendary Panin or the celebrated Song Yu. Oh, young man, how old are you? You are remarkably handsome. That ugly ghost is not worth your allegiance. Why not follow me? I shall impart all my skills to you, she flirted, nearly uttering an improper suggestion but catching herself in time. Her sultry gaze betrayed her intentions. Enough with the trivialities. How desperate must I be to seek the likes of you? Surrender swiftly, lest I be compelled to act, Tianbiao retorted, his brows furrowing as he glared at the thief. Infuriated by his dismissal, the female thief resolved to destroy what she could not possess, brandishing her swords and lunging at Tianbiao. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping and Zhang Zhao cautiously approached Su Liang, whispering their concerns. Liangzi, do you think Tianbiao is capable? Is he truly a match for the female thief? Let us observe. I am also uncertain of his current abilities. It will be a good opportunity to see if he has wasted the past 2 months, Su Liang replied, his focus unwavering on the unfolding duel. As the female thief swiftly advanced, her swords poised for attack, Tianbiao raised his single blade, deflecting her strikes with precision before driving the blade toward her chest. The female thief, no novice herself, adeptly retreated and crossed her swords, parrying his advance. With a powerful downward thrust, Tianbiao pressed the attack, while the thief executed a perfect split, blocking his blade once more. Chapter 5. Long Tianbiao's initial display of might. Upon witnessing the remarkable prowess of the female thief, Long Tianbiao felt a surge of delight within him. The finer the whetstone, the sharper the blade it produces. With a swift retreat, Long Tianbiao executed a sweeping strike, aiming at the seated thief. Ha! The female thief spun her legs. Leaping from the ground, she raised her feet, evading Long Tianbiao's saber, while her dual sword struck towards his face and neck simultaneously. Long Tianbiao sidestepped to the left, then abruptly thrust his long blade upward, performing a technique known as dragon rising. Taken by surprise, the female thief hurriedly retreated. Yet a portion of her skirt was severed in the process. The fact that Long Tianbiao's saber, though not a renowned weapon, could slice through soft fabric indicated his exceptional skill. Enraged by Long Tianbiao's relentless assault, the female thief's dual swords whirled above her, launching a fierce counterattack. Spectators beheld a dazzling display of white light encircling Long Tianbiao. A moment's negligence could spell doom. However, with a calm demeanor, Long Tianbiao parried each of the female thief's strikes with his long blade, deflecting left and right with poise. Su Liang, observing from the sidelines, gradually felt reassured. Observe closely. Noticing a lull in the female thief's offensive, Long Tianbiao seized the opportunity to transition from defense to offense, unleashing Su Liang's signature move, Xian Yuan's 3 blades. The first strike aimed directly for the thief's face, prompting her to raise her swords in defense, leaving her wrists tingling from the impact. The second strike targeted her chest, causing her swords to be forcefully knocked to the ground. The third strike aimed at her neck, although she attempted to retreat. Her long hair was severed and fell to the ground. In a panic, the female thief attempted to flee, her right hand discreetly reaching into her treasure pouch. Don't run. Long Tianbiao noticed the pouch bulging, aware that she had more tricks up her sleeve. He transferred his saber to his left hand, planted his feet firmly, and refrained from pursuing her directly, instead retrieving a stone projectile with his right hand. Quickly pursue. Jiangping urged Long Tianbiao to capture her as the thief attempted to escape. Estimating that Long Tianbiao was closing in, the female thief turned, her right hand gripping a water gun, ready to fire. Yet, she found Long Tianbiao a mere 6 feet away. This was the moment Long Tianbiao had awaited. He launched the stone projectile, striking her right wrist with a resounding crack, causing the water gun to fall to the ground. Grasping her pained wrist, the thief prepared to flee, but before she could, Long Tianbiao's second projectile struck her forehead. With a roll of her eyes, she collapsed to the ground. Long Tianbiao had deliberately restrained his strength, not wishing to kill her. Had he exerted more force, she might have suffered a fatal blow. Upon witnessing their leader incapacitated, the remaining bandits scattered like frightened birds. The other officers quickly reacted, pursuing the fleeing henchmen. Well done, Biaozi. You have not disappointed your master, Su Liang praised, his tone filled with satisfaction. Known for his strict demeanor, Su Liang's commendation indicated Long Tianbiao's impressive performance. Good lad, your diligent training has truly borne fruit. Indeed. A man should be viewed anew after 3 days. Jiang Ping, stroking his beard, expressed his admiration. Thank you, fourth uncle and master, for your kind words. I still have much to improve, Long Tianbiao humbly acknowledged. He recalled that in the original tale, Su Liang had likely dealt with the female thief in less than 5 moves, while he had engaged her for an extended duration. Realizing he must continue to strive for excellence. Biaozi, you are rather uncharitable. Such a beautiful thief, and you struck her with a stone. Feng Yuan, known as Stinky Tofu, jested as he and his companions bound the female thief, observing the swelling on her forehead. Mercy in restraint, ruthlessness in action. Had I not intended to capture her alive, I would have surely shattered her skull just now, Long Tianbiao replied candidly. Shatter her skull? Just how much force would that require? Stinky Tofu exclaimed, recognizing that Long Tianbiao was destined to become quite formidable. Biaozi, your aim with those projectiles has greatly improved. I will teach you the art of throwing darts when time permits, Su Liang offered. Thank you, master. I will certainly dedicate myself to learning. Long Tianbiao replied with a deep bow of gratitude. He understood that while the stone projectiles were simply stones that, as long as they hit, counted as a success. Darts required precision to strike the target accurately. The journey ahead is long and arduous, yet I shall seek knowledge diligently. As Yin Chasen observed the bandits subdued, he commended the 3 returning individuals, instructing that the captured bandits be detained for gradual interrogation regarding their hideout. In the following days, everyone busied themselves with their respective duties, some guarding the city gates, some reassuring the populace, and others protecting Yin Chasen. For instance, the skilled hero Su Liang, while patrolling the streets, was met with enthusiastic shouts from the citizens, who felt secure in his presence, believing that with him around, the bandits could not remain audacious for long. Yin Chasen also proved to be a capable leader. Upon taking charge of the chaotic Datong Prefecture, he gradually revitalized the area through his governance and the efforts of the officers, leading to an increase in population and a revival of past glory. One evening, as the group reported their respective progress to Yin Chasen, Jiang Ping noted, though the thief is a woman, she possesses remarkable stubbornness. Despite enduring severe interrogation, she has remained tight-lipped. The female thief refused to divulge any information, while her subordinates knew nothing, merely stating they had been recruited by her with promises of silver. As they deliberated on strategies, a cough was heard from outside. Who goes there? Yin Chasen inquired. Your Excellency, it is I, Feng Yuan, seeking an audience. Came the voice from beyond the door. Come in and speak, Yin Chasen invited, recognizing the armed escort Feng Yuan and eager to hear his insights. With the various guards now in position, only Feng Yuan was absent. The others speculated he must have uncovered something during his patrol, which explained his delay. Your Excellency. Greetings to you all, Feng Yuan greeted the group with a bow. Long Tianbiao noticed the smile on Feng Yuan's face, signaling he had good news. Enough of that. Stinky Tofu. You returned so late. Where have you been slacking off? Jiang Ping scolded. Fourth uncle, you have wronged me this time, Feng Yuan protested, recounting the events of his day. The room erupted in laughter and joy as Long Tianbiao suddenly realized the implications. It turned out that the strategist of Yin Wangjai, Lu Xueqiao, had gone to the residence of the wealthy Ma Yuanwei to collect taxes, only to become infatuated with his daughter and arrange to marry her the following day. Just as they were troubled by their inability to locate the bandits' hideout, fortune had delivered the answer to their doorstep. Chapter 6. Arrangements at Chashigang Fourth Brother. I entrust this matter to you, Jiang Ping declared. Yin Chasen recognized his own shortcomings in capturing thieves and willingly delegated authority to Jiang Ping, an expert in this domain. Yes, my lord, Jiang Ping replied after a moment of contemplation. He organized the others, saying, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, Yunxing, Tianjin, Luzhen, Ai Hu. You shall remain here to safeguard my lord. The rest shall accompany me to Chashigang. I want to go too. Su Qing shouted, his voice echoing. Third brother. Your presence at home is also crucial. You must ensure my lord's safety. Just like that day, the thieves breached the main hall. We relied on you then. Jiang Ping implored, his tone earnest. Don't speak so sweetly. Who doesn't know that a useless person is left to guard the house? Su Qing replied, his self-awareness evident. Yet he was determined to join the expedition. Jiang Ping and Yin Chasen continued their earnest pleas, but Su Qing remained resolute. You go. I'll stay here and guard. Su Liang, exasperated by Su Qing's persistence, gestured for him to take charge at Chashigang. You go. I will remain. Can I take your place? Su Qing lamented, realizing that he was only capable of minor tasks, not stepping into Su Liang's shoes. Seeing Su Liang manage Su Qing, Jiang Ping smiled knowingly and hurriedly organized the others to depart for Chashigang that very night. Led by the pungent tofu seller Feng Yuan, they arrived at the back gate of Master Ma's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Feng Yuan rapped on the door. Who is it? A voice called from within, followed by the door swinging open. Oh, it is Master Feng. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's claim of being an official from Kaifeng Prefecture, who could save the Ma family, Master Ma swiftly arranged for everyone to express their gratitude, ensuring that all recognized this official. Upon noticing not only Feng Yuan, but also a throng of people behind him, Master Ma joyfully dashed inside to spread the news. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the back door, supported by his attendants. Ah, Master Feng, you truly keep your promises. Upon seeing the crowd, Master Ma quickly knelt, exclaiming, I thank all of you esteemed officials, initially believing that his family had lost all hope. He was overwhelmed with gratitude at Feng Yuan's arrival with such numerous saviors, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Old comrade, cease the bowing. Quickly let us inside. We can discuss matters within. Jiang Ping, the leader, assisted Master Ma to his feet and gestured for the others to enter. Master Ma hurriedly led them into the courtyard, arranging for the horses to be hidden away before guiding them into the reception hall. Master Feng, you must introduce me. Master Ma, only familiar with Feng Yuan. Turn to him. Master Ma, this is the renowned Jiang Ping, the fourth master of the Jianghu, our leader. The others are officials like myself, Feng Yuan introduced. Gesturing towards Jiang Ping, Master Ma, unfamiliar with the ways of the Jianghu, refrained from questioning the peculiar title of mouse that Jiang Ping bore, and instead pleaded, Master Jiang, save us. Old comrade, a true man sheds tears sparingly. What do you appear to be, weeping and wailing? Jiang Ping helped Master Ma to a seat of honor and continued. We have come to capture the thieves and rescue you. Oh, Master Jiang, Master Feng, and all of you, you are indeed living bodhisattvas, saving the suffering. Master Ma exclaimed, deeply moved, before inquiring, what can I do to assist? First, arrange for a meal. We rushed here without dinner, fearing our plans might be compromised by our absence tomorrow. Jiang Ping replied. They had intended to report to Yin Chasen before dining, but upon realizing the urgent situation, they hurried over. Not a problem. Master Ma instructed his steward to prepare food. Although the family operated an inn, they had ceased operations recently, so the provisions were readily available. With Feng Yuan's encouragement earlier in the day, they had even prepared a feast of meat. The steward promptly began preparations, slaughtering pigs and sheep as instructed. Old comrade, please elaborate on the situation, Jiang Ping urged Master Ma. Alas, since this band of thieves emerged in Datong Prefecture, the common folk have suffered greatly. They come to collect rent every 10 to 15 days, bringing dozens of men, feasting, and even staying overnight. I have a few meager savings to get by. Though it is a struggle, Master Ma sighed. Just the other day, that cunning Lu Xueqiao from Yin Wangzhuang came to collect debts. And my youngest daughter happened to barge in. Of all times, why did she choose that moment? Lu Xueqiao, upon seeing her, immediately declared 100 taels from the rent as her betrothal gift, promising to return tomorrow night for the marriage. My wife and daughter wept, and I, in despair, contemplated poisoning dumplings for a family farewell, only to encounter Master Feng. Master Ma recounted the incident in full. Jiang Ping stroked his beard thoughtfully and reassured him. Do not despair, we have arrived. Arrange for your wife and daughter to stay with relatives until we drive the bandits away. Master Jiang, what if my daughter leaves? And Lu Xueqiao comes to claim her? Master Ma felt a mix of relief and concern, fearing for their lives should Lu Xueqiao discover their plan. I have a solution. Jiang Ping smiled, gesturing to the group of young warriors behind him. Select one of these fine lads to dress as the bride. If one does not scrutinize closely, who would recognize them? The suggestion sent chills down everyone's spines. They had no qualms about confronting the bandits, but masquerading as a bride was an entirely different matter. Hearing this, Long Tianbiao felt a sudden chill, recalling that the original story had assigned him the role of a bride. He hoped he would not be selected now that he was merely an observer. Murphy's law seemed to apply. The more one feared, the more likely it would occur. Biaozi, among us, you are the most handsome, possessing a slender figure and extraordinary skills. You shall take on this task, Jiang Ping declared, fixing his gaze on Long Tianbiao. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Long Tianbiao's face fell, and he bitterly laughed. Fourth Master, you truly care for me. You thought of me for this splendid opportunity. If you had said it separately, I would have been overjoyed. Ah, dear child, you truly must undertake this role. Otherwise, who will? Me? Or your master, that morose fellow? Jiang Ping laughed heartily, pointing at Su Liang. As an elder, Jiang Ping's words held weight, and Su Liang had no choice but to comply. Even if it made him blush in anger, though his complexion was already quite pallid. Long Tianbiao turned to Su Liang, seeking a glimmer of hope. Chapter 7. The bandits of Yanwangzai arrived for the wedding. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Long Tianbiao turned to Su Liang, whose visage resembled that of a ghastly specter with a purplish liver face, blackened teeth, and drooping white eyebrows. Observing this dismal countenance, one could only conclude that if Lu Xueqiao were not terrified enough to wet his trousers upon unveiling, then Su Liang was not sufficiently unattractive. What do you think of the people from Shanxi? Su Liang felt a flush of embarrassment at Jiang Ping's remarks. Just then, noticing Long Tianbiao's gaze upon him, he sternly admonished, you must heed your granduncle's words, or else the Shanxi folk will give you a thrashing. Master, your reasoning is utterly unreasonable and devoid of gentlemanly grace. Sighed Long Tianbiao. What else can I do but accept my fate, having you as my master? If I must play the bride, then so be it. Good. Su Liang, witnessing Long Tianbiao's capitulation to his authority, instantly brightened. If you obey, my master is a gentleman. If you disobey, my master will beat you. Long Tianbiao, taken aback by such tyranny, reflected, well, you do have a point. After all, your fists are rather formidable. Haha, Biaozi, you mustn't go too hard on him. We still need to extract information from his lips, Jiang Ping chuckled. The others, observing Long Tianbiao undertake this formidable task, could not help but silently applaud him. Granduncle, fear not. I shall certainly leave him alive, but whether he remains tight-lipped is up to you, Long Tianbiao declared. You needn't worry about that. Jiang Ping replied with a smile, then instructed Ma Yuanwei to arrange for his wife and daughter to leave. The maids and servants were dispatched swiftly. Upon hearing his words, Ma Yuanwei's wife and daughter were instantly overjoyed, their tears drying as they hurriedly packed their belongings and set off in a carriage to seek refuge at their grandmother's home in a neighboring village. Once Ma Yuanwei returned, Jiang Ping inquired if there were other residences to host a banquet for the bandits. There is a spacious ancestral hall belonging to the Ma family just outside the village. About 2 miles away, Ma Yuanwei informed. That is perfect, Jiang Ping smiled. This is a strategy of division and conquest. Tomorrow, have someone prepare the hall, decorate it festively, and lead their entire troop there, leaving behind a few bandit leaders for us to capture selectively. That will be no problem. I will have it ready by tomorrow. Whatever Jiang Ping proposed, Ma Yuanwei promptly executed. Old comrade, you shall be the protagonist of this evening's performance. You must lead Lu Xueqiao into the bridal chamber. Then take your guards and find a place to hide. Do not emerge unless called, for our conflict may become quite bloody. And we do not wish to accidentally harm you, Jiang Ping instructed Ma Yuanwei. Understood. I will ensure they are prepared, Ma Yuanwei replied, hastily departing to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping began coordinating other details for the officers, such as assigning someone to act as Ma Yuanwei's nephew to attend to the guests, and others to guard the entrances. Among other tasks, The next day, Long Tianbiao was dressed early as the bride and sat at the head of the bed. The bridal veil set aside for him to don at the last moment. The new room was adorned festively, and Long Tianbiao settled down to practice his qi cultivation and circulate his energy. Others were confined within the house, with even the latrine placed inside. So all necessities were managed there. As night fell, Long Tianbiao placed the bridal veil upon his head. They're here. Ma Yuanwai, seated indoors, felt his legs weaken at the steward's announcement, nearly collapsing. Remembering the officers concealed within, he urged himself, these folks have come for my family's sake. Yet I am more frightened than they. How can that be? I must not allow age to render me ineffectual. He pinched his legs to regain composure and then led the steward outside to greet the guests. Upon reaching the entrance, Ma Yuanwai found Lu Xueqiao, dressed in vibrant red bridal attire, adorned with a grand red flower, at the forefront of a jubilant procession of a few hundred people. With only 30 officers at their disposal, Ma Yuanwai inwardly questioned, can we manage such a large crowd? Great old Taishan, I bow to you. Lu Xueqiao greeted upon seeing Ma Yuanwai, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities, dear son-in-law, Ma Yuanwai retorted, feeling a pang of discomfort at the title, but dismissing it, knowing he would soon capture them. Old Taishan, does my daughter wish to marry me today? Lu Xueqiao inquired. When a young lady marries, it is impossible to avoid shedding a few tears. With such a fine son-in-law, she harbors great affection. My wife and I will persuade her further. She is currently waiting obediently for you in the bridal chamber, Ma Yuanwai relayed, echoing Jiang Ping's words. That is the spirit. She will not suffer while with me. Lu Xueqiao assured. Our chieftain is now Tian de Wang, and I am his strategist. Tian de Wang holds you in high regard. Look, this is his marshal, Jin Biao Xiaolinyu, sent by Tian de Wang to accompany me for the wedding. Tian de Wang has commanded that the wedding be held atop the mountain, so all brothers can rejoice together. Must my son-in-law take my daughter away at this moment? Ma Yuanwai's face clouded with reluctance. Haha, great old Taishan. Tonight is the wedding night. I shall not leave now, but rather return together tomorrow, Lu Xueqiao replied cheerfully. Very well, dear son-in-law, please come inside. Ma Yuanwai ushered Lu Xueqiao into the courtyard, then turned to address the throng behind Lu Xueqiao, saying, Dear son-in-law, my courtyard is rather small and cannot accommodate so many guests. There is an ancestral hall belonging to the Ma family to the north of the village, which has been prepared. Would it not be better to arrange for them to dine there? Lu Xueqiao considered this and nodded. Old Taishan speaks wisely. He turned to one of the deputy chieftains, instructing him to lead the majority of their party to the ancestral hall for the banquet, with plans to return to the mountain together the next day. Thus, aside from a few key aides, the rest departed for the Ma family ancestral hall, while Lu Xueqiao and his company sat down to feast under Ma Yuanwai's arrangements. The details of the banquet are best left unmentioned. As the revelry reached its peak, Lu Xueqiao, having indulged in drink, followed Ma Yuanwai toward the bridal chamber. Unbeknownst to him, the bride awaiting him was not his beloved daughter, but rather a vengeful specter. Leading Lu Xueqiao, Ma Yuanwai felt a tumult of nerves and excitement. His anxiety stemmed from the fear that Lu Xueqiao might discover the truth about the occupant of the bridal chamber, inciting the bandits to unleash a massacre. His exhilaration arose from the hope that once Lu Xueqiao entered, he might not emerge alive, allowing the family to live peacefully thereafter. Chapter 8. Long Tianbiao captures Lu Xueqiao. Mr. Ma escorted Lu Xueqiao to the door of the new house, pushed it open, and called out, My dear daughter, the strategist has arrived. He then hurriedly left to find a place to hide. Meanwhile, upon hearing footsteps, Long Tianbiao sat obediently on the bed, his legs tightly pressed together, his hands tucked within his wedding attire, quietly awaiting Lu Xueqiao. After bidding farewell to Mr. Ma, Lu Xueqiao secured the door. Gazing at the figure in bridal garments on the bed, imagining the appearance of the young girl they had met that day, instantly becoming enamored. My dear, let us rest, Lu Xueqiao said softly as he approached the bed and plopped down beside the bride, eager to reach out and touch. Unexpectedly, the bride beneath the bridal veil coyly murmured and then suddenly raised her right arm, elbowing him away, causing him to tumble to the floor. Ouch! Such strength you possess. My dear, Lu Xueqiao complained while rubbing his lower back. He assumed it was merely the bride's playful temperament and bore no anger, though his back did ache somewhat. A light giggle emerged from beneath the veil, igniting Lu Xueqiao's curiosity. My dear, you have been cooped up beneath that veil all day. I shall lift it now. Lu Xueqiao, disregarding his sore back, crept closer to unveil the bride's face. Under the glow of 2 red candles, the veil was slowly lifted, revealing a stunning visage, like jade with rosy lips and white teeth, though her appearance was somewhat different from what he remembered, leading him to suspect he might be dreaming. Look closely. Tianbiao could no longer contain himself and retorted, delivering a punch to Lu Xueqiao's abdomen. Although he used his left fist, he refrained from exerting full force. Having heard that Lu Xueqiao was merely Huang Luan's strategist, relying on wits rather than brawn, a heavy hit could render his bride's disguise meaningless. Ugh, Lu Xueqiao gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Who are you? I am your elder, Tianbiao declared. Retrieving a prepared rope from behind the bed and securely binding Lu Xueqiao before stuffing his mouth with a stinky sock and tossing him onto the bed. Lu Xueqiao wriggled, but the sock muffled his protests. Inwardly, he lamented, wishing only to marry a wife, one for whom he had already paid. How had this turned into a deadly encounter? Tianbiao opened a window and, as agreed, shouted to the courtyard, instantly provoking a clamor of clashing swords and raucous voices outside. He tore off his wedding attire, donned a simple outfit, knocked Lu Xueqiao unconscious, and dashed toward the courtyard with a saber in hand. Upon arrival, he found Su Liang engaged in battle with a towering opponent, whose height reached nearly 12 feet. Broad shoulders and a face adorned with ample flesh, wielding a deadly staff. Fourth uncle. Send someone to keep watch over Lu Xueqiao in the back courtyard while I assist my master in dealing with the thief, Tianbiao instructed Jiang Ping, who was observing the fight. Ah, good lad, you are quite thoughtful, Jiang Ping praised before dispatching several officers to ensure Lu Xueqiao remained contained in the bridal chamber. Tianbiao surveyed the battlefield, noticing a giant lying on the ground. An opponent Su Liang had vanquished, while another imposing figure stood nearby, a man less than 9 feet tall. With a face like a silver platter, eyebrows sharp as swords, and fierce eyes that glimmered with menace. He bore a sword at his waist and a heroic cloak draped over his shoulders, suggesting he was the Golden Dart hero, Lin Yu, who had accompanied Lu Xueqiao. Thief, come forth. I wish to exchange a few blows with you. Tianbiao challenged Lin Yu, eager to test his current strength. Lin Yu, engrossed in observing the battle between the god of death, Jin Dali, and Su Liang, was taken aback by the sudden provocation. Impudent brat, have you lost your patience? I seek to fight Su Liang, not some nameless fool like you. He scoffed. Enough. With your meager skills, you hardly warrant my master's attention. He is here to contend with your master, the flying sword immortal, Zhu Liang, not a novice like you, Tianbiao mocked. What? You are Su Liang's disciple? Lin Yu gazed at Tianbiao with newfound respect, surprised to learn of his identity. How do you know my master? Is that difficult? I know much, young master. And you two are the quintessential mismatched pair, foolish master and bumbling disciple, Tianbiao replied confidently. Why, you little wretch? Lin Yu, enraged, drew his sword and executed a swift strike toward Tianbiao's chest, employing a technique known as the pine welcomes guests. Come then. Tianbiao stood undaunted, adopting a horse stance, countering with a technique called opening the door to robbers, knocking Lin Yu's sword aside before executing a sweeping strike aimed at Lin Yu's legs. With agility honed under the flying sword immortal's guidance, Lin Yu leapt effortlessly, evading Tianbiao's saber, and retaliated with a downward slash that mirrored the fierce cutting technique known as the mighty strike of Mount Hua. Seeing the overwhelming force behind Lin Yu's attack, Tianbiao sidestepped to avoid a direct confrontation. The ground shattered beneath Lin Yu's weapon, and had he been struck, it would surely have split him in two. You truly possess skill, Lin Yu remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. To handle you should be sufficient, Tianbiao replied with a grin. At that moment, Su Liang had subdued the god of death, Jin Dali, and, recognizing Tianbiao's remarkable growth, refrained from calling him back, instead brandishing his golden-ringed blade to support him in the skirmish. Good news, prepare yourself, Lin Yu shouted, lunging at Tianbiao with his sword. Tianbiao leaped sideways, evading the strike, and thrust his saber toward Lin Yu's waist, a maneuver aptly named pointing at the river and mountains. With no time to retract his sword, Lin Yu stepped forward to dodge Tianbiao's attack. In that instant, Tianbiao unleashed a flurry of strikes with his 8 trigrams invincible saber, the blade dancing around Lin Yu in a dazzling display, while Lin Yu responded with equal fervor, his sword weaving a curtain of white light. Witnessing the fierce exchange between Tianbiao and Lin Yu, Su Liang felt a swell of pride, realizing that his disciple had indeed not disappointed him, growing rapidly in skill. In the Kaifeng Prefecture, Long Tianbiao was now likely only slightly inferior to himself, despite their prolonged duel. Neither Long Tianbiao nor Lin Yu succeeded in inflicting harm upon the other, both recognizing their equality in strength and feeling reassured as the battle raged on. Chapter 9. The Disciple Captured. The master descends the mountain as Lin Yu's longsword danced through the air. Long Tianbiao inhaled deeply, then wielded his saber with a flourish, executing a move known as parting the clouds to reveal the sun, deflecting Lin Yu's sword to the sides. Suddenly, the tip of his blade lunged toward Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu was taken aback, realizing that Su Liang's disciple was nearly his equal in skill, which left him wondering how he could possibly challenge Su Liang. Recognizing that his longsword was no match for Long Tianbiao, Lin Yu swiftly stepped back, transferring the sword to his left hand while drawing a dart from his pouch with his right, aiming it directly at Long Tianbiao's face. Long Tianbiao, noticing Lin Yu's retreat and the shift of the sword to his left hand, understood that Lin Yu intended to employ some trickery. In haste, he switched the saber to his left hand and retrieved a sticky rice cake. As Lin Yu launched the dart, Long Tianbiao countered with the cake, only to watch in disbelief as the dart collided with it, sending the rice cake flying. Although the dart's speed slowed momentarily, it continued its trajectory toward Long Tianbiao. Just as Long Tianbiao prepared to defend himself with his saber, a series of sharp sounds rang out. Su Liang, observing the duel, had been holding on to a rice cake, worried for Long Tianbiao's safety. However, seeing that the two fighters were evenly matched brought him joy. As Lin Yu retreated, signaling his intent to resort to underhanded tactics, Su Liang feared for Long Tianbiao's vulnerability. To his surprise, Long Tianbiao was aware enough to counter with the rice cake, though his strength was insufficient to effectively halt the dart's advance. Pleased with his disciple's performance, Su Liang tossed 2 rice cakes into the fray. One struck Lin Yu's dart, sending it off course, while the other hit Lin Yu's knee. Exhausted from the prolonged battle, Lin Yu could no longer withstand the impact of Su Liang's rice cake and collapsed to the ground. The surrounding guards surged forward to apprehend him. Meanwhile, Long Tianbiao felt the strain of the fight for the first time, struggling to maintain his grip on the saber. Intrigued by the weight of Lin Yu's dart, he picked it up, realizing it was indeed substantial. The darts came in various weights: 5 taels, 7 taels, and jean darts. Lin Yu, known for his formidable strength, wielded the jean dart, earning him the nickname Jean Darts Hero, which over time morphed into Golden Darts Hero. Long Tianbiao's companions watched with a mix of joy and envy at his prowess. "Bravo, you've exceeded my expectations," Su Liang remarked, patting Long Tianbiao on the shoulder. "Indeed, this battle has been quite fruitful. Next time, I shall astonish you even more," Long Tianbiao replied with a playful grin. Their banter reflected the easy camaraderie between master and disciple. "If you fail to astonish me, I shall give you a kick for your troubles," Su Liang teased, revealing a mischievous smile. "Master, you truly have no shame," Long Tianbiao retorted, not expecting Su Liang to be so petty. "Well, one must gain something to lose something," Su Liang chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Jiangping was busy coordinating the capture of the bandits and ensuring that Ma Yuanwei and his family fled to safety. Matters that were of little concern to Long Tianbiao. "Master, with Lin Yu captured, his master will surely seek retribution," Long Tianbiao expressed his concerns. "Are you referring to the flying sword immortal, Zhu Liang?" Su Liang inquired. "Indeed, master, you must have heard of the flying sword immortal Zhu Liang," Long Tianbiao confirmed. "I have not," Su Liang replied candidly. Long Tianbiao felt exasperated. With imminent threats approaching, how could his master remain so uninformed? Once fourth uncle is done with his tasks, we should inquire about it. Although he may not be a formidable fighter, his years in the martial world have surely equipped him with valuable insights, Long Tianbiao suggested. "Very well, I shall consult fourth uncle once matters are settled," Su Liang agreed, only to let the thought slip from his mind upon returning to the bustling affairs of Datong Prefecture. Meanwhile, Lu Xueqiao's subordinates had managed to escape to the Ma family's ancestral hall. They informed the bandit leader, Rolling Thunder, who, terrified, fled back to Yanwangzai, relaying news of the general and marshal's defeat at Kaifeng. At that moment, a general dispatched by the Western Xia, Li Yuanhao, was in discussion with Huang Luan. Upon hearing Rolling Thunder's report, Huang Luan's face turned from pale to crimson. It was an embarrassing moment. Having just boasted to the Western Xia envoys about the military strategist's cunning and the marshal's unmatched prowess, only to be swiftly contradicted. The Western Xia, however, did not mock Huang Luan, but instead proposed a rescue mission for Lu Xueqiao and Lin Yu. Huang Luan, however, pointed out that with the forces stationed in Datong Prefecture, These mountain bandits stood little chance of success. As despair settled in, the deputy strategist, Lu Datong, stepped forward with a proposal to summon Lin Yu's master, Zhu Liang, to the mountain. A master would undoubtedly feel the weight of their disciple's plight, Lu Datong argued. Huang Luan was initially reluctant. Recalling how Lin Yu had once taken Lu Xueqiao and Lu Daodong to visit Zhu Liang, only to be turned away. Consequently, the matter was dropped. My lord, times have changed. Now that the marshal Lin Yu is in distress, his master must be feeling the pain, Lu Daotong urged. Very well, Lu Xueqiao. You shall take charge of this matter. If you can summon him, it would be ideal. If not, we will devise another plan, Huang Luan mused, contemplating the potential upside of such an endeavor. To everyone's surprise, Lu Daotong proved to be quite persuasive. After a series of eloquent arguments, he managed to convince the flying sword immortal to accompany him to Yanwangzai. Huang Luan was overjoyed and quickly organized a banquet to welcome him. As the stout-headed ghost, Fang Shuan, saw Zhu Liang preparing to confront the crafty Su Liang, he hurriedly approached to dissuade him, suggesting they join forces in their endeavors. Infuriated, Zhu Liang contemplated taking Fang Shuan's head, but was restrained by Huang Luan. It turned out, Fang Shuan had 3 sworn brothers, leaders of the Baibao Dayun Peak and the Qingsong Wolfang Gorge, who were formidable in their own right, thus no one dared to provoke him. Angry but unable to find reprieve, Zhu Liang chose to descend the mountain alone, heading toward Datong Prefecture. At the city gates, citizens were undergoing inspections by the guards, who only allowed entry to those with identification or a guarantor, and weapons were strictly prohibited. As a swordsman, the flying sword immortal was unconcerned with such restrictions and contemplated a forceful entry, only to be halted by the guards, Xing Rulong and Xing Ruhua, from Kaifeng. Yet, with a mere 2 fingers, Zhu Liang brushed them aside and strode confidently toward the government office. Chapter 10. The Sword Immortal's bold infiltration into Datong Prefecture. As Zhu Liang, leaning on his 5-metal cane, approached the gates of the Yammen, he raised his head, intent on barging in. Old sir, this is the Yammen, currently the residence of the imperial envoy. You cannot enter recklessly, a guard hastily interjected. The residence? That is precisely what I am looking for, Zhu Liang replied, realizing he had come to the right place, and he raised his cane to proceed. Ah, old sir, why won't you listen? This is the envoy's residence, where many officers are at work. If they take offense and you get caught up in it, who will you turn to for justice? The guard cautioned him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Liang contemplated the potential trouble with so many officers around and contrived an excuse. Young man, I have urgent business. I heard that you have captured several members of the Yanwangzai, one of whom is my fellow townsman. I must repay the kindness shown to me. Old sir, you truly know nothing. These ruffians are killers and thieves, soon to be executed. There is no allowance for visits, the guard insisted. Zhu Liang, sensing an opportunity, swiftly produced 10 taels of silver and pressed them into the guard's hand. Young man, please tell me where they are being held. I would like to hear their voices from the other side of the wall. The guard glanced around to ensure no one was watching, quickly stowed the silver away, and led Zhu Liang along the wall, turning right where 2 officers stood watch. Zhu Liang, eager to follow the guard's directions, soon spotted the 2 officials guarding the entrance, his heart swelling with delight at the thought that his investment of 10 taels was well spent. Approaching the back door, he attempted to enter but was blocked by the 2 officers. Sir, if you have business, please use the front door of the Yammen. This path is off limits. One officer stated. Is this not the back entrance to the imperial envoy's residence? Zhu Liang inquired. Indeed, the officer replied, urging him to leave. Are the Yanwangzai members held inside? Zhu Liang directly questioned. How do you know that? The 2 officers exclaimed in surprise. Because I am one of them, Zhu Liang declared, punctuating his statement by pointing at the 2 officers' waists. Don't move. The officers complied, raising their arms and gaping in silence, as if turned to stone. Paralyzed by Zhu Liang's pressure point technique, Zhu Liang stepped into the courtyard, astonished by its vastness. How will I find them? I shall simply call out, he resolved, raising his voice. Where are you? I have come to find you. Lin Yu, where are you? Lin Yu, having been captured, had not eaten well since his apprehension and was momentarily dazed, hearing a voice that sounded like his master, the sword immortal Zhu Liang. He turned to think. But master is in the Flying Sword Valley in seclusion. How could he be here? And then continued to squint. Yet, the voice persisted, growing ever closer. Lu Xueqiao, the strategist of the Yanwangzai, had been isolated by Jiang Ping, while the mighty chariot god Che Xin Yuan and the grim reaper Jin Dali were detained alongside Lin Yu. Have you two heard someone calling out? Lin Yu asked the others. We have, they quickly replied. That person is calling for the commander. It seems to be your master. Is my master truly here? Lin Yu exclaimed with uncontainable joy, leaning against the window and shouting, Master, I am here. The old swordsman and his companions joined in the chorus, calling out loudly. At that moment, Zhu Liang had made his way nearby, and upon hearing their collective cries, he was drawn to them. Faced with a wall blocking his path, Zhu Liang, feeling impatient, leaped directly into the courtyard. Now, Zhu Liang spotted Lin Yu and the others. Lin Yu's eyes filled with tears as he cried out, Master, save me. You owe it. You have suffered. Your master has come. Zhu Liang exclaimed, his heart wrenching at the sight of Lin Yu, whose eyes were sunken, hair disheveled, and body hunched over. He raised his cane, ready to strike the iron chains binding Lin Yu. Stop! A commanding voice rang out. Startled by the unexpected interruption, Zhu Liang nearly dropped his cane, turning to see a striking young man, handsome and dashing. Who are you, lad? Zhu Liang inquired. I am the young knight Long Tianbiao. Are you the legendary sword immortal Zhu Liang? The youth replied, gripping his saber. What brings you here? Zhu Liang wondered aloud. Long Tianbiao had been patrolling the north gate when he spotted the immobilized officers and surmised that Zhu Liang had come to rescue Lin Yu and his companions. He promptly organized a blockade at the city gates, reported to the Yammen, and dispatched others to seek out Zhu Liang, while he himself rushed to the courtyard where Lin Yu was held captive. Upon seeing Zhu Liang poised to break the chains, he called out urgently, Ah, young lad. How do you know my name? Have you heard of my exploits? Zhu Liang stroked his goatee, pride swelling within him. What exploits? I only know you have a foolish disciple, whom I have captured, Long Tianbiao replied, contemplating how best to divert the conversation to his master. Hoping to avoid a confrontation with the old man, particularly since his own master Su Liang was no match for Zhu Liang. What? You captured Lin Yu? Zhu Liang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Returning from Yin Wangzhai, they said Su Liang had captured Lin Yu, and I believed it because, aside from Su Liang, the others in Kaifeng Prefecture are hardly worth mentioning. Unbelievable, Zhu Liang sighed, feeling disappointed as he turned to Lin Yu, his gaze filled with disillusionment. Master. He is Su Liang's disciple. We fought to a standstill, but when I launched my attack, Su Liang ambushed me, and that is how I was captured. Lin Yu quickly explained, sensing his master's thoughts. Well, that is somewhat acceptable, Zhu Liang conceded, feeling reassured that Lin Yu had been ambushed. Yet, he pondered the implications. If Lin Yu fought to a draw with this lad, and he is Su Liang's disciple, how will I maintain my reputation? Zhu Liang scrutinized Long Tianbiao closely, failing to discern any signs of a martial arts master in him. Surround him. Just then, Jiang Ping arrived with a contingent of officers from Kaifeng Prefecture, gesturing to encircle the area. Who goes there? Jiang Ping, with his greasy mustache and a pointed dagger in hand, demanded of Zhu Liang. I am Zhu Liang. Are you not Jiang Ping? Zhu Liang replied disdainfully, eyeing Jiang Ping with contempt. Who? Jiang Ping nearly fell to the ground upon hearing Zhu Liang's name. Why the surprise? For Zhu Liang was known as the Sword Immortal, a reputation not easily withstood, and even the formidable Su Liang might not be a match for him. Chapter 11. Long Tianbiao strives to block Zhu Liang upon realizing the individual before him was Zhu Liang. Jiang Ping felt a surge of alarm and contemplated persuading Zhu Liang to abandon his prison break. The elderly swordsman Zhu had arrived. Jiang Ping clasped his hands and inquired, May I ask what brings you here, esteemed Zhu swordsman? Zhu Liang replied directly, I have come to take my disciple Lin Yu back. Jiang Ping responded earnestly, Zhu swordsman, you are being unreasonable. Lin Yu is the commander of the Yinwang stronghold, a menace to Datong Prefecture, and has violated the laws of the land. As his master, you share the responsibility. You should counsel him to cooperate with us in eradicating the Yinwang stronghold to atone for his misdeeds, rather than attempting a prison break. This is not salvation, it is harm to him and yourself. Zhu Liang was well aware of this truth, yet Lin Yu was like a son to him, and he could not bear the thought of him facing execution. With a defiant posture, Zhu Liang declared, Jiang, there is no need for further words. I am determined to rescue him. If you wish to obstruct me, let us settle this through combat. Combat with you? Even if I were to undergo a rebirth, I would not stand a chance. Jiang Ping acknowledged his limitations, knowing that even 100 of him could not match Zhu Liang's prowess. Zhu Liang, your obstinacy will lead to your reckoning. Jiang Ping retorted, unsheathing his Amei dagger before Long Tianbiao. Biaozi, your master is absent, and of all here, your martial skills surpass the rest. It falls upon you. Rest assured, fourth uncle, I understand, Long Tianbiao replied, straightening his attire as he strode confidently towards Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang, I have heard you are a master of the flying sword. Your swordsmanship appears formidable. Yet, I ponder if your skills in hand-to-hand combat are equally commendable? Humph. Child, you are no match for me in anything. Depart at once. Zhu Liang dismissed him with disdain. Long Tianbiao, aware of Zhu Liang's illustrious reputation as a swordsman from decades past, understood he was outmatched. Yet, he was resolute. Casting aside his weapon to Lu Shiji and shedding his hero's cloak, adopting the stance of the plum blossom fist. Zhu Liang, if you fear my fists, then wield your cane and prepare to engage. Ha! You need not provoke me, Zhu Liang retorted, planting his cane firmly on the ground and gesturing with his hands. Come forth, let me witness your true capabilities. Lin Yu and his companions were in a state of panic, hoping Zhu Liang would wield his cane and effortlessly vanquish their adversaries, allowing them to escape. Lin Yu recognized Zhu Liang's resolute nature. Any additional words might incite his ire. So he could only hope that Zhu Liang would triumph. With a swift motion, Long Tianbiao struck towards Zhu Liang's chest. To everyone's astonishment, Zhu Liang did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with equal force. Long Tianbiao staggered back 3 steps, while Zhu Liang remained steadfast. Long Tianbiao, realizing Zhu Liang's formidable strength, speculated that he had not unleashed his full power. Little did he know, Zhu Liang had only exerted half of his strength, yet Long Tianbiao was sent reeling. With a fierce shout, Long Tianbiao launched another attack, his left palm aimed at Zhu Liang's face and his right at his chest. Zhu Liang remained immobile, positioning his palms to intercept the incoming strikes. However, Long Tianbiao had learned from his previous attempt. He swiftly withdrew his hands and, with a nimble footwork, maneuvered behind Zhu Liang, aiming a palm strike at his lower back. Recognizing the familiar techniques of his former master, Zhu Liang did not turn, but rather concealed his right hand behind him, firmly absorbing Long Tianbiao's blow. With a resounding clap, their palms met once more, sending a jolt through Long Tianbiao's wrist as he acknowledged the old man's true prowess. No wonder he had claimed numerous victories in the arena. Long Tianbiao maintained his defense, encircling Zhu Liang with a flurry of strikes, employing the plum blossom fist taught to him by Su Liang. Yet, Zhu Liang effortlessly countered each attack with precision. Suddenly, Zhu Liang recalled his purpose for being there, to rescue his disciple. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk of failure. He charged forward, launching a series of 3 strikes at Long Tianbiao. The first strike, Black Tiger Prowls the Heart, aimed directly at Long Tianbiao's chest. With a swift movement, Long Tianbiao narrowly evaded Zhu Liang's palm. However, Zhu Liang's left hand was poised in the direction of Long Tianbiao's retreat, leaving him with no choice but to block with all his might. Long Tianbiao's hands went numb from the impact, forcing him to retreat. Black Tiger emerges from the forest. Zhu Liang pressed forward, palms extended towards Long Tianbiao's shoulders, intending to shatter his shoulder blades and render him incapable of further combat. In a moment of crisis, Long Tianbiao executed a sudden leap. The impact felt as though Zhu Liang had struck a stone. Blood erupted from Long Tianbiao's mouth, causing him to stagger forward, nearly collapsing. Biaozi, are you all right? Jiangping rushed to assist Long Tianbiao. Meanwhile, Lu Shiji and Ai Hu drew their sabers, disregarding whether Zhu Liang was unarmed, and attacked him from either side. Witnessing Long Tianbiao's injury filled them with both fury and sorrow, desiring nothing more than to dismantle Zhu Liang. Regaining his composure, Long Tianbiao inhaled deeply, forcing out the previous breath he had held, and stood upright. Fourth uncle, do not worry, I am unscathed. He then removed his outer garment, revealing peculiar objects beneath. As he discarded the sandbags from his shoulders, the pebbles that had been shattered by Zhu Liang's strike were evident. Nevertheless, the force of the impact had still drawn blood. With a clang, Long Tianbiao discarded the sandbags on the ground, followed by the weights on his arms and legs, feeling significantly lighter after a brief moment of bouncing in place. Biaozi, what is this? Jiang Ping inquired, observing the discarded items. Weight training to enhance my strength. Long Tianbiao replied, hastily grasping his saber and addressing the combatants. Uncles, step back. Long Tianbiao has returned. Jiang Ping, intrigued, lifted one of the discarded sandbags. Astonished by their weight, each weighing several pounds, and the combined total on Long Tianbiao's back must have exceeded 50 pounds. At this moment, Zhu Liang's metallic cane managed to deflect Ai Hu and Lu Shiji's sabers, and he pondered in disbelief why Long Tianbiao appeared unfazed, despite having exerted all his strength in that last strike. Chapter 12. The arrival of Su Liang. Long Tianbiao, brandishing his blade, stood before Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang, you claim this is a contest between us, yet you engage with others? Long Tianbiao swayed his body, declaring, let us spar with our weapons. Well, young man, you possess commendable courage. Zhu Liang stroked his goatee and retorted, if I allow you to last 10 exchanges before me, I shall abandon my apprentice and take my leave. What say you? Long Tianbiao, not doubting the bravado of his opponent, believed that Zhu Liang had engaged him for the sake of gauging his own capabilities. In earnest combat, surviving 5 exchanges would be a testament to his prowess. Very well. Should I endure 10 exchanges, you need not turn and depart. Simply follow me as my subordinate. Long Tianbiao responded with a grin. Hey, lad, you certainly grow bolder with your words. Zhu Liang waved his 5-metal staff, proclaiming, let me loosen your muscles and bones. With that, Long Tianbiao leapt high, executing a powerful strike reminiscent of the forceful split of Mount Hua, aiming his blade directly at Zhu Liang's head. Open. Zhu Liang horizontally positioned his staff to confront Long Tianbiao's descending blade. With a resounding clap, Long Tianbiao's blade struck Zhu Liang's staff, ricocheting violently and leaving his wrist numb. He glanced at his blade, now rendered ineffective. Once more, let me see what other techniques you possess, Zhu Liang chuckled, shaking his staff. Prepare yourself. Realizing his previous recklessness, Long Tianbiao unleashed a sweeping strike aimed at Zhu Liang's lower body. Zhu Liang remained steadfast, firmly planting his staff to block the blade. Long Tianbiao quickly retracted his attack, shifting to the cloud dispelling strike, targeting Zhu Liang's left chest. As Zhu Liang raised his staff to defend, Long Tianbiao shifted his blade to strike the staff instead. However, Zhu Liang's staff remained as steady as a rock, deflecting Long Tianbiao's blade with ease. Long Tianbiao, taken aback, recognized his oversight. Zhu Liang's formidable strength combined with the staff's nature rendered his attempt futile. That was well executed, but it shall prove ineffective against me, Zhu Liang declared, positioning his staff. You have attacked thrice. Now it is my turn. With a powerful swing, Zhu Liang struck downward with his staff, mirroring Long Tianbiao's earlier move. In Zhu Liang's hands, the attack was truly unstoppable. Long Tianbiao, unwilling to replicate Zhu Liang's technique for fear of shattering his blade, swiftly leaped backward. At that moment, Zhu Liang initiated his second sweeping strike. Long Tianbiao, executing 2 agile rolls, narrowly evaded the attack. Fortunately, he had shed much of his burden, allowing for swifter movements. Otherwise, he would have been unable to escape Zhu Liang's onslaught. Prepare yourself. Zhu Liang thrust his staff towards Long Tianbiao's left chest. Long Tianbiao leaped to the right, countering with a slash aimed at Zhu Liang's waist. Open. Zhu Liang retracted his staff, launching it toward Long Tianbiao's long blade. Caught off guard, Long Tianbiao's blade was sent flying, while Zhu Liang's staff descended upon him. What a predicament! In that critical moment, a stone flew towards Zhu Liang's face. With no other choice, Zhu Liang withdrew his staff to deflect the stone, shouting, Who dares to ambush me? You cowardly scoundrel, taking advantage of my apprentice's absence. Long Tianbiao had never perceived Su Liang's words as so melodious. He swiftly retreated to the crowd, exclaiming, Master, I have shamed you. Allow me to deal with this old rascal. Su Liang patted Long Tianbiao's shoulder, affirming, Very well. Long Tianbiao grinned, adding, Best leave his staff behind. I shall forge a new blade from it, for my own has been rendered useless. Understood, Su Liang replied, turning to Zhu Liang. You are Lin Yu's master. The renowned flying sword immortal, Zhu Liang? Indeed, that is I. Have you heard of me? Zhu Liang inquired, one hand steadying his staff while the other stroked his goatee. Not at all. Su Liang shook his head, inciting Zhu Liang's irritation to the point where he nearly pulled out his beard. Without further ado, the two engaged in battle, while the onlookers could only watch helplessly. At that moment, Long Tianbiao suddenly recalled that after Zhu Liang's arrival in the city, it seemed that the Yin Wang stronghold had sent someone, albeit a devious figure who had slipped away towards Yin Chasen. Time was of the essence. Long Tianbiao, accompanied by Ai Hu and Lu Shiji, hurried towards the front courtyard. As the saying goes, better to arrive late than to arrive in vain. Upon reaching the front courtyard, they spotted a fearsome monk leaping down from the roof, his face brimming with malice, carrying a large chessboard. Who goes there? Today. The guards for Yin Chasen were the Sky Drilling Rat, Lu Fang, the Earth Drilling Rat, Han Zhang, and the Mountain Drilling Rat, Su Qing. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed out, surrounding the rotund monk. Ahmedba, where are the corrupt officials? The fierce monk inquired. So, you were here for the master, AI who demanded. Pointing his chilling 7-star blade at the monk. Amitabha, the Buddha says one cannot speak. The monk had no intention of engaging with them and aimed to eliminate the individuals before him, intending to enter and find Yin Chasen, thereby securing a valuable opportunity to rescue Zhu Liang. Such a cowardly monk, afraid to reveal his name, what purpose do you serve in this world? Long Tianbiao's words ignited the monk's fury. Amitabha, who are you, young man? The monk pointed at Long Tianbiao. I am who I am, Long Tianbiao, he declared. Recalling the monk's name from the chessboard that he bore, you are the notorious monk, Chen Dongpa, of the 3 generations. Oh, you recognize this humble monk? Chen Dongpa glared. Who else would foolishly carry a chessboard daily, but someone as dim-witted as you? Long Tianbiao retorted. Impudent. You insolent brat, prepare to die. Chen Dongpa, infuriated, quickly readied the chessboard from his back to strike at Long Tianbiao. Before the chessboard could reach him, Long Tianbiao sensed a gust of wind, quickly retreating and wielding the 8 trigrams winning golden blade, striking at Chen Dongpa. Chen Dongpa's chessboard, forged from mysterious iron, was a formidable weapon. Long Tianbiao's blade was too fragile for direct confrontation, forcing him to execute a series of slashes from the left and right. Noticing that the other 5 were watching their duel, Long Tianbiao shouted, "What are you staring at? Quickly guard the master and find someone in the back courtyard." Only then did AI Hu and Lu Shiji snap to attention, hastening to follow the 3 elders into the study and then discreetly heading to the back courtyard. You shall perish, brat. Chen Dongpa swung his chessboard with great vigor, aiming to crush Long Tianbiao before pursuing Yin Chasen. Long Tianbiao had no choice but to retreat while resisting, eventually finding himself in a narrow corridor where combat with Chen Dongpa ensued. In the confined passage, Chen Dongpa found it difficult to wield his chessboard effectively, infuriating him to the point of slamming it down, casually tossing the pieces at Long Tianbiao. These pieces, forged from the same mysterious iron and polished with gold water, glimmered brightly. Long Tianbiao swiftly leaped and dodged, then retrieved some delicacies from his treasure pouch to entertain his esteemed guest. As Chen Dongpa's chessboard functioned as a weapon, it now served as a shield. Upon seeing Long Tianbiao's projectiles approaching, he raised his chessboard to deflect the incoming threat. Chapter 13. The arrival of the savior at Kaifeng Prefecture. Chen Dongpa and Zhu Liang, longtime friends, had come to Yinwangjai. Upon hearing that Zhu Liang had ventured alone to Datong Prefecture and barely had a morsel to eat, he rushed over to lend his support. Earlier, from the rooftop of the backyard, Chen Dongpa had glimpsed by Yinmei engaging Zhu Liang in combat. Thus he planned to capture Zhu Yinsha in the front yard, intending to leverage him against Jiang Ping and others. However, he did not anticipate that this young lad would thwart his scheme. In a fit of rage, Chen Dongpa aimed to crush Long Tianbiao with his chess pieces. Yet Long Tianbiao skillfully evaded each one. Fierce monk, toss your pieces to me. I happen to be short on funds. Long Tianbiao jested while exchanging hidden weapons with Chen Dongpa. It was only then that Chen Dongpa realized that his 32 chess pieces had dwindled significantly. Amitabha, Long Tianbiao, I shall no longer engage with you. Return my pieces. Chen Dongpa feigned a benevolent demeanor. Certainly, here you go. Long Tianbiao chuckled, tossing a handful of crumbled pastry towards Chen Dongpa. Unfamiliar with such a dazzling display of hidden weaponry, Chen Dongpa hastily raised his chessboard to block the onslaught. After a cacophony of sounds, when he looked up again, Long Tianbiao had vanished from sight. Knowing that he was at a slight disadvantage against Chen Dongpa, Long Tianbiao had feigned scattering the chess pieces and made his way to the backyard. Enraged, Chen Dongpa realized he had failed to catch his foe and lost his pieces in the process. Frantically, he pursued the path leading to the backyard. Upon Long Tianbiao's return to the backyard, he noticed several individuals present, a stout purple monk, a fair-skinned Taoist, and another man smartly dressed, with AI Hu attending him. Biaozi, come quickly to pay respects to Master Ancestor. Su Liang pointed at the Taoist. Disciple pays respects to Master Ancestor. Long Tianbiao knelt before the Taoist, bowing his head. Good child, rise, the Taoist said. Liangzi has spoken of your exploits. I did not expect my disciple, Weijin, to possess such prowess. Long Tianbiao quickly stood up, his treasure pouch jingling with chess pieces. What is this you have there, Biaozi? Su Liang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Didn't he, the 3 grandfathers and 2 elder uncles inform you of Chen Dongpa's arrival at the front yard? Long Tianbiao queried, noticing Su Liang's lack of concern for him. The others had escorted Yin Chas into the backyard, and coincidentally, Ouyang Chun and his companions had arrived, leading them to forget about Long Tianbiao's confrontation with Chen Dongpa. Who? Qindompa? The third-generation Fang Shuan Qindompa? Upon hearing Qindompa's name, Wei Zhen urgently sought confirmation from Long Tianbiao. Yes, that fierce monk with the large chessboard, upon which there are 32 pieces. I swapped a large portion for a bag of crumbled pastry, Long Tianbiao replied with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, Qindompa appeared, brandishing the large chessboard and rushing from the direction of the front yard. Bah! You rascal, return my pieces. Zhu Liang, in the midst of negotiations with the stout monk, brightened upon seeing Qindompa. Elder brother, come here quickly. The northern hero is here. Upon hearing Zhu Liang's words, Long Tianbiao recalled that the stout monk was the protector of the Song dynasty, the purple-bearded elder, Ouyang Chun. No wonder he was known as the Purple Fatty. The other individual appeared to be the cunning black demon fox, Zhihua. Long Tianbiao's suspicions proved correct. The three had come to chat with the various constables of Kaifeng Prefecture, unaware that had they arrived a mere half-hour later, they might have witnessed Zhu Liang vanquishing everyone present. Esteemed swordsman, you hold significant status and renown in the martial world. Why do you oppose the court? Ouyang Chun implored Zhu Liang earnestly. There is no need for further discussion. I am well aware of your points. He is my disciple, and I cannot abandon him. Zhu Liang waved his hand dismissively. Words of caution fall on deaf ears. Since you refuse to heed my advice, I shall engage you in combat, Ouyang Chun declared, lifting his chain spade, ready to confront Zhu Liang. Let me speak. Qindompa interjected hastily. Elder swordsman Zhu, Ouyang elder swordsman speaks wisely. We should heed their counsel. Qindompa approached Zhu Liang, urging him. But Zhu Liang attempted to voice his thoughts, only to be silenced by Qindompa's firm grip and a few whispered words in his ear. Very well, Zhu Liang sighed, conceding to Qindompa's persuasion. Esteemed guests, I have successfully persuaded Elder Swordmaster Zhu. We shall take our leave now, Qindompa announced with a smile. Bah, splendid. Ouyang Chun expressed his relief at avoiding conflict. Return my pieces, young one. We must depart, Qindompa addressed Long Tianbiao. Those are your weapons. I cannot give them back. Long Tianbiao replied. The crumbled pastries I threw at you, you may keep, he added. What pieces? Why do you desire such things? Jiang Ping, seeing the two old fellows preparing to leave, inquired about Long Tianbiao's strange fixation on the chess pieces. My blade was ruined by Zhu Liang. I intend to melt down his chess pieces to forge a new one. Long Tianbiao gestured towards Zhu Liang. If he offers me his 5-metal cane, I shall return the chess pieces to him. Childish. You cannot use someone else's weapon. Quickly return it. Fourth uncle has already agreed to your weapon, Jiang Ping urged. The others felt Long Tianbiao was making a fuss over nothing. Su Liang shot him a disapproving glance. Fine, if it must be so, Long Tianbiao exhaled in resignation, retrieving the chess piece and tossing it towards Qindompa's chessboard. The chessboard, crafted from mysterious iron, adhered firmly upon impact. Zhu Liang cast one last glance at Lin Yu before departing the government office alongside Qindompa. After ensuring Lin Yu and the others were well guarded, Jiang Ping led Ouyang Chun and the others, escorting Yin Chas into the front yard. Meanwhile, Long Tianbiao picked up the scattered remnants he had dropped earlier and secured them once more. Chapter 14. The thieves surround Datong Prefecture. Though the cunning Lu Xueqiao and the golden dart hero Lin Yu were captured by the constables of Kaifeng, they remained tight-lipped, impervious to threats or temptations, leaving Yin Chasen and his companions at their wits' end. The interrogation in the grand hall fell into a heavy silence. My lord, I possess a method to make Lin Yu speak, Long Tianbiao addressed Yin Chasen, but my approach is rather unsavory and cannot be presented in this hall. Biaozi, what vile idea do you have? Jiang Ping interjected eagerly. Indeed, share your thoughts promptly, Su Liang urged. Master, I meant we could force-feed him some foul concoction. Long Tianbiao whispered discreetly to Su Liang, feeling embarrassed in the presence of so many. Su Liang gasped in shock, although they were thieves. Such treatment seemed a betrayal of their chivalric code. What troubles you, Liangzi? Wei Zhen inquired with concern. Fourth uncle, I have a toothache, Su Liang stammered, feigning discomfort. What are you two whispering about? Speak up. Can't you see we are at a loss with Lin Yu? Jiang Ping exclaimed in frustration. Yin Chasen, seated at the head of the hall, looked at Long Tianbiao and said, General Su, Tianbiao, please do not hesitate. We are in dire straits and must resort to any effective means available. Your Excellency, the idea Biaozi proposed is indeed extreme. He suggested feeding Lin Yu a foul potion. Su Liang confessed reluctantly. Jiang Ping and Yin Chasen exchanged glances of disbelief, while Wei Zhen simply stared. Lin Yu, with disdain, retorted, If you two consider yourselves heroes, then just kill me. A man may be slain but not humiliated. Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's suggestion, Lin Yu's fury ignited. Bring it forth. Yin Chasen commanded. My lord. Jiang Ping attempted to protest, but Yin Chasen silenced him with a wave of his hand. Fourth brother, while this method may lack decorum, it is undeniably effective, sometimes. Unconventional tactics are warranted against such rogues, Yin Chasen stated, unconcerned with his reputation. Yin Chasen, as an imperial envoy, how can you stoop to such depths? Tarnishing the honor bestowed upon you by His Majesty? Lin Yu confronted him directly. Lin Yu, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Hosting a banquet for traitors like you, who conspire against the state, is a courtesy. Yin Chasen dismissed Lin Yu's scorn and ordered the officers to proceed. The moment two constables entered, pinching their noses while carrying a bucket of foul-smelling liquid, Lin Yu's psychological defenses crumbled. Bring forth the potion for General Lin, Yin Chasen instructed. Suppressing his revulsion. Wait. I'll talk. It's not a big deal. Lin Yu, on the verge of tears, divulged the treacherous collusion between Wang Huang and the Xixia, as well as the location of Yin Wang Zhai and its fortified gates, including the heroes he had previously suggested inviting. The revelation astonished everyone, eliciting gasps of disbelief. They had not anticipated that Yin Wang Zhai was fortified by 3 formidable gates, each a stronghold that could withstand countless foes, leaving them all in a state of distress. In the midst of their anxiety, news arrived that enemy forces were attacking Datong Prefecture. They ordered Lin Yu to be taken away and dispatched Jiang Ping and others to investigate. Arriving at the northern city gate, they climbed the walls to survey the situation, only to find Zhu Liang leading a band of thieves, shouting threats. Jiang Quozi, can you defend the city? Today, I shall lead my men to attack Datong. Zhu Liang bellowed, laughter echoing from behind him as his troops brandished their weapons. Just don't challenge me to a duel, and I have no fear of you. Jiang Ping, equally cunning, observed Zhu Liang's rabble, curious about his intentions. A constable rushed to Jiang Ping, reporting, Fourth Master. The Lord has ordered. Both the east and west gates are under attack. I've sent Wei Jin and Jihua to the east gate, while Ouyang and brother Lu head to the west. You must divide the constables and bolster defenses at the south gate. Are these brigands truly desperate enough to act recklessly? Jiang Ping pondered aloud. Liang, take the 7 young heroes here while I attend to the east and west gates, then check the south. Understood. Fourth uncle. Go swiftly. Su Liang replied, aware that he could not match Zhu Liang's skill. He instructed the soldiers atop the walls to prepare defensive measures. The group followed Jiang Ping to the west city gate, where they found Ouyang confronting his old rival, Lu Datong, who commanded 1,000 ruffians. Jiang Ping left behind 4 members of the Little Five Heroes, cautioning them against initiating an attack, before leading the remaining constables through the streets to the east gate. Upon reaching the east gate, they encountered another officer rallying 1,000 ruffians. With Wei Jun's superior martial prowess and Jihua's cunning, Jiang Ping felt secure enough to leave some constables to follow their instructions, then proceeded with Zhang Zhao, Long Tianbiao, and others to the south gate. The south gate, however, was eerily quiet, devoid of any sign of the enemy. Jiang Ping, pondering the situation, remarked, Brother Zhan, Biaozi, do you think Zhu Liang's antics are merely a diversion to encircle us? Unlikely, they lack siege equipment. Even if Zhu Liang can leap to the walls, the others can only watch from below. Zhan Zhao, seasoned and wise, replied. What? Zhu Liang can leap the walls? Long Tianbiao exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. He is a master of lightness skills. Even Qindompa, who appeared that day, could likely vault up as well, Zhan Zhao explained. Long Tianbiao furrowed his brow in thought. Questioning, Fourth uncle, do you think Zhu Liang's elaborate scheme harbors a deeper intent? Biaozi, we are on the same wavelength. Yet, I cannot fathom Zhu Liang's true design. Jiang Ping sighed heavily. What of Qindompa? He is skilled and allied with Zhu Liang. Why is he not here? Fourth uncle, with us defending the city, only a few remain to guard the Lord. If Zhu Liang's ploy is a feint, then Qindompa may be targeting the Lord and Lin Yu at the mansion. Long Tianbiao suddenly realized the grim possibility. Good heavens! Jiang Ping exclaimed, stamping his foot in dismay. What shall we do? Fourth uncle, do not panic. Send someone to the east and west gates to inform our masters and Ouyang to return. We must hasten back to the mansion, Long Tianbiao proposed. Agreed. Jiang Ping wholeheartedly supported Long Tianbiao's suggestion, instructing Zhan Zhao to maintain their position while dispatching 2 constables to relay the message to the east and west gates, before rushing back to the mansion with Long Tianbiao. Chapter 15. The bandits escaped from Datong. Long Tianbiao and Jiang Ping hurried back to the mansion, only to find it was too late. Shindonpa had already rescued Lin Yu in the mighty chariot, Xin Yuan, along with the grim figure, Jean Dali, who was now clutching the esteemed envoy, Yin Chasen, hunched over like a frightened chick. "Hey, Shindonpa, quickly put down my lord," Jiang Ping shouted, brandishing his Amei dagger at Shindonpa. "Hey, Jiang, you fool, with a mere trick, the old swordsman Zhu has left you all in a frenzy. This corrupt official is now in my grasp. Step back, or I shall tighten my grip and send him to the afterlife," Shindonpa retorted, placing a hand upon Yin Chasen's head. "Umadba, Shindonpa, how dare you?" came the voice of the northern hero, Ouyang Chun. "Blessings of the infinite celestial lord," echoed the voice of Wei Zhen. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's summons, the two rushed towards the mansion, arriving just in time to confront Shindonpa, effectively blocking his escape. "Do not approach, or I shall end his life," Shindonpa warned, feeling the tension rise. If it were merely Jiang Ping and Long Tianbiao, he might manage. But with Ouyang Chun and Wei Zhen now present, he needed to play his cards wisely. "Everyone, do not mind me. Capturing the thief is of utmost priority." Though held captive, Yin Chasen understood the precariousness of the situation. Ouyang Chun and Wei Zhen were formidable opponents, and he was a pawn in Shindonpa's game, rendering them hesitant to act. "Silence," Lin Yu scolded, pointing at him. "This corrupt official dares to endorse Long Tianbiao's foul scheme. Such disgrace. Shindonpa, Lin Yu, should you show disrespect to Lord Yin, I shall not spare you from my relentless assault," Ouyang Chun threatened, pointing at them. The two, intimidated by Ouyang Chun's words, urged Jiang Ping and the others to clear the path. "Shindonpa, if we leave the city, will you release my lord?" Jiang Ping queried. "Naturally. What do we want with this corrupt official?" Shindonpa replied dismissively. "Master, does the Lotus sect not have a rule that if a solemn promise is made, one must cut their finger and draw a cross on their forehead?" Long Tianbiao inquired of Wei Zhen. "You little thief, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shindonpa panicked, seizing Yin Chasen and making for an escape. Ouyang Chun and Wei Zhen hastily pursued, with Long Tianbiao following closely, while Jiang Ping trailed behind, gripping his Amei dagger tightly. Upon reaching the northern gate, they found Su Liang confronting Shindonpa. Su Liang longed to shoot the rascal dead, yet the presence of Yin Chasen constrained his actions. "Rascal, if you swear by the Lotus sect's oath not to harm the envoy, you may leave with your lives, but you must leave Lord Yin behind." Jiang Ping panted as he caught up. "Indeed, if you desire a kiss, step outside. Let me assure you, that is impossible," Ouyang Chun countered, his belly protruding as he spoke. Realizing he had no other option, Shindonpa marked a cross upon his forehead, promising to release Yin Chasen upon exiting the city. At last, they opened the city gates, allowing them to reunite with Zhu Liang and the others. Meanwhile, two other gates had bandits timing their arrival to join Zhu Liang. Shindonpa urged Lin Yu and the others to hasten back to their ranks, while he remained at the rear, vigilant against any ambush from the Kaifeng officials. "Old swordsman, where's Lu Junshi?" Lu Datong exclaimed upon noticing the absence of the agile Lu Xueqiao among those rescued. "Alas, we could not find him. He is likely in grave danger," Shindonpa replied, approaching Zhu Liang with Yin Chasen in tow. "Rascal, should you not now release Lord Yin?" Su Liang chastised Shindonpa. "We are not yet safe. Let him accompany us a while longer," Shindonpa insisted, clearly wavering on his promise. At that critical moment, a throng of soldiers emerged from the hillside, led by the formidable General Zhong Xiong, clad in a steel helmet and resplendent armor, astride his steed with a spear in hand, exuding an air of authority. Surrounding Zhu Liang and his companions, the soldiers readied their bows, poised to fire. The bandits from Yin Wangzhai had descended the mountain, only to be intercepted by Zhong Xiong's scouts, who had quickly mobilized to confront them. "All you scoundrels, lay down your weapons and surrender," Zhong Xiong commanded. "Who?" Zhu Liang and the others were momentarily taken aback. "Who dares?" Shindonpa clenched Yin Chasen tighter, demanding answers. "The imperial soldiers of Song are here. Surrender Lord Yin, and we shall spare your lives," Zhong Xiong bellowed, gesturing for his men to draw their arrows, aiming at Shindonpa and his companions. "Jiang Ping, do you still wish to keep this corrupt official? If not, speak now, or I shall end him before I perish." Shindonpa, recognizing Zhong Xiong's military prowess, urgently questioned Jiang Ping. "Balmonk, you are a disgrace to the Lotus sect. Your empty promises mean nothing. How can I trust you will release Lord Yin?" Jiang Ping pointed his dagger at Shindonpa. "Old monk, in light of our circumstances, our lives are at stake. Release the corrupt official, or these brutes will surely shoot." Zhu Liang cautioned, wary of the archers. As the saying goes, fear not the sword, but the arrow. For a volley of arrows could turn even the mightiest into a pincushion. Chen Dongpa, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, smiled and declared, Amit Ba. How could one of my stature ever speak falsely? I have sworn by the Lotus Sect's oath. I just with you all. Clear the way and allow us to return to the mountains, and I shall release him. I promise. General Zhong, kindly clear the path. Should they refuse to release Lord Yin, feel free to unleash your arrows. Jiangping urged Zhong Xiong to order his men aside. Prepared to act if Chen Dongpa reneged on his word. Open the path. Zhong Xiong commanded, and his soldiers parted. Yet their arrows remained aimed at Chen Dongpa and his group. Zhu Liang and Lu Datong hastily fled with Lin Yu and the others. Chen Dongpa gave Yin Chasen a gentle push. Here is your corrupt official. Stumbling, Yin Chasen nearly fell, but Su Liang and the others rushed to support him, allowing Chen Dongpa to make his escape. Seeing Yin Chasen pale and shaken, Jiang Ping assumed he was merely frightened and promptly instructed the captains to escort him back to the mansion. Meanwhile, he would catch up with Zhang Xiong to reminisce and organize the troops for support. Chapter 16. Inviting the divine physician to the hidden virtue villa. As the lanterns were lit, the group went to visit Yin Chasen, only to find that his condition had not improved. Wei Zhan hastily examined him and surmised that he had been poisoned. He promptly secured the doors and windows, and the group carefully stripped Yin Chasen of his garments to investigate, discovering a poisoned needle on his back. That Chen Dongpa is despicable. He took advantage of the moment when we pushed the official to covertly scheme against him. Truly unworthy of being called a son, Jiang Ping exclaimed through gritted teeth. Uncle, cursing him won't kill him. We must first find a way to heal the official, Su Liang advised. This is unfamiliar territory. Where can we find someone to treat the official? Jiang Ping sighed. Wei Zhan pondered for a moment, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and declared. In the vicinity of Datong Prefecture, there exists a hidden virtue villa, home to a reclusive master known as Su Yuanhe, nicknamed Golden Cicada. His miraculous healing abilities are renowned. If we invite him, he will surely be able to cure the official. Then let us not delay. We must hurry to invite him. Jiang Ping urged eagerly. Fourth uncle. While we may think to invite the old swordsman Su, Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa will also have that thought. You should decide who will go and who will stay behind, Long Tianbiao reminded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping exclaimed, Ah, Biaozi, my good lad. Had it not been for your reminder, I would have nearly made a grave mistake. Fourth uncle, you were too close to the matter. It is your concern for Yin that led you to overlook this detail, Long Tianbiao humbly replied. Jiang Ping ceased his remarks, contemplating briefly before addressing Wei Zhan and Ouyang Chun. Wei Zhan, you shall accompany us. Old brother, you will remain here to protect the official. Very well, fourth. You may go. I shall ensure the safety of our home, Ouyang Chun affirmed. Liangzi, you, your 5 brothers, and Biaozi shall accompany me and Wei Zhan. The rest must fulfill their duties without negligence, Jiang Ping instructed. As Yin Chasen lay gravely ill and unable to speak, Jiang Ping assumed responsibility. Although others wished to accompany them, they recognized the necessity of leaving someone behind, so they refrained from further discussion. Before departing, Wei Zhan prepared medicine for Yin Chasen, applying it with the hope of prolonging his life and ensuring he remained stable for the next couple of days. The group of 8 hastened towards the hidden virtue villa, riding sturdy steeds at a brisk pace, their conversation silenced by urgency. Wei Zhan had only heard of the hidden virtue villa but had never visited. Based on the information he gathered along the way, he inquired until they finally arrived at a village. In contrast to the bustling world outside, this village was a veritable paradise. The villagers appeared content, children frolicked freely, and smiles adorned their faces. Upon entering the village, the 8 riders found the villagers somewhat wary. Yet none fled, they merely observed from a distance. Uncertain if they had reached the hidden virtue villa, Wei Zhan approached a man standing nearer. Venerable one, greetings, Wei Zhan said, sweeping his feather duster as he bowed respectfully. The man quickly returned the gesture, asking, What brings you here, esteemed sir? Could you kindly inform me if this is the hidden virtue villa? Wei Zhan inquired gently. This is not it. You must travel another mile ahead to reach the hidden virtue villa, the man replied, pointing forward. May I inquire if there is a physician named Su, known as the Golden Cicada, residing there? Wei Zhan asked. Indeed. Not only is physician Su extraordinarily skilled, but he is also benevolent to the common folk. If you have money, he will accept it. If not, he will not press you. The man spoke of Su with admiration in his eyes. Thank you, good sir. Please lead us to the hidden virtue villa. Here are a few pieces of silver. Keep them to buy yourself a pair of shoes, Jiang Ping said. hastily offering the coins with a smile. With a sense of joy, Jiang Ping felt they were finally on the right track towards the villa, and the man, delighted by the reward, eagerly led the way. In no time, they arrived at a large courtyard under the man's guidance. "Gentlemen, this is it," he announced, pointing to the courtyard. After expressing their gratitude, they approached the entrance. Su Liang, feeling anxious, was about to knock on the door. "Yangzi, do not rush. Allow me to knock," Wei Jin interjected, understanding that they were in the presence of a reclusive master and wishing to maintain decorum. He gently pulled Su Liang back and stepped forward to the door. "Knock, knock, knock, knock." Wei Jun's rhythmic tapping on the brass ring produced a clear sound that resonated. "Who is it?" A youthful voice called from within, followed by the sound of footsteps. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a slender young boy with a top knot and bright eyes. "Whom does the venerable one seek?" The boy politely inquired, gazing up at Wei Jin. "Greetings, young one. I seek an audience with the old swordsman Su for urgent matters. Please relay my request," Wei Jin explained. "May I ask how to address you?" "So I can inform my master?" the boy asked courteously. "I am Wei Jin, the abbot of the Three Pure Ones Temple on Dueling Mountain," Wei Jin replied. "Please wait here. I shall inform him," the boy said with a bow before swiftly making his way to the back courtyard. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached, and an elderly man emerged from within. He stood about 8 feet tall, with a face reminiscent of an ancient moon, his silver beard cascading to his chest, exuding an air of effortless elegance. A ribbon was tied around his waist, and his bright eyes revealed him to be a martial arts master. "Venerable one, how have you been?" Wei Jin boldly spoke, recognizing the man as the very physician they sought, Su Yuanhe, and quickly offered his respects. "Ah, esteemed sir. You are too courteous. What brings you here? Come in. Your visit has truly brightened my humble abode," Su Yuanhe said warmly, taking Wei Jin's hand. "Old swordsman, I have a few friends with me. May I bring them inside?" Wei Jin gestured to Jiang Ping and the others behind him. "Ah, you need not be so formal. Your friends are my friends as well. Please, come in," Su Yuanhe insisted, leading Wei Jin by the hand and instructing the young boy, "Quickly, bring our guests inside and tend to their horses in the back." Following Su Yuanhe and Wei Jin into the inner room, the group found the surroundings modestly adorned, devoid of extravagance. An incense burner sat on the table, its aroma conducive to focus and clarity. As the young boy served tea, they took their seats. Once the tea was finished, Su Yuan had turned to Wei Jin with a smile and asked, "What brings you to my humble abode?" "Old swordsman, we are not here without reason," Wei Jin replied to Su Yuanhe. Chapter 17. A meeting of rivals. Wei Jin addressed Su Yuanhe with a respectful bow, saying, "Do not hold it against the old swordsman. We have come here without any ulterior motives." "Very well, I too wish to make the acquaintance of a few friends." Su Yuanhe responded with a smile. Wei Jin then pulled Jiang Ping forward and introduced him. "Su, old swordsman, allow me to present the fourth of the 5 heroes, Jiang Ping, who now serves as a 4th-grade sword-bearing guard before the emperor." "Oh, so it is the renowned Jiang Ping, the Flood River Rat. Your reputation precedes you, and I have long heard of your esteemed name," Su Yuanhe remarked cheerfully. "Thank you for your kind words, Su, old swordsman. I am truly humbled," Jiang Ping replied, offering a respectful gesture. Next, Wei Jin introduced Su Liang, saying, "This is my less than capable disciple, Su Liang, currently serving as a 3rd-grade sword-bearing guard before the emperor." Upon hearing Su Liang's name and seeing his distinctive white eyebrows, Su Yuanhe quickly recognized him as the White Eyebrow Hero. He hurried over to Su Liang, praising him. "Ah, the famed 3-handed general, the multi-armed bear from Shanxi, the White Eyebrow Hero. Su, old swordsman, the people of Shanxi pay their respects to you," Su Liang said, bowing deeply. "Please, Su Hero, there is no need for formalities. Let me take a closer look," Su Yuanhe replied warmly, examining Su Liang's hand closely several times before exclaiming, "I have long heard tales of your exploits, from your tumultuous debut at Wulonggang to your triumphs at Gaojiadian, where you obtained the golden silk great ring blade. You have made quite a name for yourself at the Fist Truth Pavilion, creating chaos at Tawagu and in Heishui Lake, staining the stones of Shimen County with blood, and battling fiercely against the dual gunner, Wu Wanfeng. It is indeed a great fortune to finally meet you in my humble abode." Su Yuanhe's effusive praise left Su Liang blushing, though his complexion, resembling purple lamb liver, concealed it well. Wei Jin continued to introduce several others to Su Yuanhe, though their names did not carry the same weight as Su Liang's, and Su Yuanhe merely expressed his admiration. "Old swordsman, let me be frank," Wei Jin stated. The Emperor has dispatched the esteemed Master Yin to rectify the situation in Datong Prefecture and eliminate the Yanwang village. But he has fallen victim to a treacherous plot devised by Chun Dongpa and has been poisoned. I have heard of your miraculous healing abilities, and we humbly seek your assistance. Alas, I fear my intentions may not suffice. Su Yuan sighed in response. Why do you say that? Su Yuan's words sent a wave of concern through Jiang Ping and the others. To be candid, my medical skills have been acquired through chance. I am not well versed in the poison used by Chan Dongpa and may not be able to save Master Yin, Su Yuan explained. The group felt a sense of relief, realizing that his humility stemmed from genuine concern for his capabilities. Old sir, how about this? Jiang Ping suggested with a smile. You accompany us to Datong Prefecture to assess Master Yin's condition. Should you be able to treat him, we would be grateful. If not, we shall seek other experts without imposing upon you. Agreed. Let us proceed thus, Su Yuan said, gesturing for his apprentice to bring forth his medical kit. He opened it, pointing to the contents. This is all I possess. Should these remedies fail to counteract the poison, I too would be powerless. Let us set off immediately. Wei Zhen urged eagerly. Very well, Su Yuan replied, instructing his apprentice to fetch his donkey for the journey to Datong Prefecture. Master, when will you return? The apprentice asked. Unable to mask his reluctance to part with his teacher. I shall be gone for no less than 2 or 3 days, and no more than 7 or 8. If anyone comes looking for me, kindly tell them to return after some time, Su Yuan instructed. Yes, master, the apprentice replied, departing to prepare the donkey. As they gathered in the courtyard, a loud knocking echoed from the door. Is Su Old Swordsman at home? Came the inquiry. Who goes there? The apprentice called out. We have come to pay our respects to Su Old Swordsman. The voice rang out without identifying itself. It is that old scoundrel Zhu Liang. Long Tianbiao. Familiar with Zhu Liang's voice from their many conversations, quickly discerned who it was. After a moment's thought, he turned to Su Yuan and said, Old Swordsman. Zhu Liang comes with ill intent. Those who mean well do not arrive unannounced. How shall we handle this? Recognizing the urgency, Su Yuan urged his companions, please, take refuge in the back courtyard for the time being. Allow me to deal with him first. Old Swordsman, both Zhu Liang and Qin Dongpa are formidable foes. If they become aggressive, be sure to summon us promptly, Long Tianbiao cautioned, not wishing for Su Yuan's benevolence to lead him into danger. Fear not, I shall manage. Su Yuan assured him with a smile, instructing the apprentice to escort the group to safety. Apprentice, keep a watchful eye. If they show disrespect, intentions escalate. Alert us immediately, Long Tianbiao reiterated, his concern evident. Understood, the apprentice nodded, committing the instruction to memory. After a brief wait in the back courtyard, the apprentice suddenly rushed back, stumbling and falling to the ground. Apprentice, what transpired? Long Tianbiao swiftly approached, helping him up and inquiring. A fight has broken out. The apprentice gasped, struggling to catch his breath. That scoundrel Zhu Liang shall not escape my blade, Su Liang declared, drawing his golden silk great ring blade and rushing toward the door. Fearful for his disciple's safety, Wei Zhen hurriedly followed suit. The others quickly fell in line, charging toward the front courtyard. When Long Tianbiao arrived, he found both parties locked in a standoff. Qin Dongpa, you disgrace of the Lotus Flower sect, deceitful and treacherous. You bring shame upon your sect. Su Liang shouted at Qin Dongpa. Ha! White Eyebrow, you forced me to swear an oath to release him. Yet you never specified that I could not resort to underhanded tactics. Qin Dongpa retorted, a cold smirk on his face. Vile monk, receive my blade, Su Liang declared, drawing his weapon and lunging at Qin Dongpa. Foul creature, your opponent is me. Zhu Liang's disciple, Lin brandished his sword at Su Liang. Zhu Liang and his companions were determined to confront Su Yuan, anxious that the Kaifeng Prefecture might summon him to heal Yin Zhaosan. Alongside Zhu Liang and the infamous Qin Dongpa, they were accompanied by the Golden Dart hero Lin Yu, the mighty man Che Xinyuan, and the Grim Reaper Jin Dali. Seeing Su Liang, Lin Yu drew his sword and advanced. Lin Yu, with skills as feeble as yours, you dare to challenge me? This is akin to inviting death. Long Tianbiao scoffed, drawing his saber to face Lin Yu. Having had his blade shattered by Zhu Liang, Long Tianbiao wielded a makeshift knife, ready for the confrontation. Impudent! You infuriate me. Zhu Liang, now engaged with Wei Zhen, seethed with rage at Long Tianbiao's words. Wishing to retaliate, but soon found himself pressed by Wei Zhen's swift strikes, tearing a sleeve from his garment. Noticing Lin Yu engaged with Long Tianbiao, Su Liang seized the moment to clash with Qin Dongpa. Armed with a massive chessboard and 32 pieces crafted from dark iron, Qin Dongpa's weapon was a formidable force. capable of magnetically holding the pieces in place, enhancing his menacing presence. Chapter 18. The thief returns defeated. Su Liang brandished his golden-ringed saber as he engaged in combat with Chen Dongpa. However, Chen Dongpa's chessboard was exceedingly heavy, and Su Liang dared not clash his weapon against it. Instead, he resorted to employing the 8 trigrams winning golden blade, initiating a war of attrition. Zhu Liang and Wei Zhen found themselves evenly matched, each a formidable opponent. One claimed to be the celestial sword, while the other was known as the crane in the clouds, both wielding their utmost skills. Su Yuanhe, having just battled Zhu Liang, was panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Upon witnessing Wei Zhen and his companions engage in combat, he could only sit aside to recuperate. Long Tianbiao wielded his broadsword, clashing with Lin Yu. The two had previously fought at Chashigang, where their exchanges had been neck and neck. Lin Yu had ultimately triumphed through the use of hidden weapons, but Su Liang had intervened to save Long Tianbiao. Now, as they met again, Lin Yu was eager to cleave Long Tianbiao in two. With a swift maneuver, Lin Yu turned his long sword and lunged towards Long Tianbiao's waist. Long Tianbiao pivoted, evading the strike. Lin Yu steadied his sword before attempting to cleave downwards at Long Tianbiao's waist. Long Tianbiao unleashed a technique called embracing the pipa, thrusting his broadsword forward. With a resounding thud, he struck Lin Yu's long sword, sending it flying, and then followed through with a slash aimed at Lin Yu's left arm. Lin Yu managed to retract his sword, raising it to block the incoming attack, but he struggled to maintain his footing, taking 2 steps back to stabilize himself. Seizing the opportunity, Long Tianbiao pressed the attack, executing a series of 3 strikes in quick succession. The first aimed at Lin Yu's neck. Just as Lin Yu regained his balance, he swiftly raised his sword in defense, only to be forced back 2 steps by the sheer force of Long Tianbiao's blow. The second strike targeted Lin Yu's chest, prompting him to retreat once more to evade. Long Tianbiao's third strike came down with ferocity, aimed directly at Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu raised both hands, positioning his sword above his head. With a crack, Long Tianbiao's broadsword collided with Lin Yu's weapon, sending tremors through Lin Yu's arms, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Parting the clouds to see the sun, Long Tianbiao understood the principle of striking when the enemy was vulnerable. He aimed his broadsword at Lin Yu's arms, forcing him to dodge, then thrust the blade toward Lin Yu's abdomen. Suddenly, a golden chess piece struck Long Tianbiao's broadsword, numbing his hands and nearly causing him to drop the weapon. Thankfully, he maintained his grip. Lin Yu seized this moment to hurl a golden dart at Long Tianbiao, then retreated to his own ranks. It was Chen Dongpa who had, witnessing Lin Yu's peril, pulled a piece from the chessboard and sent it flying toward Long Tianbiao. "Old monk, I didn't expect you to have time to throw darts." Su Liang, infuriated to see Chen Dongpa diverting his attention to his apprentice while engaged in battle with him, thrust his golden saber onto his back, and retrieved a handful of stone pellets from his pouch, hurling them at Chen Dongpa, shouting, "Pellets! Pellets!" Chen Dongpa's chessboard, forged from black iron, served primarily to absorb incoming projectiles, but Su Liang's stones proved too cumbersome to be absorbed, leaving Chen Dongpa to defend and evade repeatedly. As the wind howled, Zhu Liang observed the unfavorable situation for their side, and quickly drew his 5-metal staff, striking at Wei Zhen to force him back, then called out to the others, "Retreat!" Hearing Zhu Liang's command, the others, unable to gain the upper hand, complied and retreated. Su Liang wished to pursue, but Wei Zhen restrained him, stating that now was not the time to chase them down. Their priority was to rescue Lord Yan. Wiping the sweat from their brows, the group returned to Wei Zhen's side. "Old swordsman, I believe you can no longer remain at Hidden Virtue Manor. Come with us to Datong Prefecture. Once we eradicate the menace of Yan Wangzhai, you may return," Jiang Ping urged. "Then it must be so," Su Yuan sighed, lamenting how he had only wished for peace, yet found himself besieged first by the Kaifeng Prefecture and then by Yan Wangzhai. What have I done to deserve this? At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage arrived at the entrance, pulled by a white horse with a green mule at the yoke. An elderly man disembarked, slightly hunched, but with bright eyes that suggested he was no ordinary person, leaning on a 5-metal staff. "Brother, I have come to see you," he called before even entering the room. "Oh, brother, I nearly thought I would never see you again," Su Yuanhe exclaimed, filled with both joy and tears upon recognizing the man. "What is the matter? Are they plotting against my brother?" The old man, spotting Wei Zhen and Jiang Ping, who were armed and surrounding Su Yuanhe, mistook the scene for hostility and brandished his weapon, preparing to charge. "Brother, you misunderstand." Su Yuanhe quickly embraced him, explaining, It was Zhu Liang from Yanwang Zhai and Chun Dompa who nearly took my life. They saved me. Let me introduce you. Su Yuanhe led the old man to Wei Jin and the others, who then recognized him as the renowned master from the northern regions, Chixuzi Dingjin, who wielded a trident dagger. His greatest skill lay not in martial prowess but in medicine, and Su Yuanhe had learned much of his craft from him. The group saluted Dingjin, who returned the gesture out of respect for Su Yuanhe, though he harbored no desire to be entangled with the authorities. Conversely, Su Yuanhe thought differently. Dingjin's medical expertise far surpassed his own. If he were to go to the government office, would Lord Yan's affliction still be a concern? Not only Su Yuanhe, but Wei Jin and the others shared this sentiment, pleading earnestly with Dingjin. With no other choice, he agreed to accompany Su Yuanhe to Datong Prefecture, intending to confront Yan Wangzhai together. It must be said that Dingjin's medical skills were indeed remarkable. After assessing Lord Yan's injuries, he analyzed the poison's condition and determined the appropriate remedies, applying both internal and external treatments. As night fell, Yinzhasan convulsed, expelling a large quantity of green bile before collapsing, groaning. The sight elicited laughter from the onlookers. All is well now. The pain signifies that life has been reclaimed. Leaving a few to tend to Yinzhasan, the others prepared a feast to honor Dingjin and Su Yuanhe. Amidst the clinking of cups and shared toasts, everyone indulged a little too much. Chapter 19. Numerous masters from the northern regions at this moment, Han Tianjin, filled with curiosity about the three-pronged dagger axe, inquired, "Old sir, what manner of weapon is this? It appears so unique." He gazed intently at Dingjin's weapon. "Oh, this is the three-pronged dagger axe. It can be used for offense and can also ensnare an opponent's weapon. If the adversary is numerous, one can attach a chain to it and wield it, preventing enemies from approaching," Dingjin explained, sensing the warmth of the crowd from Kaifeng Prefecture, letting down his guard and speaking candidly. "Is it truly that formidable?" Han Tianjin asked, astonished. He was a straightforward man, unreserved in his speech. Dingjin noticed the skepticism in the young man's eyes. Being a master from the northern regions, he perceived a hint of disdain from these individuals hailing from Kaifeng. Dingjin, a man of robust demeanor and having partaken in considerable drink, impulsively decided to demonstrate the three-pronged dagger axe to Han Tianjin. "Old swordsman, there is no need to entertain him. The night is falling, and tomorrow is a more opportune time for practice," Jiang Ping advised, being prudent and aware that Dingjin was a guest at the mansion, and it would be inappropriate to display his skills for their entertainment. "Not at all. I must practice," Dingjin insisted, resolute in his decision. Seeing this, Long Tianbiao wondered what was unfolding. "Old sir, it is already dark, and given your efforts in tending to Lord Yan, you must be weary. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone until tomorrow," he suggested with a smile. Long Tianbiao vaguely recalled that during a previous demonstration, someone had snatched away the weapon, leading to a series of misunderstandings, prompting him to intervene swiftly. However, Dingjin was obstinate. Once he had made up his mind, no one could dissuade him, not even Su Yuanhe. Ultimately, the group had no choice but to clear a space in the backyard, lighting torches and forming a circle to witness Dingjin's demonstration of the three-pronged dagger axe. Meanwhile, Long Tianbiao seized the opportunity to quietly ascend to the rooftop. Before long, he spotted a figure darting onto the rooftop. Observing Dingjin's three-pronged dagger axe thrown aside, the figure reached out to grasp it. Long Tianbiao swiftly hurled a piece of cake at the intruder's wrist. The intruder, also a master, sensed the wind and retracted his right hand, turning to inquire, "Who goes there?" "Ah, old swordsman, since you have come to the mansion, why not descend and be a guest rather than lurking on the rooftop trying to seize another's weapon? Such behavior is hardly befitting of a gentleman," Long Tianbiao retorted, standing tall. "Oh, were you waiting for me here?" the intruder inquired, having been caught red-handed. "One could say that," Long Tianbiao elucidated. "Old swordsman Ding is a guest of Kaifeng Prefecture. Should someone pilfer his weapon here, it would be a disgrace to our esteemed establishment." As their conversation unfolded, the gathering crowd below overheard their exchange. "Which master has come to visit? Why not reveal yourself?" Ouyang Chun called out, clasping his hands in greeting toward the rooftop. The intruder, realizing he could gain no advantage, felt embarrassed to show himself and hastily retreated. "Master, halt!" Long Tianbiao urgently pursued the figure. Ouyang Chun and Su Liang, concerned for Long Tianbiao's safety, quickly conferred with Jiang Ping before following in the direction he had gone. Dingjin, noting the figure's intent toward his weapon, took up the three-pronged dagger axe and pursued, while Jiang Ping, feeling uneasy, dispatched by Yunqing, Han Tianjin, Lu Jin, and Ai Hu to investigate, leaving others to guard the mansion. As Long Tianbiao relentlessly pursued the figure, he found himself lagging further behind. The figure seemed to be deliberately luring him onward, slowing down occasionally to allow him to catch up. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Long Tianbiao realized he still had much to learn from these masters of the northern regions. Unwilling to yield, he began shedding the sandbag strapped to his body. At that moment, Ouyang Chun and Su Liang arrived in succession. "Biaozi, what did you see? Why are you in pursuit?" Ouyang Chun inquired. "Old swordsman, though this person intended to take Ding's weapon, I sense no malice in him. When I fail to keep pace, he merely slows down to wait for me," Long Tianbiao explained. Just then, Ding Jin caught up, followed closely by Ai Hu and the others. Could this be a ploy by the Yanwang Zhai to lure us away? Su Liang speculated. Not at all, Long Tianbiao countered. Yanwang Zhai is not in this direction. They would not go to such lengths to draw us in. I suspect this individual is akin to old swordsman Ding, a recluse from the northern regions, contemplating whether to assist us in Kaifeng. Then let us pursue and see. Ouyang Chun concurred, finding Long Tianbiao's reasoning sound. If this were indeed a master from the north, bringing him forth would undoubtedly benefit Kaifeng. The group continued their chase, following the shadowy figure, who seemed aware that, besides Long Tianbiao, several other masters were in pursuit, and thus quickened his pace. As time passed, the varying levels of skill among the pursuers became evident. By now, dawn was breaking. Ouyang Chun led the charge, with Su Liang closely following. Ouyang Chun glanced back at Su Liang, silently admiring his prowess. Indeed, the lad had grown strong enough to keep pace with him, perhaps holding back to spare his embarrassment. Trailing just behind were Dingjin and Long Tianbiao, almost neck and neck, with Long Tianbiao deliberately lagging a half-step behind. Dingjin realized that the Kaifeng Prefecture was brimming with talent. Ouyang Chun and Wei Jin were renowned figures, while Su Liang was celebrated as the white-browed hero in the martial world. To his astonishment, the young man before him, Su Liang's disciple, possessed skills comparable to his own. As for Ai Hu and the others, they lagged further behind, mere silhouettes in the distance. Chapter 20. The Taoist examination at Zhuhegong. The group, in pursuit of their objective, arrived at the foothills, before a Taoist temple that bore a striking resemblance to a palace. The plaque above the entrance displayed the three prominent characters of Zhuhegong. Ouyang Chun and Su Liang had arrived first, followed by Dingjin and Long Tianbiao, while Ai Hu and the others, exhausted and panting, lagged behind. "Uncle, what do you think we should do?" Su Liang inquired of Ouyang Chun. "What are your thoughts?" Ouyang Chun posed the question to the others. "We should charge in and discern his intentions," Ai Hu, known for his fiery temper, exclaimed, having nearly collapsed from fatigue, wishing to confront the individual with ferocity. "Calm down." Fifth uncle Long Tianbiao reassured Ai Hu, then said, "In my view, this person has lured us to Zhuhegong without malice. Perhaps we should approach them diplomatically." "What do you mean?" Su Liang pressed for clarification. "We should visit them courteously to ascertain their purpose," Long Tianbiao explained. Ouyang Chun nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "What you say is quite reasonable." Empowered by the group's unanimous consent, Long Tianbiao stepped forward to the entrance of Zhuhegong and rhythmically knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an elderly Taoist who regarded them with inquiry. "Who approaches? What brings you here?" Ai Hu, incensed, was ready to retort. "What brings us here? Was it not you who summoned us?" Fortunately, Su Liang restrained him, preventing an escalation. Long Tianbiao bowed respectfully to the elder and stated, "Respected Taoist, we are officials from Kaifeng Prefecture, drawn here by chance to Zhuhegong, which we find to be extraordinary. We humbly request your assistance in informing your superiors." "I see," the elder replied. "Please, wait a moment." He bowed and retreated into the temple. After a considerable time, impatience grew within the group until suddenly, harmonious music erupted from within. The main doors swung wide, revealing 2 rows of Taoists positioned on either side, each holding various musical instruments, creating a grand spectacle. From within emerged 2 figures. One, shorter with a scraggly beard, bore a resemblance to Jiang Ping. The other, tall and regal, was dressed formally, his visage striking with a rosy complexion, brows like painted arcs, eyes like bright stars, and a silver beard cascading down his chest, exuding an ethereal presence. "Blessings of the infinite heavenly sovereign," the elder with the rosy face exclaimed. Bowing deeply, "Heroes, welcome to Zhuhegong. I apologize for not greeting you sooner." "Ahmedba, respected immortal, I am honored. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Ouyang Chun asked, clasping his hands in respect. "Let us discuss such matters later. Please, come inside." The elder gestured for them to enter. Ouyang Chun and the others, filled with curiosity, followed him into Zhuogang. To their astonishment, a pathway of white marble led to a martial arts hall, flanked by Taoists standing at attention, armed with swords and spears, creating an imposing display. Seeing this, Ouyang Chun and Su Liang stood resolute, undeterred as they passed through the gauntlet of weapons. Before them lay 8 stones, and as they pondered their significance, the elder resembling Jiang Ping muttered, "Alas, the inhabitants of this temple are lazy, leaving stones in the path. Watch me crush them." With that, he leaped onto the first stone, exerting his weight and shattering it into pieces. With each subsequent leap, he crushed the remaining stones effortlessly. The surrounding Taoists sprang into action, clearing the debris and replacing the stones, all while casting expectant glances at Ouyang Chun and Su Liang. Indeed, they wish to test us, Ouyang Chun thought, feeling the pressure of maintaining their dignity. He resolved not to falter and, with a swift motion, he too leapt onto the stones, shattering them with ease. The onlookers applauded, impressed by Ouyang Chun's prowess, recognizing him as the esteemed protector of Song, with illustrious lineage from the Shaolin monks. Encouraged by his performance, Dingzhen followed suit, and then Su Liang, each determined to outdo the last. Su Liang, known for his fiery spirit, aimed to break the stones into even smaller fragments, earning admiration from the observing elders. When it came time for Long Tianbiao, he ascended the stones with confidence, channeling his energy into his legs, and with a powerful shout, he shattered all 8 stones, leaving the elders astonished. Who was this young man? They wondered, recognizing that aside from Su Liang, no one in Kaifeng possessed such formidable skills. Aware of their limitations, Ai Hu and the others refrained from attempting the feat, exchanging knowing glances and laughter, understanding the unspoken camaraderie among them. Amitba, esteemed elders, we have passed your trial and now stand before you. May we learn your names? Ouyang Chun inquired with respect. Do not rush, replied the elder resembling Jiang Ping. I have long heard of the northern master, Qi Shuzi Dingzhen, known for his exceptional martial arts and humble demeanor. I did not anticipate your collaboration with the officials of Kaifeng. I have heard tales of your formidable 3-pointed dagger and wish to experience your skills firsthand. Su Liang's temper flared at the elders' words, as they had lured them to Zhuogang, subjected them to a gauntlet of weapons, and now remained evasive about their identities. If not for Ouyang Chun and Long Tianbiao's speculation that they were allies, he might have drawn his blade in frustration. Given the pressing matters at hand in Kaifeng, with Lord Yin recently recovering and numerous tasks awaiting attention, who had the time for this idle play? Hearing the elders' challenge, Su Liang's anger boiled over. Esteemed elders, if you are friends of Kaifeng, we would gladly invite you to our residence. However, if you are foes, we shall engage openly and decisively. You refuse to reveal your intentions, yet you challenge Master Ding. I, Su Liang, am eager to measure my skills against yours, he declared, rising to his feet. Long Tianbiao, witnessing the tension, swiftly interjected, Master, do not be hasty. If this elder wishes to spar, allow me to accompany him and indulge in his desires. Beware. They may not be allies, Su Liang cautioned. Do not worry, Master. I shall be cautious, Long Tianbiao assured, turning to the elder with a smile. Since you are eager, I shall gladly engage you in a friendly contest. Chapter 21. The Contest of Long Tianbiao. Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's words, the old man was enraged, his temper flaring. Youngster, the ones I seek to challenge are the likes of Qi Shuzi Dingzhen, the northern hero Ouyang Chun, or at the very least, the White Eyebrow Su Liang. Who are you to warrant my attention? Ah, dear elder, fear not. I am Long Tianbiao, disciple of the esteemed White Eyebrow Hero Su Liang. I humbly believe I have grasped some of my master's true teachings and have come to seek your validation. Long Tianbiao replied with a hearty laugh. Huh, child. I have practiced martial arts longer than you have lived. Engaging with you would lead others to claim I am bullying the young, the old man scoffed. Dear elder, the essence of martial arts lies not in age, but in the mastery of skill. One may live a century yet possess no artistry. Conversely, true skill only diminishes with age, Long Tianbiao retorted boldly. Very well, young one, let me teach you a lesson, the old man declared, preparing to strike. Long Tianbiao raised his hand, suggesting, instead, how about we wager on our contest? What do you mean? The old man paused to inquire. If you prevail against me, I shall acknowledge you as my ancestor and accompany you to the Kaifeng Prefecture to assist. However, if I happen to win, Long Tianbiao was interrupted abruptly. If you win, you shall indeed be my ancestor. The old man was furious and stepped forward, his right palm aimed directly at Long Tianbiao's face. That is unnecessary. Let us simply refer to each other as brothers, Long Tianbiao responded calmly, then executed a technique to deflect the old man's strike upwards. Infuriated by Long Tianbiao's words, the old man swiftly withdrew his right hand and launched an attack from the left, aiming for Long Tianbiao's chest. In a moment of urgency, Long Tianbiao employed the energy techniques passed down by Su Liang, allowing his chest to momentarily sink inward, evading the old man's blow. He then unleashed a dual strike from the lotus palm technique, targeting the old man's shoulders. The old man, however, was not so easily struck. He retreated, raising both hands to counter Long Tianbiao's assault. With a resounding clash, their palms met, echoing through the heavens. The old man stood firm, while Long Tianbiao was forced to step back, feeling a surge of pressure in his chest. Youngster, your skills are indeed superior to those of your peers. Yet you are still far from my level. It would be wise for you to concede, the old man, slightly impressed by Long Tianbiao's prowess, advised. Elder. If one recognizes they cannot triumph, there would be no need for conflict. We could simply share our capabilities in good faith, sparing us from such disputes, Long Tianbiao chuckled. Good lad. Long Tianbiao's words nearly infuriated the old man to the point of apoplexy. He had kindly offered the youth a chance to concede, but was instead met with insolence. It was clear he needed to teach Long Tianbiao a proper lesson. With that thought, the old man intensified his attacks, his movements becoming quicker and more aggressive, leaving Long Tianbiao struggling to keep up. Sweat began to bead on his brow as he felt the palms closing in from all directions. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Long Tianbiao resolved to ground himself. Drawing in his breath, and slowly raised his arms. As he sensed a palm strike approaching from the left, he retreated a half step with his left foot, creating a circular motion with his hands to envelop the old man's arm, then pulled back, utilizing the momentum to redirect the old man's force. Caught off guard by Long Tianbiao's unexpected maneuver, the old man found himself being pulled forward, while Long Tianbiao swiftly countered, slapping the old man's chest with a decisive clap. Though his strike lacked immense power, it was indeed a hit, drawing the attention of Ouyang Chun and Su Liang, who were both astonished by the young man's unexpected skill. What martial art is this? The old man inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. From the boundless emerges the ultimate, from the ultimate arises duality. From duality springs forth the four symbols, and from the four symbols, the 8 trigrams give rise to all things. This technique is called Tai Chi, Long Tianbiao declared, embracing stillness as he awaited the old man's next move. In that moment, as the old man pressed his attack, Long Tianbiao remembered the Tai Chi he had studied in a past life. Though initially a mere form, he had since contemplated its principles, merging them with his current martial arts. In this critical moment, he successfully employed Tai Chi to catch the old man unawares. Tai Chi. The old man pondered briefly. He had never encountered this technique before, yet its remarkable power suggested it was the creation of a remarkable master. Dear elder, shall we call it a day? Long Tianbiao suggested. Not so easily. The old man's voice rose in indignation. You strike me, and then wish to withdraw? How would that appear to others? I cannot show my face again. With that, he launched another assault on Long Tianbiao. Having been momentarily caught off guard by Long Tianbiao's sudden technique, the old man now approached with utmost caution, shifting his strategy to a balance of offense and defense. Long Tianbiao, realizing that his Tai Chi had only caught the old man off guard due to its surprise factor, found himself at a disadvantage as the elder remained vigilant. The old man struck towards Long Tianbiao's face and chest, and Long Tianbiao, grounding himself with steady posture, crossed his palms to intercept the old man's left hand strike while stepping back half a pace, rotating his hands to counter the old man's right. Fortunately, the old man's strikes were tempered, and while the impact left his wrist slightly numb, it was nothing severe. He quickly retaliated with a sweeping kick to force Long Tianbiao back. Long Tianbiao, retreating with alternating steps, waved his hands, seeking to find the flow of Tai Chi's circular motion. Now, the old man lunged forward, both palms aimed at Long Tianbiao's chest. Realizing he could not simultaneously divert both of the old man's hands, Long Tianbiao steadied himself, preparing to meet the dual assault. However, just as the old man's palms made contact with Long Tianbiao's, they slipped past like an eel, targeting his abdomen. Recognizing the trap, Long Tianbiao steeled himself, bracing for the impact. Senior, please show restraint. Ouyang Chun and Su Liang shouted in unison. The old man had already developed an affection for the young talent, and at that moment, he moderated his strength, delivering a strike just firm enough to convey his intent without causing harm. Thank you, elder, for your mercy. Long Tianbiao expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The old man merely nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his expression as he returned to sit beside the red-clad elder without further remark. Chapter 22. The three brothers of the Ji family. Although the elder triumphed over Long Tianbiao, the red-faced Taoist felt an embarrassment akin to being scorched by fire. Long Tianbiao was merely an unknown figure, and aside from Dingjun, Ouyang Chun, and Su Liang, the elder had no acquaintance with the others from the Kaifeng Prefecture. There was little cause for celebration in defeating a nameless opponent. It seemed that the Kaifeng Prefecture was teeming with talented individuals. As even the disciple of the renowned White-Browed Hero was so formidable, the red-faced Taoist rose, removed his outer robe, and shook his shoulders, addressing the assembly. Gentlemen, who among you would dare to engage in a spar with me? Noticing the situation, Su Liang realized it was his turn. Ding Zhun was a guest and ought not to be involved, while Ouyang Chun, being an elder, could step in if he failed. Thus, he stood, adjusted his attire, and smiled. Since the elder is eager, allow a man from Shanxi to accompany you in a friendly match. Excellent. Your disciple has challenged my younger brother. And now you challenge me. It seems these old bones of mine are truly of no use, the elder quipped, self-deprecatingly. Dear elder, I implore you to show mercy. Su Liang replied, noting that the elder had previously shown restraint against Long Tianbiao, likely to gauge their strength rather than as a foe. Please, Master Su, enlighten me. The elder gestured respectfully. He then assumed a posture resembling a great bird preparing to soar, while Su Liang adopted the stance of a young monk in prayer. Their display captivated the audience, who could not help but admire the elegance and power of their movements. After a brief pause, the red-faced Taoist impatiently inquired, Su Liang, why do you not initiate the attack? Dear elder, we from Shanxi have a custom. We allow our opponent to make the first move. Su Liang smiled. Blessed be the infinite celestial. The red-faced Taoist was taken aback by Su Liang's adherence to such etiquette. Resolving to take the initiative, he declared, forgive me, and unleashed a swift double-handed strike towards Su Liang's ears. As the elder's palms approached, Su Liang retreated, deftly slipping through the gap created by the elder's attack. The red-faced Taoist retracted his hands and aimed for Su Liang's chest. Su Liang, pulling back his chest and arching his back, narrowly evaded the assault, then retaliated with a technique from the lotus palm, striking towards the elder's shoulders. Seeing Su Liang's hands fluttering towards him, the elder could not afford to be careless. He met Su Liang's palms with his own, producing a resounding clash that echoed through the ears of the onlookers. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of over 100 strikes, neither gaining the upper hand, truly a contest of equals. The red-faced Taoist realized this was unacceptable. It was disgraceful for his brother to merely match Su Liang, and he feared the implications of being labeled as inept. Growing anxious, he observed Su Liang's palms approaching again. Steeling himself, the elder firmly planted his stance and pushed forward, signaling a contest of internal strength. Recognizing the elder's intent, Su Liang matched his stance and prepared to clash. Their palms met with a jarring thud, producing a sharp, resonant sound. The elder, gathering all his energy, pushed forward with all his might, attempting to send Su Liang flying. Yet Su Liang merely shrugged it off, refusing to budge. As both wrestled fiercely to overpower one another, their footwork began to falter, leading to a comical predicament where their shoes sustained damage and stones beneath their feet crumbled under the pressure. Oh no, if they continue like this, they may both perish. Ouyang Chun exclaimed, rising to intervene. Elder Luo Han, please separate them. The elder resembling Jiang Ping urged urgently. Ba, it is my duty, Ouyang Chun declared as he prepared to intervene. Just then, an elderly figure leaped down from the ceiling, moving with the agility of a monkey. With a swift motion, he reached the two combatants and exclaimed, release each other at once. Employing a deft maneuver, he successfully pried them apart. Both the red-faced Taoist and Su Liang stumbled backward, landing on the ground. Blessed be the infinite celestial. Who are you? They exclaimed, gazing up at the figure. The elder was bald, yet not a monk, with a tuft of silver hair at the back of his head. Despite his patched clothing, he appeared clean and dignified, his eyes sparkling with an otherworldly brilliance. Though Su Liang was unfamiliar with this individual, the older members of the assembly recognized him, their demeanor shifting from prideful to submissive. Long Tianbiao found amusement in the transformation of the two brothers, who had been so bold now appearing as meek as kittens. Brother, you have returned. The red-faced Taoist greeted, lowering his head in deference. How dare you? What did I instruct you both before I departed? Why engage in contest with the heroes of Kaifeng Prefecture? The elder admonished the two seated figures. Brother, it is not our fault. The red-faced Taoist attempted to defend himself. Whose fault is it then? Su Liang's? The Kaifeng Prefectures? The elder retorted, his eyes widening with fury. If it were not for the third brother's reckless intrusion into Kaifeng, would any of this have transpired? To bring people to the Ji family palace without properly hosting them, and instead testing their martial prowess, how can you absolve yourselves of blame? It became clear that the elder had returned to observe the antics of his brothers, only to intervene when their contest reached a critical juncture. I might as well strike you both dead. The elder threatened, raising his hand in anger as the red-faced Taoist and the elder resembling Jiang Ping sat in silence. Heads bowed. Elder, please, calm your temper, Su Liang implored as he grasped the elder's left arm, while Ouyang Chun hurriedly took hold of his right to prevent any rash action. Let me strike them down. The elder huffed, his anger palpable. Please, esteemed elder, exercise restraint. Long Tianbiao gently patted the elder's chest to soothe him, saying, the two esteemed swordsmen merely wish to befriend us, albeit with an overly vigorous approach. Let us not hold it against them. Indeed, let us temper our response. Ouyang Chun and Su Liang chimed in unison, seeking to pacify the situation. Since you all insist, I shall spare them this time. You two, quickly tidy up this place and arrange a banquet to make amends. The elder commanded, his voice firm. The two brothers, relieved from their predicament, hurriedly rose to fulfill the elder's directive. Chapter 23. The three heroes of the Ji family arrive at the mansion. The elderly gentleman, with a humble bow, addressed the assembly. I beg your pardon for my appearance. Ouyang Chun, returning the gesture, inquired, may I ask your esteemed name? I am Ji Huaqing, the overseer of the Nine Harmony Palace, affectionately nicknamed Soaring Wings. The elder introduced himself. These two gentlemen are my brothers. My second brother, Ji Huawen, is known as the Flying Lotus of Red Clouds for his encounters with General Su San. My third brother, Ji Qian, styled Yong Tai, is called the Divine Hand of the Night for his duels with the valiant Dragon Knight. Ji Huaqing elaborated. The trio had enjoyed decades of renown. Yet the younger generation remained largely unaware of their legacy, with only Ding Zhun and Ouyang Chun experiencing a moment of realization. So, it is indeed the three esteemed elders. Ouyang Chun exclaimed with a bow of respect. Such formalities are unnecessary, my friend. In the world of martial arts, we are all brothers, and we should regard one another as equals. How else shall we interact in the future? Ji Huaqing replied, supporting Ouyang Chun in this sentiment. After exchanging pleasantries, they seated themselves at the newly arranged table. The rosy-faced elder, Ji Huawen, recounted the events that had transpired. The three of us are deeply concerned for the welfare of the people. Witnessing the rampant banditry in Datong, we were utterly disillusioned with the previous government. Only after Yin Chasen and his men arrived did the situation begin to improve. Everyone recognized Yin Chasen and his comrades as virtuous officials, determined to confront the forces of Yin Wangzhai. However, presenting themselves without strategy would undermine their prowess. Ji Huaqing, sensing the imminent critical juncture in their campaign against the bandits, hastened to visit friends, intending to return with his brothers to the Kaifeng mansion. Meanwhile, Ji Huawen and Ji Qian could no longer remain idle. Ji Huawen stayed to oversee the Nine Harmony Palace, while Ji Qian ventured to the Kaifeng mansion to gather intelligence. Upon reaching the Kaifeng mansion, Ji Qian initially planned to steal Ding Zhun's weapon and lure them into pursuit. However, he was unexpectedly thwarted by Long Tianbiao, who discerned his intentions. Nevertheless, the entire assembly was eventually drawn to the Nine Harmony Palace, leading to subsequent misunderstandings. Realizing the childlike folly of their actions, the Kaifeng officials chuckled. And after clearing the air, Ouyang Chun and Su Liang sincerely invited the three brothers to join their cause. Indeed, we must accept your invitation. Ouyang the elder and General Su, Ji Qian eagerly proclaimed. Ji Huaqing, stroking his beard, affirmed, indeed, we had long intended to assist. But suitable opportunities had eluded us thus far. Shall we return together? Ouyang Chun inquired with a smile. The elder swordsman and company may proceed ahead. We must attend to matters at the palace and shall arrive at the mansion within 3 days, Ji Huaqing insisted, emphasizing the necessity of proper arrangements before their involvement in the fray. Very well, I shall await your arrival at the mansion, Ouyang Chun replied, acknowledging their need for preparation before taking his leave with Ding Zhun and Su Liang. Master, we shall take our leave now, Long Tianbiao called back with a playful grin as he reached the entrance. With that, the group returned to the Kaifeng mansion, sharing tales of the Nine Harmony Palace, much to the amusement and delight of all present. Ouyang Chun inquired about Yin Chasen's health, and Jiang Ping joyfully reported. Thanks to the exceptional medical skills of Lord Ding and Lord Su, He is now able to walk and enjoyed a hearty meal at noon. The news filled everyone with joy. 3 days later, as discussions unfolded on strategies against the bandits of Yanwangzhai, a messenger arrived with news of 3 visitors at the gate. Ouyang Chun promptly led the group outside, where they were greeted by none other than the Ji brothers. He ushered them into the mansion and introduced them to Jiang Ping and the others. Esteemed Jiang Sai, we have come to raise morale and lend our voices. But the likes of Flying Sword Immortal Zhu Liang and the formidable Chandongpa are no trifles, Ji Huacheng cautioned. Zhu Liang, renowned as the Flying Sword Immortal, commands a fleet of swords that none can withstand. As for Chandongpa, his weapons, the Xian iron chessboard and his 32 golden pieces, are formidable against any foe. We must seek further assistance. Indeed, we should rally our allies, Jiang Ping concurred, nodding in agreement with Ji Huacheng's assessment. At that moment, another messenger entered, announcing, a representative from Yanwang Zhai has come to issue a challenge, specifically requesting to meet General Su. Su Liang, intrigued, asked, who is this individual? The messenger replied, he claims to be the big-headed ghost, Fang Shuan. Upon hearing the name, Su Liang exclaimed, my godson has arrived, and quickly instructed the messenger to bring him in. Long Tianbiao, recognizing Fang Shuan's name, anticipated the arrival of the cleverest among their adversaries, and fixed his gaze on the entrance, awaiting Fang Shuan's appearance. Moments later, the messenger returned, leading Fang Shuan into the hall. The gathering struggled to suppress their laughter upon seeing him. Though Long Tianbiao had braced himself, he was still taken aback by Fang Shuan's peculiar appearance. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, with a neck reminiscent of a rolling pin, a head resembling a gourd, a round face, bulging eyes, and a mouth akin to that of a frog, his nose was absent, leaving only 2 dark holes. He wore a small hat tied with a string, carried a short blade over his shoulder, donned a flowing robe, and had a belt cinched at his waist, adorned with a treasure pouch. Upon entering the hall, Fang Shuan's beady eyes scanned the room, and upon spotting Su Liang, he quickly adjusted his attire and knelt before him. Father, I bow before you. I regret that I cannot serve you day and night, and for this, I deserve the utmost punishment. I wish you a fortune as vast as the eastern sea and a lifespan exceeding that of the southern mountains. Long live you. Long live you. The assembly erupted in laughter at Fang Shuan's exaggerated declarations, amused by his choice of words. Su Liang waved his hand, urging him to rise, and asked, enough with the pleasantries. What brings you here? Fang Shuan replied earnestly, I have come at the behest of Huang Luan to deliver a challenge, with all the details contained within this letter. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of cowhide parchment from his clothing and presented it to Su Liang. Noticing the wax seal intact, Su Liang promptly handed it to Jiang Ping. Although Jiang Ping held a lower official rank than Su Liang, he was the operational commander, and all present were obliged to follow his directives. Chapter 24. Fang Shuan opened the wax seal and withdrew the letter, reading its contents, his anger causing his unkempt beard to bristle. Su Liang took the letter to examine it. The gist of the message was that the king of Hell Village, unwilling to see the common folk perish in the conflict, planned to establish a challenge arena on the first day of September, inviting the people of Kaifeng to compete and determine the outcome through 10 rounds. If the king of Hell Village lost, all its inhabitants would be at the mercy of Kaifeng. If Kaifeng lost, they would withdraw from the Datong jurisdiction, leaving it under the governance of the king of Hell Village. Should the people of Kaifeng prove cowardly, the letter would be considered null and void. The letter was signed by Tianbiao Wang Huangluan, the Flying Sword Immortal Zhu Liang, and the 3 generations of Chen Chuan and Chen Dongpa, complete with their seals. Upon finishing the letter, Su Liang felt a sense of clarity. Fang Shuan, I hear you are the son of Liangzi? Jiangping inquired of Fang Shuan. Indeed, grandfather C. Fang Shuan replied earnestly. He is my father, not merely my adoptive parent. This declaration elicited hearty laughter from the group. AI who chuckled and asked, Fang Shuan, how old are you? 49, Fang Shuan answered. Do you know how old my third brother is? 28. How could a 49-year-old be the son of someone 28? I am indeed his son. Enough of the jesting. Su Liang interjected. Fang Shuan, whose idea was it to divide the 10 rounds? Su Liang asked. Fang Shuan adjusted the small hat atop his head and replied solemnly, who else but Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa? They have been scheming against you since rescuing Lin Yu. Speaking of matters while excluding others, I, with my audacity, managed to overhear snippets of their discussions about having those extraordinary individuals guard the 10 rounds. As for the specifics, I could not ascertain. However, the number of such individuals in the King of Hell Village has surged recently. Who are they? Su Liang inquired with keen interest. The most formidable ones should be the three masters from the Sanjiao Hall, the Grand Master Fan Zhang, the second Master Tai Zhang, and the third Master Chen Song, all of whom are martial arts elites. The second group comprises my sworn brothers, the great leader of Ba Bao Diao Yunfeng, the half-red bee King Dian, and the lightning hero Wu Yugui, accompanied by the 8 bravest and 13 fierce ones. There are also the monks from Wefo Temple, the individuals from Lianhua Mountain, and so on. Fang Shuan recounted everything he knew. Su Liang, feeling informed, turned to Fang Shuan and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Fang Shuan responded truthfully. "Biaozi, take your junior brother down for a meal," Su Liang instructed Long Tianbiao. "Yes, master." Long Tianbiao replied with a bow before approaching Fang Shuan. "Junior brother, follow me. I will take you to eat." "Wait, I am much older than you." "I should be the senior brother," Fang Shuan objected. "You are mistaken. Fang Shuan, remember that when I became your disciple, you had yet to weave tales about your father being my adoptive parent." Long Tianbiao laughed. "Senior brother, please refrain from bringing up such matters," Fang Shuan said. Sensing he was being teased, he quickly pulled Long Tianbiao away, fearing that Su Liang might recall the incident and impose some form of punishment. "Biaozi, you truly are something else," Su Liang exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he hurled his teacup at Long Tianbiao. Long Tianbiao, seeing the action, steadied himself and crossed his arms, then swiftly reached for the teacup. Upon contact, he felt the force and retracted his hand, deftly dissipating the momentum. "Master, you are too harsh. A teacup is not worth throwing away," Long Tianbiao remarked, placing the cup aside and hastily exiting, anxious to avoid Su Liang's wrath. Jiang Ping, witnessing Long Tianbiao's display, was taken aback. "Biaozi has quite the skill. How come I have never seen you employ such abilities, Liangzi?" "That little rascal has been practicing on his own," Su Liang replied, though a sense of pride swelled within him. "He truly earns his keep as a disciple of a Shanxi native." The 3 members of the Ji family could not help but admire the skills displayed by Long Tianbiao, marveling at the potential of youth. Meanwhile, as Fang Shuan followed Long Tianbiao out of the reception room, he wiped the sweat from his brow. "You certainly possess courage and skill. I must commend you." "Indeed. I am the little hero Long Tianbiao. Who do you think should be the senior brother between us?" Long Tianbiao asked with a smile. "It should naturally be you," Fang Shuan replied with a chuckle. He did not dare to jest with Su Liang, while Long Tianbiao, possessing both the courage and capability, rightfully deserved the title of senior brother. "Very well. I see you are sharp and eloquent, loyal to our master, but your martial arts leave much to be desired. Do not fret. There will be benefits in the future that will not exclude you," Long Tianbiao assured him, patting Fang Shuan on the shoulder. "I shall rely on my senior brother's guidance, but I am on the verge of starvation. May we please eat first?" Fang Shuan pleaded, patting his growling stomach. "Certainly. A person is iron, and food is steel. One cannot function without a meal. I will have the kitchen prepare some hearty dishes for you," Long Tianbiao instructed. "Fang Shuan, do you think master will accept the challenge from the king of Hell Village?" Long Tianbiao asked, observing Fang Shuan devouring his meal. Fang Shuan, noticing Long Tianbiao's calm demeanor, replied, "Senior brother, are you testing me? I am no mind reader. How could I possibly know? Though your intentions are sincere, we cannot allow the king of Hell Village, this malignant tumor, to harm the common folk. On a personal note, master cannot be cowed into losing face. Thus, he will undoubtedly accept the challenge," Long Tianbiao reasoned, fully understanding Su Liang's tenacity and unwillingness to allow such threats to persist. With a sigh, Fang Shuan dug into the roast chicken before him. Chapter 25, Jiang Ping's reassurance of Fang Shuan. Fang Shuan, having satisfied his hunger, engaged in light conversation with Long Tianbiao over tea. Just then, a young officer appeared before them, conveying General Su's invitation. "Let us go," Long Tianbiao exclaimed, hastily rising and guiding Fang Shuan toward the reception hall. "Shuan, have you eaten well?" Su Liang greeted Fang Shuan with a smile. "I am quite full." "What instructions does father have?" Fang Shuan replied, patting his belly. "Here is my reply for them. Inform Huang Luan that we shall arrive at Yanwang, Zhai punctually on the 1st of September, Su Liang instructed. "Understood, father," Fang Shuan said, accepting the letter and tucking it into his bosom. Suddenly, Jiang Ping interjected, "Fang Shuan, I have heard from Liangzi that you wish to reform your ways?" "Oh dear. Fourth uncle, I dream of shedding this layer of thievery, but having played the rogue for so long, the very essence of thievery seeps from my pores. Thus, I constantly think of achieving great deeds to rid myself of this skin," Fang Shuan earnestly declared, pledging his loyalty. "Excellent. If you truly seek to turn over a new leaf, the Kaifeng Prefecture will welcome you. Jiangping proclaimed. If there is any urgent news from Yan Wangjai, relay it to us immediately. Understood? Fang Shuan pounded his chest, assuring, rest assured, fourth uncle, I will notify you at the first sign of trouble. Good. Let Biaozi take you to the treasury and distribute 50 taels of silver on my orders. Jiangping understood that one must provide for a horse if one wishes it to run, and thus instructed Long Tianbiao to grant Fang Shuan the funds. Thank you. Fourth uncle, Fang Shuan exclaimed, quickly kneeling to bow in gratitude. His comical display elicited hearty laughter from the others, yet he bore no trace of displeasure. As Long Tianbiao escorted Fang Shuan to the treasury, he placed an arm around his shoulder, saying, Junior brother, you must hurry to the Kaifeng Prefecture. What is it? Senior brother? Do you long for me to join your ranks? Fang Shuan was taken aback by his newly acquainted senior's eagerness for him to return to the right path. Marveling at the sanctity of the Kaifeng Prefecture, Long Tianbiao, noticing the gleam in Fang Shuan's eyes, thought to himself, you are overthinking it. What I meant was that with your arrival, the Kaifeng Prefecture would not only have me as a descendant. Thud. Fang Shuan nearly stumbled from Long Tianbiao's words. Wondering if such matters were truly fit for a righteous and astute officer of the Kaifeng Prefecture. Biaozi, are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Liang bellowed, startling Long Tianbiao into pulling Fang Shuan forward. Su Liang's face flushed with embarrassment. He was irked by Long Tianbiao's brazen behavior. But his naturally dark complexion concealed any hint of redness. Once Fang Shuan had departed, Long Tianbiao obediently seated himself behind Su Liang, maintaining a proper demeanor, eyes focused ahead. Su Liang cast a stern glance at him but said nothing further. Ahem, everyone, Jiangping cleared his throat, then stated. We have a month and a half until the 1st of September. We must quickly seek assistance. Let us discuss whom we should invite. Long Tianbiao nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Who to invite? If you can summon Pudu and his 2 comrades, let alone Zhu Liang and Chen Dongba. Even the 3 leaders of the 3 teachings would kneel in submission. But can you actually summon them? Biaozi, what are you trying to imply? Jiangping first called upon Long Tianbiao to share his opinion. Fourth uncle, I. Long Tianbiao began to retort but, catching a glimpse of Su Liang's piercing gaze, quickly amended, I believe that inviting distant masters within a month and a half may prove futile. We should consider nearby experts like Ding Laoi and the 3G Laoi, who are practical and more likely to come. Indeed, Biaozi, your words are quite on point, but we still need to send our letter. Jiangping decided to take a chance. Biaozi, who else is nearby with expertise? Su Liang coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on Long Tianbiao. Master, you truly put me in a difficult position. Everyone present here is older than I and possesses far more experience in the martial world. They surely know more than I. Long Tianbiao lamented. No, you must name at least one. Otherwise, you will remain here at the manor to guard Lord Yan, Su Liang insisted, his face darkening. This is truly unfair. Long Tianbiao regretted having spoken with Fang Shuan earlier, realizing it had drawn his master's attention. Who could he possibly name, apart from the 4 present? Who else was there in the north? Under pressure from Su Liang, Long Tianbiao finally recalled someone who had appeared just in time to rescue those during the cannon fire at Lion Forest. Master, I actually thought of someone. Long Tianbiao exclaimed eagerly. Just you? Su Liang had only said those words to frighten Long Tianbiao, after roaming the martial world for so long. He didn't believe Long Tianbiao had any knowledge of local masters. This individual is none other than the leader of Kongdong's sect in the northern region, the long-armed, bearded elder. Yuan Changgang. Long Tianbiao pronounced deliberately. Oh dear, how could I forget this old swordsman? Ouyang Chun slapped his forehead in realization upon hearing Yuan Changgang's name. The younger individuals present may have forgotten, having never encountered him, but he himself had witnessed Yuan's performance at the Sansheng Lianhua festival. How could he let such a figure slip his mind? Uncle Ouyang, is there truly such a person? Su Liang suspected Long Tianbiao was fabricating names, never imagining they were genuine. Liangzi, you have unjustly accused Biaozi this time. I recognize the person he speaks of. He resides at Wuli Yanyanpu, and I shall visit him in the coming days to invite him. Ouyang Chun proclaimed confidently. Biaozi, you must accompany Uncle Ouyang. If you fail to bring him back, do not return. Su Liang scolded Long Tianbiao. Master, while I can join Uncle Ouyang in the invitation, if the old swordsman does not come, you must not hold me accountable. Otherwise, I would be even more wrong than Doi. Long Tianbiao complained. Who is Doi? Was she truly wronged? Su Liang inquired. You do not know Doi? Long Tianbiao almost mocked him, but then realized that Doi's tale was from Yuan drama, likely predating Kublai Khan's grandfather. Oh, it is a story, which we shall not delve into now. Long Tianbiao hastily changed the subject. Enough, Liangzi, do not press Biaozi further, Ouyangchen interjected. I cannot guarantee that we will succeed in this endeavor. Jiang Ping stroked his goatee and remarked, Indeed, Liangzi, do not be upset. Biaozi is still young and occasionally indulges in jest, which is harmless. Now, we must consider whom to send the letter to. Upon hearing this, everyone shifted their focus to the matter at hand, eager to brainstorm. Chapter 26. The Gathering for A. Jiang Ping, stroking his greasy beard, pondered for a long while before addressing the assembly. The first letter should be dispatched to Yammen Mountain, inviting one of the four brothers of the White Cloud Swordsman, Brother Xiahou Ren. Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted. After all, Xiahou Ren, the leader of the Yammen sect, was a prized disciple of the esteemed Master Pudu, the head of the 81 schools. If even one of the four brothers were to come, the presence of the others would seem inconsequential. Long Tianbiao interjected, This is akin to playing a high-stakes card game. Are you sure this is the opportune moment to reveal such a powerful card? We have yet to consider the 3 Teaching Hall, the 3 Immortals Island, and Palai Island. What shall we do then? Fourth uncle, allow me to speak. Long Tianbiao continued urgently. The Yammen sect boasts formidable martial artists. None would dare to question their prowess. However, to summon the Yammen masters to aid us against the petty Yan Wang, Zhai would be a gross misuse of their talents. Whom do you propose we invite instead? Jiang Ping inquired, looking at Long Tianbiao. In my opinion, we ought to invite a few local experts. Given that we are only dealing with 10 formations, Long Tianbiao advised. We must remain vigilant. Within those 10 formations, there may be hidden traps, such as ambushes or plum blossom stakes. They are undoubtedly aware of our reliance on legitimate martial contests, and should we casually invite a few individuals, they could easily be outmaneuvered. Good lad. Thank you for the reminder. I almost jeopardized our mission, Jiang Ping mused. When it comes to ambushes, the Western swordsman Xia Yuqi is unparalleled. At the mention of Xia Yuqi, a wave of sorrow washed over Jiang Ping and his companions. Xia Yuqi was the master of Bai Yutong, the golden mongoose, and the thought of him conjured memories of the fifth brother, Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong had learned exceptional martial skills from Xia Yuqi, particularly in the art of ambushes. Xia Yuqi had gifted him 4 volumes titled Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, encapsulating his lifelong research on ambush tactics. Bai Yutong had thoroughly understood the first 3 volumes, but only grasped half of the 4th before meeting his demise in the coppernet formation of the Chongshao Tower. Regaining his composure, Jiang Ping added, There is also the venerable old Pinchi, who once breached the Chongshao Tower, though his current whereabouts are unknown. I happen to know of another, the skilled healer Lu Shiqi. Ouyangchen, the northern hero, remarked. However, he resides in Kaifeng's Nanjing County, making him a distant solution to our immediate plight. Let us not dwell on that. We shall send the letters first, Jiang Ping noted, jotting down the names. Then after further contemplation, he mentioned, there is also Lu Wantong, the abbot of the 3 Teachings Temple, who possesses some knowledge of ambush tactics. If we send letters to them, even one of them would suffice. As for martial prowess, I shall write to Shaolin Temple to see if my father or my uncle have the time, or perhaps 2 of the 8 great monks could come as well. Ouyangchen thought of his father Ouyang Zhonghui and his uncle Ouyang Puzhong. I too must write a letter and express my thoughts clearly. Jiang Ping, not daring to delay, hurriedly followed Ouyangchen to the study to compose the letters. The 8 great monks of Shaolin are renowned throughout the martial world. While they may not rival the 4 divine swords of Yammen, they far surpass ordinary sections. Long Tianbiao speculated they might not come. Just as he was about to dissuade them, he was taken aback by the urgency displayed by Ouyangchen and Jiang Ping as they rushed to write their letters. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, beginning to engage in hushed discussions, whether deliberating whom to enlist for assistance or contemplating dinner plans. Their conversations became indistinct. Jiang Ping considered sending a letter to the escort agency, but Long Tianbiao halted him, primarily concerned for the safety of his elder, Uncle Baoqin Shizhu, fearing for their lives. In Long Tianbiao's view, the deaths of those from Kaifeng were inconsequential. They were accustomed to the dangers of their profession, while others were merely there to assist and should not be put at risk. Jiang Ping reflected on this rationale and conceded, choosing not to send additional letters. In the sweltering heat of July, under the blazing sun, a monk and a layman, accompanied by 3 horses, ventured towards the outskirts of the city. Why 3 horses? The monk, a portly figure robed in purple, was none other than Ouyangchen, weighing several hundred pounds, necessitating a robust steed. Additionally, his cumbersome multifunctional spade weighed nearly 100 pounds, warranting an extra horse. The layman, a striking young man clad in simple garb, wielding a long sword, was none other than the young hero Long Tianbiao. The duo aimed to visit Wuli Yanyanpu to summon the long-bearded recluse Yuan Chongqing. Recognizing the urgency of their mission, they exited the city gates and galloped forth. Approaching Wuli Yanyanpu, an unusual aura permeated the air. Though it lay less than 10 miles from Yanwangzhai, the area was remarkably peaceful, with its citizens living harmoniously, seemingly untouched by the disturbances of Yanwangzhai. Grandfather Ouyang. It seems the local populace has not suffered from the harassment of Yanwangzhai, Long Tianbiao remarked, observing the bustling marketplace before him. This is indeed commendable. If it were akin to Datong Prefecture, the people would hardly have the luxury of peace, Ouyang Chun lamented. Not quite, Grandfather Ouyang. I meant to inquire whether the tranquility here is due to the protection of the old swordsman Yuan Chongqing. This indicates he may be present. Long Tianbiao quickly clarified, realizing Ouyang Chun had misunderstood his sentiment. Ah, indeed, good lad, you are correct. Let us inquire further. Ouyang Chun recalled the purpose of their visit. Promptly dismounting and approaching a merchant with hands clasped in respect. Amadba, good sir, may I request your assistance? What business does the monk have? The merchant, unfamiliar with the northern and southern heroes, referred to Ouyang Chun as the great monk. Ouyang Chun, unfazed, smiled and asked, good sir, I notice this place is but 10 miles from Yanwangzhai. Why have you not experienced their disturbances? We have just come from Datong Prefecture, where banditry is rampant. The merchant, eager to explain, replied, we have an old swordsman here, known as the long-armed old man, Yuan Chongqing. Ah, the long-armed floating beard old man. Long Tianbiao interjected helpfully. Yes, indeed. This young man speaks true. It is the long-armed floating beard old man, Yuan Chongqing. With him around, Wuli Yanyanpu is a place where valuables are left unattended and doors remain unlocked, rendering the ruffians of Yanwangzhai ineffectual, the merchant proclaimed proudly. It turned out that Yuan Chongqing had gained fame at the Three Sacred Lotus Blossom Festival, yet he remained indifferent to fame and fortune, returning to his ancestral home to settle in Wuli Yanyanpu. Though he had aged, his martial prowess had not waned. He trained diligently through the harsh winters and scorching summers, rising at dawn and practicing late into the night. Chapter 27. The Iron Buddha arrives at the public hall. There exists a saying that, while difficult to articulate, conveys a profound truth. A good dog protects its neighbors, and a valiant hero defends his village. In his spare moments from martial arts practice, Yuan Chongqing strolled through the misty shores of Wuli Yanyanpu, intervening in unjust matters and subduing wrongdoers. Over time, the place became so peaceful that no one would pick up lost items, and doors were left unlocked at night. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Chun promptly inquired, do you know where the esteemed elder resides? Who are you? Asked a merchant, scrutinizing Ouyang Chun and his companion. Are you good people or bad? Naturally, we are good people. Have you ever seen a bandit as amiable as the old monk? Or a thief as dashing as I? Long Tianbiao eagerly replied. Oh, that may not be the case, the merchant retorted. One should not judge by appearances. The sea cannot be measured with a ladle. Do not underestimate me because of my limited education. Long Tianbiao, incensed by the remark, thought to himself, what household would allow such a handsome person to become a thief? Ouyang Chun chuckled. Good sir, I am an old acquaintance of the esteemed Yuan, here to pay a visit to him with my junior. Otherwise, who would dare trouble the old swordsman? The merchant pondered for a moment, then conceded. Well, brother, do you now believe we are good people? Long Tianbiao asked, exasperated. I do believe you, the merchant replied, for he trusted the words of a monk, who seldom lies. But I still do not know where the old swordsman resides, he added, shrugging innocently. What? You don't know? Then you are wasting my time. Meanwhile, Ouyang Chun and Long Tianbiao continued their inquiries and eventually located the residence of the long-armed, bearded elder, Yuan Chongqing, but did not encounter him. Excuse me, young man, Long Tianbiao inquired of a boy in the yard. Is this the residence of the venerable Yuan? Indeed it is. May I ask what brings you two to seek the old master? The boy replied. Is the old swordsman at home? We have matters to discuss with him. Long Tianbiao explained with a smile. Alas, you have come at an inopportune time. The old master just left this morning to visit a friend, the boy said. Do you know when he might return? Ouyang Chun asked, holding on to a glimmer of hope. The old monk visits friends for periods that can vary from 10 days to half a month, and if he enjoys the company, he might stay for even longer. Ouyang Chun felt a twinge of disappointment, lamenting the timing. If only we were half a day earlier. You see, Huang Luan, Zhu Liang, and Chen Dongpa. If you had not issued your challenge a day in advance, my elderly friend would not have been left empty-handed. With such behavior, one would be too late to enjoy a warm meal. Huang Luan, Zhu Liang, and Chen Dongpa were rendered speechless. Long Tianbiao sighed, realizing they must await the elder's return. Grandfather Ouyang, how about we leave our gifts and notes for the old swordsman? It would save us the trouble of carrying them next time, he suggested. It seems we have no choice, Ouyang Chun sighed, persuading the boy to accept their offerings before the two made their way back. Before nightfall, they returned. Jiangping and others greeted them, quickly inquiring about their visit to Yu and Changgang. Long Tianbiao, ever articulate, recounted their experience. Sensing Jiangping's rising irritation, he quickly added, Master, please do not be upset. Allow me to explain. Speak, then. Let us hear what you wish to convey to the people from Shanxi. Su Liang glared at Long Tianbiao. After swallowing hard, Long Tianbiao explained, Willie Yin Yinpu has thrived under the protection of the old swordsman, achieving a state where lost items are not picked up and doors are left unlocked. This indicates that Yu Wen is indeed a chivalrous figure. If he learns of the ambush at Yanwang Zhai and the 10 formations blocking the life and death of Kaifeng, he will undoubtedly lend his assistance, both overtly and covertly. Indeed, what Biaozi says holds merit. Jiangping, ever perceptive, stroked his beard in agreement. Su Liang then chose to overlook Long Tianbiao's earlier missteps, and the following days passed without incident. As August drew to a close, many heroes from the rivers and lakes arrived to lend their support, though none of the top masters had yet appeared. Given the distance from Datong to Yanwang Zhai was over 200 miles, they would need to leave by the 26th at the latest to arrive in time. During this period, news arrived of the ambush orchestrated by Lu Wantong, the Iron Buddha of Sanjiao Temple in Hangzhou. Lu Wantong, akin to Ouyang Chun, was stout and tall. He practiced the invulnerable golden body technique, rendering his flesh as unyielding as iron, impervious to blades and spears. In his hands, he wielded a convenient chain shovel. Accompanied by 4 disciples. Brother, we have awaited your arrival. Jiangping exclaimed joyfully, grasping Lu Wantong's hands with reluctance to part. Lu Wantong shared a close bond with Ouyang Chun and held great affection for Kaifeng. Amipa, 4th Master, my temple is small but busy. After wrapping up my duties, I hurried here, nearly arriving late. My apologies. Lu Wantong joined his palms in prayer. Better late than never. Jiangping chuckled, then introduced Lu Wantong to Nan Xiaozhan Zhao and others, familiar faces among them. Afterward, Jiangping introduced the younger generation, first bringing Su Liang forward. 4th Master, this is someone you need no introduction for, the renowned White Eyebrow Hero, Su Liang of Shanxi. Though Lu Wantong was the abbot of Sanjiao Temple, he was well informed, having heard of Su Liang's illustrious reputation long before. Recognizing the distinctive brows, he could identify the White Eyebrow Hero even with his eyes closed. Too kind, Elder. A greeting from a Shanxi man. Su Liang bowed respectfully. General Su, you are too polite. Lu Wantong clasped Su Liang's hand, inspecting him closely. He was surprised to find Su Liang, though unassuming in appearance, possessed extraordinary skills. Truly, one cannot judge by appearance. The sea cannot be measured by a cup. Jiangping then introduced Xiao Wui and Xiao Qijia, before pulling Long Tianbiao forward. This is the disciple of Liangzi, the young hero Long Tianbiao, who has inherited some of his master's true teachings. Lu Wantong, intrigued, recalled having witnessed the prowess of Xiao Wui and Xiao Qijia earlier. They ranked among the best of their generation, yet compared to Su Liang, they still fell short. The claim that Long Tianbiao had inherited some of Su Liang's teachings piqued his curiosity. Noticing the young man's striking appearance, akin to a maiden, Lu Wantong smiled and remarked, since 4th Master holds you in such esteem, I am certain that you, young hero, must be on par with the great hero Su. Haha. Lu old swordsman, you jest, Long Tianbiao replied. I am still far from my master's level. Good. A humble youth promises a bright future. Lu Wantong smiled, patting Long Tianbiao's shoulder in encouragement. Lu old swordsman, please exercise caution in your reconnaissance at Yanwang Zhai. Their people are known for using poison and underhanded tactics. The more ordinary a situation appears, the more suspicious it may be, Long Tianbiao urged. Biaozi, you jest. You think you know more than Lu old swordsman, who has studied these ambushes for years. Jiangping chided. Biaozi, get out. Su Liang scolded, glaring at him. Such disgraceful behavior, flaunting bravado before a master. Chapter 28, Departing for Yin Wangjai, Jiang Ping and Su Liang were astonished to see Long Tianbiao audaciously brandishing a sword before the illustrious Guan Yu and discussing ambushes in front of the formidable Iron Buddha, Lu Wantong. They were filled with a desire to slap him, but feared offending Lu Wantong. Therefore, Su Liang resolved to drive Long Tianbiao away, wishing to avoid any trouble he might cause. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing Long Tianbiao's words, Lu Wantong fell into deep contemplation. When he heard Su Liang's intention to expel Long Tianbiao, he hastily interjected, "Wait, he has a point." Jiang Ping and Su Liang were nearly left speechless at Lu Wantong's statement. "What nonsense is this? Are you saying he is right?" Jiang Ping leaned closer to Lu Wantong and exclaimed, "Did you just assert that he is correct?" "Indeed, my dear fourth brother, Tianbiao speaks truthfully. Besides the obvious, most ambushes are concealed, and the more ordinary a place appears, the more likely it is to harbor secrets," Lu Wantong remarked, slapping his forehead and quickly retrieving a book to jot down this insight. Long Tianbiao smirked, thinking to himself, "See? Even the venerable Iron Buddha Lu Wantong acknowledges my wisdom. This is what one learns throughout life." Jiang Ping, perplexed, retorted, "Brother, you have consumed more salt than he has rice. You have traversed more bridges than he has roads. How could he possibly know what you do not?" This left Long Tianbiao in disbelief, pondering whether eating so much salt would not result in discomfort. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware that Su Liang might truly cast him out. After Lu Wantong recorded the words, he cheerfully addressed Jiang Ping, saying, "As the Buddha teaches, among three people, one can always find a teacher. That is from Confucius," Jiang Ping asserted. Although he had never achieved the esteemed title of a scholar or warrior, he knew it was Confucius, not the Buddha, regardless of who said it. "We are not here to pursue accolades, so why be so particular?" Lu Wantong chuckled. "Ah, the old swordsman is quite carefree." Long Tianbiao felt increasingly at ease in Lu Wantong's company. Amidst the chaos, "May we find peace," Lu Wantong smiled, taking Long Tianbiao's hand and turning to Jiang Ping, inquiring, "Fourth brother, will you not invite your elder brother inside for a moment?" Seeing Lu Wantong holding Long Tianbiao's hand stirred a sense of melancholy in Jiang Ping, not heartbreak, but rather a feeling of despondency. He quickly smiled and ushered them in to introduce them to the other seasoned swordsmen, with their departure scheduled for the following morning. Jiang Ping convened everyone that evening to finalize arrangements for the gathering of the Kaifeng officials. Leading the team were Jiang Ping, along with Wei Jin, Ouyang Chun, Su Liang, Long Tianbiao, and the 7 young heroes, while Hu Shaoji and others accompanied them to Yin Wangjai, Jihuan Zhenjiao, and the 2 fifth brothers remained behind at Datong to guard Lord Yin. Zhong Xiong commanded troops to secure Datong and stationed soldiers at the Tree Branch Ridge as a strategic midpoint. Jiang Ping's orders were akin to military commands. Those who disobeyed would face consequences. Although the officers left behind harbored grievances, they remained silent. All the swordsmen and heroes eager to lend their aid followed Jiang Ping to Yin Wangjai. In addition to Lu Wantong and his party, numerous chivalrous figures, bodyguards, and martial artists joined in support, for the people of the martial world are known for their fervent hearts and sense of justice, giving rise to many poignant tales of heroism. Once all arrangements were complete, Yin Chasen emerged with a cup, offering a toast to the gathered heroes. "To all my friends in the martial world, your courage in the face of death and your long journey to assist us shall not be forgotten. I raise this cup to express my heartfelt gratitude." "Lord Yin, you are too courteous," came the chorus of responses. "Indeed, Lord Yin. We shall vanquish the bandits of Yin Wangjai and return victorious." As a high-ranking official of the Privy Council, Yin Chasen held significant authority. And in this era where the literary was favored over the martial, his act of toasting to the heroes was an unprecedented honor. The crowd was filled with fervor, eager to march upon Yin Wangjai and subdue Huanglun. Yin Chasen smiled and advised, "Esteemed heroes, the task of bandit eradication is fraught with peril. Please exercise utmost caution. I will ensure each of you is recorded and reported to His Majesty for commendation." Afterward, he entrusted the guests to Jiang Ping and the others and departed, wishing to avoid any awkwardness in the presence of these valiant men. On the 28th of August, Jiang Ping led the party first towards Chashugan and then onward to Yin Wangjai. Although Yin Wangjai was merely a mountain stronghold, the mountains were interconnected and rugged, with bizarre rock formations. They arrived at the first grand gate of Yin Wangjai early on the morning of the first day of September. The gate was imposing, flanked by a water-filled trench, and the drawbridge had been raised. A narrow mountain path led to the gate, bordered by dense forests. This terrain was indeed a formidable barrier, Carved into the stone wall beside the gate were the ominous words, Ghost Gate. As Jiang Ping's team approached, a voice called out from above, Halt. Announce your names, or we shall unleash arrows. Su Liang stepped forward and shouted, Please do not shoot. We are from Datong, here to attend the hero gathering. Kindly inform your leaders. Is that General Su Liang? Came the query from the wall. Indeed, it is I. Su Liang replied. Please hold. The sentry hurried away to relay the message. Before long, the gate creaked open, revealing 500 robust men, unarmed, adorned with red flowers on their chests, standing in formation on either side of the entrance. Long Tianbiao mused. Is this a welcoming committee? How much more entertaining it would be if they were maidens. While Long Tianbiao was lost in thought, two towering figures emerged from within, the familiar Grim Reaper, Jin Dali, and the mighty god, Che Yuan. General Su, esteemed guests, forgive us for the lack of proper welcome. They said with smiles and clasped hands. Your courtesy is appreciated, Su Liang and the others replied, bowing in acknowledgement. After your arduous journey, please enter the auxiliary stronghold for a brief respite, and we shall escort you to the main stronghold, Che Yuan suggested. Why? Jiang Ping inquired. Because Yin Wang Zhai is expansive. This is but the first gate, with 2 more gates ahead, each separated by several dozen miles, Che Yuan explained. Jiang Ping and Su Liang, seeing the situation, complied with their guidance. Before entering the gate, Jiang Ping left the troublesome Do Tofu, Feng Yuan, outside to monitor the situation and report any changes back to Datong. After a brief rest and some tea, they proceeded under the guidance of Che Yuan and Jin Dali towards the second gate. The internal pathways were remarkably even, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carts to travel side by side, winding upward. Should they charge at full speed, rapid reinforcements could be mobilized between the 2 gates, indicating Huang Luan's grand ambitions. The mighty god, Che Yuan, and the Grim Reaper, Jin Dali, had already dispatched notifications to the guards of the second gate prior to their departure. Chapter 29. Arrival at the King of Hell's stronghold. As Jiang Ping and his companions approached the gate, they were met by several hundred robust men adorned with red flowers. Long Tianbiao observed the towering gate, realizing that an assault on such a formidable structure would likely result in countless casualties and be exceedingly difficult to breach. At this moment, a figure emerged from within the gate, clad in a green parrot outfit and draped in a black cloak, his complexion rosy, none other than their old acquaintance, the Golden Dart hero Lin Yu. Since Zhu Liang and Qin Dongpa rescued him, Lin Yu had been recuperating and was no longer the frail figure they once knew. General Su-san, you have finally arrived. Welcome. Lin Yu greeted with a smile. Su Liang and the others dismounted and returned the gesture. After a brief respite, they followed Lin Yu towards the next gate. Beyond this gate lay Huang Luan's stronghold, the source of the recent turmoil. Upon entering, they finally beheld the instigator of the chaos, Huang Luan, who sat sternly on a high platform, his dark red complexion and python robe commanding attention. The interior of the King of Hell's stronghold had been lavishly prepared for today's hero assembly, with the central area encircled in a plum blossom formation, designated for the forthcoming contest. On either side of this arena, grand viewing platforms were erected, and Jiang Ping and his companions were escorted to the eastern platform. Once Lin Yu had ensured everything was in order, he excused himself. Master, Zhu Liang and the others are certainly putting on quite the display, Long Tianbiao remarked as he sat beside Su Liang, surveying the scene within the stronghold. Indeed, it appears they are brimming with confidence regarding this contest, Su Liang sighed. Do not fret, master. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it, Long Tianbiao reassured him. Be cautious, and do not act recklessly. Su Liang warned, concerned for Long Tianbiao's eagerness to showcase his skills. Rest assured, master, Long Tianbiao replied. Before long, Lin Yu returned with Zhu Liang and Qin Dongpa to the eastern platform, engaging in conversation with Su Liang and the others. After reminiscing, Zhu Liang invited 2 or 3 individuals to the western platform to negotiate terms. Ultimately, Jiang Ping, Su Liang, and Ouyang Chen proceeded, while the others remained temporarily on the eastern platform. Biaozi, what do you think Zhu Liang intends with this maneuver? Wei Zhen inquired of Long Tianbiao. Those rascals merely wish to appear virtuous while plotting our downfall, all the while fearing the spread of ill repute within the martial world, Long Tianbiao contemplated. So, does this mean Liangzi and the others will encounter no real danger? Wei Zhen asked, stroking his beard. None. At most a minor altercation, Long Tianbiao replied, having heard Fang Shuan mention that Huang Luan had summoned notable figures from the martial world. including the venerable ancestor Fang Shuan from Mount Hua and the 3 leaders from the 3 teachings hall, to serve as witnesses. Are they not merely shooting themselves in the foot? Can they compare to Kaifeng Prefecture in terms of righteousness or keeping promises? As for skill, they may be somewhat formidable. But the talents summoned by Kaifeng are unparalleled. After a while, the atmosphere on the western platform grew lively, prompting some to consider drawing their blades to investigate. Wei Jun waved his hand, remaining composed. Eventually, when Jiangping and the others returned to recount the events, the group learned that after signing the agreement, Zhu Liang had attempted to use a bull's ear dagger to deliver a fatal blow to Su Liang, who managed to bite off the dagger's tip and spit it back at Zhu Liang, shattering the exquisite jade atop his hat. It seems they can no longer sit idly, Wei Jun remarked, stroking his beard. Let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve, Su Liang scoffed. At that moment, Zhu Liang brandished the agreement they had just signed and loudly recited its contents twice before returning to the western platform. Shortly thereafter, a brawny man dressed in short garments and wielding a spear stepped into the Plum Blossom Arena. Greetings, esteemed heroes. I am the Little Overlord, Xiong Hong, hailing from Xiong Family Manor. My martial skills are modest, yet I have been honored by King Tianda and several old swordsmen to lead the charge. I present to you a set of 6 harmony spear techniques. I implore you to offer your critiques. Should my practice be lacking, I hope you will be forgiving. Xiong Hong bowed to the audience before demonstrating his spear techniques. The 6 harmony spear, as its name implies, combines the spear techniques of 6 esteemed families. The first is from the era of the Chuhan contention, the renowned General Xiang Yu, famous for his overlord's one-character throw, a technique that could cleave through the ranks of 1,000 foes. The second belongs to the valiant Zhao Zilong of the late Eastern Han, known for his 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear, which he developed into a unique snake coiling and 7 probes technique, blending agility with immense power. The third is from Jiang Wei of the 3 Kingdoms, whose 108 styles of 5 tigers breaking the door and 9 ultimate techniques of life and death were unmatched on the battlefield. The fourth is from the Sui and Tang dynasties, the cold-faced warrior Luo Qing, whose returning horse spear was renowned for its unassailable might. The fifth is the Yang family spear, with the greatest practitioners being Yang Jing and Yang Yanzhao, whose spear techniques established a distinct school of thought. The sixth is the distinctive Gao family spear from the era of the White Horse Silver Spear. Xiang Hong spear techniques, a synthesis of the 6 families, embody their essence while discarding the dross. As soon as he showcased his skills, the gathered audience recognized the exceptional quality of his technique, one that the average person would struggle to counter. Upon completing his demonstration without breaking a sweat, thunderous applause erupted from the western platform, as if he had already secured victory in the first round. Xiang Hong bowed towards the eastern platform, saying, "To the esteemed heroes of Kaifeng Prefecture, I have merely practiced a set of spear techniques to set the stage, but it is rather dull to practice alone. I wonder which hero would dare to come forth and provide guidance?" Before anyone could respond, a voice rang out. "There will be no good show in the first 3 rounds. Allow me to take him on." Long Tianbiao looked up to see Qin Yu, the disciple of the esteemed leader of the Dongxing escort agency, clad in white, radiating elegance at just over 20, with calloused hands indicating his diligent training in spear techniques. "Child, do you wish to give it a try?" Jiang Ping asked with a smile upon seeing Qin Yu step forward. "Indeed, fourth uncle. I yearn to give it a go," Qin Yu replied. "Do you have confidence?" Jiang Ping inquired, still uncertain. If he were wielding any other weapon, I might not be so assured, but against his spear, I am entirely confident. I wish to show him what true spear mastery entails, Qin Yu declared, chin held high. "Absolutely not," Long Tianbiao interjected before Jiang Ping could voice his concerns. The others turned to Long Tianbiao, awaiting his explanation. Chapter 30. Long Tianbiao rescues Qin Yu. Qin Yu was confidently expressing his determination to Jiang Ping when unexpectedly, he faced opposition from Long Tianbiao. "What do you mean by that, young Master Long?" Qin Yu inquired. "Xiang Hong's marksmanship is exceptional and seasoned. You are no match for him," Long Tianbiao replied candidly. "You have never seen me practice with a spear. How can you be certain he is superior?" Qin Yu shot a glance at Long Tianbiao. "Are you worried that I might surpass you in fame if I defeat Xiang Hong?" "Haha, you are mistaken," Long Tianbiao retorted. "Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds in my eyes. My concern lies in you risking your life for Kaifeng Prefecture and consequently placing yourself in peril." "Shut your mouth." "Biaozi," Jiang Ping hastily interjected. "Biaozi." Su Liang, filled with anger, contemplated silencing him for his reckless remarks. Even if Qin Yu's skills were inferior to Xiang Hong's, such words were uncalled for. Then what do you propose? Qin Yu, furious yet amused, responded. Uncle Bao, Qin Shi, was infuriated. Is my disciple truly so inadequate in your eyes? Humph. I shall ensure he steps onto the field and returns victorious. Firstly, this is a battlefield where lives are at stake, not merely a competition. One must strike with full intent and not hold back. Thus, you must be exceedingly cautious and not overlook anything. There are numerous feints and spear techniques, so be vigilant in discerning them, Long Tianbiao cautioned. Qin Yu recalled how, in the original narrative, he was once intimidated by a feint from Xiang Hong and suffered a fatal blow. Long Tianbiao, wishing to prevent him from making the same mistake, voiced these concerns. Hearing this, Qin Yu's anger subsided slightly as he pondered whether Long Tianbiao genuinely wished for his well-being. Was he truly inferior to Xiang Hong? Qin Shi also began to reassess Long Tianbiao's words. Secondly, you must wear this, Long Tianbiao declared, holding up a protective vest he had just removed. What is this? Qin Yu asked, intrigued. This is something I wear while training. Previously filled with sandbags, it now contains iron plates to shield you from lethal strikes, Long Tianbiao explained. Humph. A true man accepts death if it comes. What need is there for such cowardly contrivances? Qin Yu exclaimed, feeling deeply insulted. Then do not participate. Long Tianbiao shouted back. Do you think you are invincible? If you perish, will your master not fight in your stead? At over 20, you still act recklessly and stubbornly. Your demise would be in vain. Master, he is incapable. Let me take his place. Dying for the Kaifeng Prefecture is a noble sacrifice. Su Liang was confused by Long Tianbiao's contradictory statements, sometimes scolding Qin Yu, other times advocating for himself to compete. Qin Yu turned to Uncle Bao, Qin Shi. The bond between master and disciple was akin to that of father and son. If anything were to happen to him, his master would undoubtedly rush to confront Xiang Hong. Given his age and the emotional toll, he might not stand a chance against Xiang Hong. Contemplating this, Qin Yu's face turned pale, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Young Master Long, I shall heed your advice and wear it. Qin Yu finally understood Long Tianbiao's good intentions and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Ah, now you are speaking sense. Long Tianbiao's anger dissipated, and he helped Qin Yu remove his outer garment, don the protective vest, and then reclothe him to conceal it from Xiang Hong. Su Liang and the others observed Long Tianbiao's swift change of demeanor, bewildered by his thoughts. Qin Yu clasped his hands to the crowd, then, with spear in hand, descended from the eastern platform into the arena. Who approaches? State your name. Xiang Hong, having waited in the arena for some time, felt slightly belittled by the arrival of a youthful contender in his 20s, and thus challenged him. I am Qin Yu, the disciple of the chief escort from Dongxing Escort Agency. Qin Yu replied sternly. Oh, you are not with the Kaifeng Prefecture, then be off. I may lack talent, but I do not duel with nameless individuals. Moreover, I have practiced marksmanship longer than you have lived. Do not throw your life away foolishly. Quickly summon Su Liang to take your place. Xiang Hong dismissed him. Qin Yu's name was unfamiliar to Xiang Hong, who deemed such an unknown incapable of making a name for himself, even if he were to slay 10 foes. Haha, Xiang Hong, we are both nameless, and thus it is fitting for us to engage in combat, Qin Yu retorted sharply. Su Liang is the renowned White Eyebrow Hero. You are unworthy of his attention. It would be akin to donning new shoes only to tread upon foul refuse. Well said, Qin Yu. It is futile to reason with a doomed soul. Once I defeat you, Su Liang will naturally step in, Xiang Hong scoffed, dismissing further argument. He steadied himself, firmly planting his stance, and pointed his spear toward Qin Yu. Unfazed, Qin Yu also took his stance, ready to meet Xiang Hong's assault. The two locked eyes momentarily before Qin Yu, unable to contain himself, launched the first strike, thrusting his spear towards Xiang Hong's chest. Xiang Hong countered, calling out, open, as he redirected Qin Yu's spear with his own, executing his 6 harmony spear technique. Meanwhile, Uncle Bao, Qin Shi, stood at the railing of the eastern platform, his heart captivated by every movement of Qin Yu. Xiang Hong's spear danced like a living entity, first performing the Phoenix 3 nods, feinting 3 strikes at Qin Yu. Seeing him evade with ease, he unleashed a Overlord's one-word strike, aiming 3 powerful thrusts at Qin Yu. With no room to evade, Qin Yu was forced to parry with his spear, absorbing Xiang Hong's strikes. But the impact left his wrist numb, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Hong lunged for Qin Yu's abdomen with a swift thrust, his spear's momentum suggesting it would pierce through him. Reacting instinctively, Qin Yu sidestepped to the right, causing Uncle Bao, Qin Shi, to turn pale with fear. Those embroiled in the fray often miss what spectators can see clearly. Shanxi, with his extensive experience, recognized that Xiang Hong's strike was a feint, yet Qin Yu, caught in the moment, failed to perceive it. Seeing Qin Yu evade to the right, Xiang Hong felt a surge of triumph. Indeed, he had ensnared his foe. His spear quickened, aiming straight for Qin Yu's chest. With a sharp sound, Qin Yu staggered back, yet he remained firmly in place. Could this young man possess an invulnerable skill? Xiang Hong, shaken, hesitated to strike again. Qin Yu, however, turned pale, his spirit soaring. If not for Long Tianbiao's protective iron plate, that strike would have been fatal. Xiang Hong, your skills are lacking. You cannot harm me. Out of respect for your youth, I shall spare your life, Qin Yu declared, having discerned Xiang Hong's superiority in marksmanship. Unaware of the protective gear he wore, he realized that a different target would have led to his demise. Thus, he decided to withdraw, turning away from the arena and returning to the eastern platform. Brother Tianbiao, you saved my life. I previously underestimated your intentions. Please do not hold it against me. Qin Yu expressed gratitude, leaning his spear aside as he bowed to Long Tianbiao upon his return. There is no need for such formality. Qin de Gu, we are all family, Long Tianbiao replied, quickly lifting Qin Yu with a smile. Haha, indeed. With you safe, it is a joyous occasion for all, Jiang Ping added with a grin. Chapter 31. The young hero takes the stage within the Plum Blossom Arena. Xiang Hong appeared perplexed. How could he have left without sustaining a wound from my spear? Noticing the unusual situation, Zhu Liang approached Xiang Hong, his mind filled with questions. Xiang Hong recounted the incident, explaining how Qin Yu seemed impervious to blades and spears. Impervious to blades and spears? You've been deceived. He must have hidden iron plates on him. Otherwise, how could he have departed so easily? Zhu Liang, incensed by this revelation, felt a surge of anger. At your age, being duped by a mere youth in his 20s, have you truly wasted your years? Upon hearing Zhu Liang's words and reflecting on Qin Yu's performance, Xiang Hong realized he had indeed been tricked. Qin Yu, you shameless individual, donning iron plates to masquerade as an unyielding warrior. How dare you? If you possess any courage, come down here, and let us settle this. Xiang Hong shouted, pointing toward the eastern stance. Qin Yu, a robust man, felt his pride wounded by Xiang Hong's insults. He resolved not to retreat. I must go down and silence him, he declared, shedding Long Tianbiao's gear and brandishing his spear, ready to enter the fray. Brother Qin, your words are misguided, Long Tianbiao interjected, blocking his path. Should we heed the croaking of frogs instead of tending to our fields? Let him shout. Although Qin Yu felt embarrassed, knowing the taunts were not directed at Long Tianbiao, he recognized the latter's intervention had inadvertently saved him. Long Tianbiao, perceptive to Qin Yu's thoughts, urged him further. I understand the saying that a gentleman may be slain but not humiliated. Yet there is another saying, endure humiliation for greater burden. If you cannot withstand this minor indignity, how will you achieve greatness in the future? Should you confront him and suffer a piercing defeat, what of the elder Qin? Will he remain passive and not seek vengeance? This will not vindicate your name. It will only endanger your life and that of your master. Shanxi observed Qin Yu and advised, child, what is this slight in the grand scheme? If you wish to earn the respect of heroes across the land, return and hone your martial skills, perfecting your spear techniques. In due time, who will not applaud you? Should you descend now, I cannot bear the thought of surviving alone. Our fates rest upon you. Jiang Ping added, child, victory and defeat are the nature of warfare. No one is exempt from failure. Failure is not to be feared, but rather the absence of courage to face it. Upon hearing the counsel of his companions, Qin Yu finally relinquished his spear and returned to his seat. Xiang Hong, observing Qin Yu rise, felt a surge of delight. He was aware of the iron plates beneath Qin Yu's clothing and thought to change his attack angle to easily vanquish him. However, he was taken aback as several individuals surrounded Qin Yu, ultimately persuading him to sit down. This left Xiang Hong in a state of agitation, prompting him to speak without restraint. Fourth uncle, I shall take the stage. Su Liang, concerned that Qin Yu might act impulsively, sought Jiang Ping's permission to confront Xiang Hong. Do not rush. The time is not yet ripe. Let him indulge in his ramblings, Jiang Ping replied, his age granting him a thick skin, unlike the tender-hearted Qin Yu. Master, allow me to go, Long Tianbiao asserted, standing up and adjusting his clothing. Tianbiao, are you confident? Su Liang inquired anxiously. Do not worry, master. Though his spear technique is formidable, I have my strategies, Long Tianbiao assured him. Even if I cannot defeat him, I can ensure my own safety. After considering the situation, Jiang Ping decided that Su Liang should reserve his strength for a more skilled opponent, Thus it was left to Long Tianbiao to take a shot at Xiang Hong. Be cautious, child, Jiang Ping advised, patting Long Tianbiao on the shoulder. Understood, fourth uncle, Long Tianbiao nodded. Brandishing his saber as he descended from the eastern stands into the plum blossom arena. Who are you? Xiang Hong mused, noticing a younger challenger emerging, seemingly even younger than the last. Du Jiangping and Su Liang harbor a grudge against these young ones, sending them to face my spear? I am Long Tianbiao. The young man replied succinctly. Long Tianbiao? I have never heard of this name. Is there such a figure in Kaifeng? Xiang Hong pondered, perplexed by the unfamiliarity. Wait. Xiang Hong, halt. A peculiar voice echoed from the western stands. Recognizing the tone, the audience knew it belonged to Fang Shuan, whose nasal voice had been altered after Su Liang had removed his nose, causing him to inhale sharply before speaking. Xiang Hong and Long Tianbiao looked up to see Fang Shuan approaching, panting heavily as he bowed to Long Tianbiao. Senior brother. Shuan, what brings you here? Long Tianbiao inquired. Senior brother, allow me to offer counsel, Fang Shuan replied, then turned to Xiang Hong. Xiang Hong, do you recognize this man? I do not. Xiang Hong shook his head. He is the renowned White-Eyebrow Hero, Su Liang, Fang Shuan declared. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hong was taken aback. White-Browed Hero Su Liang. He is not even a white-eyed brow. Confusion clouded his mind until Fang Shuan continued. Ah, and his disciple, the young hero, Long Tianbiao. Fang Shuan, out of breath, inadvertently caused a misunderstanding with his abrupt phrasing. Xiang Hong shot him a glare. Must you create such confusion here? What difference does it make that he is the disciple of the white-browed hero? I fear not the master. Should I fear his disciple? Xiang Hong retorted defiantly. Listen to me, Fang Shuan urged. Though you may be a small tyrant now. Once my senior brother unleashes his strength, you shall be reduced to a mere turtle. Surrender your spear and accompany me to pay respects to the old man. And my brother will spare your life. Xiang Hong's anger flared. Fang Shuan, which side are you on? First, you mention the old man, then you reference your brother. I am a messenger of justice, a manifestation of the Buddha, sent to enlighten you. If you refuse to heed my words, you shall undoubtedly perish by my brother's blade. Fang Shuan proclaimed dramatically, Get lost, or I shall run you through with my spear. Xiang Hong's face flushed with rage, wishing to relieve his frustration by vanquishing Fang Shuan. Terrified, Fang Shuan hastily retreated toward the western stands. Xiang Hong, your duel is with me, not him. Why do you direct your ire at him? Long Tianbiao interjected. Aware that Fang Shuan's skills were likely inferior to even the Imperial Guard, he feared Xiang Hong might cause him harm. Humph. Whether you are the white-browed hero's disciple or not, you shall not leave today, Xiang Hong declared, leveling his spear at Long Tianbiao. Begin. Long Tianbiao countered. Adopting a posture to deflect Xiang Hong's spear thrust with a sweeping move, stepping forward to execute a powerful strike. Xiang Hong, bracing himself, positioned his spear horizontally to parry Long Tianbiao's blade. Chapter 32. The emergence of Long Tianbiao's might with a single, powerful strike. Long Tianbiao aimed his blade at the crown of Xiang Hong's head. In a moment of urgency, Xiang Hong swiftly raised his spear to parry the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Long Tianbiao advanced a step, retracting his sword before executing a sweeping motion aimed at Xiang Hong's waist. Huh. Xiang Hong countered with a move reminiscent of embracing a pipa, deflecting Long Tianbiao's blade before retreating several steps. Wielding a spear, Xiang Hong understood that the length of the weapon afforded him greater strength. Distance was essential to unleash its full potential. Conversely, Long Tianbiao's sword, being shorter, posed a significant danger as he closed the distance, ready to strike. However, Xiang Hong was keenly aware of this tactic, and the two fighters momentarily distanced themselves once more. Now standing 10 feet apart, this was the optimal range for Xiang Hong's spear. A surge of exhilaration filled him as he unleashed the Six Harmony spear technique. The spearhead darting up and down, thrusting left and right, creating a flurry of shadows before Long Tianbiao. Although Long Tianbiao recognized these as feints, he could not afford to ignore them. If Xiang Hong transformed a false move into a genuine threat, he would be wounded. In the arena, it became evident that Xiang Hong's spear technique was indeed formidable. The two warriors exchanged blows for dozens of rounds until Long Tianbiao noted that Xiang Hong had begun to repeat previous maneuvers. Though the sequence varied, Long Tianbiao discerned the pattern. At this moment, with an acute awareness, Long Tianbiao observed Xiang Hong thrusting forward. He pressed down with his sword, then swiftly sliced to the right to displace Xiang Hong's spear. With a series of agile steps, he advanced toward Xiang Hong, attempting to evade. Xiang Hong was caught off guard by the swiftness of Long Tianbiao's movements. With no alternative, he planted his spear into the ground and gripped it with his right hand to brace against the impending assault. Long Tianbiao unleashed the full extent of Su Liang's teachings. Executing the 8 trigrams vanquishing blade with astonishing speed, his form becoming a blur, leaving only the glinting light of his sword in its wake. Xiang Hong sought to defend himself, but found his spear cumbersome and unwieldy in this critical moment. Seizing the opportunity, Long Tianbiao unleashed his ultimate technique. T. Chapter 33. The Iron Buddha faces the array. Sima Dishio tidied up the dummy head and addressed the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. Did you see how simple this is? Just open the dummy head, and inside you will find a pot of wine and 4 dishes for your enjoyment. Who among you wishes to try? He then turned to the officials of Kaifeng. I wonder why the previous rounds were so lively, yet it has turned quite cold here? If no one steps forward, I shall claim victory by default. Who among you is Jiangping? Who is Su Liang? Is there anyone brave enough to give it a go? Upon hearing this, Jiangping recoiled, realizing that courage alone was insufficient. After all, even the formidable Bai Yutong had fallen to an ambush in the past. What right did he have to step forward as an inexperienced individual? Seeing Sima Dishio play with the dummy head, which contained Western-style traps, Lu Wanong, the Iron Buddha, recognized the opportunity. Fourth brother, let me take this one. He said to Jiangping. Older brother, I was hoping you would quell his arrogance, but do exercise caution, Jiangping advised. Lu Wantong recalled Lu Wantong's previous assistance during the copper net array at Shanxi and felt confident that he could handle this challenge. Rest assured, when it comes to ambushes, I am well prepared, Lu Wantong declared, patting his chest. Dragon Tianbiao quickly stood up. Hold on, old monk, I have something to say. The crowd turned to him. Knowing he had just saved Qin Yu and Qin Shi's lives, his words now piqued their interest. Did he have another clever strategy? Please, dragon young hero, Lu Datong. The Iron Buddha, though the abbot of the Sanjiao Temple, was affable and never intimidated others by his status. He had a good impression of Dragon Tianbiao, especially after the latter's previous advice had been beneficial. Old monk, that dummy head is filled with traps. Your experience surpasses ours, so we are unworthy of offering guidance. However, the people from Yammen village are not as benevolent as you. They will undoubtedly employ every tactic available, Dragon Tianbiao cautioned. Given the size of that dummy head, it must conceal hidden weapons, perhaps poison arrows, toxic liquids, or even skyrockets. I suspect all of these are possible. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution. If anything goes awry, hasten to Sima Dishio's position. He surely knows it is safe there. Ba, dragon young hero speaks wisely. I shall heed your counsel, Lu Wanong replied. Momentarily stunned by the realization that those before him were indeed rebels capable of treachery. You flatter me, young one. I apologize for any offense, Dragon Tianbiao quickly replied. Pleased to see Lu Wanong took his words to heart. Ba, Lu Wanong grew increasingly fond of Dragon Tianbiao, patting him on the shoulder before striding toward the dummy head in the plum blossom circle. As Sima Dishio reveled in his triumph, he noticed a hefty monk descending from the eastern stands, making his way directly to him. Blessings be upon you, old monk. How may I address you? Sima Dishio inquired respectfully. Ba, I am Lu, with the name Wanong. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Wanong replied, palms pressed together in greeting. Ah, the Iron Buddha from the Sanjiao Temple has arrived. Do you intend to challenge this array? Sima Dishio asked with a smile. Indeed. I am intrigued by these traps and have come to learn from your dummy head, Lu Wantong replied cheerfully. Very well, old monk, please proceed. Sima Dishio gestured for Lu Wantong to examine the dummy. Lu Wantong rolled up his monk's robes and approached the dummy head, scrutinizing it closely. The traps were arranged according to the principles of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, requiring the identification of the correct entry point, lest one suffer injury or worse. As he observed the dummy head, Lu Wantong calculated, Qian 3 linked, Kuan 6 severed, Zhen upright, Zhen covering bowl, Li empty in the center, Qin full in the center. Dui upper missing, Sun lower severed. Today belongs to fire, wood generates fire, and among the 8 trigrams, Zhen represents wood. This means the entrance is likely at the dummy's front teeth. With this thought, he aimed his finger at the dummy's front teeth. However, to his surprise, the head did not open. Instead, a mechanical sound echoed ominously. Lu Wantong's heart raced as he recalled Dragon Tianbiao's warning. Without hesitation, he swiftly leaped towards Sima Dishio's position. Sima Dishio anticipated watching Lu Wanong meet his demise, but was astonished at the monk's agility despite his size, as he landed directly before him. Simultaneously, several crossbow bolts shot forth from the dummy's mouth, striking the wooden stakes of the plum blossom circle, releasing a foul odor, indicating they were coated with deadly poison. Indeed, Sima Deshio had soaked these bolts in poison for 3 days and nights, making them lethal. Yet, Lu Wanong had narrowly evaded them. Old monk, your skills are commendable. Yet the effectiveness of these traps leaves much to be desired, Sima Deshio remarked mockingly. Amiba, you are indeed ruthless, Taoist. Had I hesitated even a moment longer, I might have fallen to your treachery, Lu Wanong retorted loudly. Traps are meant to be broken or to claim lives. It's simply the nature of the game. Sima Deshio replied dismissively. Indeed. A practitioner of the monastic life should not harm even the smallest of creatures, nor should they recklessly endanger the innocent. I didn't expect such cruelty from a Taoist, which contradicts the compassion of a monk, Lu Wantong sighed. Blessings be upon you. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility come from the heavens, Sima Deshio snorted before asking, will you dare to continue challenging the array, old monk? What is there to fear? The Iron Buddha Lu Wantong stands ready. I shall not be intimidated by a scoundrel like you. Even a clay figure has its temper. Lu Wanong could not endure Sima Deshio's taunts, discarding his monk's robe to continue his examination. Old monk, do not rush. Here I come. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the crowd. They looked up to see a short elder rushing down the mountain. He leaped from a large rock, twisting his body midair and landing gracefully on the ground, barely 3 feet from the earth. Lu Wanong did not recognize the elder, but Jiang Ping and the others knew him well. He was Bai Yutong's master, the Western swordsman Xia Yuqi. Chapter 34. The Western swordsman Xia Yuqi. What a stroke of fortune it is for the Western swordsman Xia Yuqi. The tragic demise of his meticulously trained disciple. The nimble white jade hall, within the copper net array of the Chongshao Tower, nearly caused Xia Yuqi to faint from anguish, extinguishing his desire to take on any more disciples. However, with age weighing heavily upon him, and after hearing the musings of others, he resolved to visit Kaifeng Prefecture, hoping to catch up with the local gentry. To his surprise, upon arriving in Kaifeng, he found no one present. The crowd had all followed Yin Chas into Datong to quell a rebellion. Thus, Xia Yuqi hastened to the Datong Prefecture residence, where he reunited with acquaintances such as Zhang Zhao. After reminiscing, he learned that Jiang Ping was leading a contingent to engage in a contest with Yin Wangzhai's 10 arrays, prompting him to rush to Yin Wangzhai without delay. Upon reaching the base of Yin Wangzhai, the guards at the gate barred his entry, even shooting arrows when he approached. Undeterred, Xia Yuqi ascended the mountain, navigating the rugged terrain until he arrived near the competition grounds, where he witnessed Sima Deshio boasting about a false head while mocking Lu Datong. At that moment, he revealed himself. Ah, old swordsman, it seems you have truly descended from the heavens. Jiang Ping exclaimed as he approached, grasping Xia Yuqi's hand. Jiang Ping, this is not the time for idle chatter. Step aside, allow me to proceed, Xia Yuqi commanded. Seeing Xia Yuqi's arrival, Lu Wantong, though unfamiliar with him, recognized his expertise and decided to withdraw. Returning to the eastern viewing platform, Lu Wantong warmly grasped Long Tianbiao's hand, saying, Good lad, you have saved my life. Sima Deshio had concealed crossbows and poison within that false head. Had you not warned me, I might have been carried off. The old monk possesses a kind heart. Yet the rascals of Yin Wangzhai are exceedingly treacherous. One must not assume their benevolence, Long Tianbiao remarked. Haha, dear brother, whether we break the array is inconsequential. The true joy lies in our survival, Jiang Ping laughed, patting Lu Wantong's ample belly. Well said, Lu Wantong chanted, invoking the Buddha. The crowd ceased their idle chatter, casting their attention towards Xia Yuqi, who was diligently deciphering the intricacies of the mechanism. Throughout his life, he had immersed himself in studying such ambushes, honing White Jade Hall into a formidable apprentice. Had White Jade Hall not been so proud and neglected to learn the 4th volume he had penned, Winter, he would not have met his untimely end within the copper net array of the Chongshao Tower. To Xia Yuqi, the false head posed no challenge. After a thorough analysis, he poked the left eye of the false head, causing it to split into 4 segments and reveal a pot of wine and 4 dishes concealed within. How do you like that? Xia Yuqi scoffed at Sima Deshio. Remarkable. Sima Deshio responded with a respectful gesture. As I previously stated, this pot of wine and 4 dishes now belong to you. Noticing Sima Deshio rendered speechless, Xia Yuqi reached for the wine pot, only to find it immovable. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted. Thanks to his exceptional martial prowess, Xia Yuqi reacted swiftly, propelling himself away just as a thunderous explosion detonated on the table. Jiangping and the others, standing at a distance, were startled by the commotion, uncertain whether the explosion preceded Xia Yuqi's flight. In a state of panic, they hurried toward the plum blossom circle. Once they reached the scene and the smoke cleared, they found Xia Yuqi standing unscathed, which relieved their anxiety. Sima Deshio, you rogue. You promised that activating the mechanism would yield wine and food, yet you concealed a thunderous explosive beneath the pot. Xia Yuqi fumed at Sima Deshio. Humph. Your lack of skill is to blame. The essence of an ambush lies in its unpredictability. I had forewarned you. Was there any need for you to exert such effort? Sima Deshio retorted. Impudent. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Though Xia Yuqi was diminutive in stature, his temperament was fiery. Infuriated by Sima Deshio's arrogance, he unsheathed his 7-section steel whip and engaged him in combat. While Sima Deshio's dual swords danced with elegance, Xia Yuqi was no ordinary adversary. With his whip crackling with ferocity, he swiftly disarmed Sima Deshio, sending his swords flying and breaking one of his legs. Just as Xia Yuqi prepared to deliver a final blow, his arm was unexpectedly restrained. Turning to see who had intervened, Xia Yuqi recognized Fei Jian, Xianzhu Liang, with whom he shared a fleeting acquaintance from their performances at the 3 Holy Lotus Festival years prior. Old swordsman Xia, show him mercy. You have already broken his leg. Please spare his life. This round has been won by your side, Zhu Liang implored, understanding that Xia Yuqi was more amenable to gentle persuasion than forceful demands. Seeing Zhu Liang's plea, Xia Yuqi relented, gruffly stating, I shall spare him for today. Thank you, old swordsman Xia, for your leniency. Would you care to join me at the Western viewing platform? Zhu Liang invited. Your courtesy is appreciated, Zhu, but let us speak of this another time, Xia Yuqi declined. Proceeding to the Eastern viewing platform with Jiangping and the others, Zhu Liang, merely engaging in polite discourse, hastened to arrange for Sima Deshio to be carried away for medical attention. What kind of absurdity is this? He shatters someone's leg and must now apologize. This is utterly ridiculous. Lin Yu attempted to argue with Xia Yuqi, but was pulled back by Zhu Liang. Dear ancestor, what are you thinking? Do you wish to argue with him? He is indeed an ancestor. Should he lose his temper, even the 3 sects would side with him. Once the scene was managed, Zhu Liang announced loudly, this 3rd round has also been claimed by Kaifeng Prefecture. The 4th round will commence, but not here. Please proceed to the rear mountain. Jiangping sensed Zhu Liang had something up his sleeve and cautiously followed him. While Long Tianbiao vaguely suspected they were headed to challenge the peculiar fish at the rear mountain. As anticipated, Zhu Liang led the group to a barren mountain, where the center formed a large depression, creating a sizable water bubble. The surrounding area was stark and devoid of vegetation, contrasting sharply with the lush greenery of other peaks. The crowd, puzzled by Zhu Liang's intentions, gazed at him, awaiting an explanation. Allow me to elucidate, Zhu Liang began. Upon my arrival at Yanwangzhai, I wandered idly and discovered this treasure. Bring it forth. He commanded a lackey behind him. The lackey approached with a tray, and Zhu Liang unveiled the cloth covering it, revealing several frogs. Now, observe closely, Zhu Liang declared, tossing the frogs into the water bubble. What had been a placid surface suddenly roiled as if boiling. A colossal black creature surged from the depths, extending its tentacles to ensnare the frogs, which were then consumed before it silently sank back into the depths. Before long, the water surface returned to tranquility as if nothing had transpired at all. Chapter 35, Xiao Huanjie confronts the cuttlefish all present, whether from the Kaifeng government or Yanwang village. We're taken aback by the ferocity of the bizarre fish. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this creature is exceedingly vicious. I have designated it as the 4th formation, both to test the prowess of the esteemed individuals from Kaifeng and to rid the citizens of Yanwang village of this great menace, proclaimed Zhu Liang with righteous fervor. What say you, Zhang Laosi? You claim to be a master of tumultuous waters. Why not demonstrate your skills for us? Jiangping shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. In my youth, I might have subdued such a beast, but now, alas, I am simply too old. Come now, Zhu the elder swordsman. Do not jest. The Kaifeng government is replete with talent. A mere monstrous fish does not require my intervention, Jiangping retorted. Very well. Then I shall await the demonstration of Kaifeng's talents, Zhu Liang replied with a slight smile, stepping aside to observe. Jiangping turned to Su Liang, who merely shook his head. I fear not the fire nor the boiling oil, but our dear old friend is a landlubber. Casting him into the water would be akin to feeding him to the fish rather than vanquishing the foe. Jiangping sighed, contemplating whether he must act himself. At that moment, a young man emerged from the crowd, approaching Jiang Ping with determination. Uncle C, allow me to take on this challenge. Jiang Ping looked up to find it was Xiao Huanjie, known as the frog at the bottom of the well among the 7 heroes. Joy welled in his heart. Child, your skills are surely adequate. Xiao Huanjie had grown up in Xiao family village by the banks of the Mawu River, honing his swimming abilities during leisurely days spent in the water. Uncle C, should I perish here, convey to my father that I have sacrificed for the nation. And my death shall not be in vain, he declared, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to rise to the occasion. Kaifeng could not falter. Even in the face of death. Foolish child, do not speak such nonsense. If we cannot win, we shall simply abandon this formation, Jiang Ping replied. Feeling a pang of discomfort at Huanjie's tone. We cannot give up. I shall venture forth, Huanjie insisted. He then turned to Lu Shiji, requesting, Elder brother, lend me your sword. Xiao Huanjie wielded a chain whip, a cumbersome weapon in water, whereas Lu Shiji's sword, though not a treasured blade, was exceptionally sharp. Here, Lu Shiji complied without hesitation, handing over his sword. Cough, cough. That is unwise. Dragon Tianbiao interjected. Oh, what brilliant idea do you have, dear boy? Jiang Ping's heart soared at the sound of Dragon Tianbiao's voice, recalling how he had once intervened to save him from Qin Yu and later from Lu Datong. Perhaps now, Huanjie could be spared as well. That is a cuttlefish, having grown to such a size. It has certainly lived for many years. Its hide is impervious to ordinary blades, so it would be prudent to descend with a treasured sword, Dragon Tianbiao advised Huanjie. Su Liang, grasping his prized golden silk broadsword and Qing Long's sword, inquired, Brother, which weapon do you find more suitable? Upon hearing Dragon Tianbiao's suggestion, Huanjie quickly returned Lu Shiji's sword and took up Su Liang's Qing Long sword. Third brother, may I borrow your Qing Long sword? I will return it afterward. We are brothers. No need for formality. Su Liang encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. Very well. I shall proceed, Huanjie declared, gripping the Qing Long sword as he prepared to leap from the mountain peak into the water below. Hold on. Dragon Tianbiao swiftly grasped his arm. What is it, Tianbiao? Huanjie questioned. Such a steep and slippery cliff. How will you return? Dragon Tianbiao observed that his companions were singularly focused on the fight, oblivious to other considerations. Ah, indeed, Huanjie exclaimed, realizing that without Tianbiao's reminder, he might have struggled to climb back. Jiang Lao Jian, quickly procure several sturdy ropes for us. Jiang Ping urged Zhu Liang, who readily agreed and dispatched a servant to fetch the ropes. Before long, the servant returned with several long ropes, which Lu Shiji and others secured tightly together. Child, descend along the ropes. Should misfortune befall you, grasp the rope, and we shall pull you back up. Jiang Ping instructed Huanjie. Understood, Uncle C, Huanjie nodded. Jiang Ping then directed Lu Shiji and the others to hold the ropes firmly, prepared to haul Huanjie back should he grasp them. Rest assured, Uncle C, they affirmed confidently. Huanjie secured the Qing Long sword at his waist, descended the rope to the water's surface, inhaled deeply, and plunged into the depths, slicing through the water like a dart. Moments later, the surface erupted as the cuttlefish leapt, followed closely by Huanjie breaking through for air. Jiang Ping and the others watched anxiously, their hearts racing with concern for Huanjie's safety. Zhu Liang and the others felt the pressure, knowing they had finally located this formidable creature and were eager for it to claim a few of Kaifeng's men. As Huanjie entered the water, he stirred the cuttlefish, whose 8 tentacles surged forth like a swarm of hands intent on ensnaring him. Wielding the Qing Long sword, Huanjie evaded the creature's onslaught while striking at its tentacles. With a swift motion, he severed one of them cleanly. Indeed, Dragon Tianbiao was right. Using this Qing Long sword against the cuttlefish is quite effortless, Huanjie mused, invigorated and resolved to sever all of its tentacles. The cuttlefish, having survived many dangers, kept its distance after losing a tentacle. Huanjie, after a flurry of strikes, surfaced for air, while the wounded cuttlefish thrashed in pain. In a fierce exchange, the man and fish rolled in the water. The cuttlefish, surprised by Huanjie's tenacity, altered its strategy, opening its maw wide to draw him in. Huanjie felt himself being pulled towards the creature, akin to being caught in a whirlpool. Fortune favors the bold. I shall seize this chance, he thought, and instead of fleeing, he turned to face the cuttlefish directly. Just as Huanjie neared the creature's jaws, he brandished the Qi longsword, thrusting it inside its mouth to disrupt its suction. The cuttlefish, taken aback by this audacity, quickly reversed its tactic, expelling Huanjie with a powerful burst. Chapter 36. The Master and Apprentice slay the giant squid in the midst of the turbulent waters. Xiao Huanjie wielded his Qi longsword, stirring the gaping maw of the giant squid, only to be met with a sudden spray of water that propelled him far away. On the shore, the onlookers were met with a mix of joy and dread as blood surfaced on the water. Jiang Ping and his companions feared for Xiao Huanjia's safety, while Zhu Liang and others secretly hoped for his demise at the hands of the monstrous creature. At that moment, the tableau beneath the wave shifted again. The squid altered its tactics. It opened its mouth to draw Xiao Huanjia closer, only to expel a torrent of water that sent him reeling back. This cycle repeated, leaving Xiao Huanjia utterly exhausted. Each time he sought to surface for air, the squid would suck him back in, and whenever he attempted to strike, it would force him away. It seemed the creature had truly acquired a cunning intelligence. On the shore, Jiang Ping's heart ached with concern as he hastily prepared to plunge into the water to rescue Xiao Huanjia. Hu Xiaoji, Xiao Huanjia's apprentice, observed his master's struggle to breathe and feared he might suffocate. Realizing that Jiang Ping could not be allowed to go into the water, he stepped forward urgently, declaring, "Fourth granduncle, I shall dive in to save my master." Jiang Ping looked up to see Hu Xiaoji, his heart lifted with joy. "What a good child. How could I have forgotten you? You are far more capable than I. Quickly, get down there." Hu Xiaoji was no ordinary youth. He was known as the Sea Dragon of Chaos, possessing exceptional swimming skills. As he prepared to plunge into the depths with his swift water-splitting blade, Long Tianbiao cautioned, "Xiaoji, use my master's golden-ringed saber. Your blade will not pierce the squid." Still hesitating, Hu Xiaoji found the golden saber thrust into his hands by Su Liang. He nodded to the crowd and prepared to leap. "Once you dive, hold on to the rope with your master for a moment, and then the two of you can strike together. After defeating it, we'll harvest its hide. It will make excellent material for our watercraft," Long Tianbiao advised. Hu Xiaoji, understanding the wisdom in his words, acknowledged, "Indeed, if my master struggles alone, I can only assist." He descended swiftly along the rope, while Long Tianbiao muttered to himself. Su Liang, believing Long Tianbiao was concerned for their safety, approached to offer reassurance, only to overhear him mumbling, "It seems I am not the only grandson in Kaifeng Prefecture. How could I have forgotten him?" Long Tianbiao's words nearly caused Su Liang to falter. Was this child's ambition limited to merely his own lineage? Meanwhile, as Hu Xiaoji entered the water, he startled the squid, momentarily halting its torment of Xiao Huanjia. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Huanjia surfaced, gasping for air. "Master, take a moment to rest. Soon, we shall strike together," Hu Xiaoji reminded him, adhering to Long Tianbiao's counsel while keeping vigilant against the squid. Xiao Huanjia nodded, catching his breath. "What? Are the two of you from Kaifeng Prefecture planning to exhaust the squid?" Shandongpa sneered, noticing their hesitation to engage the creature. "Defeating it is trivial. If you wish to showcase your skills, we shall gladly step aside. Should you slay the squid, you shall be deemed victorious," Long Tianbiao retorted, casting a scornful glance at Shandongpa. "The effort expended by Kaifeng's fighters against the squid is a gift to you. What say you, Shandongpa? Care to try your hand?" Shandongpa, taken aback, exclaimed, "If you wish to spar with me, let it be so. However, to face that squid is to court death." Long Xiaoxia is jesting. "My master means there must be a time limit, lest they wait below for 10 days while we linger above." Lin Yu interjected hastily in defense of Shandongpa. "Indeed, just so," Shandongpa concurred. "Gentlemen, let them rest a while longer. Besides, since the old swordsman Zhu has placed no time constraints, why the haste?" Long Tianbiao remained unmoved by their antics, allowing them to observe as they pleased. After the passage of half a stick of incense, Xiao Huanjia, having regained his strength, exchanged a glance with Hu Xiaoji. With a synchronized motion, they plunged into the water, each diverging to flank the squid. Though the squid lay at the bottom, resting, it remained vigilant, sensing the approach of its adversaries. As they surged toward it, the squid flailed its tentacles, stirring the water into a frenzy, and unleashed jets of water. For Hu Xiaoji, this was his first close encounter with such a colossal creature. Its gaping maw could easily swallow him whole, and a shiver coursed through him. Observing Xiao Huanjia seeking an opening, Hu Xiaoji steeled himself. Xiao Huanjia pointed to himself, then to the squid, and gestured towards Hu Xiaoji before indicating the squid again, bending his fingers. His intention was clear. He would draw the creature's attention while Hu Xiaoji executed a surprise attack from behind. Hu Xiaoji nodded and stealthily maneuvered around to the squid's rear. Meanwhile, Xiao Huanjia brandished his Qinglong sword, drawing the squid's focus as it flared its menacing tentacles. Expelling water in defense, the blade glimmered beneath the surface, reflecting light and distracting the creature, which inadvertently overlooked Hu Shaoji's stealthy approach. As the squid engaged with Xiao Huangjie, Hu Shaoji seized the moment, quietly positioning himself behind the squid. He raised the golden-ringed saber, deftly avoiding the tentacles, and aimed for the creature's back. Xiao Huangjie, now confronting the squid head-on, swung his sword at its cavernous mouth. Hu Shaoji, seizing the rare opportunity, thrust with all his might into the squid's back. The creature, unprepared for an attack from behind, was pierced, blood mingling with the water. In agony, the squid turned its wrath towards Hu Shaoji, its 7 tentacles lashing out. Witnessing this, Xiao Huangjie summoned all his strength, driving the Qinglong sword toward the squid's exposed underbelly. Hu Shaoji, seeing the opening, steadied himself and brought the golden-ringed saber down upon the squid's head. The creature instinctively coiled its tentacles around Hu Shaoji in a final act of desperation, as if seeking to strangle him before its demise. In a swift motion, Xiao Huangjie severed the tentacles, and the squid fell silent. The duo hastily resurfaced, gasping for air, and then began to drag the squid towards the rope. Hu Shaoji had conveyed to Xiao Huangjie that Long Tianbiao had mentioned the squid's hide as excellent material for their watercraft. And they were Chapter 37. Jiang Zhao and Jiang Shaoyi as Lu Shiji and others pulled the octopus and Xiao Huangjie, along with Hu Shaoji, onto the shore with ropes. The crowd's attention was irresistibly drawn to the octopus. Its head measured 3 feet in diameter, its body a deep black, save for its white underbelly. Between its eyes and at the back of its head lay deep gashes, and 8 small, round wounds marked its body, remnants of severed tentacles. Even Zhu Liang, witnessing the octopus up close, felt an unusual sensation. At that moment, a voice echoed from the mountain, "Hey, friends of Kaifeng, I have arrived." The crowd looked up to see a young man running down the slope, not tall but bearing a striking resemblance to Jiang Ping, albeit a smaller version. Upon his arrival, he scanned the area and suddenly knelt before Jiang Ping, exclaiming, "Uncle, I have finally found you." Jiang Ping was taken aback, but soon scrutinized the young man, astonished as he asked, "Could it be my nephew Jiang Zhao, Jiang Shaoyi?" "Yes, uncle, it is I, Jiang Zhao," the young man replied, kneeling and weeping. "Please save my father. He is about to be executed." Jiang Ping, initially overjoyed to see Jiang Zhao, was suddenly plunged into despair upon hearing of his brother's imminent demise. He nearly fainted but was saved by Long Tianbiao, who was nearby, and quickly caught him. What did you say? What has happened to your father?" Jiang Ping asked, steadying himself with one hand on Long Tianbiao and the other on his forehead. Jiang Zhao recounted how, after becoming an apprentice, his father remarried, only to be framed and imprisoned by his new wife and outsiders. As Jiang Ping listened, his heart became a tumult of emotions, and he turned to Su Liang and Long Tianbiao, seeking guidance. "Child, what do you suggest we do?" After some contemplation, Su Liang replied, "Uncle, why not return to Kaifeng with Jiang Zhao and request Sir Bao to expedite the investigation of this case? We cannot let Uncle Jiang lose his life." Jiang Ping hesitated. Although this matter concerned his brother's life, he had come to Yanwangzai as the commander of Kaifeng and could not simply abandon his post. Thus, he turned to Long Tianbiao. "Biaozi, what do you think?" "Uncle, do not fret. This is manageable. Did we not say that executions would occur after autumn? Quickly send someone to Kaifeng to inform Sir Bao to write a letter to the governor. Surely he will heed Sir Bao's words," Long Tianbiao suggested. "Good lad. That is indeed the way to proceed." Jiang Ping promptly retrieved a piece of paper and a writing brush, found a suitable platform, and swiftly penned a letter. He dispatched 2 guards to return to Kaifeng and then introduced Jiang Zhao to the heroes present. When he introduced the renowned Su Liang, Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Why? Because Su Liang's reputation was immense. After departing home, Jiang Zhao sought aid from his uncle at Kaifeng and journeyed to Datong, ultimately arriving at Yanwangzai. Throughout this journey, the fame of the white-browed hero had echoed in his ears, yet he had not anticipated that the illustrious hero would bear such a resemblance to a hanged ghost. "Third brother, I am Jiang Zhao. You must look after me henceforth," Jiang Zhao said to Su Liang. "Good brother, we are all family. No need for formality." Su Liang replied with a smile, patting Jiang Zhao's shoulder. When Jiang Zhao heard Long Tianbiao's name, he realized that he was the disciple of his third brother Su Liang. Although he was technically his uncle, he felt it inappropriate to address him as such since he was new to this world. "Jiang Zhao, this is your third brother's disciple. Long Tianbiao. We all call him Biaozi, and he calls me fourth granduncle," Jiang Ping jested. "Fourth granduncle, you are too mischievous. Since he refers to my master as brother, he must be my uncle," Long Tianbiao replied, unfazed, having long accepted his status as a grandson of Kaifeng. Just moments ago, he had discovered that Hu Xiaoji was also a grandson, which had brought him some balance, only to find himself with another uncle. Biaozi, no need for formality. Jiang Zhao chuckled. As Jiang Zhao grew acquainted with everyone, the sky darkened, prompting Zhu Liang to agree with Jiang Ping to resume their duel the following day. He then instructed Lin Yu to escort Jiang Ping and the others to their arranged lodgings at Shizelin. After dinner, the group speculated on the upcoming contests, yet none could discern any clues and eventually settled down for the night. The older individuals were assigned their own rooms, while the younger ones shared. Coincidentally, Jiang Zhao, Su Liang, and Long Tianbiao found themselves in the same room. Jiang Zhao, unable to sleep, pondered, having just arrived here and accomplished nothing. My master and uncle have no glory. I should scout the front mountain to see how tomorrow's matches are organized. Then my master and uncle will have their honor restored. With this thought, he became even more restless. Hearing Su Liang and Long Tianbiao snoring beside him, he quietly rose, retrieved his weapon, the 3 rings and moon-avoiding water circle, and glanced at Su Liang's Qinglong sword, recalling how Xiao Huanjia praised its sharpness. He reached for the sword, secured it at his waist, and stealthily exited, unaware that someone behind him was stirring. Inside, Long Tianbiao had not been deeply asleep. Hearing Jiang Zhao rise and take the 3 rings and moon-avoiding water circle along with Su Liang's Qinglong sword, he realized that this young apprentice, newly initiated, was eager to prove himself. However, taking Su Liang's prized sword without informing him was questionable. Indeed, Su Liang had not been asleep either. Hearing Jiang Zhao's movements, he was immediately aware of the young man's intentions. When he noticed Jiang Zhao taking his sword without a word, he felt a tinge of annoyance. As soon as Jiang Zhao stepped outside, Su Liang rose to follow him. Long Tianbiao sensed the impending danger, but was concerned that the overseas rogue, Wang Yuan, might not appear in time, endangering both Su Liang and Jiang Zhao. Thus, he readied his treasure box, equipped himself with concealed projectiles, donned a night cloak, and hurried to the courtyard of Yanwangzai, taking cover along the way. After a brief wait, he spotted 2 figures approaching in the distance. One was the White-Browed Hero, and the other covered in white ash. Long Tianbiao suspected Jiang Zhao had fallen into an ambush, with Su Liang rescuing him while being pursued. He quickly concealed himself, preparing to intercept the pursuers. Before long, Zhu Liang, Lin Yu, and a group of others chased after the direction where Su Liang and Jiang Zhao had departed. Observing this, Long Tianbiao seized a stone and aimed for Lin Yu's knee. The strike was swift and decisive, and Lin Yu fell to the ground before he could react. Disciple, what happened? Zhu Liang questioned urgently, noticing Lin Yu suddenly kneeling. Master, I was ambushed, Lin Yu replied just as another stone flew towards him, compelling him to duck. This left Zhu Liang in a difficult position. With his martial prowess, he could have easily evaded the projectile, but since it originated from Lin Yu's direction, and Lin Yu suddenly bent down, Zhu Liang had no time to react and was struck on the head, momentarily dazed. "Our master, what happened to you?" Lin Yu asked, belatedly realizing the situation. "Unworthy disciple, I wish to knock some sense into you." Zhu Liang gritted his teeth in response. Chapter 38. Master. Quickly depart. Long Tianbiao recognized that he was no match for Zhu Liang. Seizing the opportunity while his opponents were momentarily incapacitated, he hastily crouched and pursued the direction in which Su Liang and the others had fled. To his dismay, a sudden cry reached his ears. It was Jiang Zhao. Alarm surged within him as he scrambled over the dirt mound, only to discover a throng of people surrounding a pit, pouring lime into it. Should this substance enter one's eyes, the risk of blindness loomed ominously. In a flurry, Long Tianbiao snatched up 2 handfuls of the lime and, without aiming, hurled them toward the crowd before him. "Ouch! Who did that?" exclaimed one. "What is this?" cried another. "Who hit me?" echoed a third. Taking advantage of their confusion, Long Tianbiao drew his saber and leaped into the fray, swiftly dispatching the henchmen surrounding the pit. "Master, quickly jump up here," he shouted urgently. "Biaozi." Su Liang and Jiang Zhao were fleeing towards Shixi Forest when, unexpectedly, they stepped on a concealed board and tumbled into the pit. Before they could react, lime was scattered above, blinding them. Suddenly, anguished cries erupted from the edge of the pit, followed by the sounds of battle as Long Tianbiao's voice rang out, a celestial melody to Su Liang and Jiang Zhao's ears. "Hurry up! Zhu Liang is coming." Although Su Liang's vision was obscured, he could still discern Long Tianbiao's voice. Grasping Jiang Zhao's hand, he leaped and landed securely beside Long Tianbiao. Long Tianbiao wiped the lime from around their eyes with his garment and hurriedly led them towards Shanxi forest. "Where do you think you're going?" came Zhu Liang's furious shout. Accompanied by the rush of wind as he pursued them, Long Tianbiao swiftly pushed Su Liang and Jiang Zhao away, urging, "Run!" Just as Zhu Liang's palm struck, Long Tianbiao deftly shifted his body to evade the central impact, but his left shoulder was caught, resulting in a painful thud. He staggered forward, regaining his stance as he raised his blade defensively against Zhu Liang, feeling the dislocation in his shoulder. Su Liang and Jiang Zhao intended to assist Long Tianbiao, but with their vision impaired, they could only make out vague shapes. Aware of their predicament, Long Tianbiao urged them once more to flee. "Humph, no one is escaping." Zhu Liang scoffed, gesturing to Lin Yu, who immediately pursued Su Liang and Jiang Zhao. Seeing this, Long Tianbiao clamped his blade between his teeth and hurled more lime at Lin Yu's back and legs. Hearing the whistling sound of the projectiles, Lin Yu swiftly rolled aside to dodge the hidden weapons, but Su Liang and Jiang Zhao had already vanished from sight. "Humph, they've escaped, but you cannot." Zhu Liang glared at Long Tianbiao. "Lay down your weapons and surrender. I promise I won't kill you." "Huh, Zhu Liang, your calculations are astute. But capturing me alive will not be so simple," Long Tianbiao retorted, raising his saber in defiance. Zhu Liang effortlessly sidestepped, extending 2 fingers to grip the blade with astonishing speed. Although he used merely 2 fingers, Long Tianbiao, whose strength paled in comparison, found himself unable to withdraw his weapon due to his injured right hand. "I'll give you one last chance, surrender now," Zhu Liang declared, his fingers clamping down like a vice on the saber. "Since you cherish this blade so much, I shall let it be yours," Long Tianbiao said generously, releasing his grip and seizing a handful of stones to hurl at Zhu Liang, who effortlessly deflected them with the blade. Lin Yu, brandishing a sword, lunged at Long Tianbiao. With no weapon in hand and his left arm injured, Long Tianbiao found himself forced to retreat under Lin Yu's relentless assault. "Kill him," Zhu Liang commanded, his intention to capture Long Tianbiao alive thwarted by the latter's resistance. Lin Yu intensified his attack, and soon Long Tianbiao bore several new wounds. Just as Lin Yu prepared to deliver the final blow, a figure lunged at him from behind. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yu withdrew his sword and thrust backward, only to find that the assailant was incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, they had reached Long Tianbiao, seizing him and fleeing toward Shanxi forest. Zhu Liang, taken aback by the speed of this newcomer, signaled Lin Yu and the others to follow him as he pursued. Long Tianbiao felt the wind rush past his ears and glanced down at his rescuer's feet, bare and swift, moving faster than a galloping steed. As he opened his mouth to express his gratitude, the wind stole his words away. "You've got guts, but your skills are lacking," the rescuer remarked, slowing their pace. "Thank you for saving me," Long Tianbiao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I saw promise in you and Su Liang, which is why I intervened," the rescuer replied, their pace unceasing as they swiftly reached Shanxi forest. "Until we meet again," they said, tossing Long Tianbiao over the wall before he could respond. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping, Ouyang Chun, and others were resting when Su Liang and Jiang Zhao stumbled into the courtyard, startling everyone awake. "Liangzi, Jiang Zhao, what happened?" Jiang Ping asked, observing their night attire coated in lime. Jiang Zhao, feeling ashamed, could not reply. Promptly, Su Liang recounted their encounter with the enemy and their subsequent fall into the pit. With a resounding slap, Jiang Ping struck Jiang Zhao's face, causing it to swell instantly. "You little rascal, what trouble have you caused? Did you think you were invincible?" Jiang Ping chastised. "Go home. I don't need your help." Jiang Zhao, in unbearable pain, shed tears at Jiang Ping's harsh words. "You still dare to cry? If it weren't for your third brother, would you have made it back?" Jiang Ping fumed, pointing at the lime on their clothes. "Look at this. Your third brother risked everything to save you. You nearly got him killed. Fourth uncle, you were mistaken this time," Su Liang said as he wiped the lime from his face. "On our way back, we accidentally stepped on the enemy's hidden board and fell into the pit, where lime was immediately poured down upon us. If not for Biaozi's timely rescue, we would have surely been captured by Zhu Liang." "Where is Biaozi? Why didn't he return with you?" Jiang Ping asked, as if his tail had been stepped on, jumping with urgency. He held off Zhu Liang to give us a chance to escape. At this moment, he might." Su Liang's eyes welled with tears of sorrow. "Oh, my Biaozi," Jiang Ping wailed, clutching his chest as he wept bitterly. Chapter 39. The return of Long Tianbiao. Jiang Ping's heart ached as he wailed incessantly. Long Tianbiao's performance had earned his heartfelt recognition. Hearing that Long Tianbiao might fall into the hands of Zhu Liang and others while trying to save Su Liang and Jiang Zhao was distressing. With this thought, Jiang Ping raised his left hand and slapped Jiang Zhao on the other side of his face. Now both sides were equally swollen. Fourth master, stop hitting him. He had good intentions, Ouyang Chun said, holding Jiang Ping's arm. The urgent matter now is to find a way to rescue Biaozi. How do we do that? Jiang Ping sighed. If we intervene, Zhu Liang and the others will surely know we are investigating in the front yard. But we cannot just stand by and watch as Biaozi falls into their hands, Lu Wanong, the Iron Buddha, said. Lu Wanong held Long Tianbiao in high regard, especially since he had once saved Lu Wantong's life. Now, hearing that he might be in Zhu Liang's clutches, Lu Wanong felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and rescue him. Indeed, let us go together. Shen Shou Da Xing, Yidu Lingguang. And Ji Qian stood beside Lu Wantong in support. As the group continued their debate, a dark figure suddenly flew into the courtyard. Everyone watch out. Long Tianbiao shouted as he was thrown into the yard, noticing Jiang Ping and the others standing there, and he quickly shouted a warning. The group, preoccupied with their worries for Long Tianbiao, was caught off guard when he unexpectedly flew in over the courtyard wall. Their spirits lifted with joy. They paid no heed to his warning. Bang! Long Tianbiao was taken aback to find himself landing squarely in the embrace of Lu Wanong, who held him tightly. Old Mike, how are you? Are you all out here to admire the moon? Long Tianbiao asked, draping his right arm over Lu Wantong's shoulder with a smile. You brat, how did you escape? Lu Wanong chuckled. Old Mike, please set me down. Long Tianbiao felt a bit embarrassed lying in Lu Wantong's arms with everyone surrounding him. Lu Wanong laughed and gently placed him on the ground. Biaozi, who saved you? Jiang Ping inquired with delight. Fourth granduncle, it was a remarkable person. His lightness of step was extraordinary, swifter than a horse, and he left Zhu Liang and the others far behind. Long Tianbiao quickly recounted. What was the name of this extraordinary person? What did he look like? Jiang Ping pressed eagerly. I didn't really catch a glimpse. I only saw his bare feet. He didn't say much, Long Tianbiao replied, recalling the figure's appearance and speculating that he might be the overseas wild hermit, King Yuan. But he wasn't certain, so he refrained from mentioning it to Jiang Ping and the others. Barefoot? Ouyang Chun and the others were momentarily stunned. They had encountered remarkable figures before, but none had been seen running barefoot across the mountains. Such an image was rather peculiar. Su Liang, noticing the wounds on Long Tianbiao, shed tears of concern. Biaozi, quickly apply some ointment. All right, master, don't worry. It's just superficial. Zhu Liang slapped my left shoulder, and it still hurts tremendously. Long Tianbiao said with a wry smile. Quickly, let us check your injuries. Su Liang hastily led Long Tianbiao into the house, tearing open his left sleeve. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Long Tianbiao's left shoulder bore a swollen bruise in the shape of a handprint. If not treated promptly, it could lead to serious consequences. Thankfully, Shanxi was nearby and swiftly fetched a small medical kit. He carefully pulled back the skin around the bruise and squeezed out the pooled blood until fresh red blood flowed. All right, your shoulder is saved. Take care of it. It should be fine in a couple of days, Shanxi said while bandaging him. Thank you, old swordsman, for saving my life, Long Tianbiao expressed, attempting to rise. But Shanxi pressed him back down. No need for such formality among family, Shanxi replied. Seeing that Long Tianbiao's injuries had been treated, Jiang Ping slapped Jiang Zhao on the back of the head. You little rascal, quickly thank Biaozi for saving your life. Reluctantly, Jiang Zhao cupped his hands towards Long Tianbiao, ready to say something, but was abruptly grasped by Long Tianbiao's right hand. Fourth granduncle, what is this for? We are family. Helping each other is only natural. Long Tianbiao said to Jiang Ping. Humph, since Biaozi says so, I shall let it go. If it weren't for Biaozi's safe return and not leaving Zhu Liang with a handle, I would not have easily spared you. Jiang Ping reprimanded Jiang Zhao, though his tone was noticeably less stern. Fourth granduncle, Zhu Liang has seized my weapon. He will likely use it as an excuse tomorrow. We must think ahead about how to counter this. Long Tianbiao scratched his head, concerned. Jiang Ping paused, then smiled. A weapon is merely an object. It depends on how we handle it. Long Tianbiao nodded. As long as Jiang Ping was confident, that was sufficient. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone was resting in the courtyard when Lin Yu arrived to invite them. How did you find breakfast, everyone? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Very good. Thank you for your trouble, General Lin, Jiang Ping replied. Good. Then please follow me to the viewing platform, Lin Yu said cheerfully. After you. Jiang Ping extended his hand, and the two walked out of the courtyard side by side, with with the others following behind. Surprisingly, Lin Yu did not mention the events of the previous night, which relieved Jiang Zhao, but Long Tianbiao sensed that the matter was far from resolved. As expected, upon reaching their respective viewing platforms, Zhu Liang strolled to the plum blossom circle, hands clasped behind his back, followed by a henchman carrying a tray that held Long Tianbiao's single knife. Everyone, the Kaifeng Prefecture has achieved 4 consecutive victories, demonstrating their formidable strength, Zhu Liang proclaimed. Then he pivoted the conversation. However, an unpleasant incident occurred last night in the village. Someone dared to spy on the Yammen's hall. The crowd on the west viewing platform erupted in an uproar, shouting accusations toward the east platform. What? How shameless can one be? Who is it? Step forward, and we will consider you a true man. Zhu Liang smiled and pointed to the single knife behind him. The person who was injured while fleeing left this knife behind. This knife looks familiar. It's the standard single knife of the Kaifeng Prefecture. So it was indeed someone from the Kaifeng Prefecture who spied on the Yammen's village, the onlookers exclaimed. Jiang Ping and the others remained calm, sitting back as if fishing. But Jiang Ping secretly shot a glance at Jiang Zhao, thinking, useless fellow, only causing me trouble. Zhu Liang had never expected anyone from the Kaifeng Prefecture to step forward and admit to their actions. Seeing the chatter on the west platform die down, he waved his hand and addressed the crowd, well, regardless of who it was that spied on the Yammen's village. Our Lord Tianda is magnanimous and will not pursue this matter further. Let us now commence the 5th match. Chapter 40, It's Your Turn. Master, after Zhu Liang announced the proceedings, he departed from the Plum Blossom Circle. As Long Tianbiao had anticipated, the 5th formation remained unchanged. With the Kunlun monk showcasing his prowess, ultimately subdued by Zhang Qitian's formidable arm, leaving him spitting blood in retreat, the most critical 6th formation commenced. From the west viewing platform descended an elderly Taoist priest, standing a full 10 feet tall, resembling a slender bamboo pole, with deep-set eyes and a pair of blue irises gleaming with an enigmatic light. Clad in a blue Taoist robe, he was girded with a silk sash of water and fire, his hair tied in a bun atop his head, and 7 treasured swords strapped to his back, 1 long weapon and 6 short ones designed as hidden daggers. The old Taoist approached the Plum Blossom Circle and, with a respectful gesture, addressed the crowd. This humble Taoist, Lu Datong, also known as the Three-Handed True Man, is deeply honored by the esteem of King Tianda and the old swordsman Zhu, entrusting me with the 6th formation. Ouyang Chun and Su Liang recognized him immediately upon his descent from the western platform. Their histories intertwined. At the past gathering at Chongxiao Tower, Lu Daotong had aided the king of Xiangyang, engaging in a fierce contest with Ouyang Chun that lasted over 100 exchanges without a clear victor. However, he was struck by a hidden weapon thrown by Su Liang, which distracted him enough for Ouyang Chun to deliver a blow that sent him into obscurity. It was unexpected to see him here again. With a wave of his hand, Lu Daotong summoned a group of junior Taoists who promptly began digging pits and burying bamboo poles according to a blueprint in their hands. The poles measured 9 feet long, with 1 foot buried underground, leaving 8 feet exposed, 64 poles arranged in the shape of plum blossoms. Most notably, the exposed ends of the poles were sharpened to a deadly point and deep-fried, rendering them sharper than iron. Should a person lie upon them, they would likely be pierced through the chest. Once the junior Taoists had secured the bamboo poles, Lu Daotong, after confirming their placement, removed his shoes and stepped barefoot upon them, wielding a long sword to practice a set of sword techniques, all while appearing neither flushed nor breathless. This spectacle astonished all present. To the esteemed officials of Kaifeng, who wishes to offer guidance, Jiangping, who shall you send? Or would you prefer to descend and instruct me yourself? Lu Daotong inquired, directing his gaze toward Jiangping. Upon hearing this, Jiangping nearly protested, Taoist, your jest is far too grand. I would need to undergo rigorous training for a lifetime to match your skill. Who among you will descend to offer this old Taoist some advice? Jiangping asked his companions. Noticing Ji Qian preparing to rise, Long Tianbiao swiftly turned to Su Liang. It is your turn, master. Su Liang paused for a moment, then realized the importance of this match. He too needed to enter the fray. Indeed, Biaozi speaks wisely. Fourth uncle, I shall confront Lu Daotong. Jiangping understood the significance of this formation and recognized Lu Daotong as a formidable adversary, giving a nod. Very well, Liangzi. Exercise caution. Rest assured, fourth uncle, Su Liang replied, tightening his belt as he prepared to descend. Master, the people of Yanwang claim to speak human language without performing human deeds, consuming human food without relieving themselves. Lu Daotong carries that short sword, known as the three-handed true man, suggesting his hidden weapons are quite formidable, possibly even poisoned. Therefore, Master, you must avoid his hidden weapons at all costs, Long Tianbiao cautioned. Understood. Master will keep that in mind. Su Liang solemnly nodded at Long Tianbiao's words. Liangzi, exercise utmost caution. Ouyang Chun, having previously sparred with Lu Daotong, was well aware of his capabilities and urged Su Liang to remain vigilant. Fear not, uncle, Su Liang reassured, shouldering his golden-ringed saber and qin longsword. With a treasure chest at his waist, he made his way toward the plum blossom circle, moving with a graceful, winding gait. Upon seeing Su Liang, the white-eyed and browed figure descending from the east viewing platform, Lu Daotong felt a surge of exhilaration. Ah, Su Liang, today I shall repay you for past grievances. Meanwhile, Ji Qian quietly approached Long Tianbiao. Biaozi, did you see me rise? Was it to allow Su Liang to take the stage? Do you doubt my abilities? Or do you believe I am destined to fail? Long Tianbiao pondered for a moment. Do those two queries differ? Old swordsman Ji, you have already secured a victory and even vanquished the Western Xia guest from Yanwangzhai. Zhu Liang and the others will certainly harbor resentment toward you. Should you enter the arena again, they may strike at you without mercy, Long Tianbiao explained. Ji Qian reflected on this, realizing the truth in his words, yet still felt a twinge of indignation, sensing a lack of faith in his abilities. Long Tianbiao shot him a glance, urging him to comprehend the implication. As Su Liang trembled down the eastern platform, Lu Daotong felt both excitement and fervor. Is that the white-eyed and browed Su Liang? He inquired. Indeed, a man from Shanxi. Lu Daotong, can it be that your vision has faltered? The man from Shanxi has already stepped into the plum blossom circle, and you still fail to recognize him? Su Liang jested, lightening the tense atmosphere with humor. How could I not recognize you? Even if you turned to ash, I would still know you. Lu Daotong retorted angrily. When I competed with Ouyang Chun, you emerged from nowhere to injure me with your hidden weapon. If you wish to revisit old grievances, the man from Shanxi is here to accompany you, Su Liang countered, unwilling to dwell on past matters. Come forth quickly, let this Taoist cleave you in twain. Lu Daotong urged. Lu Daotong, those of us who have taken vows value the sanctity of life, even that of the smallest creatures. Look at you. What semblance do you possess of a practitioner? You are quick to shout for violence, your temper is exceedingly volatile. I suggest you consider renouncing your vows. Su Liang teased as he removed his shoes. May the boundless celestial deities grant me protection. Lu Daotong muttered a mantra, suppressing his rising temper before urging, Su Liang, hasten. Spare us your endless chatter. Ah, look at that. The aggressor is unhurried, yet the one who must endure is anxious, Su Liang remarked, completing his preparations. With a powerful leap, he alighted upon the bamboo poles as gracefully as a flying goose, steady and unwavering as if walking on solid ground. Seeing Su Liang's prowess, Lu Daotong was taken aback, realizing that years of training had not been in vain. This white-eyed figure had indeed advanced significantly. Biaozi, is your master capable? Ouyang Chun inquired with concern. Fear not, old swordsman. My master possesses formidable martial arts, grounded and calm, destined for victory, Long Tianbiao assured him. Is he truly that formidable? Ouyang Chun, hopeful for Su Liang's victory, was surprised by Long Tianbiao's high praise for him and set aside his worries, instead smiling and asking if I were to enter. How do you foresee the outcome? Should the elder brother make an appearance, victory is assured, Jiang Ping interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Long Tianbiao. Fourth brother, do not interfere with Biaozi's assessment. I seek the unvarnished truth. Ouyang Chun chuckled, waving his hand. Old swordsman, your skills surpass those of my master, evident to any discerning eye. Yet your temperament is gentle, while Lu Daotong is cunning and treacherous. You may fall prey to his underhanded tactics, Long Tianbiao analyzed. Very well. I comprehend. Ouyang Chun acknowledged Long Tianbiao's cautionary words. He was confident in his ability to win, yet wary of Lu Daotong's potential for deceit. Indeed. The talents of each generation emerge in succession, and Biaozi's future is boundless. Chapter 41. Su Liang strikes down Lu Daotong. Su Liang stood gracefully upon the bamboo poles, as steady as a mountain, leaving the band of outlaws at the western viewing platform utterly astonished. Indeed, this White Eyebrow hero was formidable, as evidenced by the fact that over half the spectators were unable to participate in the contest. Su Liang balanced his feet on two bamboo poles, the gold and silk broad knife resting on his right arm, blade facing outward, in a classic embrace of the blade stance. Lu Daotong waited for a few moments, growing impatient as Su Liang made no move to attack. "Su Liang," he asked, "are you here to duel or merely to observe? Why do you not engage?" Though Lu Daotong's character left much to be desired, the people of Shanxi held a deep respect for elders and children, never initiating conflict unprovoked. Su Liang chuckled, revealing his blackened teeth. "Please, you go first." Upon hearing this, Lu Daotong ceased his prattle. He stepped forward, adopting a 9-palisade trigram stance, brandishing his sword and aiming a horizontal strike at Su Liang's waist. Su Liang remained unmoving, waiting until the sword tip was perilously close before he contracted his abdomen, narrowly evading Lu Daotong's longsword. He then swung the golden silk broad knife towards Lu Daotong's face. Lu Daotong swiftly sidestepped to the right, thrusting his longsword back at Su Liang. Observing this, Su Liang brought down his golden silk broad knife to counter Lu Daotong's weapon. Knowing that Su Liang's knife was a treasured weapon, Lu Daotong wisely withdrew his sword, altering his approach and lunging at Su Liang instead. "Oh, this fellow dares not to clash weapons head-on," Su Liang mused to himself, confident in his skill. He firmly rooted himself in a plum blossom stance, wielding his golden silk broad knife in sweeping arcs that left Lu Daotong hesitant with his sword. Realizing his long sword could not compete against Su Liang's knife, Lu Daotong decided to retreat a few steps and, seizing the opportunity, drew a short sword from his back, launching it at Su Liang. Su Liang, an expert in concealed weapons, sensed Lu Daotong's intent and prepared himself, ready to respond. As the short sword approached, Su Liang deftly deflected it with his golden silk broad knife, catching a whiff of the pungent odor emanating from the blade, just as Long Tianbiao had warned. Lu Daotong had coated his concealed weapons with poison. "Well done, Lu Daotong," Su Liang scolded. "How dare you resort to underhanded tactics in this contest?" "Humph. Concealed weapons are also a form of martial arts. There was no prior agreement against their use," Lu Daotong retorted defiantly. "Oh, so you are permitted to use concealed weapons?" Su Liang feigned surprise. "Naturally. If you wish, you may use them as well," Lu Daotong replied smugly. Zhu Liang and Lin Yu, witnessing Lu Daotong's bravado, felt an urge to strike him dead. Did he not know that Su Liang, besides being the White Eyebrow Hero, was also known as the three-handed general, the multi-armed bear? His reputation was built upon his mastery of concealed weaponry. Ouyang Chun and Long Tianbiao exchanged glances, realizing Lu Daotong was courting disaster by flaunting his hidden weapons before Su Liang. Su Liang sighed. "Very well, we have an accord." Internally, he scoffed. "Lu Daotong, you are far too inexperienced to engage in this game of concealed weapons." As Su Liang prepared to advance, Lu Daotong decided to shift tactics, transferring his long sword to his left hand while drawing a short sword with his right, launching it at Su Liang. Before the first could reach him, a second followed, and Lu Daotong unleashed a total of 4 short swords, all of which Su Liang either deflected or severed. Determined, Lu Daotong thought, "Su Liang, you have forced my hand." He yanked down the remaining 3 short swords and shot them towards Su Liang in a coordinated attack. Su Liang skillfully deflected the one aimed at his chest with a swift motion of his golden silk broad knife, then raised the knife to knock aside the one targeting his face. With a powerful leap, he evaded the last sword aimed at his feet, landing deftly on the bamboo pole. Though Jiang Ping and the others recognized Su Liang's exceptional skills with concealed weapons, they still felt a twinge of anxiety as they watched him evade Lu Daotong's onslaught of projectiles with apparent ease. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Lu Daotong, drenched in cold sweat, found himself gripped by fear. He had not anticipated that his rigorous training in the plum blossom stance would prove ineffective against Su Liang, nor that his 8 short swords would pose no threat. Without granting Lu Daotong a moment to regroup, Su Liang thrust the golden silk broad knife behind him and called out, "Now it's your turn to experience the art of concealed weaponry." Before he could finish speaking, he produced a batch of sticky rice cakes from his treasure pouch, tossing one to the left and one to the right. Lu Daotong, fully alert, swiftly dodged the incoming cakes, gaining a measure of confidence. As he evaded the 2 sticky rice cakes, Su Liang remained unfazed, continuing to retrieve and hurl concealed weapons from his pouch, shouting, "Sticky rice cakes, rice strips, kabaki." How did Su Liang earn the moniker of the three-handed general, the multi-armed bear? It was due to his ability to launch and intercept concealed weapons with such speed that it appeared as if he possessed extra limbs. Lu Daotong felt a pang of regret, realizing too late the extent of Su Liang's expertise. As he dodged Su Liang's onslaught of projectiles, he remained vigilant of his footing on the bamboo pole, only to find himself in a precarious situation. In his flustered state, he inadvertently allowed a sticky rice cake to strike him squarely on the nose, causing tears to stream down his face and diminishing his reflexes. Su Liang's barrage of concealed weapons continued to rain down upon Lu Daotong, pelting him mercilessly on the head and body. Seeing that he was outmatched, Lu Daotong decided to flee. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he leapt off the plum blossom stance and sprinted toward the western viewing platform. Su Liang, determined not to let him escape so easily, hurled a sticky rice cake at the bend of Lu Daotong's legs, sending him crashing to the ground. Su Liang quickly followed, drawing his golden silk broad knife and aiming it at Lu Daotong's neck. With a sickening crunch, Lu Daotong's head separated from his body, his face frozen in terror, eyes wide open, forever unable to close in death. This shocking turn of events sent the bandits from the Yanwang stronghold into a frenzy. Zhu Liang, too, was incensed. Why? Lu Daotong had fallen mere steps from the western viewing platform. If he had only run a few paces further, he would have reached safety. Instead, Su Liang had pursued him and delivered a fatal blow. Kill Su Liang. Cut down the White Eyebrow Hero. Su Liang must pay with his life. The outlaws clamored loudly, brandishing their blades and swords, intent on tearing Su Liang to pieces. Zhu Liang, furious, brandished his metal cane and charged down from the platform, heading straight for Su Liang. The officials from Kaifeng, realizing a brawl was imminent, drew their weapons and rushed down from the eastern viewing platform to confront Su Liang alongside Zhu Liang and the others. Chapter 42. Chun Dongpa challenges Mei Liangzu. Su Liang, just a few paces away from the west viewing platform, struck Lu Daotong with his blade, provoking the ire of the bandits from Yanwangzhai. Zhu Liang could no longer restrain himself, brandishing his 5-metal cane and rushing down from the platform. Observing this, Ouyang Chun, Long Tianbiao, and others hastily armed themselves and rallied to Su Liang's side, just as both sides were poised to engage in a fierce battle. A voice echoed from the mountaintop. "Gentlemen, do not act hastily. I have arrived." Everyone looked up to see a frail old man descending from the mountain with remarkable speed, reaching the foot in the blink of an eye. Su Liang, recognizing him, immediately knelt and exclaimed, "Master, you have come. Well done, my child. I witnessed the contest and commend your performance." The newcomer, Su Liang's esteemed teacher, the formidable Mei Liangzu, had watched from the mountaintop, astonished and pleased by his disciple's rapid advancement in martial arts. However, upon witnessing the unfairness of Zhu Liang and others attempting to overwhelm Su Liang after his strike on Lu Daotong, Mei Liangzu was incensed. He would not tolerate anyone bullying his disciple. With a thunderous voice, he charged down the mountain. Long Tianbiao quickly knelt before Mei Liangzu to pay his respects. "Rise, my good child." Mei Liangzu smiled warmly. Zhu Liang, noting Mei Liangzu's arrival, understood the gravity of the situation but felt compelled to address the matter of Lu Daotong fleeing to the west viewing platform while Su Liang pursued and struck him. "Is that you, old Mei?" Zhu Liang greeted. "Indeed, it is I, Zhu the old swordsman. It has been many years. You appear well," Mei Liangzu replied, recognizing Zhu Liang. "Old Mei, your disciple has chased Lu Daotong to the west viewing platform and struck him. You must intervene," Zhu Liang insisted. "On the contrary, I believe my disciple's actions were commendable and deserving of encouragement," Mei Liangzu retorted defiantly. "Ah, Mei Liangzu, are you disregarding the principles of the martial world for the sake of your disciple?" Zhu Liang chastised. Mei Liangzu countered, "How am I disregarding the principles? Was their battle not a contest of life and death? Did Lu Daotong not concede? Thus, my disciple's actions were entirely appropriate. You are grasping at straws." Lu Daotong had already descended from the plum blossom platform, clearly conceding. How could he continue to be pursued? Zhu Liang argued. "As long as he remains within the plum blossom circle, the battle is still on," Mei Liangzu replied, then turned to Zhu Liang and asked, "You accuse me of favoritism. Yet when Linyu rebelled against the authorities, why did you not intervene but instead assist in their tyranny?" This statement incensed Zhu Liang, causing his anger to swell. Meanwhile, Linyu glanced at Fang Shuan and the 3 hall masters of the Sanjiao Hall, who glared at him, instilling fear in his heart. He quickly attempted to placate Zhu Liang. "Zhu Liang, it is best to disregard this round and start anew," he proposed. "How can that be? We clearly won. Let us hear what old Fang Shuan and the 3 hall masters have to say," Jiang Ping interjected. "I refuse to listen." Su Liang struck Lu Daotong at the west viewing platform. "Yanwangzhai will not accept this. No one can change that," Zhu Liang stubbornly declared. Seeing Zhu Liang's obstinacy, old Fang Shuan and the 3 hall masters deliberated and concluded that Su Liang's actions in striking Lu Daotong were indeed excessive. After much discussion, They unanimously decided that the sixth round would not count and a rematch would take place. Fuming, Mei Liangzu lifted his Ziwu Panglong staff, ready to strike Zhu Liang. With a thud, Qindompa raised a gold chessboard to block Mei Liangzu's staff, then smirked, "Old Mei, others may fear you, but I, Qindompa, do not. If you have the courage, let us engage in a contest." "Very well. A contest it shall be. I fear you not," Mei Liangzu declared, brandishing his staff as they prepared for battle. "Hold on, Old Mei, this battleground is not here. Will you dare to follow me?" Qindompa taunted. "What is there to fear?" Mei Liangzu, known for his fierce temperament, could not tolerate Qindompa's mockery. "Master, this round was initiated because of me." "Let me take your place," Su Liang suggested, concerned for Mei Liangzu's age and vitality. "Fear not, my child. I deem this contest beneath my notice. Should anything go awry, you may avenge me," Mei Liangzu reassured Su Liang as he leapt onto the iron chain with his staff in hand. Facing each other, they stood ready. "What do you think will be the outcome?" Su Liang anxiously inquired. "Do not worry, master. My grandfather's skills are formidable. That monk cannot match him." Long Tianbiao comforted. "Really? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Su Liang pressed, still apprehensive. "Master, your focus should not solely be on this contest, but on how to guard against Yanwang Zhai refusing to honor the outcome," Long Tianbiao advised quietly. We have signed agreements. Do they dare to go back on their word?" Su Liang replied, intrigued. "How novel. If they adhere to the agreement, their lives are forfeit. If they do not, they merely lose face. What do you think they will choose?" Long Tianbiao countered softly. Su Liang pondered this, realizing that, given Zhu Liang's shamelessness, such a betrayal was entirely plausible. He lowered his head, contemplating how to respond. Chapter 43, Shoulder to Shoulder. As brothers, Mei Liangzu indeed demonstrated superior skills. After several rounds of combat, the Ziwu Panlong shaft struck Qindompa's thick thigh, caught off guard. Qindompa failed to step on the iron chain and fell directly from above. "Quickly send someone to find your master, uncle," Zhu Liang instructed Lin Yu upon seeing Qindompa tumble into the Ghost Yin River. Lin Yu hurriedly made arrangements. Mei Liangzu returned to Su Liang, who was overjoyed like a child, revealing his blackened teeth in delight. "Old Swordmaster Zhu, what say you?" Jiangping inquired, lifting his head high. "The King of Hell Stockade is willing to accept defeat, yet the hour is late. The handover ceremony is quite time-consuming. Perhaps you would prefer to rest at Lion's Forest for the night and conduct the exchange tomorrow morning?" Zhu Liang suggested with a smile. "That seems reasonable," Jiangping replied, noticing the encroaching darkness and nodding in agreement. "Old Swordmaster Zhu, might we change our accommodations?" Long Tianbiao suddenly asked. Zhu Liang initially thought they had uncovered the secret of Lion's Forest. However, reflecting upon the careful arrangements he had made, he dismissed the notion, chuckling. "Why does young hero Long wish to change residence? You are esteemed guests of the King of Hell Stockade. Your request should be fully honored. Alas, the stockade is filled to capacity, and we have no extra rooms." Seeing that Long Tianbiao's comment about changing lodgings had stirred up unnecessary complications, Jiangping shot him a glare and explained to Zhu Liang, "Old Swordmaster Zhu, do not take it to heart. Biaozi was merely jesting. We shall stay at Lion's Forest tonight." "Very well, my apologies for the inconvenience," Zhu Liang laughed, masking his embarrassment. Upon returning to Lion's Forest, Jiangping asked, "Biaozi, were you genuinely attempting to complicate matters with your suggestion to change lodging, or was there some deeper significance?" "Fourth uncle, do I appear to be so idle?" Long Tianbiao clarified. Zhu Liang is quite cunning and meticulous, certainly calculating potential defeats before victories. If we all perish, there would be no witnesses to their loss. Can such a large number at the King of Hell Stockade keep such a secret? Jiangping queried incredulously. They are all in cahoots. Who would broadcast their own shame? Long Tianbiao remarked, bemused by Jiangping's sudden lack of wit. Humph, they have come together, and we fear them not. Even if we perish, we shall take them down with us, Mei Liangzu declared, wielding the Ziwu Panlong shaft menacingly. "Master, even the gods cannot escape in a flash, should they employ firearms. None of us would escape," Long Tianbiao cautioned. The mention of firearms sent a chill through the group. Who could withstand such firepower? If even the city gate could be blown apart, what chance did living beings have? "I will venture to the front yard after my meal," Su Liang stated. "All right. Fourth uncle, grant me a token. I will send the foul tofu from beyond the pass to gather troops. We shall annihilate the King of Hell Stockade tonight," Long Tianbiao asserted. "Very well," Jiangping replied, producing his personal seal and handing it to Long Tianbiao. "Fourth uncle, in my view, You cannot remain complacently in Lion's forest. Long Tianbiao advised. Where then should we go? Jiang Ping scratched his head in confusion. You can lay an ambush at a distance, should you spot any suspicious individuals. Apprehend them, Long Tianbiao suggested. If any situation arises, you should conceal yourselves first. Wait for me and Master to bring the soldiers before launching a surprise attack on Zhu Liang and his companions. Good lad, why so convoluted? Jiang Ping found himself thoroughly impressed by Long Tianbiao's cleverness. Time is of the essence. I shall depart first. Even if they do act, it will be after dark. So remain vigilant, Long Tianbiao instructed before racing toward the back mountain with Jiang Ping's token. The others were puzzled by Long Tianbiao's actions. The stockade gate was at the front, so what was he doing at the back? Upon reaching the mountainside after much effort, Long Tianbiao saw no one from the King of Hell's stockade around and called out to the summit. Ooh, ooh, ooh. His voice echoed into the distance. Should Su Liang and the others witness this, they might suspect Long Tianbiao was reverting to his primal instincts. Before long, a figure swiftly descended from the peak to Long Tianbiao's side. Biaozi, what is it? It turned out that on that day, when Long Tianbiao was rescued by Wang Yuan, he had inquired how to summon him in case of an emergency, and Wang Yuan had instructed him to call out to the mountain peak. Upon hearing it, he would come swiftly. Senior, there are people reserved by Kaifeng Prefecture beyond the first gate of the King of Hell's stockade. Take this token and find him. Instruct him to return immediately with troops to assault the King of Hell's stockade at the third watch tonight. Long Tianbiao reiterated his concerns, then asked, Did you remember? I have remembered, Biaozi. Wang Yuan nodded, then added, I admire your character. From now on, let us be brothers, and you need not refer to me as senior. Long Tianbiao hesitated, noting that Wang Yuan was of a similar age to his grandfather. He worried that if he addressed him as a brother, Su Liang might smack him for it. What are you hesitating for? Do you look down on me? Wang Yuan, impatient, thought Long Tianbiao was disdaining him for being a rustic and glared, ready to strike. No, it's just that you are of a higher generation. I am but a junior in Kaifeng Prefecture. Calling you big brother seems inappropriate, Long Tianbiao mumbled, feeling guilty. Haha, good lad, so that is the case. Regardless, we shall each refer to ourselves as we please. Wang Yuan patted Long Tianbiao on the shoulder before vanishing in an instant. Long Tianbiao could only marvel. With the thorns and stones all around, Wang Yuan ran barefoot without a hint of pain. As the sun set, Long Tianbiao sensed an impending battle and hurried down the mountain. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, still regaining his footing, he heard a deafening roar, followed by the ground trembling beneath him. By the heavens, is it starting already? Long Tianbiao's scalp tingled, uncertain whether Su Liang and the others had acted according to plan. If they were even a moment too slow, they might be reduced to nothing. Gripping the single-edged saber he had taken from the guards, Long Tianbiao crouched and dashed toward Lion's forest, eager to ascertain whether Jiang Ping and the others had emerged as agreed, and whether Su Liang had ventured to the front yard to gather intelligence. Chapter 44. Divided Actions. Long Tianbiao arrived at Shizelin, where the once magnificent residence had been reduced to rubble, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, which was oddly rather pleasant. No, this was not the time to indulge in such musings. He needed to find his comrade swiftly. Pressing his saber against his side, he made his way toward the front courtyard. On the way, he spotted a figure with a large head and slender neck, attempting to persuade another. Was that Shuan ahead? Long Tianbiao whispered softly. Indeed, it was his senior brother, the familiar buzzing voice confirming his presence, Fang Shuan. Biaozi, are you all right? Another voice inquired. Master, I am fine. Where is everyone? Long Tianbiao asked upon seeing Su Liang, realizing they were following their strategy. I came out early to scout for news, but I didn't expect them to act so soon. Everyone might still be inside, Su Liang said, his voice trembling with emotion. Long Tianbiao felt a rush of dread at Su Liang's words. What was going on? He had repeatedly urged them to leave Shizelin, yet they had chosen to ignore him. Master, did we not agree to split up? Why did you not listen? Long Tianbiao asked, his eyes reddening. Uncle C reasoned that Zhu Liang and the others would wait until we were asleep to launch their attack, so he sent me ahead to gather information. I ran into Shuan and barely exchanged a few words when, lo and behold, Shizelin was bombarded, Su Liang lamented. Long Tianbiao wiped his forehead. Realizing that they could not afford to wait for anyone to fall asleep, the enemy would strike decisively and unexpectedly. What should we do, Biaozi? Su Liang asked. Knowing Long Tianbiao was resourceful, how would I know what to do? I told you all, but you didn't listen, Long Tianbiao replied, feeling somewhat wronged. He had exerted considerable effort to ensure their safety, only for his careful planning to be laid to waste. Brother, calm your wrath. We are down to just the two of you. Even if you were made of iron, how many nails could you drive? It would be wiser for me to lead you away to Yan Wangzhai while you gather troops, Fang Shuan advised. I have already sent someone to fetch reinforcements. They should arrive by midnight, and we will strike decisively, Long Tianbiao responded. Indeed, brother, you are quite the strategist, Fang Shuan commended. That requires others to heed my words. Long Tianbiao retorted. Noticing Su Liang's despondent demeanor, Long Tianbiao suddenly recalled their earlier search for the legendary long-armed sage, Yuan Changing, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Master, do not despair. Do you remember the long-armed sage, Yuan Changing, whom I mentioned before? I do. What of it? Are you suggesting we seek his assistance? Su Liang assumed, believing that all the great masters had perished in the chaos. No, I mean that he might have taken our comrades to safety, Long Tianbiao speculated. Oh? Is he that punctual? Su Liang questioned. Masters of the martial world are elusive. Perhaps he has been secretly safeguarding us all along, Long Tianbiao explained. Let us hope so. In our current predicament, we can only place our hopes in this individual, Su Liang sighed. What are you two planning to do now? Fang Shuan inquired. Biaozi. What do you think? Su Liang asked. Fang Shuan realized that in this duo, the master would yield to his senior brother, prompting him to consider how to maintain a good rapport with him. Master, a leader is essential. An army cannot advance without its commander. You must take the lead in the offensive, Long Tianbiao asserted, suggesting that Shuan lead the way while Su Liang lingered near the gates of the underworld. The gates of the underworld? But they are perilously fortified. How do we intend to seize them? Su Liang questioned. Perhaps I could infiltrate the guard and catch them unawares. What? You plan to blend in with the guards? Long Tianbiao shot Su Liang a disapproving glance. Have you forgotten that you are the renowned White Eyebrow Hero? That very moniker is your identification, and your reputation in Yan Wangzhai is too formidable. They would recognize you from a distance. What then? Why was I cursed with these conspicuous eyebrows? Su Liang lamented. Do not be disheartened. I shall devise a plan, Long Tianbiao pondered before turning to Fang Shuan. Shuan, who has been assigned to guard the gates? Ah, brother, a monk named Jinbei Luohan, Wushan, is on duty, Fang Shuan recalled. Who? Wushan? Su Liang recognized the name, but was uncertain. Yes, that is indeed him. What of it? Do you know him, master? Fang Shuan asked. Well acquainted. Before he arrived at Yan Wangzhai, he sought to kill me at my master's residence, but I subdued him, and he agreed to assist us in the future. Su Liang elucidated. Perfect. He is the one we need, Long Tianbiao exclaimed, finally connecting the dots regarding Su Liang and Wu Shan. Master, it seems that the army must be led by you if we wish to gain his respect. In that case, I shall wait at the gates of the underworld. Su Liang nodded in agreement. This second fortification is of utmost importance. I suspect Lin Yu will personally oversee it, Long Tianbiao conjectured. That complicates matters, Su Liang gasped. Lin Yu is a formidable warrior, skilled in military strategy, and with the fortifications under his command, even 1,000 elite soldiers would find it challenging to breach. Shuan, I will devise a plan to mingle near him. You should enlist to guard the city alongside him. Let's see who has the opportunity to strike him unexpectedly at a critical moment, which would allow us to break through this second line of defense. Long Tianbiao suggested to Fang Shuan. Very well, brother, it shall be as you say, Fang Shuan agreed, admiring Long Tianbiao's quick wit. Will Zhu Liang and the others attempt to escape with Huang Luan? Su Liang inquired. Fear not, my elder brother will be there to entangle Zhu Liang and Chen Dongba. Long Tianbiao reassured, thumping his chest confidently. Who? Your elder brother? Su Liang questioned, puzzled. When did you acquire an elder brother? Yes, the very one who rescued me that day. He was struck by my charm, my good looks, martial prowess, and sense of justice. And thus, we became fast friends across the years, Long Tianbiao declared. Su Liang was left unsure whether to praise Long Tianbiao's allure or scold him for his audacity. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly and part ways, Long Tianbiao instructed, then set off toward the second gate, while Fang Shuan led Su Liang in search of a route to scale the mountains. Chapter 45. Breaching the underworld stronghold. As Long Tianbiao concealed himself and approached the second gate, he was unexpectedly tapped on the shoulder. Who could it be? A chill ran down his spine. It was unlikely to be an enemy, for if it were, they would have struck him from behind. Brother, do you possess such irresistible charm? A figure emerged before him, hair flowing, bare feet planted firmly on the ground, tall and imposing, with bright, piercing eyes. It was none other than his elder brother, Wang Yuan, whom Long Tianbiao had mentioned earlier. Ah, It is my elder brother, Long Tianbiao exclaimed, quickly grasping Wang Yuan's hand in a show of camaraderie. I had to come. I needed to see why my brother has such a thick skin, Wang Yuan teased, pinching Long Tianbiao's cheek. Please spare me, big brother. I was merely boasting in front of my master, Long Tianbiao replied. But I do have something I need your assistance with. Go on, brother. What can I do for you? Wang Yuan asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. My master has gone to rendezvous with the army, and I must head to the second gate to support him. Therefore, I need you to keep an eye on Zhu Liang and his companions. They are the ringleaders, and my success hinges on their actions, Long Tianbiao explained. Furthermore, I need you to devise a way to retrieve Zhu Liang's 5-metal staff and Chun Dompa's large chessboard. I lack suitable weapons. Consider it done. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you, Wang Yuan declared, thumping his chest with confidence. Excellent. We have an agreement. Long Tianbiao affirmed, gazing at Wang Yuan. Agreed. Wang Yuan nodded. And the two brothers parted ways. Long Tianbiao arrived at the second gate, dispatched a guard, donned his uniform, and disguised himself to blend into the ranks of the defenders atop the city walls. The guards were well prepared, armed with bows and arrows, and fortified with massive stones. A full frontal assault would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. As Long Tianbiao contemplated how to breach the gate, a commotion arose from the direction of the underworld gate. It turned out that these were the henchmen led by Su Liang, who had seized the opportunity to break free while Wu Shun and his men were caught off guard. They brought news of Wu Shun's surrender and the offering of the gate. Initially, Long Tianbiao intended to eliminate these henchmen, but upon observing the archers stationed above, he decided to forego that opportunity. The gate commander was busy sending messages to the main camp while organizing the defenses. Long Tianbiao closely followed the commander, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Before long, Su Liang and his troops arrived at the gate, accompanied by Lin Yu, who was flanked by bodyguards and the infamous Jiangxia 3 ghosts. What is the situation? Lin Yu inquired of the gate commander as he peered over the wall to assess the scene below. General, Su Liang has arrived with his troops, but has not launched an attack. He merely shouts for surrender, the commander replied. Very well. Lin Yu then shouted down, ugly ghost. Why haven't you perished in Lion Forest? Lin Yu, a man from Shanxi, is resilient. I won't be certain of your demise until you fall, Su Liang scoffed. Surrender now, and the Shanxi men might intercede for you. Bah, with your ragtag army, you think you can mount an assault? Dream on, Lin Yu derided. Let me have a go at them, just for fun, Fang Shuan chimed in. Get lost, Lin Yu retorted disdainfully, refusing to even glance at Fang Shuan. A true man, humiliated by Su Liang, dared not seek revenge, and yet he called him an old man, truly a disgrace to the bandit community. Had it not been for the consent of King Tianda, he would not have brought Fang Shuan to defend the gate. I will send you packing first, Fang Shuan declared, plunging a small dagger into Lin Yu's lower back. Ah! Lin Yu screamed in agony, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In terms of skill, 10 Fang Shuans would not match Lin Yu. So why was Lin Yu slain so easily? It was because Lin Yu never expected someone as timid as Fang Shuan would dare to stab him. An ambush indeed. Lin Yu's tragic cry stunned the gate commander. What on earth is happening? The general has been killed? He exclaimed, pointing at Fang Shuan and his companions. Seize them. Coming. Long Tianbiao responded casually, drawing his saber and swiftly dispatching the gate commander. Oh, brother, you truly are here. Fang Shuan exclaimed upon seeing Long Tianbiao, relieved. Shuan, take Lin Yu's head and present it as a trophy. This victory belongs to the 3 of you, Long Tianbiao instructed. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Fang Shuan replied gratefully. Seeing no further complications, Long Tianbiao hurried towards the great hall of the underworld stronghold, anxious that Zhu Liang and the others might escape. Despite his haste, a henchman had already reported that chaos had erupted in the hall, with the henchmen scattering like birds. Upon reaching the rear mountain, Long Tianbiao saw a few bandits supporting King Tianda, Huang Luan, while Zhu Liang and Chen Dompa were engaged in combat with Wang Yuan. Zhu Liang wielded the 5-metal staff with dexterity, and Chen Dompa brandished the chessboard with formidable presence. In contrast, Wang Yuan wielded a tree with such prowess that Zhu Liang and Chen Dompa dared not approach. Brother, why did you arrive so late? Wang Yuan greeted Long Tianbiao cheerfully, effortlessly fending off the 2 attackers, indicating he considered them no serious threat. Big brother, don't kill them. They still have their uses. Long Tianbiao remarked with a grin as he moved to assist Huang Luan, driving away the bandits. At that moment, Huang Luan appeared truly beleaguered. his complexion ashen and his legs trembling as he sat helplessly on the ground. Long Tianbiao glanced at him, mocking, "With such feebleness, you dare to rebel?" Meanwhile, Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Long Tianbiao, exchanged glances and unleashed their most desperate techniques. "Be careful, big brother," Long Tianbiao shouted, drawing his saber to join the fray. "Watch and learn, brother. They're not a match for me," Wang Yuan said, wielding the tree in a sweeping motion. Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa were unprepared for such an unconventional weapon, instinctively raising their own to defend themselves. Wang Yuan's formidable strength, combined with the tree's heft, sent Zhu Liang's 5-metal staff and Chen Dongpa's chessboard flying. Before they could lament their misfortune, Zhu Liang drew several short swords, while Chen Dongpa retrieved golden chess pieces from his pouch, hurling them at Wang Yuan. Seeing the dark weapons, Wang Yuan did not relent, spinning the tree like a whirlwind, causing the swords to embed in its trunk while sending the chess pieces flying. Seizing the moment, Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa slipped into the shadows and fled. "Ah, brother. I didn't anticipate their use of hidden weapons. They got away," Wang Yuan exclaimed in frustration. "Not to worry, even if they escape now, they will eventually resurface to commit further misdeeds, and we shall bring them to justice," Long Tianbiao reassured him. "As for the 5-metal staff and the golden chessboard, I am already quite pleased. At last, I can find someone to forge weapons for me." Long Tianbiao clutched the 5-metal staff and chessboard tightly, unwilling to let go. Chapter 46. Indeed, you were quite impressive. Just as Long Tianbiao was reveling in his triumph, Su Liang approached him with Ai Hu and others. "Where are Biaozi, Huang Luan, and Zhu Liang?" Su Liang inquired. "Master, this one lying on the ground is Huang Luan. Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa were driven away by my brother and me. It took quite some effort to disarm them." "Oh, I am utterly exhausted," Long Tianbiao replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. This display left Wang Yuan utterly astonished. "Can one still brag like this? I didn't see you lifting a finger, so where did all that sweat come from?" Ai Hu and the others hurriedly lifted Huang Luan and bound him to prevent his escape. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. May I know your name?" Su Liang respectfully asked Wang Yuan. "I am called Wang Yuan," he replied, arms crossed around a tree trunk. Su Liang pondered, who is this Wang Yuan? Such a formidable figure to wield a tree as a weapon? Ai Hu and the others gazed in awe at Wang Yuan's weapon, realizing the depth of his martial prowess. "Master, my brother is a highly esteemed disciple of the ancient Buddha, known as the Wild Old Man of the Seas," Long Tianbiao introduced. Long Tianbiao's words left Su Liang astounded. "Biaozi, your name is indeed fitting. You are remarkably audacious. A disciple of the ancient Buddha, his status far surpasses ours. Are you truly seeking to be on familiar terms with him?" "I have met the old swordsman Wang." Su Liang and the others hastily bowed in respect. "Oh, there is no need for such formalities. You are the White Eyebrow Hero, and I hold you in high regard," Wang Yuan said, tossing aside the tree and patting Su Liang on the shoulder. "Thank you for your kind words, old swordsman," Su Liang replied promptly. "Brother, master, enough of this idle chatter. Let us pursue Zhu Liang and the others swiftly," Long Tianbiao urged, noticing the polite exchange. "Agreed, let us hasten." Wang Yuan expressed keen interest in Zhu Liang and promptly set off in pursuit, his large strides quickly taking him out of sight. Su Liang and Long Tianbiao hurried after him. Suddenly, the sound of clashing weapons echoed ahead, and both Su Liang and Long Tianbiao felt a jolt of energy. It seemed Wang Yuan had intercepted Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa. Upon their arrival, they found Wang Yuan standing aside while the one engaged with Zhu Liang was none other than the fierce Mei Liangzu, and the one confronting Chen Dongpa, the unarmed Ouyang Chun. "Oh dear, master, uncle, are you unharmed?" Su Liang exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face upon seeing them safe. Jiangping approached and patted Su Liang's shoulder, saying, "Good lad, we are fine. Uncle, I went to the front yard to scout, and halfway there, I heard the lion grove being bombarded. I was terrified." Su Liang recounted to Jiangping. "Liangzi, this is my fault. I almost endangered everyone," Jiangping explained. "Biaozi is right. We cannot treat Zhu Liang and his ilk as humans. Just after you left, the old swordsman Yuan Chang'ing arrived and swiftly led us away from the lion grove. Later, upon hearing you intended to proceed with the original plan, he took us here to intercept the fleeing fish. Indeed, Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa sought to escape from here." "Excellent, excellent," Su Liang exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. With Su Liang and Long Tianbiao's arrival, along with Wang Yuan's presence, Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa dared not continue fighting. Resorting to their old tricks, They drew hidden weapons from their pouches and hurled them at the group. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhu Liang and Chun Dompa dashed towards the narrow escape route, fleeing the King of Hell's stronghold. The narrow escape route lay between the cliffs of the back mountain of the King of Hell's stronghold. Zhu Liang, having spent his leisure time surveying the area, knew it well. With Huang Luan defeated and the stronghold destroyed, and Lin Yu dead, Zhu Liang fled with Chun Dompa, seeking future opportunities for vengeance. Jiang Ping hastily organized the remaining affairs of the stronghold, discerning who deserved severe punishment and who could be released with minor penalties. Seeing that the matter was settled, Wang Yuan pulled Long Tianbiao aside. Brother, with the King of Hell's affairs resolved, I must take my leave. Where are you going? Elder brother, wouldn't it be better for us to stay together? Long Tianbiao asked. I am restless, with nothing left to do here. I wish to traverse the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, Wang Yuan explained. I will not allow you to depart, Long Tianbiao insisted, tugging at Wang Yuan's sleeve. Wang Yuan's sleeves, once ample, had frayed from days of roaming the mountains, fluttering in the wind. Are you trying to tear my sleeve apart? Wang Yuan shot Long Tianbiao a bemused glance. Is this even still a sleeve? And you've picked up the eye rolling quite well. Brother, do not be reluctant to part with me. All gatherings must eventually end, Wang Yuan advised. Brother, you are mistaken. I am not reluctant to let you go. Long Tianbiao replied. As my elder brother, shouldn't you give me a parting gift? Wang Yuan was at a loss. He possessed nothing of value. Even less than Long Tianbiao. With a pained expression, he said, I have nothing but a clean slate, not a thing to offer you. Long Tianbiao flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. Elder brother, you are highly skilled. Impart a couple of life-saving techniques to me? Well, Wang Yuan pondered, fine. Since I find you somewhat likable, I shall teach you. Brother, I have a set of knife techniques called the Taiji Yin-Yang knife method, taught to me by my master, the ancient Buddha. I will now impart a few essential moves to you, but you must promise not to use them for evil, otherwise. Even from afar, I will come for your head, Wang Yuan said solemnly. This was a warning Wang Yuan had received from his master, which he now relayed to Long Tianbiao. Heaven above, earth below, if I, Long Tianbiao, use the techniques given by my elder brother for malevolent deeds or to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, may I suffer a fate worse than death, Long Tianbiao vowed, raising 3 fingers of his right hand. Very well, I trust you, Wang Yuan nodded, then instructed, follow me. Long Tianbiao hurriedly trailed Wang Yuan to a gentle hilltop, a sheltered spot where Wang Yuan often rested after his exertions. I will demonstrate the technique for you first. Observe closely, Wang Yuan said, unsheathing his 9-eared 8-ring tiny knife and performing a flurry of movements. Long Tianbiao was astounded by the swiftness of the technique, the wind from the blades stinging his face. After demonstrating, Wang Yuan patiently explained the crucial elements of the knife techniques. Although there were only 3 moves, each possessed 3 variations. Once Long Tianbiao mastered them, Wang Yuan patted his shoulder before departing down the mountain. Long Tianbiao gazed after Wang Yuan, feeling a pang of reluctance, despite their age difference. Wang Yuan's sincerity endeared him to Long Tianbiao, who looked forward to their next encounter. Brother, when shall we meet again? Long Tianbiao called out. Meet? Do you wish for me to impart more knife techniques to you? Absolutely not. I am not so shameless, Wang Yuan retorted. Do you even believe that? Believe it or not, I certainly do, Wang Yuan declared. Brother, you have yet to answer. When shall we meet again? Brother, you are bound by duty. While I am a free spirit, should I wish to see you, I shall come. If you find yourself in need, I will assuredly come to your aid. Now, that is the brother I admire, Long Tianbiao replied. Yet you still trick me? You are my elder brother. Who else would I trick? Wang Yuan quipped. Chapter 47. The Emperor's Edict to capture Su Liang. After Jiang Ping concluded the follow-up matters concerning Yin Wangzhai, he entrusted the territory back to the former village chief, Wu Yuangong, the father-in-law of Huang Luan, and then led his troops back to Datong Prefecture. Yin Chasen expressed his congratulations and condolences to everyone, then hastened to deliver the good news to the capital, Kaifeng, while he assured the populace and worked to restore their livelihoods. At last, amidst their eager anticipation, the imperial envoy arrived with the rewards from the court. To their astonishment, the envoy was left Kuan, the chief of the Ministry of Justice, which instantly cast a shadow of doubt across the crowd. Left Kuan read the imperial decree. The first half contained standard commendations for their valiant efforts in quelling the bandits, ensuring each individual would receive a reward. However, as he transitioned to the latter half, the tone shifted dramatically. Su Liang was accused of attempting to assassinate the emperor and was to be escorted to the capital for punishment. The crowd was struck dumb, as if a thunderclap had echoed in their ears. How could this be? Liang had been tirelessly apprehending thieves. Where would he find the time to infiltrate the palace for such treachery? Might I inquire, esteemed envoy, if my ears are deceiving me? What do your last words imply? Fang Shuan was equally bewildered. Just as he had sought refuge in Kaifeng, now his mentor was being apprehended, leaving him utterly confounded. He rushed to Left Kuan for clarification. Liang is accused of treachery and must be escorted to the capital, Left Kuan declared, dismissively gesturing as officers appeared with rough iron chains to bind Liang and place him in shackles. When exactly was the assassination attempt on His Majesty? Long Tianbiao inquired. On the evening of the 3rd of September, Left Kuan responded. Ah, that timing is rather convenient. My master Liang was leading troops against Yan Wangzhai then, with General Liang and his soldiers as witnesses. The would-be assassin must have been a thief resembling him, Long Tianbiao explained. How could His Majesty's can I be mistaken? Left Kuan countered. Moreover, Liang is known as the White Eyebrow Hero. His visage is unique. Who else possesses such distinctive eyebrows? True, yet the world is vast, and strange occurrences abound. If someone skilled in disguise managed to alter their appearance to match my masteress, and given that His Majesty has only seen him a few times, it would not be unusual for a mistake to occur, Long Tianbiao reasoned. Regardless, the decree has been issued and cannot be rescinded. I must obey the command to escort Liang to the capital, Left Kuan asserted. Though he acknowledged the validity of Long Tianbiao's points, the imperial order was absolute. Master, do not fret. I shall uncover the truth and bring the true culprit before you. Long Tianbiao vowed to Liang. Sighing, Liang was at a loss for words. Despite his relentless efforts to capture criminals, a mere imperial decree had led to his arrest. It seemed the tales of the emperor's ruthlessness were indeed true. Suddenly, Mei Liangzu recalled a troubling incident he had witnessed in Kaifeng, the attempted assassination of Lord Bao by a figure resembling his own apprentice. Could it be the same person? With urgency, he conveyed this information to Yin Chasen, Jiangping, and the others. Left, sir, did you hear? Someone has impersonated Liangzi. I implore you to investigate this matter. Jiangping pressed. I shall certainly consider your words, but for now, we must await the Ministry of Justice's inquiry. This is not the time for disputes. The emperor's command is clear. Liang must be taken to the capital, Left Kuan retorted, with no other recourse. The onlookers could only watch as Liang was led away in chains. As Long Tianbiao and his companions approached Liang, their hearts were heavy at the sight of his suffering. Master, take heart. The one who impersonated you to commit this crime harbors a deep grudge and seeks to frame you. I am certain that miscreants in Kaifeng are sheltering them. Long Tianbiao analyzed. I believe they will not leave until they witness your downfall. How could you speak such words? Wishing for my brother's demise, you ungrateful wretch. Ai who shared the closest bond with Liang, was incensed by Long Tianbiao's comment. Uncle, you misunderstand. I meant that the true villain is still in Kaifeng. And with our combined efforts, we will surely capture him. Right, Shuan? Long Tianbiao clarified, feeling that only Fang Shuan could match his intellect, while the others fell short. Indeed, brother's reasoning is sound. The true culprit must have lacked the courage to confront my master directly, hence their deceitful actions. Liang bit back, determination in his voice. Master, reflect on whom you might have offended deeply, especially those whose families you have harmed. We shall send someone to gather intelligence, Long Tianbiao suggested. Harm their family? Liang pondered deeply. Could it be the child of the formidable Wang Xingzu? Jiangping suddenly recalled the notorious incident from years past. Ah, it is indeed possible. After I dealt with Wang Xingzu, his elder brother came seeking vengeance with his 2 sons, and they too met with my blade. Liang grimly remembered. Good. We have a lead now. Long Tianbiao proposed, 4th uncle, we must hasten to Wang Xingzu's home to inquire about his descendants, what they look like, where they train. Then we can investigate under the pretense of being acquaintances of Wang Xingzu. Good lad, you are astute, Jiangping remarked. Perhaps you should take on this task. Long Tianbiao was taken aback by this suggestion, feeling it echoed the sentiments of a private enterprise, where those who proposed ideas also bore the responsibility. 4th uncle, I appreciate your input, but we must deliberate on who is best suited for this mission. Indeed, this task is not one that can be handled by just anyone. The assassin remains in Kaifeng, and if we delay too long without capturing him while our skilled allies depart, my master remains imprisoned. Who will then assist us in apprehending the criminal? Long Tianbiao chided Jiangping. Ah, I see my thinking was rather hasty, Jiangping replied with a sheepish grin. Realizing the significance of the matter at hand required careful consideration of who should be dispatched. Ultimately, Jiangping decided to send the brothers Xing Rulong and Xing Ruhua. Though their martial prowess was modest, their cautious nature inspired confidence. What should have been a celebratory moment for their triumph over Yin Wangzhai was overshadowed by the grim fate of Su Liang, leaving a pall of despair over the atmosphere as they journeyed onward. Chapter 48. The purple-faced King Kong Wang Shun upon their return to the capital of Bianliang. Yin Chasen and Jiangping immediately rushed into the Kaifeng Prefecture to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the incident, particularly why it was said that Su Liang had attempted to assassinate in the palace. Bao Zhang sighed deeply and recounted the events that had transpired. It was revealed to Yin Chasen and Jiangping that the false Su Liang had infiltrated the palace on the night of the 3rd day of the 9th month, not only murdering the new favored consort but also striking the emperor, who had never been subjected to such indignity, causing him to feign in rage. The impostor had indeed disguised himself to resemble Su Liang, notably with his eyebrows painted stark white. Upon hearing Jiangping's account, the crowd was filled with indignation, concluding that the impostor must harbor a deep-seated vendetta against Su Liang, as it was only logical that such a sinister plan was devised to bring about his downfall. Long Tianbiao paid no heed to the others. He was either practicing the 3 signature moves of the Wang Yuan style or scouring the streets for the white-eyed eyebrow man, particularly lingering outside the residences of nobles. He also sought out a renowned blacksmith to procure a large chessboard and a metal cane. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the substantial piece of black iron, was nearly overwhelmed with joy, having never encountered such a sizable chunk before. It was a true revelation for him. Long Tianbiao meticulously sketched blueprints inspired by the Tang knife and the triangular military dagger, as well as the image of Shaoli Fei Dao from his recollections, investing a substantial sum for the shopkeeper to craft them according to his specifications. A few days later, Xing Rulong and Xing Ruhua hurried back to report to Bao Zhang that Wang Xingzu had a son named Wang Shun, the purple-faced King Kong, whose stature and physique bore a striking resemblance to Su Liang, particularly with his purplish complexion akin to Su Liang's appearance. He was a disciple of the Golden Palm Buddha at Tianzhu Temple on Xiang'er Mountain, having honed his skills well and vanished after descending the mountain a year ago. It was certain that Wang Shun was impersonating Su Liang to commit his nefarious acts, although the method he employed to dye his eyebrows white remained a mystery. Fang Shuan, having incited a riot at the Dali Temple court, was expelled from the Kaifeng Prefecture by Bao Zhang. Long Tianbiao patted his shoulder, advising him to find a place to stay, as he had inadvertently crossed paths with Bao Zhang's wrath. Once the situation regarding Su Liang was resolved, he could return. That evening, as Long Tianbiao was admiring the retrieved Tang knife and triangular military dagger, he suddenly noticed Fang Shuan rushing back. "Shuan, why have you returned?" Ai Hu, having a favorable impression of Fang Shuan, was not deterred by Su Liang's imprisonment. Rather, he was anxious and persistently sought clues, accepting Fang Shuan as a dear nephew from the bottom of his heart. "Uncle, please stop asking questions and gather people with me to catch the thief," Fang Shuan urged hastily. "Catch what thief?" Ai Hu asked, puzzled. "Naturally, the false Su Liang impersonating my uncle. There are 3 of them dining on Iron Lion Street. They will escape if we delay," Fang Shuan exclaimed. This revelation detonated like a bomb within the Kaifeng Prefecture, and everyone hurriedly armed themselves. Long Tianbiao could not help but marvel at Fang Shuan's fortune. While he had been wandering aimlessly, Fang Shuan had managed to locate the impostor in just a few days. "Fourth uncle, you and Mr. Gong's son should swiftly seek out Sir Xiang to secure my master's release from prison. According to the words of our mentor, the 8 steps to the sky and the flying money 10,000 li are companions. We cannot withstand this alone. We require my master's assistance. Hurry and release him to redeem his sins," Long Tianbiao commanded decisively. "Understood, I shall go at once." Recognizing the urgency, Jiangping quickly turned with Gong's sons to find Bao Zhang. The others followed Fang Shuan directly to Iron Lion Street. It was a dead-end alley with only 2 establishments, and now only one was illuminated. The false Su Liang and his 2 accomplices were inside, dining. Fang Shuan stealthily lifted the door curtain, confirming that the trio was still present before returning to the group. Zhang Zhao and Long Tianbiao conferred on how to set the scene. Some would block the door, others the windows, while some would climb onto the roofs, and others would seal off the entrance to Iron Lion Street. Once preparations were complete, Fang Shuan bellowed at the interior, "You thieves who cannot be slain, come forth and meet your demise." At this shout, the lights within the room were extinguished instantly. Suddenly, a long bench flew out from the window, a clear indication of the thieves' attempt to scout the situation. Just as someone leaped out, AI who, stationed at the window, swung his turtle spirit sword at the intruder's head with great force. The assailant, a skilled fighter, sensed the incoming threat and swiftly dodged. However, AI whose sword embedded itself deeply into the window frame, illustrating the tremendous effort he exerted. The three thieves stood back to back in the center of the street. Zhang Zhao raised his hand, and the group closed in around them. The first thief was an elderly man, short in stature, with a round build. White hair styled in a bun secured with a bamboo hairpin, dressed in an ochre robe, his visage reminiscent of an ancient moon in autumn. Sporting a goat-like beard and bright eyes like lanterns. Those seasoned in the ways of the world recognized him as the individual mentioned by Mei Liangzu. The one who could traverse 8 steps into the sky and fly with money for 10,000 li. Upon seeing the second thief, the crowd nearly gasped in disbelief. His attire bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Liang's, a cap adorned with a tail, ornamental pom-poms at his temples, dressed in green and gray, wielding a large ring knife, and his face was as purplish as Su Liang's. No wonder the emperor had mistaken him. The third thief was short, with shifty eyes. Clearly not a trustworthy character. Is that not Qian Wanli, the old swordsman? Zhang Zhao inquired of the man. Indeed, I am Qian, he replied. I shut as he spoke nonsensically. Zhang Xiangfei, why do you surround me with your men? Old swordsman Qian, this individual beside you, the false Su Liang. The purple-faced King Kong Wang Shun is the mastermind behind the assassination of the emperor and the murder of the consort. Surrender him, and I shall allow you to leave. Zhang Zhao declared. Haha, Zhang Xiangfei, do you believe yourself to be the imperial cat? You think you can handle these two with such ease? They are extraordinary talents who have yet to reveal themselves, and you have merely stumbled upon them. If you wish to fight, come forth. There is no way I will hand over Wang Shan. Qian Wanli taunted, a mocking grin on his face. As a dignified southern hero, Zhang Zhao could not tolerate such derision, and thus he drew his sword, standing poised against Qian Wanli. Long Tianbiao smacked his forehead, exclaiming, What haste is this, brother? Jiang Ping is absent, and you are the leader. How could you leave so many behind and charge forth alone? Seeing Zhang Zhao struggle against Qian Wanli, Long Tianbiao called to Lu Shiji and the others, This is about capturing thieves, not a duel. There is no need to worry about reputation. Let us all go. Upon hearing this, the 7 young heroes drew their weapons, surrounding Qian Wanli to deliver a collective assault. Witnessing this, Wang Shun pulled out the counterfeit large ring knife from his back, swaying as he declared, Did you not shout about capturing the false Su Liang? Come then. I am right here. Ah, Wang Shun, as a disciple of the 3 doors, you dare to commit treason by attempting to assassinate the king? Have you truly grown weary of life? How did you dye your eyebrows white? Speak. AI Hu rebuked, pointing at Wang Shun. Want to know why? If you can capture me, I will tell you anything you wish to know, Wang Shun replied with a smile. Very well, then I shall capture you, AI Hu declared, brandishing his turtle spirit sword at Wang Shun. AI Hu, if I allow you to last 10 exchanges before me, consider yourself formidable. Wang Shun scoffed. You little brat. You seek death, AI Hu retorted, his anger flaring as he realized that Wang Shun not only impersonated his elder brother, but also dared to belittle him, an affront too great to bear. Chapter 49. Long Tianbiao takes action. AI Hu wielded the Gui Ling Bao Dao and launched a powerful strike at Wang Shun, executing a move reminiscent of splitting Mount Hua. Wang Shun swiftly retreated to evade the onslaught. Without allowing him a moment to respond, AI Hu expertly flipped his blade, thrusting the edge upward in an attempt to strike Wang Shun again. With a swift motion, Wang Shun pressed his sword down to block AI Hu's second attack. Good lad. You've got some skill, AI Hu remarked as he aimed his single blade at Wang Shun's left arm. A total of 7 strikes ensued, all of which Wang Shun deftly dodged or deflected with ease. Frustrated, AI Hu summoned all his strength and unleashed another strike, aiming directly at Wang Shun's head. This time, Wang Shun did not evade. Instead, he raised his sword to block the blow and then kicked AI Hu away with a powerful thrust. It was evident that AI Hu could not withstand 10 moves. Observing this, Lu Zhun hurriedly drew her sword and charged forward to join AI Hu in battling Wang Shun. Everyone, stop watching and join in. Long Tianbiao saw that Bai Yunxing and Han Tianjin were still waiting for the outcome of the duel, and he interjected, Remember, we are here to catch thieves, not to spar. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunxing and Han Tianjin nodded in agreement, each picking up their weapons to join the fray. A good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Wang Shun called out amidst the chaos, Do you still have any sense of shame, attacking me with 4 against 1? You're quite formidable, aren't you? Do you still want a fair fight? AI Hu, now desperate, cast aside any concern for dignity. Wang Shun, feeling quite vexed, thought to himself, is this how one is to live? Individually, none of these four are my match, but together they throw me into disarray. The onslaught continued. With weapons such as Bai Yunqing's Yan Ling Dao, Han Tianjin's familiar bronze staff, Lu Zhan's cold moonlight sword, and AI Hu's Gui Ling Bao Dao all striking at him in succession. Meanwhile, the third thief, Jin Bei Luohan Wuxin, along with Qiaobin and others, attacked in unison, forcing Wang Shun to retreat step by step. Long Tianbiao, assured that this group posed no threat, turned his attention to the battlefield of Qianwanli. What he saw nearly caused his eyes to bulge in shock. To his astonishment, Qianwanli was displaying remarkable valor, his longsword dancing through the air. While the 8 opponents, including Zhang Zhao and Xiao Qi, were unable to gain the upper hand against him, all sustaining injuries. Everyone, step back and let me handle this old thief, Long Tianbiao declared as he approached. Zhang Zhao and the others quickly leapt aside, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat from their brows. Though Qianwanli had the upper hand against 8, he too was panting heavily, sword in hand, and looked at Long Tianbiao with curiosity. Who are you? Little hero Long Tianbiao, my master is Su Liang, Long Tianbiao replied calmly. This knife in my hand, the Kenyang Li Shui Dao, has just been forged, and today you shall serve as my test subject. What audacity! Qianwanli was taken aback by Long Tianbiao's confidence. Although Su Liang was a formidable warrior, he felt no fear, questioning how skilled his apprentice could truly be. Suddenly, Long Tianbiao's expression hardened, and with a forceful flick of his thumb, he drew the Kenyang Li Shui Dao from its sheath and, gripping it tightly, executed the first move of the Tai Chi Yin Yang blade technique taught by Wang Yuan, reversal of heaven and earth. Qianwanli saw the blade emerge, a flash of cold light preceding an overwhelming killing intent, and he hastily raised his sword to defend himself. With a crack, his long sword was severed by Long Tianbiao's single strike, and in a critical moment, Qianwanli managed to retreat just in time to avoid the full force of the attack. Panic surged through Qianwanli's heart. How terrifying. This blade is so swift and sharp. One strike nearly ended me. Long Tianbiao's reversal of heaven and earth was merely a prelude, and he advanced swiftly, his blade arcing upward toward Qianwanli's chest. Unaccustomed to such speed, Qianwanli found retreating too late, and instead had to twist left and lean back. However, as he did so, his goat-like beard was caught by Long Tianbiao's blade, severing it cleanly. It seemed as though Long Tianbiao anticipated Qianwanli's evasion with a swift movement. He executed a sweeping strike aimed at Qianwanli. In an instant, Qianwanli stood frozen, a line of crimson seeping from his waist, before collapsing, his body grotesquely cleaved in two. Zhang Zhao and the others gasped in shock, their fear of Long Tianbiao deepening. Observing this brutal display, Wang Shun, the purple-faced Vajra, was struck with terror. Seeing Qianwanli fell by mere blades, he dared not linger any longer. He swiftly retrieved a handful of stones from his treasure pouch, hurling them at the fourth righteous warrior, and then threw more toward another battlefield. Seizing the moment when AI Hu and the others leapt aside, he shouted loudly and leapt onto the rooftop. Another thief, seizing the opportunity while Wu Shun and others dodged the hidden weapons, followed Wang Shun up onto the roof. Where do you think you're going? Su Qing exclaimed, noticing Wang Shun's escape onto the rooftop, and he quickly pursued. Su Liang's imprisonment weighed heavily on his father, Su Qing, who had kept a watchful eye on Wang Shun throughout the battle. Seeing Wang Shun ascend to the rooftop, Su Qing felt an urgency to capture him, thinking, I've finally found him. If he escapes now, where will I search next? He hurriedly leapt onto the rooftop to apprehend Wang Shun. Long Tianbiao, witnessing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat. My heavens, are you trying to throw your life away? Without hesitation, he leapt onto the rooftop, positioning himself between Wang Shun and Su Qing. Noticing Wang Shun was already launching hidden weapons in his direction, Long Tianbiao swiftly raised the Kenyang Li Shui Dao to deflect the projectiles. He then drew a newly forged small dragon flying knife from his waist and threw it at Wang Shun. Though he had just acquired the flying knife and lacked practice, Long Tianbiao's experience with throwing hidden weapons prevented it from veering too far off course. Wang Shun felt a sudden sting in his left arm, blood flowing freely. He quickly pulled out the weapon that had struck him, only to discover it was a flying knife, uniquely designed with deep grooves on either side that allowed blood to pour forth. Damn it, who crafted such a treacherous weapon? Wang Shun cursed as he discarded the knife, clutching his wound, and fled with the other thief into the distance. Good lad, if not for you, I would have been finished, Su Qing said, patting Long Tianbiao's shoulder. Still shaken, My heavens, be careful. I'm off to pursue Wang Shun. Long Tianbiao declared before sprinting in the direction Wang Shun had vanished. Su Qing clicked his tongue, leaping down from the rooftop. Are you all right? The burrowing rat, Lu Fang, approached Su Qing with concern. Yes, third brother, are you hurt? The ground rat, Han Zhong, asked anxiously. I'm fine. Tiaozi covered for me against the hidden weapon, or I would have been done for, Su Qing replied. But where is Tiaozi? Lu Fang and the others, having witnessed Long Tianbiao's prowess in dispatching Qian Wanli, were greatly impressed and quickly inquired. He went after Wang Shun, Su Qing informed them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhao felt it was unwise to allow him to pursue alone. Just as he intended to follow, he noticed two figures approaching from the street. The leader, clad in blue and black, with sloping shoulders, a serpentine waist, a purple face, and white eyebrows, was none other than Su Liang. Beside him stood a shorter man, wielding a split water-made dagger and sporting a dog-like beard, none other than Jiang Ping, the fourth of the 5 righteous warriors. Seeing the lack of combat, they inquired with curiosity, what happened? Did the thieves escape? Is anyone injured? Su Qing approached Su Liang, quickly pursue in that direction. The purple-faced Vajra Wang Shun was injured by Tiaozi's flying knife and has fled. Tiaozi has gone after him alone. Upon hearing this, Su Liang tightened his grip on his golden silk brocade knife and headed in the direction Su Qing indicated. Jiang Ping, perplexed, asked, what transpired? Why did Wang Shun flee? What about the others? One was struck down by the brute, while the other fled alongside Wang Shun, explained Zhang Zhao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping instinctively assumed it was the not-so-notorious thief and moved closer to discern the identity. Oh dear! How could it be that old scoundrel Qian Wanli who met his demise? Jiang Ping exclaimed in shock. Did the brute truly slay him? That's quite something. Indeed, remarked the agile Lu Fang. The brute has significantly honed his martial skills. In just a few swift motions, he dispatched the old man Qian Wanli. Jiang Ping could only gasp in astonishment. Remarkable. This rascal is truly bringing honor to our lineage. Chapter 50. The Duke of Tranquility, Fan Jihua as the narrative unfolds. Long Tianbiao found himself trailing Wang Shun from a distance, panting as he approached a grand estate belonging to a powerful noble. Observing bloodstains on the wall, he refrained from leaping over the barrier. What's the situation, Biaozi? He heard Su Liang catching up. Master, you have been released? Indeed. My uncle sought out Lord Bao for clemency, then approached His Majesty, and finally consulted with Zuokuan. The delays were considerable, which is why by the time I arrived, Wang Shun had already fled, Long Tianbiao replied. Curiously, Su Liang inquired, what of Wang Shun's skills? Though not without merit, he pales in comparison to my master. Long Tianbiao asserted. Even with decades of training, he would never rival you. Su Liang nodded, gaining some clarity, and then asked, where did Wang Shun escape to? Over that wall, Long Tianbiao indicated the bloodstains at the base. Then let us pursue him. Su Liang exclaimed, ready to vault over. Not so fast. Long Tianbiao grasped Su Liang's arm and explained, this is the capital, rife with influential figures. This estate belongs to someone of considerable importance. If we enter, they will surely conceal themselves. We cannot dig to the roots of the earth here. What then shall we do? Su Liang queried. We shall trace the courtyard wall to the front entrance and ascertain whose residence this is. Typically, a mere official can search with Lord Bao's seal. For higher nobility, Lord Bao himself must intervene. And for princes, we must seek the emperor's decree, Long Tianbiao elucidated. At that moment, Jiang Ping arrived with his men. Biaozi speaks wisely, Liangzi. Do remain patient. We must first discern the identity of this household, Jiang Ping advised, positioning several men at a corner to prevent any escape. Before leading the group to the front door. Upon reaching the grand entrance, they marveled at the opulence of the estate, its broad doors adorned with a plaque proclaiming, the Palace of Tranquility. This complicates matters, Jiang Ping sighed. Whose residence is this, uncle? Su Liang inquired. Years ago, when the concubine Li was cast into obscurity, she was tenderly cared for by Fan Ronghua, who she later adopted as her son. Subsequently, when Lord Qin of the province distributed grain, he rescued the concubine. And the emperor bestowed upon Fan Ronghua the title of Duke of Tranquility, granting him this estate. Upon his death, his son, Fan Jihua, inherited the title. Jiang Ping elaborated. Long Tianbiao mused. So this is the famed concubine Li. What shall we do? Can we search? Su Liang's concern for capturing Wang Shun was palpable. I shall inquire if we might conduct a search, Jiang Ping resolved, wishing to leverage his connections. Do not waste your efforts, fourth uncle. With our ranks. Seeking entry into the Palace of Tranquility is akin to dreaming, Tianbiao cautioned. To capture Wang Shun, we must summon Lord Bao to assert authority over Fan Jihua. Otherwise, we may overlook the very place where he conceals himself. Tianbiao understood that since Fan Jihua dared to harbor Wang Shun and his ilk, he would not cooperate in a search. Should we not attempt to search ourselves? Jiang Ping proposed. Is it not excessive to involve Lord Bao immediately? Zhang Zhao pondered. With Fan Jihua present, would he permit you to search the rear courtyard? He would undoubtedly arrange a concealed refuge for these rogues, making it exceedingly difficult for you to locate them, Tianbiao explained. Uncle, Biaozi is correct. Let us directly summon Lord Bao to avoid complications later, Su Liang asserted. Brother, let us inspect the wall's base once more, Jiang Ping decided, and before departing, he and Zhang Zhao returned to the area marked by bloodstains, confirming their findings before ensuring the others remained vigilant. He then hastened to the Kaifeng Prefecture to request Lord Bao's presence. Half an hour later, Lord Bao arrived at the gates of the Palace of Tranquility, and the group hurried forward to pay their respects. Guardian Zhang. Bao Zheng called upon disembarking from his sedan chair. Here, my lord. How may I serve? Zhang Zhao responded. During Jiang Ping's absence, has anyone left the Palace of Tranquility? Bao Zheng inquired. None, my lord. We have maintained a vigilant watch, Zhang Zhao reported. Very well, Bao Zheng nodded, then addressed Jiang Ping. Knock on the door. Yes, my lord, Jiang Ping affirmed, approaching the grand entrance and rapping upon the bronze knocker. Who goes there? A disgruntled voice rang from within. It's late. Do you wish to disturb our rest? As the individual grumbled, he approached and opened a side door, cautiously peering out. Upon seeing the scene outside, his legs quaked in fear. Though he did not recognize the rest, the man standing on the steps, clad in official robes with a stern expression, was none other than Bao Zheng himself. Lord Bao has come to visit. Please inform Duke Jihua, Jiang Ping urged. Esteemed sirs. The Palace of Tranquility is currently in repose. I kindly ask you to return tomorrow. The man attempted to decline. Preposterous. Lord Bao is here on urgent business. How dare you, a mere gatekeeper, refuse entry on behalf of Duke Jihua? Who grants you such authority? Hurry and report within, Jiang Ping reprimanded. Please wait. The man retreated, rushing inside. Before long, footsteps echoed, and the grand doors swung open, revealing guards holding lanterns, with a distinguished figure clad in a dragon robe stepping forward. Lord Bao, my apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. Duke Fan Jihua advanced, clasping his hands in greeting. Forgive me, Duke, for visiting at such an hour. I come with pressing matters, Bao Zheng replied, stepping forward to return the gesture. What urgent matters bring Lord Bao to visit at such a late hour? Duke Jihua inquired with a smile. The Kaifeng Prefecture is in pursuit of thieves who have infiltrated the Palace of Tranquility. We are concerned for your safety. Hence my request for a search to ensure the safety of those within, Bao Zheng explained. My lord, it is quite late. All the concubines in the rear courtyard have retired. Perhaps we could postpone the search until morning? Duke Jihua suggested diplomatically. Your grace, these thieves are exceedingly ruthless. They may endanger the lives of those within the palace. I implore you to grant permission for the search. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to seek the emperor's decree, Bao Zheng replied, bowing towards the palace. Noticing Duke Jihua's continued reluctance, Bao Zheng suspected that the thieves were likely concealed within the duke's estate. That need not be the case, Duke Jihua, realizing that a summons from the emperor would escalate matters, smiled and stepped aside, permitting Bao Zheng to proceed with the search. Jiang Ping, since the duke has granted permission, lead your men and conduct a thorough search. Remember to avoid damaging any property and to refrain from alarming the residents, Bao Zheng instructed. Understood, my lord, Jiang Ping acknowledged. Signaling to his men to enter the Palace of Tranquility, leaving Lu Shiji and a few others to guard the entrance. Meanwhile, Bao Zheng was escorted into the parlor by Duke Jihua, where they sipped tea while awaiting the results of Jiang Ping's search. Chapter 51. Fang Shuan's ingenious scheme. Jiang Ping and his men commenced their search of the Annal Palace. Su Liang, accompanied by a few of his subordinates, made their way to the base of the wall, meticulously searching the area. It was not long before they discovered several drops of blood. As they continued their search outward, they were thwarted, indicating that the intruders had not completely eradicated all traces. Su Liang felt a surge of confidence and instructed the officers to expand their search. They scrutinized every conceivable hiding place, from the base of the wall to beneath trees, atop rooftops, under eaves, within flower beds, and on beams. Nothing was to be overlooked. They combed through every nook and cranny of the front and back courtyards. However, despite their thorough investigation, they found nothing of consequence. Both Su Liang and Long Tianbiao were incredulous. They ordered a meticulous second search, prodding the garden floor and examining the artificial hills, as well as poking through the sand piles with knives. Yet, to their dismay, the second search yielded no results either. Su Liang, along with Long Tianbiao and Fang Shuan, approached the entrance to inquire with Lu Shiji. Has anyone left the Anal Palace during this time? Su Liang inquired. None at all, General San, Lu Shiji replied. Since your entry, I have been vigilant in verifying the identity of anyone attempting to leave, ensuring they truly belong to the Kaifeng Prefecture. Lu Shiji's cautiousness stemmed from his suspicion that Wang Shun might be disguised, making it imperative to confirm identities before allowing anyone to exit. Su Liang understood that Wang Shun must still be within the Anal Palace. Indeed, there must be a hidden passage within the palace. We must search again thoroughly. Fang Shuan asserted. Yes, this time we shall examine every inch, even striking the ground, Su Liang commanded. Understood, General San. The officers responded obediently and commenced another meticulous search, moving items from their original positions and striking the ground as instructed. As the officers of the Kaifeng Prefecture embarked on their third search, Fan Jihua's worried expression faded, replaced by displeasure as he reproached Bao Zheng. What is the meaning of this, Lord Bao? Again and again, do you treat the Anal Palace as a marketplace? If we do not uncover anything today, I shall demand an audience with His Majesty on your behalf. Rest assured, should we find no results, I will personally face His Majesty and offer my apologies, Bao Zheng replied fearlessly. Upon hearing this, Jiangping hurriedly organized the men for a detailed search, even overturning the soil for examination. However, the third search also yielded no findings. Let us go, Lord Bao, to meet the Emperor, the Anal Prince said with a smile as he stood. Bao Zheng was taken aback. Despite 3 thorough searches producing no results, Fan Jihua's initial demeanor suggested he harbored something to conceal. At that moment, Fang Shuan rushed over, exclaiming, Uncle Fourth, I have spotted a suspicious area. Anal Prince, have you heard? I have identified a suspicious location. If we find nothing here, I shall personally apologize, Bao Zheng stated. Very well, you have made a promise. As the prefect of Kaifeng, you must keep your word, the Anal Prince queried. Of course, Bao Zheng affirmed. Jiangping and Su Liang accompanied Fang Shuan to the area he indicated, discovering a vacant room adorned with flower pots lining the walls. Is this the place you speak of? What appears suspicious? Jiangping inquired, casting a glance at the flower pots. Let us search here thoroughly, Fang Shuan replied. Search. Without further ado. Jiangping gestured for the officers to begin moving the flower pots and inspecting the floor, but they found nothing unusual. Smack. Jiangping delivered a resounding slap to Fang Shuan, reprimanding him. Had you offered a few kind words earlier, we might have vacated the Anal Palace by now. What did you gain by claiming this place was suspicious? We found nothing. Now, thanks to you, Lord Bao is implicated. Uncle Fourth, do not be impatient. Shuan possesses years of experience. If he senses something amiss, there is surely a reason, Long Tianbiao interjected. Let us not only examine the floor but also tap on these walls to see if anything is unusual. Long Tianbiao's suggestion sparked realization among the others. Su Liang turned his Qinglong sword around, striking the wall with the hilt, producing a solid sound. Thud, thud. The walls were indeed solid. Long Tianbiao and Fang Shuan followed suit, each using their weapons to strike the walls. The sound resonated, and the group felt a surge of excitement. Something was certainly amiss behind the wall. Quickly, summon Han Tianjin and Lu Yuanba, Jiangping instructed with a grin. Before long, Han Tianjin, wielding a copper rod, and Lu Yuanba, brandishing 2 large hammers, entered the room. Uncle Fourth, what do you need us for? Han Tianjin inquired in a deep voice. Good children, direct your efforts at this wall. Jiangping pointed to the previously suspected wall. But Uncle Fourth, did not Lord Bao say we must not damage anything within the Anal Palace? Han Tianjin, though not particularly quick-witted, remembered Lord Bao's earlier admonition. Trust me, this wall is problematic. I suspect a hidden passage lies behind it, Jiangping reassured him. Just smash away. Any issues will be my responsibility. Upon hearing this, Han Tianjin and Lu Yuanba were encouraged. With determination, they gripped their weapons and struck the wall with force. Crash, crash. The wall began to give way. Uncle Fourth, there truly is a hidden passage, Han Tianjin exclaimed, pointing at the dark passage revealed behind the wall. Excellent. Who will venture in to investigate? Jiangping asked the group. Stinky Tofu, why are you hiding? Su Liang, feeling relieved at the discovery of the passage, joked with Feng Yuan. Why are you calling me? What do you want? Feng Yuan retorted, annoyed. Ha! Feng Yuan, you go in and scout. Jiang Ping knew that, despite Feng Yuan's lack of martial prowess, he was cunning enough to find a way in. Oh dear, Uncle Fourth, you all are picking on the honest. Feng Yuan had no choice but to take a shield from a soldier, brandishing a torch as he cautiously ventured into the dark passage. As he reached the corner, two concealed projectiles struck his shield with a sharp thud. Oh my god, help! Feng Yuan yelped, bolting back in fright. Ha! Finally, we have found it. Jiang Ping sighed in relief. Chapter 52. A well-concealed secret. Jiang Ping, having discovered the secret passage and the thieves within, promptly dispatched Fang Shuan to summon Fan Jiwa. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, Fang Shuan, with a troubled expression, lamented, "Oh dear, Anogong, Lord Bao, just now a soldier, while searching, accidentally toppled a flower pot. Knowing it to be your favorite, Jiang Sai is currently venting his frustration on the soldiers. I implore you to speak a kind word on their behalf." Upon hearing about the flower pot, Fan Jiwa felt a tinge of anxiety. However, realizing that Jiang Ping was punishing the soldiers for their blunder, he surmised that Jiang Ping was simply trying to shield himself from Bao Zhang's wrath, resorting to this ruse of self-inflicted pain. It would be prudent for him to say a few words of comfort to expedite their departure from the flower room, thereby preventing any potential discovery of the secret. When Anogong, Fan Jihua, and Bao Zhang arrived at the flower room, they found no evidence of soldiers being punished, which caused Fan Jihua to grow increasingly uneasy. As he stepped inside and beheld the wall that had been smashed down, he could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed onto the ground. Anogong, what is this place? Bao Zhang inquired sternly, casting an authoritative gaze at Fan Jihua. This. Fan Jihua sighed. Alas, Lord Bao. You must understand, as Anogong, I received numerous gifts of gold and jewels from many admirers, and lacking space to store them, I constructed this secret passage. Then why were there hidden weapons thrown when Feng Yuan entered to scout? Jiang Ping countered. This, Fan Jihua stammered. At a loss for an explanation. Bring forth Anogong and detain him until the thieves are captured, Bao Zhang commanded, gesturing for several soldiers to encircle Fan Jihua, preventing his escape. As for how to search the secret passage, Jiang Ping found himself at a loss. Long Tianbiao suggested, Sai, we have Shuan here. His wits are sharp. Why should we strain our minds? Indeed, Jiang Ping exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and turned to Fang Shuan, quickly devise a plan to flush them out. Sai. Allow me a moment to think, Fang Shuan replied, deep in thought. I have it. Let us procure some dried chili peppers from the kitchen, ignite them in the passage, and fan the smoke inside. They will surely be forced out. Haha, Shuan, your cunning is unparalleled. Bring forth all the dried chili peppers from Anogong's kitchen. Jiang Ping commanded with a smile. Before long, the soldiers returned with a cart laden with dried chili peppers, which were arranged at the mouth of the secret passage, ignited, and fanned into the darkness. After a quarter of an hour, the sound of coughing echoed from within. The group swiftly stepped aside. Soon after, someone hurled a hidden weapon and then made a dash for the exit. Jiang Ping had already laid a trap, ensuring their escape was futile. Liang kept a vigilant eye and recognized the third figure emerging, dressed in green with a white mark on his forehead, bearing a wound on his left arm. With a purple face and white eyebrows, resembling himself. Indeed, it was the notorious Simian King Wang Shan. Fan Shui, who are these people? Bao Zhang inquired, his expression grave. Alas, when did these thieves infiltrate? My gold and jewels. Fan Jihua feigned anguish, weeping dramatically. Humph, save your lamentations for the emperor. Bring forth Fan Jihua's robes and crown. Then take him into custody, Bao Zhang ordered. Yes, sir, the soldiers complied, hastily stripping Fan Jihua of his finery and securing him. Meanwhile, among the group of thieves, Jiang Ping observed that most of them were previously elusive criminals he had encountered in the past. Wang Shan, you cannot escape, Liang shouted, pointing at him. Wang Shan's eyes, inflamed by the chilly smoke, squinted as he recognized Liang. So you are Liang? Indeed, Wang Shan. If you seek vengeance for Wang Xing, you could have approached me directly. Why disguise yourself as my likeness and attempt an assassination? Liang demanded. The vengeance for my father's death is insurmountable. I also bear the names of my uncle and cousins. Even if you perish, I shall pursue retribution for them, Wang Shan retorted defiantly. Had it not been for that dragon Tianbiao at Iron Cross Street earlier, I would have slain your father, allowing you to taste the bitterness of losing a parent. Grievances have their origins, debts have their owners. Today, fate has brought us together. We need not involve others, Liang declared. Come then. Let us see what skills this counterfeit Su Liang has learned from the Golden Palm Buddha. Very well, Wang Shun replied, refusing to back down. He rubbed his eyes and drew his false golden ring sword, challenging Su Liang. Tell me, how many of you from Kaifeng intend to join this fight? Su Liang, sensing a deeper story behind the question, instinctively glanced at Long Tianbiao, who was preoccupied counting stars in the sky. Brothers, I, Su Liang, will duel Wang Shun. Do not intervene. If your hands itch, seize those thieves, Su Liang proclaimed, brandishing his golden ring sword and lunging at Wang Shun. Wang Shun, narrowing his eyes, prepared to face him, yet Su Liang's blade was exceptionally sharp, and Wang Shun's imitation weapon hesitated to clash with it. They exchanged blows for several rounds. But Wang Shun soon found himself at a disadvantage. Enough, Wang Shun thought, recalling his master's words, realizing he was no match for Su Liang. It would be wise to seek an opportunity to escape. Su Liang, observing Wang Shun's skills, could not help but admire his prowess. Noting that he was indeed a disciple of the Golden Palm Buddha from Qiang'er Mountain, Wang Shun then began to devise a cunning plan. Frantically swinging his false sword and shouting, Su Liang, I will fight you to the death today. In the chaos of desperation, Wang Shun's reckless charge forced Su Liang to retreat a couple of steps, allowing Wang Shun to dash toward Jiang Ping. Watch out! Jiang Ping barely managed to evade, but Wang Shun seized the moment to break through the encirclement, flinging 3 projectiles to impede Su Liang's pursuit. Determined not to appear inept, Su Liang deflected the first projectile with the back of his sword, batted away the second with his left hand, and, with a swift motion, bit down on the third, hurling it back. Though the projectile struck Wang Shun's calf, causing him to stumble, he quickly regained his footing and vaulted over the wall. Fourth uncle, the house is in your hands. I pursue Wang Shun, Su Liang announced, dashing toward the direction Wang Shun had vanished. Yangzi, do not chase a cornered foe. Jiang Ping called out, come back at once. At that moment, Su Liang could no longer see any trace of him. Chapter 53. The arrival of the master's wife. Upon noticing that Su Liang had vanished without a trace, Jiang Ping stamped his foot in frustration, then rallied his men to apprehend the remaining thieves at the scene. Meting out appropriate judgments, those deserving of punishment would be punished, and those deserving of death would meet their fate. Bao Zheng reported the matters concerning Fan Jihua and the impostor Su Liang to the emperor, who was incensed and promptly decreed that Fan Jihua be exiled 3,000 miles, while Su Liang was tasked with the pursuit of Wang Shun without a set deadline. In the Kaifeng Prefecture, Jiang Ping and his companions sat anxiously in the main hall, awaiting news from Su Liang. Days had passed, and the whereabouts of the young lad remained unknown. Jiang Ping fidgeted, his mind plagued with worries about Su Liang's safety. Fourth uncle, fret not. My master possesses formidable martial skills and extensive experience in the Jianghu. He is likely pursuing far and wide without incident, Long Tianbiao reassured. Indeed, I hope so, Jiang Ping replied, his concerns rooted not in a desire for misfortune but in genuine worry for Su Liang's well-being. Humph, that little rascal. When he returns, I shall have a word with him, Su Qing declared, pounding the table. Enough, third brother. You threaten thunder but deliver no rain. When you see him, will you truly chastise him? Jiang Ping knew Su Qing well. Despite his occasional scolding, he held great affection for Su Liang, whose reputation and position had risen significantly. Fourth uncle, you speak wisely. Who would not cherish him? Long Tianbiao laughed. You cheeky lad. Dare you jest with your grandfather? If I cannot bear to reprimand your master, how could I bear to reprimand you? Su Qing rose, feigning an intention to strike Long Tianbiao. Grandfather, spare me, Long Tianbiao exclaimed, fleeing in mock terror. With a fond gaze, Su Qing looked after Long Tianbiao, his expression one of endearment, as if he were truly his own grandson. Third brother, if you truly wish for grandchildren, hasten to arrange a wedding for young Liang, so he may leave a legacy, Jiang Ping suggested. Do you think I do not desire that? The rascal refuses to heed my words, insisting he must capture the thieves before marrying. When will he ever finish this task? Su Qing lamented. The in-laws have sent multiple letters, expressing concern for their daughter's advancing age. I am embarrassed to face them. I propose we pressure him to marry upon his return, lest he continue to engage in such reckless pursuits, Lu Fang advised. Agreed. We shall all persuade him together. Han Zhang concurred. At that moment, someone entered with a message, announcing that Yin Zhengfang's daughter, Yin Yingyun, awaited at the gates of the Kaifeng Prefecture to visit Su Qing. Upon hearing this, Su Qing thought to himself, while Liang is nowhere to be found, the young lady has come looking for him. When he returns, I shall not spare him. Shortly after, Su Qing led the group to the entrance. Uncle, greetings to you, Yin Yun said, bowing respectfully. Good child. How arduous your journey must have been. Come inside and rest. Su Qing, being an elder, smiled and assisted her inside. Ai Hu and the others, familiar with Yin Yun, exchanged greetings. Long Tianbiao knelt to pay his respects to the master's wife. Yin Yun recognized him as Su Liang's disciple and complimented him with a smile. Ah, mother. I pay my respects, Long Tianbiao said, conversing with Yin Yun and inquiring about Su Liang's whereabouts, when suddenly he was interrupted by a loud exclamation. Oh my goodness! Yin Yun looked down to see a man with a prominent forehead, wearing a small hat, a slender neck, and lacking a nose. He was a man in his 40s kneeling before her and calling her mother. This sight caused her to blush in embarrassment. Who is this? What is happening? Master's wife, this is my master's adopted son, Fang Shuan. Though he may not be as handsome as I, he possesses a warm heart and is fiercely loyal to my master, Long Tianbiao quickly explained, inwardly cursing Fang Shuan for his lack of discretion. Ah, mother. Do not heed my senior brother's nonsense. I am truly my foster father's biological son, not just an adopted one, Fang Shuan proclaimed, patting his chest to assert his closeness to Su Liang. Fang Shuan, begone! Su Qing exclaimed, exasperated by Fang Shuan's audacity. Su Liang had never married. Hence he could not possibly have a biological son, especially in the presence of his future daughter-in-law. Ah, well, I shall take my leave. Mother, take care. Fang Shuan bowed and departed before Yin Yun could respond. Tianbiao, what is the meaning of this? Yin Yun inquired, perplexed. Master's wife. It is as follows, that you have not yet wed my master, this is merely a matter of time. Thus, all the uncles refer to you as sister-in-law, while I call you master's wife, which is meant to convey intimacy. Fang Shuan is my master's adopted son. His nose was once pulled by my master. Since joining my master at Yin Wangzhai, he has sincerely considered my master's well-being. His recent discovery of the impostor Su Liang's whereabouts was due to his efforts. He harbors no ill intent, merely seeking to express his affection by claiming to be my master's biological son rather than an adopted one. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun's irritation dissipated, and she finally had the opportunity to inquire about Su Liang's whereabouts, having waited so long without seeing him. Do not worry. He has gone to pursue thieves and will return in 3 to 5 days. You may rest assured here in the Kaifeng Prefecture. When that rascal returns, if he dares to evade you, I shall make him weep, Su Qing assured her, thumping his chest with confidence. Yin Yun found herself quite fond of Su Qing, appreciating his humorous disposition, kindness, and lack of ulterior motives. However, after nearly 10 days of waiting, Su Liang had still not returned, while others were busy with their duties. Long Tianbiao and Fang Shuan visited daily to pay their respects, which made Yin Yun feel quite uncomfortable. Since Su Liang had yet to return, she resolved to seek him out herself. Determined, Yin Yun bid farewell to Su Qing and the others, instructing her nurse to prepare a carriage, and departed the Kaifeng Prefecture. Following Jiang Ping's directions, she rode forth, inquiring along the way about nearby mountains and strongholds. One day, while near Kuehua Ridge, they learned of a towering mountain called Bubu Dayun Peak, Qingsong Wolfang Gorge. Yin Yun surmised that Su Liang might have pursued the thieves to this location. Thus, they rented a courtyard at a nearby inn and, donning the guise of a heroine, Yin Yun began to roam around Kuehua Ridge, seeking news of Su Liang. Suddenly, she noticed a commotion on the street, with a crowd gathered around something exciting. Curious, she pushed her way through to see what was happening. To her astonishment, amidst the throng stood a figure clad in blue, with a pale face and wielding a large ring knife, none other than the Su Liang she had been desperately searching for. Chapter 54. My master cannot possibly be dead, what did you say? Long Tianbiao inquired of the messenger before him. You say that the renowned hero Su Liang has perished? Indeed, esteemed guest. The female patron surnamed Yin, who resides at my family's old inn, has stated as such, replied the innkeeper. Tianbiao, I have inquired further. The individual she referred to is undoubtedly your master's wife, Yun. She witnessed the head of Liangzi being severed by the treacherous Balianua Yanfeng, Jiang Ping stated, his eyes glistening with tears. Earlier, upon receiving the news from the innkeeper that Su Liang had died, he had not believed it at all until the innkeeper described Yin Yun's appearance and produced a token she had given him, at which point he was compelled to accept the grim reality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Long Tianbiao exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. My master is the white-browed hero. How could he possibly be slain? What is Balianua Yanfeng compared to him? Does he even deserve to engage my master? Tianbiao, have you not heard? Yangzi pursued a thief over 1,000 miles, utterly famished, and resorted to performing for coin. It was then that he was discovered by Liang Yanfeng and his accomplices, who brought him down and beheaded him. Jiang Ping wept. Fourth uncle, whether you believe it or not, I certainly do not, Long Tianbiao declared. However, since news has arrived from my master's wife, we must go and ascertain the truth. Agreed. Jiang Ping nodded. You and Shuan should accompany Yunsing and the others. I will follow closely with the main force, and together we shall confront the ominous Baobao Daiyun Peak and the Qingsong Wolf Fang Gorge. Jiang Ping's resolve hardened. Very well. But fourth uncle, do not allow sorrow to consume you. That person cannot possibly be my master, Long Tianbiao reassured him. How can you be so certain? What if, by some chance, it is true? After all, he is the white-browed hero, Jiang Ping questioned, perplexed. Fourth uncle, there have been others who bore the white eyebrow. Previously, the purple-faced diamond Wang Shun impersonated my master. If there was one, there could certainly be another, Long Tianbiao elucidated. Indeed, you make a compelling argument. You six should proceed ahead. I will catch up shortly, Jiang Ping affirmed. Understood, fourth uncle, Long Tianbiao replied with a bow. They hastily packed a few belongings and set off under the cover of night towards Kuehua Ridge. On this day, Yin Yun was before Su Liang's coffin, burning incense when several individuals burst into the courtyard. Upon lifting her gaze, she recognized Ai Hu and Long Tianbiao among them. Third sister, my third brother. Ai Hu stammered, disbelief etched on his face. Wu, your third brother. He has been murdered. Tears streamed down Yin Yun's cheeks. Third brother, your death came so suddenly. We swore an oath to die together on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Third brother. Wait for me. Ai Hu cried, drawing his treasured turtle spirit blade, intent on taking his own life. Bai Yunsing, Han Tianjin, and Lu Jin each brandished their weapons, preparing to harm themselves. Panicked, Fang Shuan tried to intervene, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Hey, if you wish to die, do it quickly. When my master returns, he can exact his vengeance on you. Long Tianbiao bellowed. What? Ai Hu and the others halted, staring at Long Tianbiao in confusion. Tianbiao, what did you just say? Your master is returning? Indeed. Have you all seen the corpse in the coffin? Are you certain it is my master? Long Tianbiao scoffed. You all are quite remarkable. Considering self-harm, even if it were my master, we should first bring all the culprits to justice before lining up to self-harm before my master's spirit. Upon hearing this, Ai Hu and the others pondered, realizing the truth in his words. Very well, we shall not die just yet. Once the culprits are dealt with, we can reconsider. They opened the coffin, revealing a body resting peacefully within, with a large ringed knife positioned nearby. This knife, Bai Yunsing remarked, examining it thoughtfully. It resembles Liangzi's blade, but is not the authentic golden thread ringed knife. Third brother had sloping shoulders and a hunchback. This person does not seem to match. Ai Hu observed. Lu Jin and Han Tianjin pointed out several characteristics that did not align with the corpse. Well, it is clear now. Shall we still consider self-harm? Long Tianbiao shot a disapproving glance at them. What self-harm? This has turned into a grand misunderstanding. Ai Hu chuckled, masking his embarrassment. Tianbiao, what do you mean? Yin Yun asked, puzzled. Master's wife, you have not seen my master in a long time. You only remember his white eyebrow. This person is not my master. Long Tianbiao reassured Yin Yun. What? Not your master? He is clearly the white eyebrow. Yin Yun questioned, bewildered. She did not desire Su Liang's demise, but believed that only he bore the white eyebrow, having never heard of another possessing such a feature. Master's wife. My master cannot possibly be dead, Long Tianbiao smiled. While this person bears a white eyebrow, he is not my master. Does he not possess his own white eyebrow? Yin Yun asked, confused. Master's white eyebrow is indeed his own, but others can artificially dye their eyebrows white, Long Tianbiao explained. For instance, the impostor Wang Shun, who attempted to assassinate within the palace, had his eyebrows dyed white with a special potion. I see, Yin Yun replied uncertainly. Are you certain this is not Su Liang? Absolutely certain. We have followed several leads, and none aligned, confirming this individual is not my master, Long Tianbiao asserted. The female swordsman Hongwen inquired, does this imply Su Liang is still alive? Naturally, Long Tianbiao nodded. I must ascend the mountain and retrieve the head, Ai Hu declared. Master uncle. We have established that this is not my master. Why venture up the mountain? Long Tianbiao questioned, perplexed. Tianbiao, regardless of whether this individual is my third brother, he is still a life taken. Now that his head has been severed by Liang Yanfeng, how can he rest in peace? As officials, How can we allow such an injustice? AI Hu passionately argued. Long Tianbiao felt a surge of respect for AI Hu upon hearing his words. He had not expected AI Hu to possess such a strong sense of righteousness. Master Uncle, you are correct. Regardless of whether this head belongs to my master, we must retrieve it, Long Tianbiao affirmed. However, Master Uncle, in terms of martial prowess, I hold a slight advantage. Let me go instead. Tianbiao, I propose this first. So I shall ascend the mountain. Your mind is sharper. Remain here to oversee matters. If I do not return, then devise a plan, AI Hu insisted, patting Long Tianbiao on the shoulder. Very well, Master Uncle. You may proceed. Should anything arise, I shall ascend to rescue you, Long Tianbiao contemplated. Remember my words. Do not act on impulse. Eat and drink as needed. Only then will you have the strength to fight. Understood. AI Hu nodded. Old uncle. I shall accompany you. Fang Shuan stepped forward. Chapter 55. Two depart. One returns. Long Tianbiao gazed at the receding figures of AI Hu and Fang Shuan, feeling a twinge of sorrow. By the following day, Jiang Ping and the main force had arrived. Upon hearing confirmation that the corpse was not Su Liang, he immediately felt relieved. He penned a letter, dispatching it back to Kaifeng, urging everyone not to worry. As evening approached, Fang Shuan returned to the Wang family's old inn, but AI Hu was nowhere to be found. Long Tianbiao's worst fears had come to pass. Wang Dian and Fang Shuan's friendship was a remnant of years past. How could it still be relied upon? Moreover, there were nefarious characters such as Zhu Liang, Chen Dongba, and Wang Shun on the mountain, constantly sowing discord, leading Wang Dian to become increasingly susceptible to their whispers. Ah, my dear fourth uncle, how did you arrive so swiftly? Fang Shuan exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Ping, taken aback by the speed of his arrival. My good lad, this matter is of great consequence. We could not afford to delay. Jiang Ping replied, guiding everyone back inside. Once seated, Fang Shuan began recounting his experiences on the mountain. Ah, fourth uncle, esteemed guests, I am truly sorry. I brought my uncle up the mountain, but Wang Dian proved to be ungrateful, detaining him. Fang Shuan lamented, his head hung low. What shall we do? Jiang Ping exclaimed, slapping his thigh. With Su Liang's whereabouts unknown and AI Hu detained on the mountain, it seemed the only recourse was to find a way to pacify the 8 treasures Dueling Peak and the Qingsong Wolfang Gorge. Just then, the red-clad female swordsman arrived at the inn. She had returned to her dojo upon learning that the Kaifeng officials had arrived, undoubtedly with urgent matters to discuss. Red-clad elder swordsman, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Please, come inside. Jiang Ping welcomed her. Knowing well of her prowess and anticipating her assistance on behalf of the Kaifeng officials, which filled him with delight. Fourth uncle, you are too kind. What do you see here? The elder swordsman handed Jiang Ping an invitation, which he unfolded to reveal a banquet invitation from Wang Dian, inviting her to a gathering. Elder swordsman, I had no idea you had ties with Wang Dian, Jiang Ping inquired. Wang Dian is a man of justice, never oppressing the virtuous. Thus, I took his daughter, Wang Jinling, as my apprentice. He often sends gifts during the festive seasons, the elder swordsman explained. Elder swordsman, I have heard from Ying Yun that thanks to your assistance, she was rescued from Yan Feng's clutches. However, our young hero AI Hu is currently trapped on the mountain. I implore you for your aid, Jiang Ping earnestly requested. Fourth uncle, I have come here out of duty, but my strength is limited. Might you assist me in finding a companion? The elder swordsman asked. Though we lack females here, we could disguise a man as a Taoist priest. What do you think? Jiang Ping suggested with a smile, turning to Long Tianbiao. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Long Tianbiao's heart raced as he recalled his own experience of disguising as a woman to capture the crafty Lu Xueqiao. He promptly turned to exit. Where are you off to? Jiang Ping called after him, alarmed at his sudden departure. Fourth uncle, my horse still needs feeding. I must tend to it. You all continue your discussions. Long Tianbiao waved dismissively, eager to leave. Come back here. Jiang Ping barked, his irritation palpable, his mustache bristling with frustration. Ah, fourth uncle. Is there something amiss? Feeding the horse is not an urgent matter. Long Tianbiao quickly returned, grinning. Impudent lad. Hurry and prepare yourself to accompany the elder swordsman up the mountain. It is imperative to persuade Wang Jinling first, then Wang Dian, to secure the release of AI Hu and the heads of Wang Shun. Only then can he continue as the fair ruler he is, Jiang Ping instructed. Understood, fourth uncle. Long Tianbiao nodded obediently. The elder swordsman noted Long Tianbiao's striking appearance, and, after a careful transformation, deemed that as long as he remained silent, No one would suspect he was a man. Satisfied, she proceeded with their preparations. Long Tianbiao felt somewhat awkward in the Taoist attire, but he could not neglect his weapons. Ensuring his 10 small dragon flying daggers and 3-edged military dagger were well concealed before following the elder swordsman up the mountain. This was Long Tianbiao's first venture to the 8 Treasures Dueling Peak in Qingsong Wolfang Gorge. The treacherous terrain, densely forested, certainly suited the exploits of Greenwood heroes. Upon learning of the elder swordsman's visit, Wang Dian was overjoyed, quickly extending a grand welcome and summoning his daughter to attend to her. Wang Dian, a formidable figure, bore 2 short golden halberds at his waist, exuding strength. Long Tianbiao observed him quietly. Behind Wang Dian stood a robust man, exuding a sense of calm compared to Wang Dian. After their introductions, Long Tianbiao realized he was the second in command of the 8 Treasures Dueling Peak, the formidable electric light hero Ai Huyugi. At that moment, Wang Jinling entered the hall. "Master, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly," Wang Jinling exclaimed, rushing to embrace the elder swordsman's arm. "Jinling, how could you be so impolite? You must greet your master properly first." Wang Dian feigned anger. In that instant, Long Tianbiao was entranced by Wang Jinling's beauty, her rosy lips and pearly teeth, her slender figure, strikingly reminiscent of his first crush. Were it not for the throng present, he might have impulsively seized her hand to inquire about a shared verse. The elder swordsman cherished Wang Jinling deeply, imparting all her martial skills without demanding formalities. Thus, Wang Jinling felt at ease in the elder swordsman's presence. "Master, who is this?" Wang Jinling noticed Long Tianbiao's gaze lingering on her, dressed in the attire of the mountain's disciples. "Oh, this is my new disciple, your junior brother, rather shy in nature," the elder swordsman introduced. "Hiki, good junior brother. Let your elder sister take a look," Wang Jinling exclaimed, seizing Long Tianbiao's hand. Long Tianbiao's heart raced. He had always regarded her as his first love, and now, as she grasped his hand, his face flushed crimson. "Ah, master, your junior brother is blushing." Wang Jinling giggled, tightening her grip upon noticing his shyness. "Playful one. Your junior brother is simply nervous in the presence of so many people. Do not tease him," the elder swordsman chuckled, patting Wang Jinling's shoulder. "Father, uncle, I shall take my master and junior brother to my courtyard," Wang Jinling announced to Wang Dian and Ai Huyugi, pulling the elder swordsman and Long Tianbiao towards the back. The elder swordsman had indeed come to find Wang Jinling, so he politely excused himself to Wang Dian and Ai Huyugi before following Wang Jinling to her quarters. Chapter 56. A fateful encounter. Wang Jinling returned to her abode with the red-clad old swordsman and Long Tianbiao, observing the latter's bashfulness, which prompted her to playfully tease her young apprentice. "Child, I have come with matters weighing heavily on my heart. Do you believe your father's decision to host a banquet with Su Liang's head is wise or foolish?" The old swordsman inquired directly. "Alas, master, I have urged my father against it, but he remains obstinate. I feel powerless," Wang Jinling sighed. Subsequently, the old swordsman introduced Long Tianbiao to Wang Jinling. Upon discovering that Long Tianbiao was disguised as a woman, Wang Jinling's face flushed crimson. Just moments ago, she had held his hand tightly, unaware of his true identity. "Child, would you dare to ally with me and seek refuge in the Kaifeng Prefecture?" The old swordsman seduced. Wang Jinling pondered for a moment, glancing at Long Tianbiao, before whispering her thoughts into the old swordsman's ear. This revelation astonished him. He had presumed his disciple to be innocent and naive to the ways of the world. Yet her words revealed her as a seasoned player in the intricate game of the martial world. It became apparent that Wang Jinling was aware of Long Tianbiao's true identity as a man, a disciple of the renowned White-Browed Hero and a valiant officer in the Kaifeng Prefecture. His impressive martial prowess and handsome appearance stirred feelings of closeness within her, leading her to contemplate that if he were to take her as his wife, she would surrender to the Kaifeng Prefecture and endeavor to persuade Wang Dian to do the same. The old swordsman felt a surge of joy. Indeed, his disciple was astute, her mind sharp and calculations precise. "Tianbiao, how old are you this year?" he inquired cheerfully. "I am 18 this year," Long Tianbiao replied. "Tianbiao, I wish to betroth Jinling to you. What are your thoughts on this?" the old swordsman asked, gazing intently at Long Tianbiao. "That would be delightful," Long Tianbiao replied, his heart soaring with joy. However, suddenly, 2 names and vague figures surfaced in his mind. "Master, I must confess, when I was 14, my master arranged my betrothal to 2 maidens, the daughters of Wang Dongfang Liang of Nanyang Prefecture. One is named Dongfang Jiao, and the other Dongfang Yin. Had it not been for my master's delays, I might have been wed by now. This, the old swordsman exclaimed, perplexed. Wang Jinling felt a pang of sadness. Just as she had forged a connection with someone from the Kaifeng Prefecture, he was already bound to others. After considerable thought, she murmured, Master, my fate is indeed tragic. If Long Xiaojun does not mind, I would willingly accept the role of a concubine. The old swordsman considered this, recognizing it as a valid solution, as such arrangements were quite commonplace in their society. Though I am inclined to agree, it feels unfair to you, Miss Wang. Long Tianbiao reflected, realizing the peculiar advantages of their feudal society. Then it is settled, the old swordsman declared, thumping his chest in determination. Prepared to bring Aihu down the mountain, thus solidifying their plan. Afterward, they exchanged tokens of affection. Wang Jinling produced a jade pendant and delicately handed it to Long Tianbiao, casting a shy glance in his direction, only to meet his gaze, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. In return, Long Tianbiao discreetly presented her with a small dragon flying knife wrapped in red cloth, their hands brushing against each other, intensifying their bashfulness. Now, cultivate your feelings for one another in due time, the old swordsman chuckled, shifting the conversation to pressing matters. Do you know where Aihu is imprisoned? Do you possess the authority to release him? Master, I have not concerned myself with such affairs on the mountain, but I can send someone to inquire, Wang Jinling replied. Soon, she dispatched a messenger to gather information while the three arranged for a meal. After a brief interlude, news emerged from the hall. Aihu was confined at Skinren Head, a location notorious for punishing those who violated the mountain's rules. Wang Jinling, the old swordsman, and Long Tianbiao awaited at a distance while she ventured inside, employing her wits and cunning to liberate Aihu. Fifth uncle, I finally see you, Long Tianbiao exclaimed, grasping Aihu's hand and inspecting him closely. Old swordsman, it was this young lady who rescued me. Aihu expressed joyfully upon recognizing both Long Tianbiao and the old swordsman, hastily thanking Wang Jinling. Fifth uncle, let us discuss this once we escape, Long Tianbiao urged. Following Wang Jinling toward the back mountain, the chief of the back mountain, Wen Hua, was diligent and meticulous in his duties. Upon learning that the young lady had arrived, he promptly emerged with two aides. Wang Jinling, despite her efforts, could not deceive Wen Hua, who quickly recognized Aihu. Consequently, both parties were compelled to draw their weapons. In the ensuing confrontation, Mao Bao faced Wang Jinling and was swiftly dispatched by her ringing darts. Seeing this, Wen Hua sent a messenger to inform Wang Dian while drawing his blade and advancing toward Wang Jinling. Long Tianbiao, unwilling to allow Wang Jinling to fight alone, unsheathed the single sword she had given him and leaped to her side. Jinling, step back. Allow me to handle this, he declared. Okay, Wang Jinling replied, feeling a sweetness in her heart as she observed Long Tianbiao springing to her aid, though a tinge of concern lingered. Be careful, Biaogu. Upon hearing the affectionate title Biaogu, Long Tianbiao felt a lightness in his step. Wen Hua, initially planning to ensnare Wang Jinling and wait for Wang Dian's arrival, found his scheme disrupted by the sudden appearance of Long Tianbiao. Who are you, boy? Wen Hua demanded, raising his blade. Defeat me first, and then we shall see. Long Tianbiao retorted, knowing this was no time for idle chatter as he lunged at Wen Hua. Wen Hua, taken aback by Long Tianbiao's swift strike, barely managed to raise his weapon to block the powerful blow. To his astonishment, Long Tianbiao's sword suddenly shifted trajectory, slicing past Wen Hua's chest. Though he attempted to retreat, the blade still grazed his outer garment. Before Wen Hua could react, Long Tianbiao swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a kick to the back of his knee, causing Wen Hua to collapse to the ground. Long Tianbiao's sword was instantly poised at Wen Hua's neck. Wow, master, Tianbiao's skills are remarkable, Wang Jinling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she witnessed his swift and precise movements. I had no idea, the old swordsman admitted, having never witnessed Long Tianbiao's prowess nor heard of his exceptional abilities. Exchanging knowing glances with Wang Jinling, they turned their attention to Aihu. Tianbiao is the disciple of my third brother Su Liang. His skills are now on par with my brother's. They are the pillars of the Kaifeng Prefecture, Aihu proudly proclaimed, marveling at Long Tianbiao's talent. Wang Jinling had not anticipated this revelation. She had merely been drawn to Long Tianbiao's identity as the disciple of the White Eyebrow Hero, yet this unexpected delight now filled her heart. Chapter 57. The daughter betrays her father, and the father kills his daughter. Master Wen, quickly open the gate and let us out, exclaimed Long Tianbiao, brandishing his long knife. Humph, Wenhua has received great favor from the Grand Jai Master. How could he betray him? Wenhua retorted defiantly. My life is of little worth, so please go ahead. Very well, such loyalty is admirable. Today, I shall spare your life, Long Tianbiao declared, as he pressed a pressure point on Wenhua's back, rendering him unable to prevent the others from leaving. At that moment, a throng of people descended from the mountain, led by the half-red bee King Dian and the electric light hero Hui Yugui. Upon hearing the news relayed by Wenhua, King Dian, initially skeptical, remembered Wenhua's diligent nature and knew he would not lie. Thus, he brought his men and was met with the sight of Wang Jinling and her companions confronting Wenhua's side, with Ai who standing beside Wang Jinling. Wang Jinling, what are you doing? King Dian gritted his teeth in anger. Are you also rebelling against your father? Father, I am rebelling, but it is to save you. The Kaifeng Prefecture is backed by the court. How can we betray the emperor and the nation? Wang Jinling implored. Do not speak. King Dian interrupted, gesturing to the old swordsman Hongwen. Hongwen, I respected you as a man of great virtue, which is why I entrusted my daughter to you. Who would have thought you would raise her to be a rebellious child? I shall not spare you today. Father, do not blame my master. It is my own decision. Wang Jinling replied, tears welling in her eyes. The Kaifeng Prefecture represents justice. We have survived for so many years because you are a fair king, not engaging in unlawful acts, but by harboring the likes of Wang Shun and Zhu Liang, and killing the renowned Su Liang to use his head as a banquet centerpiece. You have committed a grave error. I do this to atone for you. Wang Dian, listen. Your daughter's awareness surpasses your own. I once believed you to be a man of integrity. Now, it appears you are nothing. Hongwen scolded. Alas, someone, bring me my weapons. King Dian, furious and humiliated, ordered his subordinates to fetch 2 short-handled golden halberds, intending to capture Hongwen and Wang Jinling. Father, how could I, your daughter, dare to strike you? What I said was merely harsh but sincere counsel. If you do not believe me, then just kill me. Wang Jinling knelt before King Dian, closing her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. Very well, I shall first slay you, this rebellious child. King Dian raised his halberd to strike Wang Jinling. In a swift motion, a figure appeared before King Dian, blocking the downward strike with a single knife, which shattered under the force. King Dian, even a tiger does not eat its young. You truly intend to kill Jinling? Long Tianbiao shouted as he pulled Wang Jinling to safety behind him, holding her icy hand while glaring at King Dian. King Dian stammered, speechless. He had expected Wang Jinling to evade, not realizing she would remain kneeling in place. Had it not been for this young man's intervention, she might have perished at his hands. Father, can you truly be so heartless? Would you rather kill your daughter than associate with these brigands? Wang Jinling realized that King Dian had struck without mercy. Had it not been for Long Tianbiao, she might have been lost. I did not. King Dian loved his daughter dearly and could never bear to harm her. He had acted in anger, mistakenly believing she would move aside, which nearly resulted in tragedy. Old swordsman Hongwen, equally shaken, hurried to Wang Jinling's side, gripping her cold hand. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my 8 treasures, Cloud Peak? King Dian pointed his halberd at Long Tianbiao. Grand Jai Master, he is the disciple of Su Liang, the young hero Long Tianbiao. Zhu Liang explained, having recognized Long Tianbiao. Oh, so you are Su Liang's disciple. With Su Liang dead, how dare you come to my 8 treasures, Cloud Peak? King Dian glared at Long Tianbiao. Hey, old man, Long Tianbiao began with a chuckle but was cut off by King Dian. Wait, what did you just call me? King Dian nearly strained his back at the title. Old man, Long Tianbiao teased, playfully shaking Wang Jinling's hand. Look at you, Grand Jai Master, always angry. Your ears must be failing you. I called you old man. Do you not understand? Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's words and observing his grip on Wang Jinling's hand, King Dian realized the implication. If he were to remain oblivious, he would be more foolish than a pig. Scoundrel, who approved your relationship with my daughter? King Dian scolded, pointing at Long Tianbiao. There is no way you can marry her. Old man, you cling to feudal beliefs, insisting on parental consent and matchmaking. We are mutually affectionate and destined to be together. Even heaven will bless us. You will be proud of your daughter. Long Tianbiao replied with a smile. Nonsense. I need no such approval. I will kill you first. King Dian charged at Long Tianbiao, brandishing his halberds. Quickly, take them away. Long Tianbiao whispered to Wang Jinling, then grabbed the single knife that Wenhua had dropped, charging toward King Dian. With a flurry of movements, Long Tianbiao understood that King Dian's weapons relied on brute strength. He had to outmaneuver him with speed and agility. He swiftly appeared behind King Dian, executing Su Liang's signature move, the Xin Yuan Three Blades. Zhu Liang and Qin Dongpa watched in astonishment, marveling at Long Tianbiao's rapid progress and wondering what fortuitous encounters had led to such transformation. King Dian, realizing Long Tianbiao's swiftness, adopted a defensive posture to block the incoming attack. The clash of Long Tianbiao's knife against King Dian's halberd sparked a shower of sparks, reminiscent of a trail of fire and lightning. Brother Biao, show some mercy. Wang Jinling fretted, concerned that her father might not withstand Long Tianbiao's might. Do not harm King Dian. Rest assured, Jinling, how could I bear to see you in distress? Long Tianbiao assured her with a gentle smile, causing Wang Jinling's face to flush with embarrassment. King Dian seethed with rage as he observed Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling together, infuriated that this young man dared to flirt with his daughter while she stood beside him. It was an ungrateful situation indeed. How could his daughter not chastise him? Alas, a daughter grows up and leaves home. Chapter 58. Kind words cannot persuade. The damned Long Tianbiao's blade flashed with remarkable swiftness, slicing past Wang Dian's side. Each time he seemed poised to strike. He would deftly flip his wrist, using the back of his knife to tap against Wang Dian. Despite Wang Dian's thick skin, he could discern that Long Tianbiao had genuinely spared him on numerous occasions, out of consideration for Wang Jinling. Second brother, why don't you give it a try? Wang Dian, infuriated, sheathed his pair of short, golden-hilted sabers and strode over to the electric knight, Ai Hugua. Ai Hugua drew his 7-star folding iron saber and advanced towards Long Tianbiao. Aware of Ai Hugua's reputation as the electric knight, Long Tianbiao set aside his playful demeanor, brandishing his single saber to confront him. Please, Long Xiaoxia, Ai Hugua gestured humbly. Although Ai Hugua belonged to the Green Forest, he was a man of justice, acting with integrity. The multitude of individuals ascending the mountain this time was a mix of quality, which led to the downfall of the 8 treasures at Diyun Peak's Green Pine Wolf Fang Gorge. Please, Ai Ertsai Master, Long Tianbiao signaled. The two charged at each other simultaneously. Ai Hugua's 7-star folding iron saber aimed for Long Tianbiao's head, while Long Tianbiao leaned back, aiming his single saber at Ai Hugua's waist. Ai Hugua lowered his blade to block Long Tianbiao's strike. Long Tianbiao understood that Ai Hugua wielded a treasure knife, capable of slicing through iron like mud, while his own saber was merely ordinary. He knew that a direct clash would lead to his weapon shattering, so he evaded, avoiding any collision of their blades. Ai Hugua immediately pursued, his 7-star folding iron saber slicing downward, forcing Long Tianbiao to exploit the openings in his opponent's techniques to strike or to deflect with the back of his blade. After several dozen exchanges, Long Tianbiao felt increasingly constrained and quite displeased. If only he had his raining blood at Sunset Blade, he would not fear Ai Hugua's 7-star folding iron saber. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, 2 figures suddenly descended from the vines of the rear mountain. Shuan, what brings you here? Ai Hu, spotting Fang Shuan, felt a surge of joy. Ah, uncle, you've been rescued. Fang Shuan exclaimed warmly, grasping Ai Hu's hand, tears brimming in his eyes, lamenting his own inadequacy for leaving him atop Duyun Peak. Shuan, why do you cry? I am unharmed, Ai Hu reassured him, then turned his gaze towards the young man behind Shuan, who bore a stick, feeling a sense of familiarity. And who might this be? Ah, uncle. This is the son of Flying Fork Tianbiao, Zhang Xiong, known as the Little Tianbiao of Sun and Moon Flight, Fang Shuan replied. He then called out to the battling Ai Hugua and Long Tianbiao, brothers, please cease your sparring. I have something to say. Both Ai Hugua and Long Tianbiao, having noticed Fang Shuan's arrival, seized the opportunity to disengage. Second brother, do you know the identity of the one you were fighting? Fang Shuan pointed at Long Tianbiao. Of course, he is the disciple of the esteemed White Eyebrow Hero, Su Liang Little Hero Long Tianbiao. Ai Hugua responded with a calm demeanor. Indeed, you are correct. But do you know the purpose of my brother's ascent? Fang Shuan inquired once more. Naturally, it is to claim Ai Hu and Su Liang's head, Ai Hugua answered. Second brother, your statement is partially right and partially wrong. Fang Shuan nodded, drawing the raining blood at Sunset Blade from his waist and offering it to Long Tianbiao. As Long Tianbiao accepted the blade, his aura of fearlessness intensified further. What does this mean? Ai Hugua was perplexed by Fang Shuan's words. My brother ascended the mountain for uncle and that head, but it is not the head of my master, Su Liang, Fang Shuan clarified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. By Lian Hua Yefeng shouted, you from Kaifeng are truly amusing. When you cannot acquire the head, you claim it is not Su Liang's. Then where is Su Liang? Why does he not come forth to clarify? by Lianhua Yanfeng, having been nominated as the 4th master of the 8 treasures at Duyun Peak's Green Pine Wolfang Gorge. Awaited the head banquet where Wang Dian would announce it before all. He was unwilling to let a cooked duck fly away. Ah, so you are by Lianhua Yanfeng? And you think you can kill my master? Long Tianbiao glared at by Lianhua Yanfeng. The day you pursued my master's wife, Yin Ingyun, who besides you is there? I invite you all to face me. Let us see if you can defeat me. If you can, you will have another head to boast about at your banquet. If I prevail, the truth of that head will be evident to both leaders. By Lianhua Yanfeng, having observed the previous duel between Long Tianbiao and Ai Hugua, realized he was vastly outmatched but would not admit it. Thus, he concocted an excuse. Su Liang pursued thieves for 1,000 miles, starving and weakened, naturally. His strength would wane. Very well, the leaders, Wang Dian and Ai Hugua, possess keen insight and will discern the truth, Long Tianbiao scoffed. However, you little brat struck my master's wife with a poison dart. I shall repay you with a flying knife. With that, Long Tianbiao flicked his wrist, sending a flying knife hurtling towards by Lianhua Yanfeng's left shoulder, precisely where he had struck Yin Ingyun. Ah! Yanfeng cried out in pain. Bai Jianxian Zhu Liang and Chun Dongpa gasped simultaneously, astonished at Long Tianbiao's newfound proficiency with the flying knife. Zhong Wangshuan's heart trembled. He had not anticipated such a significant improvement in Long Tianbiao's accuracy in so short a time. Had his flying knives possessed this precision on Iron Lion Street, he would have been struck elsewhere. Wang Dian and Ai Hugua were equally astonished. If Su Liang's disciple was so formidable, one could only imagine how extraordinary Su Liang himself must be. Yet, given the imminent threat, they could not question Yanfeng further. Brothers, allow me to offer you one final piece of advice, Fang Shuan addressed Wang Dian and Ai Hugua. I refuse to listen, Wang Dian retorted angrily. Even if you refuse, I shall speak. Fang Shuan shook his head, adjusting his cap, and continued, Zhu Liang and Qin Dongpa are the remnants of Yin Wangzhai, and Wang Shan is the mastermind behind the assassination of His Majesty. By harboring them, you are opposing the court and the Kaifeng Prefecture. There will be no favorable outcome for you. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps the prefectural officer Fang could share a few pointers? Wang Dian mocked, gazing at Fang Shuan. Ah, I am not capable of that. Fang Shuan waved his hand dismissively. I merely speak. It is not my place to take action. Alas, kind words cannot persuade the damned. Brother, wake them from their stupor. Shuan, you must show respect to your elder brother, otherwise I might just have to kick your backside on behalf of my father-in-law. Long Tianbiao chuckled. Ah, who is your father-in-law? Fang Shuan asked curiously. Who is your father-in-law? Wang Dian snapped back in fury. Chapter 59. A new contest. Fang Shuan was curious about the identity of Long Tianbiao's father-in-law. Wang Dian was furious. He had no desire to become Long Tianbiao's father-in-law. Fourth uncle, I am Wang Jinling. Wang Jinling, when she was a child, had been held by Fang Shuan, who was then the 4th chief of the 8 treasure-stacked Cloud Peak at Baoshan. The camaraderie among the brothers was strong, and thus Fang Shuan had once embraced her. Ah, is that you, Jinling? How you've grown. Fang Shuan exclaimed with a smile, reminiscing, you used to be in my arms. Be quiet. Long Tianbiao kicked Fang Shuan playfully, who was quick-witted but often careless with his words. He would boast about having held anyone as a child, even mentioning how Jinling had once urinated in his embrace, while Zhang Lin, being a young man, could brush off such remarks. It was inappropriate for a grown woman like Jinling. Realizing the awkwardness, Fang Shuan chuckled sheepishly to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, Deputy Chief Hua. Since we have yet to determine a victor, I propose we have another contest now that I am armed with a suitable weapon, Long Tianbiao suggested with a grin. Very well, I shall oblige, Hua Yugui replied without fear of Long Tianbiao. Brother Long, allow me to fight on your behalf, Zhang Lin proposed. Long Tianbiao smiled at Zhang Lin, saying, Brother Zhang, please observe, the time for your intervention has not yet arrived. Long Tianbiao understood that Zhang Lin was no match for Hua Yugui, and that his secret weapon, hidden sulfur in his stick, could ignite with a mere strike. Should Zhang Lin engage, it would create an irreparable feud with Wang Dian and Hua Yugui. Zhang Lin nodded in understanding and stepped aside. Deputy Chief Hua, shall we add some stakes to our contest? Long Tianbiao inquired playfully. Oh, what do you have in mind? Hua Yugui asked. If I should fortuitously best you in a few moves, you will allow us to leave. Conversely, if you win, you will let them depart, while I remain. My presence will certainly enliven the occasion, wouldn't it? Long Tianbiao tempted. Wang Dian and the others exchanged glances, wide-eyed. This was a clever proposal. Yet, did Long Tianbiao truly possess such confidence in defeating Hui Yugui? Hui Yugui hesitated, whispering to Wang Dian and the others for their counsel. All were formidable figures in the forest, naturally inclined to take risks for potential rewards. After all, fortune favors the bold. Very well, I seek your esteemed guidance. Young hero Long, Hui Yugui eventually agreed after their deliberations. Excellent. Long Tianbiao smiled and drew his blood-soaked sun blade. Addressing Hui Yugui, blood-soaked sun blade, I invite you to engage. How star-folding iron blade, I accept your challenge. Hui Yugui proclaimed, raising his weapon, just as their duel was about to commence. Long Tianbiao turned to Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa, asking, do you two know how I forged this blade? No, Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa instinctively replied. It is crafted from your metal cane, Zhu Liang, and your dark iron chessboard, Chen Dongpa, melded with meteorite iron from beyond, Long Tianbiao explained kindly. Zhu Liang and Chen Dongpa's faces turned pale, wishing fervently for Long Tianbiao to be captured by Hui Yugui, or better yet, cleaved in two. Watch the blade. Seeing his allies' morale falter, Hui Yugui swung his Haustar folding iron blade at Long Tianbiao. Long Tianbiao met Hui Yugui's strike with his blade raised. Observing Long Tianbiao's audacity to confront his weapon head-on, Hui Yugui, valuing his precious blade, shifted his technique from a downward chop to a horizontal slash. Long Tianbiao, noticing Hui Yugui's change of approach to a battle of skill and speed rather than power, felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself, let us see whether my elder brother Wang Yuan's Tai Chi Yin-Yang swordsmanship is superior, or if you, the lightning hero, possess the upper hand. The two began to fight with all their might. Long Tianbiao, clad in a Taoist robe, embodied the ethereal essence of Tai Chi Yin-Yang swordsmanship, while Hui Yugui's blade shimmered coldly, striking with lightning speed, truly deserving of the title lightning hero. The spectators were entranced by their duel, as each man matched the other's speed, akin to a tiger descending the mountain meeting another tiger, or a dragon enveloped in clouds crossing paths with a dragon lost in mist. Long Tianbiao felt a pang of embarrassment for his elder brother Wang Yuan, who could rank among the top 10 in the martial world with this sword technique, while he, having learned merely 3 moves, struggled to best Hui Yugui, who was not even ranked. Realizing this, Long Tianbiao tightened his wrist and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Xianyuan 3 blades, which fused Wang Yuan's Tai Chi Yin-Yang swordsmanship with his own. This combination was now truly swift, precise, and lethal. The first blade struck toward Hui Yugui's chest, prompting an urgent dodge. The second blade aimed for Hui Yugui's neck, causing him to retreat in alarm. He had never encountered such rapid strikes. Though he prided himself on his speed, he found himself outmatched by Long Tianbiao's technique. Before Hui Yugui could ponder further, the third blade was upon him. With no time to evade, he ducked just in time for the blade to sever his top knot. Hui Yugui was left shaken, retreating to Wang Dian's side, his composure shattered. Well, father-in-law, your second brother has lost. Should you not grant us our freedom? Long Tianbiao teased Wang Dian with a smile. Scram quickly, you are a nuisance. Wang Dian retorted, irritated by Long Tianbiao's smug demeanor. All right, I shall take Jinling away now. We will return together when the time is right, Long Tianbiao declared. Just avoid appearing before me. Wang Dian shot him a glare, concerned that Long Tianbiao's presence might provoke his high blood pressure. Chief, we cannot let him leave, Zhu Liang insisted. Then you go apprehend him, Wang Dian replied, fixing his gaze on Zhu Liang. We cannot go back on our word. Let them depart. Zhu Liang stammered, shrinking back. Having witnessed the contest between Long Tianbiao and Hui Yugui, he recognized that his own skills were inferior, and challenging him would be tantamount to courting disaster. Long Tianbiao, amused by the unfolding events, led the group down the mountain path. As Wang Jinling glanced back repeatedly, Long Tianbiao gently took her hand. Jinling, rest assured, I will capture those bandits and exchange my official garb for your father's safety. Brother Biao, you are truly wonderful to me, Jinling remarked, feeling a sweetness surpassing honey. Her choice had proven wise. Long Tianbiao was not only skillful, but also remarkably considerate. Now that we are engaged, your matters are mine, and your kin are my kin, Long Tianbiao reassured, holding Wang Jinling's hand tenderly. In that moment, Jinling felt enveloped by happiness, resting her head on Long Tianbiao's shoulder, smiling softly. Chapter 60. Intruders at the door. Wang Dian watched with a heavy heart as his daughter was abducted by Long Tianbiao. He turned to the group beside him and let out a cold snort. At such a critical moment, none of you are of any use. Amir Long Tianbiao has frightened you all into submission. His words instantly flushed Zhu Liang, Chen Dongpa, and the others with embarrassment. They were all men of honor, and none could bear such humiliation. Great chief, I shall venture to Kuehua Ridge tomorrow to confront them, Liang declared, intending to cause a stir at the government manor in Kaifeng. His goal was twofold: to intimidate the officials there, who were of no consequence aside from Long Tianbiao, and to prove to Wang Dian that he was not merely a passive observer. Very well, old sword master Zhu, your courage is commendable, Wang Dian replied with a smile. Great chief, I shall accompany my junior brother, Chun Dongpa interjected, expressing concern over Zhu Liang's solitary descent from the mountain. Wang Shun wishes to join the two esteemed sword masters. The purple-faced king Wang Shun added, not wanting to remain idle. I, Yin Feng, also wish to accompany you all, said the white lotus flower Yin Feng as he stepped forward. All right, enough, Wang Dian said, seeing the eagerness of the others. Tomorrow, the four of you will descend together. The rest will remain to guard the stronghold. Those who disobey will be dealt with according to the rules. Understood. The group responded in unison. Long Tianbiao, along with his companions, made his way to the Wang family and at Kuehua Ridge. Shortly thereafter, a Taoist priest named Sima Zhen from the southern Kunlun arrived. Claiming to be the master of the young protector of the moon and sun, Zhang Lin, insisting on taking him back to the mountain for introspection. The two parties exchanged greetings. The Taoist priest is indeed courteous, Long Tianbiao remarked. As the saying goes, one learns both civil and martial arts to serve the imperial family. Brother Zhang, your skills are well formed. Why not venture out into the world? When you reach a plateau in your martial arts, you may return to break through. Indeed, the Lord of Infinite Life speaks wisely, yet Zhang Lin's skills are still far from complete, Sima Zhen replied. Each person has their own fate, others can only offer advice. But the decision ultimately lies with him. Let us see how Brother Zhang chooses, Long Tianbiao said, leaving the decision to Zhang Lin. Master, I wish to descend the mountain to make some contribution to the nation. This would not bring shame to you or my father, Zhang Lin declared resolutely. Ah, my dear nephew speaks well. You have your father's spirit, and the Taoist has taught you well. Fang Shuan responded, praising the three individuals. Take that. Long Tianbiao playfully kicked Fang Shuan, causing him to yelp and leap into the air. Why did you kick me, brother? Fang Shuan asked, covering his backside. I call him brother, and you call him nephew? Are you looking to be my uncle? Long Tianbiao retorted. How could I dare? Let us keep it to ourselves. Fang Shuan quickly interjected. Well, then, what about your master's wife? Long Tianbiao laughed, pointing at Wang Jinling. Oh, Biaogu, how could I allow him to call me master's wife? We have our own ways, Wang Jinling hurriedly replied. That works too, Long Tianbiao chuckled. Patting Wang Jinling's hand before turning to Fang Shuan, you got lucky this time. With that distraction, Sima Zhen no longer insisted on taking Zhang Lin back. Instead, he cautioned him about the dangers of the world and entrusted Fang Shuan and the others to take care of him, to which Fang Shuan readily agreed. Zhang Lin bid farewell to his master, and Sima Zhen returned to the mountain for his training. Jiangping was overjoyed at Aihu's return. Fang Shuan introduced Zhong Lin and Wang Jinling, who were warmly received, as Jiangping comforted Wang Jinling, assuring her that as long as her father returned in time, the court would not punish him. The next day, after breakfast, the group was discussing their next move when the innkeeper came to report that several bandits were blocking the entrance, specifically looking for Jiangping and Long Tianbiao. They all rushed outside to find the formidable Zhu Liang, Chen Dongpa, Wang Shun, and Yin Feng surrounding the Wang family inn, weapons drawn. Upon seeing them, Jiangping felt a chill run down his spine. Aside from Yin Feng, the others were not foes that the likes of Xiao Qijia or Xiao Wui could contend with. And he had only Long Tianbiao at his side. Jiang Quozi, you have the audacity to challenge the 8 treasures piled Cloud Peak and the Green Pine Wolf Fong Gorge? Have you lost your mind? Come forth, and I shall give you a taste of my wrath. Chen Dongpa shouted, brandishing his newly crafted iron chessboard at Jiangping. Chen Dongpa, do not be so arrogant. I have someone to deal with you, Jiangping retorted, pointing his Shailang Ame dagger at Chen Dongpa before moving to Long Tianbiao's side. Child, today it's up to you. Rest assured, fourth uncle, Long Tianbiao reassured Jiangping. Drawing his sun-setting blood-draining blade, Zhu Liang, Chen Dongpa, Wang Shun, Yin Feng, will you all face me together? Enough talk, prepare to engage, Zhu Liang shouted, charging at Long Tianbiao first. At that moment, Long Tianbiao was no longer the Long Tianbiao of the government manor, with the sun-setting blood-draining blade. He swiftly severed Zhu Liang's beard, leaving Zhu Liang pale with fear. Seeing this, Chen Dongpa swung his iron chessboard into the fray, joining Zhu Liang in attacking Long Tianbiao. Yet, Long Tianbiao showed no fear. His blade moved so swiftly that only shadows could be seen, and he laughed. Liang. Chindompa, your fine weapons are indeed impressive, but look at my blade. It slices through yours as if they were mere vegetables. As soon as he finished speaking, with a swift motion, he executed the technique clouds parting, sun setting, effortlessly shearing off the tip of Zhu Liang's sword, and with another move, clouds revealed. Sun shining, he chipped away a corner of Chindompa's chessboard. Zhu Liang and Chindompa exchanged glances at their weapons and then at Long Tianbiao's blade. A bitter smile crept upon their faces. In that moment of distraction, Long Tianbiao wielded his blade with such finesse that the two were forced to retreat. Seeing this, Wang Shun drew out a counterfeit golden ring blade and charged at AI who did not hesitate to respond with his 7 stars treasure blade. The two old adversaries were eager to settle their scores, their animosities boiling over. Brothers, join in. The jade-faced Zhu Baiyan exclaimed, noticing AI who struggling against Wang Shun. He drew his saber and rushed into the fray. Lu Shiji brandished his Yinling blade, shouting as he charged at Yin Feng. The other lieutenants rallied around, calling out for support, ready to join the fight against the intruders who had dared to invade their territory. Just then, a young man stepped into the crowd. His handsome visage reminiscent of a silver doll, clad in plain attire, adding to his striking appearance. Chapter 61. The Radiant Face of Young Dharma. By Yun Rui. As the fierce battle raged on, a young man emerged from the crowd, clad in plain attire, which accentuated his striking features. With red lips and white teeth, he possessed a symmetrical visage and an upright posture, exuding an air of elegance. Observing the intense confrontation, he inquired of those nearby about the situation. Upon learning that one party comprised thieves while the other was from the Kaifeng Prefecture, he could no longer contain himself. Drawing forth the golden scaled lightning blade from his waist, he bellowed, "Halt! Thieves, do not be so audacious. Brothers of the Kaifeng Prefecture, fear not, for I have arrived." Both factions, engrossed in their clash, halted at the sound of his commanding voice, swiftly parting to either side, their gazes fixed upon the newcomer. Bai Yunqing, engaged in a duel with AI who against Wang Shun, wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "Oh dear brother, what brings you here?" Recognizing their familiarity, the onlookers noted the striking similarity in their attire and appearance. "My uncle, brothers, this is my cousin Bai Yunrui, the son of my uncle." Bai Yunqing introduced him eagerly. Bai Yunsheng, the son of Bai Jintang, was indeed the nephew of Bai Yutong, making Bai Yunrui the son of Bai Yutong. Jiang Ping, realizing this connection, scrutinized Bai Yunrui, noting the familiar vigor reminiscent of his fifth brother. Under Bai Yunqing's introduction, Bai Yunrui greeted the assembly, his heart filled with indignation upon hearing of Zhu Liang and his cohort's aggressive approach. "Uncle, esteemed brothers, step back. I shall mete out justice upon these brigands," Bai Yunrui declared with pride. Jiang Ping, recognizing the resemblance to his fifth brother's assertive spirit, was astonished. Indeed, Bai Laowu had returned. Only Long Tianbiao understood that Bai Yunrui possessed the talent to be so audacious. Being a disciple of the renowned swordsman Xia Horen, his martial prowess exceptional. Upon hearing that Bai Yunrui was Bai Yutong's son, Zhu Liang, impressed by his appearance, scoffed, "Child, do not boast. Show us your abilities." Zhu Liang thought to himself that even if Bai Yunrui had trained in the womb, he could only have practiced for a mere decade or so. How formidable could he truly be? Yet, as they exchanged blows, Zhu Liang was taken aback. Bai Yunrui's skill was extraordinary, his blade dancing with incredible speed. In mere moments, Bai Yunrui executed a sweeping strike aimed at Zhu Liang's forehead, causing Zhu to duck, his hat flying off, leaving his face pale with fright. At that moment, a troop approached. Realizing the tide had turned, Zhu Liang and Chun Dompa shouted, "Retreat!" As they hastily slipped into the crowd. Jiang Ping quickly ushered the soldiers led by Fei Cha into the establishment to discuss strategies for assaulting the Baibao Diyun Peak and the Qingsong Wolfang Gorge. "Uncle, your skills are truly remarkable, a testament to the prowess of the Cloud Swordsman," Long Tianbiao praised Bai Yunrui. "Tianbiao, you are no less impressive." Able to stand against the flying sword immortal Zhu Liang and the formidable Chun Dompa, Bai Yunrui responded with a smile, acknowledging that not only his third brother was exceptional, but also his disciple. As the gathering of young brothers reminisced about Su Liang, Bai Yunrui, upon hearing their intention to retrieve the thief's head, volunteered for the task. "Child, though this head is not that of Liangzi, as officials of the Song dynasty, how can we allow Wang Dian and others to feast upon the heads of the common people, especially in Liangzi's name? Currently, without Liangzi's presence, we cannot prove that this head does not belong to him. further emboldening the thieves and diminishing our authority as officials, Jiang Ping explained. However, they had previously climbed the mountain without securing the head. Uncle, I believe it may be our brother's approach that is flawed. Allow me to attempt it tonight. Bai Yunrui boldly offered. If I fail to retrieve the head, I shall offer my own in compensation. His audacious declaration nearly incited Jiang Ping to wrath, leaving the others feeling embarrassed. Enraged, Jiang Ping retorted, You think you can? If you return empty-handed, I shall scold you thoroughly. Fine, since you are so confident, proceed. But you are alone and vulnerable. Do you not wish to find an ally? Jiang Ping, understanding that the inexperienced often overestimate their capabilities, hoped Bai Yunrui would learn a lesson through hardship. Uncle, I believe I will be more effective alone, Bai Yunrui implied with conviction. Long Tianbiao, recognizing Bai Yunrui's confidence, felt assured, silently observing as he donned a white knight's suit. Jiang Ping, exasperated, lamented, Why must you emulate Bai Yutong? The knight's suit, originally designed for stealth, is typically in shades of gray or black. Bai Yutong insisted on white, yet how did he meet his end in the Chouxiao Tower's copper net formation? Enough. Depart swiftly, or I shall be driven to my wit's end. Bai Yunrui saluted the group and set forth toward Baibao Dian Peak. Do not fret, uncle. Though he is new to the world, his martial prowess is exceptional. None atop Baibao Dian Peak can match him. Long Tianbiao reassured. That will not suffice, Tianbiao. I remain uneasy. You must follow him. Despite his anger, Jiang Ping could not bear the thought of Bai Yunrui, the son of his fifth brother Bai Yutong, facing danger. Long Tianbiao, recognizing the concern, complied with a smile, returning to his quarters to don his night suit, preparing to accompany Wang Jinling toward Baibao Dian Peak. Why bring Wang Jinling? The Baibao Dian Peak was fraught with traps, and having grown up there, she was intimately familiar with the mechanisms, knowing well where ambushes and pitfalls lay. Chapter 62. Directly heading to the immortal cave on the back mountain, Bai Yunrui set off alone, his martial prowess far surpassing that of Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling, leaving them unaware of his swift progress. When Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling arrived at the Baibao Dian Peak, they were at a loss regarding Bai Yunrui's whereabouts. Jinling, did you manage to find out where that head was placed? Long Tianbiao inquired in a hushed tone. Yes, I heard it was on the back mountain, but I could not ascertain the specific cave, Wang Jinling sighed. That's all right. Let us first explore the back mountain and wait for Bai Yunrui. If he has captured the tongue, he would surely head that way as well. Long Tianbiao bent forward, following closely behind Wang Jinling toward the back mountain. Upon reaching the back mountain, they noticed two night watchmen heading deeper into the woods, prompting them to stealthily follow. Not long after, one of the men called out, Brother Wang, you go ahead. I need to take care of something. Hurry up. Brother Wang impatiently replied, I have an upset stomach. The man moaned. Brother Wang turned and continued moving forward, muttering, Lazy donkey, always causing trouble. Before the man could crouch down, a white shadow seized him by the neck and pulled him into the bushes. Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling witnessed the entire scene and speculated that the white shadow was indeed the jade-faced little Dharma master, Bai Yunrui. They crouched low and planned to sneak closer. Before they could approach, the man let out a wail, and Bai Yunrui leaped from the underbrush, swiftly darting toward the mountain peak. Jinling, which direction is that? Long Tianbiao turned to ask. Wang Jinling raised her head to assess their current position and then glanced in the direction Bai Yunrui had taken. Oh dear, that's the direction of the immortal cave. It must be filled with traps and ambushes. Uncle must have been deceived. Long Tianbiao's heart sank. Jiang Ping had sent him to assist Bai Yunrui, and if Bai Yunrui were captured, it would spell disaster. He wanted to shout, but feared alerting the guards on the mountain. Instead, he grasped Wang Jinling's arm and hurried toward the immortal cave. Familiar with the mountain paths, Wang Jinling led Long Tianbiao swiftly. Yet they still could not catch up to Bai Yunrui. Suddenly, Long Tianbiao spotted a cave in the distance, its entrance faintly inscribed with the words Immortal Cave. Just as Bai Yunrui vanished inside, upon reaching the cave entrance, they noticed a glimmer of light ahead, suggesting Bai Yunrui had turned a corner. Concerned that calling out might startle him into triggering a trap or alerting the guards, Long Tianbiao refrained from shouting, Brother Biao, stay close behind me and tread where I tread. Do not make a mistake. Wang Jinling whispered. Understood. Long Tianbiao acknowledged, knowing well the dangers of the traps within. As they ventured deeper, Long Tianbiao could not help but admire the ingenuity of those who designed the traps, marveling at the complexity of the obstacles laid before them. Following Wang Jinling's lead, they cautiously entered the cave, only to realize it was a naturally formed cavern with a bend ahead, explaining why they had not spotted Bai Yunrui. Turning the corner, they saw Bai Yunrui reaching for a cage containing the fake head of a white-browed man. "Don't touch it," Wang Jinling shouted without thinking. "What?" Bai Yunrui grasped the cage and turned to look at Wang Jinling. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, revealing a deep pit teeming with venomous snakes. Yet, the jade-faced little Dharma master was no ordinary man. With a surge of true energy, he leaped from the pit just as his feet touched down. He found another deep pit awaiting him. Consecutive pits. Wang Jinling exclaimed in alarm. "Damn." Long Tianbiao saw Bai Yunrui escape the first pit only to plunge into the second, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Despite the multitude of traps, Long Tianbiao could not afford to hesitate and quickly leaped toward Bai Yunrui. At that moment, Bai Yunrui vaulted out of the second pit, only to fall into a third. After these two trials, the jade-faced little Dharma master was utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to leap again. Just then, Long Tianbiao swiftly reached Bai Yunrui's side and caught his descending body. However, he was taken aback to discover a large hand reaching for Bai Yunrui. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Dian had laid an ambush with a formidable opponent. Long Tianbiao had no time to think. He grasped Bai Yunrui with his left hand and drew the blood-draining blade with his right, aiming it at the approaching hand. With a resounding clap, the assailant, evidently skilled, struck the side of the blood-draining blade, nearly forcing Long Tianbiao to release his grip. "Quickly go!" Long Tianbiao tossed Bai Yunrui aside and unleashed a lotus palm strike toward the assailant. Noticing the glint above the intruder's head, Long Tianbiao realized he was a robust monk. The monk, recognizing that Long Tianbiao was helping Bai Yunrui rather than attacking him, paused and chanted, "Amitba, we are allies." Hearing the monk's words, Long Tianbiao ceased his assault and, gripping the blood-draining blade, positioned himself protectively behind Wang Jinling and Bai Yunrui. Bai Yunrui took a few deep breaths before finally looking up at the newcomer. "Master," Bai Yunrui exclaimed, recognizing the monk as his esteemed teacher, the mad monk Drunken Bodhi. The sky-soaring Arhat. Overwhelmed with joy and sorrow, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Long Tianbiao, upon hearing Bai Yunrui call him master, and observing the monk's tattered robes and worn sandals, surmised he was Bai Yunrui's first mentor, the mad monk Drunken Bodhi. He respectfully inquired, "Master, are you Elder Liang?" "Indeed, it is I." "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us speak outside," Elder Liang replied with a smile, aware that if Wang Dian were to send men to this location, they would be in grave danger. As they exited the cave, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and under Wang Jinling's guidance, they found a sheltered spot away from the wind. "Amitba, young hero, your martial skills are impressive. May I know your name?" Elder Liang expressed his admiration for Long Tianbiao's prowess and protective nature. "Thank you for your concern, Elder. I am Long Tianbiao, an unworthy disciple of my master Su Liang." Long Tianbiao replied sincerely. "Amitba, so it is the young hero Long Tianbiao, esteemed disciple of the valiant Su Liang." "Excellent, excellent," Elder Liang praised. "The noble deeds of the Kaifeng Prefectural officials are commendable. They would not allow even the heads of ordinary citizens to be displayed by bandits. I hold great respect for that." "Your praise is too generous, Elder," Long Tianbiao humbly responded, wary of becoming too boastful in front of Elder Liang. "Amitba, excellent, excellent." Elder Liang's fondness for Long Tianbiao grew. He admired his abilities and humility. He then turned to Bai Yunrui, acknowledging his significant talents, but knowing that without their assistance, Bai Yunrui's efforts could have been in vain. Elder Liang shot a stern glance at Bai Yunrui, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Bai Yunrui understood that his three teachers genuinely cared for him and had imparted their skills, and he felt he had disappointed them by almost losing his life. Elder Liang then inquired about Wang Jinling, learning she was the daughter of Wang Dian, who had chosen the path of righteousness. He praised and blessed her and Long Tianbiao. "Yunrui, do you acknowledge your mistakes?" Elder Liang asked sternly. "Disciple acknowledges his mistakes," Bai Yunrui replied, his head bowed in shame. Chapter 63, The Lightning Hero. Huiyugui the monk Liang was deeply concerned as he followed Bai Yunrui down the mountain for the first time, keeping a watchful eye on her every word and action. When Long Tianbiao noticed Liang began to admonish Bai Yunrui, he and Wang Jinling discreetly withdrew. "Jinling, how wonderful it would be if we could gaze at the stars like this forever," Long Tianbiao said, holding her hand. "Indeed, Biao Gu, when we grow old. I wish to lean on you just like this," Wang Jinling replied, resting her head on his shoulder. "Rest assured, Jinling, I will ensure nothing befalls your father," Long Tianbiao reassured her, sensing her worries. "Biao Gu, you are truly wonderful. I believe in you. Wang Jinling felt immense relief, thinking she had struck gold by choosing Long Tianbiao. The pair lingered on a rock at the foot of the mountain until they heard footsteps. Realizing it was Linkong and Bai Yunrui, and they hurriedly stood to greet them. Ba, I appreciate your patience, Linkong intoned. Your words are too kind, elder. What are our next steps? Shall we investigate the whereabouts of the head? Long Tianbiao inquired. Fear not, young hero. I have a plan. Please follow me. Linkong responded as he led Bai Yunrui, Long Tianbiao, and Wang Jinling into the stronghold, winding through the paths until they arrived at a courtyard. Child, if you wish to know the location of the head, you must ask him. Linkong gestured towards a figure within the room. The trio looked up, and to their astonishment, the man was none other than the lightning hero, Hui Yugui. Wang Jinling was taken aback, wondering if Uncle Hua had betrayed her father. What hope remained for Baibao Dianpeak now? To spare Hui Yugui any discomfort, Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling refrained from entering. Biao Gu, what is happening? Is Uncle Hua an undercover agent sent by the Kaifeng Prefecture? Wang Jinling asked incredulously. Impossible. If he were an agent of Kaifeng, how could they struggle to acquire the head of the fake Bai Mei? And how could AI who have been captured? Long Tianbiao could hardly fathom that Wang Jinling's imagination was so vivid, concocting an entire undercover narrative in mere moments. Then, how could Uncle Hua inform Elder Linkong about the head's whereabouts? Wang Jinling felt her mind was racing, unable to grasp the situation. Jinling, in the realm of loyalty and righteousness, what is most essential? Long Tianbiao queried. Righteousness? Wang Jinling responded hesitantly. Precisely, it revolves around righteousness. Although the lightning hero, Hui Yugui, resides in the forest, his integrity is commendable. He likely shares a bond with Linkong that surpasses his oath with your father, Long Tianbiao elucidated. Surpassing an oath? It must be a matter of life and death. Wang Jinling thought of her most trusted second brother, wishing to summon Wang Dian to see that even he assisted outsiders, leaving her with little hope. Before long, Linkong led the three towards the main hall of the stronghold. The four skilled fighters approached stealthily, evading detection by the guards. Child, the head lies hidden in the secret compartment behind the great Chief Wang. Do you dare retrieve it? Linkong challenged Bai Yunrui. Why would I not dare? Bai Yunrui declared confidently, leaping from the rooftop. Who goes there? A guard shouted, brandishing his blade. Flesh and blood. Another guard cried out, but before he could strike, Bai Yunrui's golden-scaled lightning swiftly severed his head. Seizing the head, Bai Yunrui kicked open the main hall door and hurled the head towards Wang Dian, who sat facing the entrance. As he ducked, she dashed inside, retrieved the head from the hidden compartment, and swiftly exited before the bandits could react. Long Tianbiao watched in awe, giving a thumbs up, while Wang Jinling was left speechless, as were the bandits within the hall. The four hastily departed, racing outside the stronghold. Ba, Yunrui, you performed splendidly. Liang praised, then inquired, did you secure the head? I have, Bai Yunrui replied, presenting the head to Linkong. Upon inspection, Linkong noted the head bore a purple lambskin complexion and white eyebrows. Had one not known better, they would have mistaken it for the renowned hero, Su Liang. Linkong then imparted a few words of caution to Bai Yunrui before heading back to Amei Mountain to report to the swordsman, Xiahou Ren. As Bai Yunrui, Long Tianbiao, and Wang Jinling returned with the head, Jiangping felt a surge of pride, thinking highly of his fifth brother's child. What of the temper of a capable person? Yet, his mind also drifted to Bai Yutong, feeling a mix of joy and sorrow. The group reattached the head to the body and set the coffin aside, intending to discern the identity of the corpse after addressing the matters of Baibao Dianpeak. Fourth uncle, when shall we assault Baibao Dianpeak? Bai Yunrui could not contain her curiosity. Right now? Jiangping rose, directing the others. Jihua, I will lead Yunrui, Shuan, and Xiao Wui from the front mountain, while you take Xiao Qijie and Biaozi from the rear. Yes. Jihua responded promptly. Understood. General Li Yong affirmed as he rose. Fourth uncle, Shuan knows Baibao Dianpeak well. Follow his lead and do not heed others' words. Long Tianbiao urged. Rest assured, Biaozi. Your fourth uncle has led for half a lifetime. I know this matter well. Jiangping waved dismissively. All right, Long Tianbiao nodded. I cannot compel you to listen to Wang Shuan. Jinling, we shall traverse the rear mountain. You will lead the way. Long Tianbiao said with a smile. Can I come along? Wang Jinling was startled, having not heard Jiangping mention her name, thinking they wished to keep her, the daughter of Wang Dian, at the Wang family inn to prevent her from sending word to the mountain. Of course. Long Tianbiao grasped her hand. You are my woman. Would I not trust you? Besides, you grew up on the mountain. You must be familiar with these paths. I find you more reliable than Shuan in leading the way." Wang Jinling beamed, her heart sweeter than honey. "Well, senior brother, such words. Must you praise while belittling?" Wang Shuan grumbled. "I meant to say, you have been away from Baibaodian Peak and Qingsong Wolfang Gorge for so long. Who knows if you still remember the way?" Long Tianbiao chuckled. "Well, if I am unfamiliar, my niece surely is," Wang Shuan said hastily, retreating behind Jiang Ping. "Oh, are you seeking encouragement before we set out?" Long Tianbiao rolled up his sleeves, ready to pull Wang Shuan back. "Enough of this. It is settled. Let us depart swiftly." Jiang Ping interjected, stopping Long Tianbiao's antics. He turned to Jihua and commanded, "Brother, upon my signal, we shall attack together." Agreed. Jihua, astute and resourceful, remained diligent, ensuring they would not be lax in their preparations. Chapter 64. Improvement of the 8 Treasures Cloud Peak. The narrative unfolds in 2 directions. Under the guidance of Jihua, Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling led the way for the army, yet Wang Jinling's heart was tinged with a sense of bitterness. "Jinling, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I shall not allow anything to trouble you," Long Tianbiao reassured her. "However, we must enter the mountains at the earliest, for that is the only way to safeguard my father-in-law. If we delay, I fear that my uncle, the jade-faced little Dharma, by Yunrui, may confront him. Should my father-in-law refuse to yield, it could spell disaster." "Indeed, you are correct," Wang Jinling acknowledged, recalling the prowess of the jade-faced little Dharma, who had effortlessly severed the hat of the flying sword master, Zhu Liang, with mere strokes. Although her father, Wang Dian, possessed slightly greater martial skills than Zhu Liang, he could scarcely rival Bai Yunrui. With her mind racing, Wang Jinling quickened her stride, prompting Jihua to hastily signal the others to catch up. Under her leadership, the group arrived safely at the rear of the 8 Treasures Cloud Peak. Seizing the twilight, Jihua surveyed the terrain and stationed a portion of the soldiers to guard the exit, while the remainder awaited signals from the front. According to their planned route, the 2 parties were not expected to arrive far apart in time. However, after an hour of waiting, they had yet to receive any signals. Sensing something amiss, Jihua summoned Long Tianbiao, Wang Jinling, and Xiao Qijia together. "Children, the front remains eerily quiet. There may be trouble brewing," Jihua remarked. "Uncle Ji, what should we do? Shall I sneak ahead for a look?" suggested the valiant Lu Shiji. "Indeed, we ought to investigate, but it may not be wise for you," Jihua replied, turning to Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling. "Tianbiao, you both are familiar with the mountain. How about venturing in to scout?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jinling felt a surge of excitement and quickly turned to Long Tianbiao, awaiting his thoughts. "Uncle Ji, we can certainly investigate, but with the army waiting outside, it may be challenging to infiltrate," Long Tianbiao observed, contemplating the stone mouth of the mountain where the guard was the cunning Yadu Gue, Wenhua. This individual was meticulous and cautious. If he detected any signs, breaching the fortress would prove difficult. "Oh, what then shall we do?" Jihua inquired, looking at Long Tianbiao. "How about this? Jinling and I will enter the stone mouth to assess the situation, and then Lu and the others can follow in. Together, we can seize this entry point, ensuring we can advance or retreat as needed. However, we must not allow anyone to escape. Otherwise, our position will be compromised," Long Tianbiao proposed. "Good lad, you and I think alike," Jihua chuckled. "Then go forth. I shall await your good news here." As the commander, Jihua could not afford to leave his post easily, so he entrusted Long Tianbiao and his companions to lead the charge. Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling swiftly departed, leaping into the stone mouth of the mountain, quickly crouching in the shadows to avoid detection. Strangely, upon their entry, they encountered only a few patrolling guards and not many others. Long Tianbiao, observing the situation, stealthily approached several guards and, with swift precision, immobilized them, rendering them silent. "Brother Biao, something feels off," Wang Jinling noted, sensing the unusual atmosphere. "Indeed," Long Tianbiao replied. "Let us check that building. If Wenhua and He Bin are absent, it suggests my father-in-law has reassigned them, making this stone mouth vulnerable." With that, they stealthily approached the stone house. Long Tianbiao listened for a moment outside, hearing voices within, before kicking the stone door open and barging inside. "Who goes there?" the occupants exclaimed in alarm. Quick as a flash, Long Tianbiao subdued several individuals, confirming that neither Wenhua nor He Bin was present. "Miss, it is indeed you." Although these individuals were not high-ranking guards, they recognized Wang Jinling, who had spent years on the mountain. "Speak frankly, Where have Wenhua and he been gone? She demanded. Miss. The village chief and deputy chief were dispatched to the front line an hour ago. They were told they were encircled by the forces of Kaifeng and required Wenhua to assist. One guard, realizing his life depended on honesty, divulged everything. Oh, this old man has indeed fallen into another's trap. Long Tianbiao exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Biao, did you foresee this predicament? Wang Jinling asked incredulously, regarding him with admiration. As if he possessed prophetic powers. Not at all, it was merely a guess, Long Tianbiao replied with a smile. Shuan has been away from the stronghold for years. Who knows the mountain paths better than you? Coupled with Zhang's overconfidence, he was bound to be deceived. Well, Brother Biao, you are truly impressive. Wang Jinling praised him earnestly. Huh, I have even greater feats to display. Wait until our wedding night. Long Tianbiao replied with a mischievous grin. Wang Jinling, flushed with embarrassment at his insinuation, retorted. You scoundrel. Before turning away and exiting the stone house, they promptly brought Ji Hua and the others inside, recounting the situation in haste. Miss Wang, do you know the treacherous terrain of your stronghold capable of ensnaring formidable warriors and thousands of soldiers? Ji Hua inquired. Uncle Ji, do you intend to rescue my fourth uncle and the others first, and then unite our forces to launch an attack on the main stronghold? Long Tianbiao grasped Ji Hua's intention instantly. Indeed, our small contingent cannot hope to contain Wang Dian, Hui Yugui, Zhu Liang, Wang Shun, and other masters, Ji Hua reasoned. He was cautious, unwilling to engage in unprepared battles. It would be foolish to charge forth into a certain defeat. Wang Jinling pondered, suddenly recalling a location. Oh no. They may have been lured into the Kaifeng Gorge by my father. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. If the rear is cut off, they could easily be trapped. A collective gasp echoed as they realized the cunning and ruthlessness of Wang Dian. Should this plan be executed flawlessly, Jiang Ping and his men would likely face dire consequences. Ji Hua, alarmed, exclaimed, Miss Wang, lead the way swiftly. We must head to the Kaifeng Gorge to rescue them. At that moment, the capture of the 8 treasures Cloud Peak became secondary. Saving the people of Kaifeng was paramount, lest they meet a tragic fate. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Wang Jinling did not hesitate and promptly took the lead. Ji Hua stationed a lieutenant with 100 soldiers to guard the stone mouth while he and the others followed Wang Jinling toward the Kaifeng Gorge. Chapter 65. The celestial demon Lu Qing Wang Jinling led the group towards the Kaifeng Valley. As they approached, Long Tianbiao heard shouts nearby and gestured for everyone to crouch down. Ji Hua arranged for people to encircle the hill, while Long Tianbiao took Wang Jinling and Xiao Qijie to investigate, leaving the others to guard the foot of the hill, ready to shoot arrows if anyone descended. Stealthily, Long Tianbiao and his companions crept closer and discovered 2 individuals engaged in combat at the edge of a cliff. One was a strikingly handsome young man dressed in white, full of vitality. This was the jade-faced little Dharma, by Yunrei, employing the pair of Mandarin duck palm against his opponent. The other, a figure less than 5 feet tall, clad entirely in black, moved with the agility of a monkey, striking swiftly with toxic palm winds. Noticing Bai Yunrui struggling to defend himself, Long Tianbiao shouted and drew his sword, intervening to separate the 2 combatants. Meanwhile, Wang Jinling and Xiao Qijie rushed to their side. Ah, another group of little brats. The short man exclaimed. What are you mumbling about, you old fool? Long Tianbiao retorted sharply. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The short man snapped back angrily. I don't care who you are. Opposing the Kaifeng Prefecture makes you a villain in my eyes. I know your name, but I shan't sully my ears with it. Long Tianbiao dismissed him with a wave. Impudent. I am the celestial demon Lu Qing. Lu Qing bellowed. Lu Qing was the brother of the earth spirit demon Lu Kuan, both residing in the East Sea's Bixiao Palace, known for their jealousy and short stature, adept at the lotus palm, which was also laced with poison. You are the celestial demon Lu Qing? Long Tianbiao inquired, his eyes widening. Indeed, that is I. Have you heard of my illustrious name? Lu Qing said, a sense of pride evident in his voice. I have not, just a scrawny monkey emerging from some corner. Long Tianbiao shook his head dismissively. Who are you? State your name, Lu Qing demanded, furious. Listen well, I am the little hero Long Tianbiao, a highly esteemed disciple of the great white-browed hero Su Liang. With formidable martial skills, Long Tianbiao's shameless proclamation left Lu Qing momentarily speechless, astonished by such audacity. Nearby, a figure hidden in a tree nearly burst out laughing at Long Tianbiao's antics. You're seeking death. Who is your father? Lu Qing shouted, then questioned in confusion. Are you Su Liang's disciple? But he is already dead, isn't he? Even if the East Sea's Bixiao Palace is extinguished, your grandfather cannot perish. Long Tianbiao countered, observing Lu Qing's malnourished appearance and suggesting a lack of intelligence. Ugh, you little brat, you've gone too far. Prepare to face my wrath, Lu Qing declared, swiftly closing the distance to confront Long Tianbiao. Old uncle, what is going on here? Long Tianbiao asked, noticing Jiang Ping and Xiaoxi lying motionless on the ground. He urged Bai Yunrui to check on them while he engaged Lu Qing with his sword. Despite being unarmed, Lu Qing's martial prowess was overwhelming, forcing Long Tianbiao into a defensive stance. Old fool, cease this at once, Long Tianbiao shouted urgently. Are you afraid, you little brat? Lu Qing scoffed. You are truly lacking in virtue. This is a contest, yet you resort to poison. Your claws reek foully. Is this still a fair match? Long Tianbiao panted, struggling against Lu Qing's relentless assault. Isn't this a contest? I have not used any poison or smoke. This is simply the nature of my palm, Lu Qing boasted. You are not the Western region's White Camel Mountain's poison master. What kind of poison are you using? Is your lack of height related to it? Long Tianbiao queried. Lu Qing pondered the mention of the Western region's White Camel Mountain and its poison master, contemplating a future visit. Hearing Long Tianbiao's next remark ignited his fury. You little brat, you are finished, Lu Qing shouted, lunging at Long Tianbiao. Wait, Long Tianbiao countered, swinging his sword to create an illusion, forcing Lu Qing back. What is it? Why do you dawdle like an old woman? Lu Qing impatiently asked. Nothing much. I suddenly remembered I have treasures to show you, Long Tianbiao declared, planting his sword into the ground. Treasures? What treasures? Lu Qing inquired curiously. Behold, Long Tianbiao exclaimed, reaching into his treasure pouch to pull out a handful of stones, shouting. I invite you to enjoy date cakes. Date cakes? Lu Qing replied, bewildered by the unexpected offer during their battle. As Lu Qing pondered the situation, Long Tianbiao unleashed a barrage of projectiles, featherless darts, locust stones, and date cakes towards Lu Qing. How dare you disregard martial ethics? You claim to present treasures, yet you suddenly resort to hidden weapons, Lu Qing exclaimed, dodging the onslaught. Long Tianbiao continued his relentless assault, but Lu Qing's remarkable agility allowed him to evade nearly all the attacks without sustaining injury. With all his projectiles expended and seeing Lu Qing unscathed, Long Tianbiao resorted to his small dragon-flying knives. Old fool, catch this flying knife, and I'll consider you impressive, Long Tianbiao proclaimed as he launched a knife. Lu Qing, confident, decided to catch it barehanded, eager to demonstrate his prowess. As the knife shot through the darkness, Lu Qing calmly extended his hands, successfully trapping the blade between his fingers. How about that, young one? My crab claw technique is quite commendable, isn't it? Lu Qing boasted, brandishing the captured knife. What crab claw technique? I see nothing, Long Tianbiao replied, shaking his head. You cannot possibly be blind to it. I caught your knife, Lu Qing insisted, frustrated. Oh, you refer to that technique? My Jiling can do it too, watch this, Long Tianbiao declared, retrieving another knife and calling out to Wang Jinling. Here comes the flying knife. As he lunged towards her, Wang Jinling instinctively extended her fingers, and Long Tianbiao gently placed the knife in her grasp, prompting her to catch it between her fingers. Long Tianbiao feigned a struggle to pull it away, exclaiming in awe, wow, what a remarkable crab claw technique. Long Tianbiao's antics elicited hearty laughter from the Kaifeng Prefecture group, particularly from Han Tianjin and Fang Shuan, who had just been revived by Yunrui. Wang Jinling, too, couldn't contain her amusement, covering her mouth. Ugh, you infuriate me, Lu Qing exclaimed, flapping his head in exasperation. What will it take for you to believe me? Well, unless you can catch my series of flying knives, Long Tianbiao replied, blinking innocently. Then bring it on, Lu Qing challenged, lifting his left hand to adjust his clothing while extending his right, ready to receive Long Tianbiao's flying knives. Chapter 66, The Return of the White-Browed Hero. Old fellow, my chain-flying daggers are immensely powerful. If you dare not accept, simply say, the flying god demon shall henceforth be renamed as the ground mouse to spare your life, leaving your brother to frolic at home. Unable to even reach the fruits on the trees, Dragon Tianbiao kindly advised. Bah, Dragon Tianbiao, you are truly insidious. Quickly unleash your chain-flying daggers and watch how I catch them, then I shall kill you, Lu Qing retorted, his anger surging. In response, Dragon Tianbiao brandished a flying dagger, propelling it with all his might towards Lu Qing. At the moment the first dagger was thrown, a second followed closely, and soon after, a third darted forth, concealed behind the second, yet possessing greater speed and force than the first two. Having released the 3 daggers, Dragon Tianbiao immediately felt drained, collapsing onto Wang Jinling, who hurriedly supported him. Well, Lu Qing stood still, effortlessly catching the first dagger aimed at his throat with 2 fingers of his left hand. Noticing the second dagger approaching, he extended his right hand to grasp it, shaking it towards Dragon Tianbiao. Just as he intended to speak, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, rendering his hands powerless, and the dagger fell to the ground. Chain, flying daggers, how is there? Still a third? Lu Qing asked with great difficulty. Did you doubt your own intellect? Did you think a chain consisted of merely 2? 3 is still a chain. If only I had the strength, I could cultivate the 7 stars in a row. Alas, you would not see it. Dragon Tianbiao gasped. Ugh. Lu Qing, filled with discontent, collapsed onto the ground. I refuse to accept this. I came to partake in the personal bounty banquet. How can I die here? The flying god demon, Lu Qing, lamented before his demise, yet it was in vain. How are you, Tianbiao? Bai Yunrui inquired, approaching Dragon Tianbiao. After catching his breath, Bai Yunrui, though not as breathless, was drenched in sweat. Uncle, I am fine. I merely felt a bit exhausted. I will recover shortly. Dragon Tianbiao replied with a smile. Haha. Just then, laughter erupted from a nearby tree. Who is it? Bai Yunrui, wielding her sword, positioned herself protectively in front of Dragon Tianbiao, wary of another formidable foe taking advantage of his weakness. Do not worry, uncle. Such a peculiar sound can only belong to my master, Dragon Tianbiao reassured, recognizing the familiar voice with a touch of fondness. You have made considerable progress, my disciple. I am quite pleased. A figure descended from the tree. Bai Yunrui looked up to see a man clad in blue and black, with a serpentine waist and a distinctive appearance, bearing swords on his back. Master, you have arrived long ago. Why did you not assist me? Dragon Tianbiao shot a glance at Su Liang. I was nearly defeated by Lu Qing, and you showed no concern for me. Ultimately, it would have been your disgrace. Haha, you little rascal, always jesting with your master. Do you not fear your uncle's laughter? Su Liang chuckled. Third brother, I am Bai Yunrui. She promptly greeted Su Liang with a bow. My good brother, I have long heard of your prowess in Kaifeng, repelling Zhu Liang with 3 strikes and severing his hat. Truly remarkable. Su Liang beamed as he clapped Bai Yunrui on the shoulder. The two shared a bond through their elder brothers, naturally fostering a sense of familiarity. Su Liang felt a surge of joy. Bai Yunrui was the disciple of the renowned swordsman Xia Ho Ren, a master in martial arts. How invigorating it would be for the 2 brothers to join forces against adversaries. Third brother, I have heard of your esteemed title as the White Eyebrow Hero. I hope you shall teach me well in the future, Bai Yunrui praised. Master, uncle, please continue your banter later. We must hasten to the main camp to capture Wang Shuan and Zhu Liang, lest they escape. Dragon Tianbiao interjected, noting the incessant flattery exchanged between the two. You insolent child. Su Liang playfully smacked the back of Dragon Tianbiao's head, causing him to grimace in pain. Then, casting a glance at Wang Jinling, he added, You are engaging in thievery yet have taken a wife for yourself? How can you justify this against the marriage your master arranged for you? Master, it was all for you. I thought it was your bounty I was after. Hence my desperate attempts. Jinling was moved by my sincerity and chose to submit. In the future, when Dongfang Jiao and Dongfang Yin grow angry, you must help me explain. Dragon Tianbiao sought Su Liang's support, unsure of the temperament of the 2 sisters, as he was bound by his engagement. Not a single truthful word escapes your lips. Su Liang chided, then approached Jiang Ping to await his instructions. Liangzi, Yunrui, Tianbiao, keep a close watch on Wang Dian, Hui Yugui, Zhu Liang, and Wang Shan. The rest may flee, but these individuals must not escape. Jiang Ping commanded. What about Qin Dongpa? Dragon Tianbiao reminded. He has already been dealt with by Yunrui. Jiang Ping spoke with pride, reveling in the accomplishments of his 5th brother's child. Uncle, your prowess is commendable, Dragon Tianbiao exclaimed. Fourth uncle, I propose we assign our tasks. What is your plan for division? Jiang Ping inquired, intrigued. I shall monitor my father-in-law, while my master keeps an eye on the false Su Liang and Wang Shan. Uncle will watch the sword immortal Zhu Liang. We need not concern ourselves with anyone else. Whoever lets their target escape shall bear the responsibility, Dragon Tianbiao declared confidently. Indeed. Tianbiao, your words resonate well. However, who shall keep watch over Hui Yugui? Jiang Ping praised before posing the question. Hui Yugui is a man of integrity. Perhaps we could persuade Shuan to reason with him. Even if he is reluctant to ally with Kaifeng, he would not harm Shuan, Dragon Tianbiao suggested. Indeed, fourth uncle. My senior brother is correct. Leave my second brother to me, for I shall undoubtedly persuade him with my eloquence, Fang Shuan asserted confidently. Fourth uncle. I shall handle the Bai Lianhua banquet, Ai Hu declared. Though he may struggle against the foremost experts, he was confident he could manage the Bai Lianhua banquet. Very well. Children, charge forth. Jiang Ping concluded the arrangements, pointing towards the main hall of the stronghold. The group promptly set off, with Xihua leading the troops in tow behind Jiang Ping. Chapter 67. Father-in-law Wang Dian Su Liang, by Yun Rui. And Long Tianbiao led the main force to the front of the stronghold, while the remaining troops surrounded the front hall. Inside, the bandits were alerted. You are encircled. Come out and surrender quickly, and you may be spared. Resist, and you shall all be eliminated. Long Tianbiao bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. Within the hall, the half-naked Wang Dian awaited the good news from the flying celestial demon Lu Qing, alongside Zhu Liang and Wang Shuan, while the second-in-command, Hui Yuguai, had departed due to prior engagements. Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's voice, Wang Dian and the others were struck with fear. They quickly extinguished the tallow candles and peered through the cracks of the window. Heavens! Their hearts sank as they beheld the multitude of soldiers outside, torches ablaze, with the officers from Kaifeng Prefecture leading the charge. At the forefront stood three figures, two clad in plain white, Long Tianbiao and Bai Yun Rui, and in between them, wearing a blue robe with a black overlay, was none other than Su Liang. The sight of Su Liang's revival sent the bandits into a panic, stripping them of their courage to fight on. Wasn't he supposed to be dead, his head severed? How had he returned? Wang Dian, sensing the dire situation, turned to his comrades and implored, "Who among you will stand against our foes?" Zhu Liang, brandishing his longsword, replied, "Fear not, great stronghold master. I shall take care of this." With that declaration, he strode boldly into the fray. Now this is a true hero, Wang Dian thought, raising his thumb in admiration of Zhu Liang's back. At last, Su Liang, you have made your appearance. Come, let us engage in combat. Zhu Liang brandished his sword. Not today, you fool. I lack the time to entertain you, Su Liang retorted. Let my brother deal with you instead. Although Su Liang longed to strike Zhu Liang down, he refrained, as the impostor posing as him had yet to appear. Old thief, prepare to meet your end. Bai Yun Rui, the radiant young warrior, followed in her father's footsteps, glaring fiercely at Zhu Liang. Seeing Zhu Liang's arrogance, she unleashed her golden-scaled lightning strike, leaping before him to deliver a blow. Zhu Liang, having previously encountered Bai Yun Rui's prowess, deftly dodged to the side and thrust his sword towards her chest. Bai Yun Rui skillfully leapt into the air, landing upon Zhu Liang's sword. Unable to maintain his grip, Zhu Liang's sword fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Bai Yun Rui executed her swift and deadly techniques, slashing at Zhu Liang. The first cut grazed his chest. The second severed his top knot. Long Tianbiao instantaneously transformed from tempered steel to a gentle touch, no longer attributing blame to his father-in-law's rudeness. Chapter 68. Wang Shun escapes. Long Tianbiao, with the support of Wang Jinling, approached Jiang Ping. Oh dear, fourth uncle, I have failed. My father-in-law has eluded capture. Please punish me. Long Tianbiao bowed his head, expressing his remorse. Biaozi, do you think I am unaware of your clever tricks? As long as we apprehend Wang Shan, this incident will be inconsequential, Jiang Ping replied, clearly recognizing Long Tianbiao's deliberate act of letting Wang Dian escape. Hiki, fourth uncle. I am off to assist my master in capturing Wang Shan, Long Tianbiao chuckled, hastily leading Wang Jinling towards Su Liang. Yao Ge, is my father's matter going to be overlooked just like that? Wang Jinling inquired with curiosity. Rest assured, my dear Lingo, I will take care of everything. Long Tianbiao reassured her, holding her small hand. This was the first time he addressed her as Linger, causing her to feel a mix of shyness and sweetness. Master, I have come to help you catch Wang Shan, Long Tianbiao exclaimed as he scampered to Su Liang's side. What's this? Your father-in-law let him go? Su Liang shot a glance at Long Tianbiao. Hee, I knew nothing could be concealed from you, master, Long Tianbiao said, wrapping his arms around Su Liang's shoulders. Enough of this nonsense. You're soon to be married. Act your age, or your fiancé will think poorly of you, Su Liang retorted, giving Long Tianbiao a kick that sent him flying. Do not worry, master. Our collaboration will surely bring Wang Shun to justice, Long Tianbiao declared confidently. Then turned to Wang Jinling and asked, Linger, besides the main entrance, are there any other exits in this hall? There are none. This hall has only the main entrance to ensure confidentiality during discussions. Otherwise, those men wouldn't have rushed out from here, Wang Jinling explained. Very well. We shall lie in wait and see when he emerges, Long Tianbiao resolved, determined to wait as long as necessary to catch Wang Shuan. However, the situation was chaotic. With too many thieves present, the officers, blinded by rage, could not eliminate all the bandits who occasionally confronted Su Liang and Long Tianbiao. Gradually, Su Liang, Long Tianbiao, and Wang Jinling joined the fray. Once they regained control, they realized that Wang Shuan had vanished, and they had also lost Fang Shuan, Bai Yunxing, Han Tianjin, Lu Zhen, and Ai Hu. Jiang Ping banged his thigh in frustration. Where have those rascals gone? They couldn't have fallen victim to the thieves, could they? Fourth uncle, let us search for their bodies. If none are found, it is likely they pursued the thieves, given the frenzy we were in. Wang Shuan could have slipped away unnoticed. Long Tianbiao comforted. Upon hearing this rationale, Jiang Ping quickly ordered that all the bodies of the thieves and soldiers be gathered together. After a thorough inspection confirmed the absence of Fang Shuan and the others, he finally felt relieved. After deliberation, they decided to arrange matters concerning the 8 treasures in Cloud Peak, and then search nearby mountains and villages, as Wang Shuan was likely to have fled there. After some investigation, they discovered that Shaohua Mountain nearby was also occupied by a bandit king, much like Wang Dian had been. Let us proceed to Shaohua Mountain and post a notice about the corpse in the shop. To see whose child has unjustly perished at the hands of the White Lotus banquet, Jiang Ping determined. With Wang Dian's escape, Wang Jinling's demeanor brightened with a hint of joy and ease, though she dared not show it. Long Tianbiao, however, sensed her change in mood. Thus, Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling walked side by side, humming a tune. The sky is high, but Linger's happiness is paramount. Oh hi yo, oh hi yo. As long as you are happy, oh hi yo, oh hi yo. Yaoge, why does your song sound different from the usual? Wang Jinling asked, intrigued. This is a special song I composed just for you. What do you think? Lingo, do you find it melodious? Long Tianbiao queried. Yes, it's lovely. Yaoge is quite talented, Wang Jinling replied, linking her arm through his. Seeing their intimate exchange, Su Liang felt exasperated. This rascal only cared for romantic pursuits and seemed indifferent to capturing Wang Shuan, perhaps sensing Su Liang's fiery gaze. Long Tianbiao turned to find Su Liang glaring at him with gritted teeth. A chill ran down Long Tianbiao's spine. It felt as though a vengeful spirit was watching him intently. Master, do not be angry. Wang Shuan is a cornered dog. He cannot escape far. I believe he is hiding at Shaohua Mountain, Long Tianbiao assured, aware of Su Liang's relentless pursuit of Wang Shuan. Humph. You said the same thing about the Shanxi people at 8 treasures in Cloud Peak, Su Liang scoffed. Long Tianbiao awkwardly smiled at Yin Ingyun beside Su Liang and explained. Master, I speak the truth. Do not let this weigh heavily on your heart. It is not a significant matter. What you should focus on now is to seize the opportunity while the emperor feels indebted to you. Request 100 days of leave to marry my masteress wife. That is the priority. Upon hearing this, Yin Ingyun's face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Long Tianbiao, then hurried ahead to whisper with Wang Jinling. You foolish boy, there is no need for you to meddle in Shanxi affairs, Su Liang remarked disdainfully. As the champion General Huitubing once said, how can one think of home while the Xiongnu remain undefeated? The people of Shanxi prefer to eradicate the bandits before contemplating marriage. Oh dear master, it is reasonable to admire the champion general. I too hold him in high regard. Throughout history, there has been but one naturally privileged champion general who triumphed in every battle, Long Tianbiao enthused, feeling immense admiration for Huitubing. Chapter 69, persuading Su Liang to marry Long Tianbiao urged Su Liang to hasten his marriage. However, he lamented the futility of capturing all the bandits. By the time Su had apprehended them, he would be as aged as Uncle Si. What would be the significance of marrying then? Long Tianbiao shot Su Liang a glance, pondering how devoted a person must be to wait until such an advanced age. You rascal, focus on persuading your master rather than deriding me. Jiang Ping exclaimed as he playfully slapped the back of Long Tianbiao's head, eliciting hearty laughter from Su Liang. Master, you truly lack heart. I risked being reprimanded by Uncle Si to persuade you, and yet you laugh at me. I shan't bother with you anymore. Long Tianbiao waved his hand, feigning sorrow. Whether you marry or not is your own affair. I'll find time to bring both Dongfang Jiao and Dongfang Yin over to indulge in a life of multiple wives and concubines. Ah. The joys of a feudal society should not be forsaken. Seeing Long Tianbiao stride ahead, Jiang Ping turned to Su Liang with a smile. Liangzi. Although Biaozi's words may seem harsh, there is truth in them. Who knows when we will finally capture these bandits? Ah, Uncle Si, rest assured. I have it under control, Su Liang replied, unable to retort directly and opting for a strategy of delay. Liangzi, it is not that Uncle Si speaks harshly. If Biaozi hadn't been there during the capture of Wang Shun on Iron Lion Street, I fear the rest of us would have perished. Can you bear to let your father leave this world without seeing a grandchild? Jiang Ping's eyes widened as he spoke. Uncle C, my father is well, Su Liang insisted. We confront bandits at the edge of a knife. Our skills are lacking, and a rash move could lead to our demise. Then do not act recklessly. We are here to protect you. Why charge headfirst into danger? Su Liang asserted confidently. Can you guarantee your presence at all times? Just look at your recent imprisonment. Your father was more anxious than anyone else. When he saw Wang Shun about to flee, would he care about his own martial prowess? You know well how your father is, Jiang Ping said, his eyes reddening. Uncle C, let us first capture Wang Shun, Su Liang replied helplessly. Of course. We must apprehend him to clear your name. With that, Jiang Ping ceased further discussion on Wang Shun. Meanwhile, Yin Yingyun, who had been conversing with Wang Jinling, listened to Su Liang's continual avoidance of the topic, her disappointment growing. Shirmu, rest assured, I have a way to ensure my master agrees with you, Long Tianbiao reassured her. Tianbiao, please take the time to inquire whether your master is reluctant to marry or simply unwilling to marry me. This matter should be clarified sooner rather than later. For everyone's sake, Yin Yingyun spoke in a somber tone. Long Tianbiao sensed the gravity in her voice. If his master continued to evade the subject post-capture of Wang Shun, she might be utterly disheartened. Shirmu, worry not. Although my master seems astute in martial arts, he is as naive as a simpleton when it comes to matters of the heart. Stealing a glance at Su Liang, Long Tianbiao leaned closer to Yin Yingyun and whispered, besides, with my master's looks, only you would cherish him. Others would likely be terrified. Rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Liang exclaimed, kicking at Long Tianbiao's rear in mock anger. Here we go again. Long Tianbiao leaped forward to evade Su Liang's foot, then scampered ahead with Wang Jinling. This exchange brought a smile to Yin Yingyun's face. The body of the false spy may have been claimed fortuitously by someone from Su village, located near Shaohua Mountain, saving everyone from an unnecessary trip. Upon arriving at Su village, the group assisted Su Liang's father, Su Run, in burying Su Liang's body, subsequently discussing how to deal with Shaohua Mountain, whether through diplomacy or force. At this moment, sounds of a scuffle emanated from the front end. Su Liang and Long Tianbiao ventured out to investigate, discovering Fang Shuan and Shanxi, along with an old acquaintance of Su Liang's, Zhenbafang Liang. Su Liang quickly ushered them to the backyard. Once seated, they recounted the events leading to their gathering and confirmed that Wang Shun was indeed on Shaohua Mountain. Uncle C, what do you propose we do? Su Liang was eager to charge up the mountain and seize Wang Shun. Liangzi, in my view, Shaohua Mountain is vast. With just a dozen of us, we cannot completely surround it. I must seek reinforcements, and once we have encircled the mountain, we can demand Wang Kuizhong return the person. Let us see how he responds, Jiang Ping suggested, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Agreed. Let us proceed as you say, Su Liang nodded. Jiang Ping, along with Zhang Zhao and Feng Yuan, set off towards the nearest government office. Long Tianbiao spent the day and night conversing with Wang Jinling, while he practiced martial arts in his own courtyard. Brother, with your formidable skills, why do you still train? Fang Shuan, who was quite fond of Long Tianbiao, often sought his company. Upon witnessing Long Tianbiao's swift sword techniques, he could only see a blur of white light. After completing a set and drenched in sweat, Long Tianbiao puzzled over the question. Is this what you call formidable? He scoffed. I am merely slightly better than you. There are many experts in the martial world. If I do not hone my skills, I could easily fall victim to a single strike. Indeed, you have reached a high level. In Kaifeng, aside from the old men, your skills are among the best, Fang Shuan remarked, referring to Su Liang and Bai Yunrui. Long Tianbiao did not dispute this, acknowledging that despite his significant progress, he still lagged behind the two. Shuan, in the future, as we confront thieves, our adversaries will only grow stronger. I advise you to seek out your master and learn some skills. It could save your life, Long Tianbiao counseled. With such a treasure trove, how could one return empty-handed? Fang Shuan replied dismissively. Well, if we encounter a true master, we can always hire help, he added, unfazed. Your uncle's master is the White Cloud swordsman, Xiahou Ren. Who could possibly withstand him? Xiahou, the old swordsman, was the chief of the upper three gates and possessed unparalleled skills. But there were still those in the martial world who surpassed him, Long Tianbiao countered. Well, if we face such an opponent, what good would your training do? Fang Shuan shrugged. By heavens, you actually make sense. Long Tianbiao was taken aback by Fang Shuan's logic. This theory held merit. as the narrative often depicted both sides hiring champions, revealing the outcome based on the strength of their chosen fighters, ultimately intertwining the fates of Pu Du, Shui Lian, and their master-disciple trio in a grand showdown. Chapter 70. An unexpected interruption. The heavens are vast, and nothing escapes their reach. Wang Shun was taken back from Mount Xiaohua by Su Liang, by Yun Rui, and Jiang Ping, subsequently locked in a prison cart as they journeyed towards Bianliang. As the group approached Lushutan, they encountered a large tree obstructing the road. While pedestrians could circumvent it, the prison cart was undeniably trapped. Stand guard. Jiang Ping, seasoned in the ways of the realm, immediately sensed an ambush and signaled to the other constables. Su Liang took position at the front of the cart, while Bai Yunrui guarded the rear, and Long Tianbiao brandished his weapon in vigilance, encircling the cart to prevent any rescue of Wang Shun. Having resigned himself to his fate, Wang Shun remained quietly within the cart until the unexpected occurrence sparked a glimmer of hope within him. He quickly rose, scanning his surroundings. Wang Shun, do not harbor any illusions of escape. Even if it were Xia Sui Yang who came, he would eliminate you before we fell, Long Tianbiao warned, noticing Wang Shun's renewed spirit. Long Tianbiao, your bravado is laughable. If Xia Sui Yang were here, you would surely quail in fear, Wang Shun retorted, fully aware of the truth in Long Tianbiao's words. His hopes extinguished, he angrily cursed at him from within the cart. I have committed no heinous acts, nor have I impersonated anyone to assassinate within the palace, nor have I seized any treasures. What is there to fear? Long Tianbiao shot back dismissively. Wang Shun, filled with both anger and resignation, could only glare at Long Tianbiao, wishing for the very rescue party to exact vengeance upon him. This mountain is mine to command. This tree is mine to plant. Should you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. A leader-like figure emerged from the crowd, calling out, enough of your prattle. Get Zhu Liang, that troublemaker, to show himself. Long Tianbiao growled impatiently. How do you know? The man replied with astonishment at Long Tianbiao's knowledge. Haha, Long Tianbiao, you are indeed clever. Two figures stepped forth from the crowd. One being Zhu Liang, silver-haired and lean, wielding a sword with a smile directed at Long Tianbiao. Beside him stood a stout monk, towering and portly, his head gleaming, brandishing a multi-pronged spade. Not that I am clever, but rather that you are like a stubborn plaster, causing trouble without remorse for the Bianfu, Long Tianbiao remarked scornfully. Impudent. Zhu Liang scolded, then turned to the monk beside him. Fo Chan, look at how brazen this mere knife-wielding guard is, not to mention Jiang Ping and Su Liang. Ba. With one hand wielding the spade and the other in prayer, I beseech you, kind sirs, to release my disciple. I shall ensure he is well disciplined, the monk declared, infusing his voice with internal power, causing those of lesser martial skill to feel dizzy. Master, hearing a familiar voice, Wang Shun rubbed his eyes and exclaimed upon recognizing his teacher, Jin Zhang Fo Chan. The crowd then realized this man was indeed Wang Shun's esteemed mentor. Jin Zhang Fo Chan enough. Su Liang shouted, and clarity returned to the crowd's minds. Upon meeting, the Zen master unleashes the lion's roar of the Buddha. Surely this is unbecoming of your status? Ba, you must be Su Liang, indeed formidable in skill, surpassing Wang Shun, Jin Zhang Fo Chan remarked, impressed by Su Liang's ability to easily counter his technique. It is no surprise Wang Shun has been subdued by you, for your prowess is evident, he recognized. Master, as a practitioner of the Buddhist path, you understand the laws of the land and the rules of the home. Wang Shun's attempted regicide is a grave transgression. As his teacher, your lack of discipline may soon lead to your own condemnation. You ought to return to Xiang'er Mountain for your meditation, Su Liang implored with righteous fervor. Ba, Su, I have come precisely to bring Wang Shun back for proper guidance. Please, grant me this favor, and I assure you, I will prevent Wang Shun from seeking revenge upon you, Jin Zhang Fo Chan continued to plead. Master, this monk has lost his mind in his prayers, oblivious to the order of the world. We need not waste our breath. Let us hasten to dismiss him so we may continue our journey, Long Tianbiao advised Su Liang. Su Liang shot Long Tianbiao a look. Dismiss? It is not so simple. Do you think it akin to sending a beggar away? Indeed, Brother San, if persuasion fails, then let us fight. Bai Yunrui declared, having positioned their defenses, brandishing the golden-scaled dragoness Fang as she moved beside Su Liang. Fo Chan, Zhu Liang, are you both resolved to shatter the prison cart to rescue Wang Shun? Su Liang asked pointedly. White-eyed brat, with Fo Chan present. Do you think you can secure a favorable outcome? Release Wang Shun, and we shall part ways amicably, Zhu Liang warned, clutching his sword. Zhu Liang, do not be so shameless. Come, Let us spar and see if your skills have progressed while trailing behind this monk. Long Tianbiao challenged, drawing his blood-dripping blade. Zhu Liang hesitated but, mindful of Jinzhong Fo Chan, he could not back down, drawing his sword. Humph, young fool. I previously allowed you a few moves due to your youth. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Long Tianbiao charged at Zhu Liang, and combat ensued. Observing the clash, Bai Yunrui turned to Su Liang, Brother San, maintain our formation. Without waiting for a response, she unsheathed the golden-scaled dragon S-Fong and pointed it at Jinzhong Fo Chan. Fierce monk, draw your weapon. If you manage to defeat us, you may take Wang Shun's corpse. Ba, young one, who are you? Jinzhong Fo Chan asked, noting Bai Yunrui's youthful beauty and spirited demeanor, clearly a figure of promise. Fierce monk, heed my words. I am Bai Yunrui, son of the illustrious Bai Yutong, the Golden Mouse. She proclaimed boldly. Ah, a spirited child indeed. No wonder you carry the pride of Bai Yutong. Jinzhong Fo Chan acknowledged, recognizing the legacy. Not only spirited, but skilled. Prepare yourself, fierce monk, Bai Yunrui declared, launching an attack with her blade aimed at Jinzhong Fo Chan's head. Jinzhong Fo Chan lowered his head, evading the initial strike. But Bai Yunrui swiftly redirected her attack towards his chest. Retreating just in time, Jinzhong Fo Chan narrowly dodged her blade. Behold, seeing Jinzhong Fo Chan unyielding, Bai Yunrui's frustration peaked, and she executed a powerful overhead strike. With a resounding clash, Jinzhong Fo Chan raised his spade to block her weapon. Bai Yunrui treasured her golden-scaled dragon S-Fong, gifted by the Mad Monk, a blade capable of slicing through iron. After the collision with Jinzhong Fo Chan's spade, she felt a pang of regret, but, upon inspecting her treasured blade, found it unscathed, her face lighting up with joy. Chapter 71. The path of virtue gains support while the path of vice lacks it. Upon witnessing a smile graced Bai Yunrui's face, Jinzhong Fo Chan realized that his flexible hook had clashed with Bai Yunrui's precious sword, resulting in the latter's weapon triumphing. Indeed, when Jinzhong Fo Chan lowered his gaze, he observed a significant dent on the crescent blade of his hook, comprehending the extraordinary nature of Bai Yunrui's sword. In light of this, Jinzhong Fo Chan endeavored to minimize the collision of their weapons, as the flexible hook was a long and rigid weapon. Thus, he sought to maneuver it with agility. Bai Yunrui leapt forward, sweeping towards Jinzhong Fo Chan's face. Jinzhong Fo Chan hastily ducked, adopting a defensive stance, then swung his hook down towards Bai Yunrui. Bai Yunrui executed a backward roll, landing 5 feet away. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, the duel between Long Tianbiao and Zhu Liang unfolded more straightforwardly. Long Tianbiao wielded his bloodied blade of the setting sun with grand, sweeping motions, striking with such swiftness that Zhu Liang found himself caught off guard. As Long Tianbiao's blade came slashing towards him, Zhu Liang swiftly evaded, thrusting his long sword towards Long Tianbiao's face. With a flick of his wrist, Long Tianbiao deflected the blow, effortlessly severing Zhu Liang's sword into 2 pieces. Zhu Liang gasped in shock, staring at the broken sword in his hands before charging at Long Tianbiao. In response, Long Tianbiao's bloodied blade struck down, sending Zhu Liang's shattered weapon flying, and seizing the moment, he aimed a lethal blow at Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang executed a backflip, evading Long Tianbiao's assault, drawing 2 short swords from his waist and swiftly launched them at Long Tianbiao. Good job, Zhu Liang. Resorting to hidden weapons, is it? Long Tianbiao skillfully parried Zhu Liang's short swords, then switched his blade to his left hand. Retrieving a flying dagger with his right, let us see how you fare against my little dragon dagger. With a swift motion, Long Tianbiao sent the dagger hurtling towards Zhu Liang. Then, sheathing his longsword, he produced another pair of daggers, aiming them towards the directions he anticipated Zhu Liang would dodge. As Zhu Liang noticed the daggers flying towards him with impressive speed and precision, he rolled to the right, evading the attack. However, as he landed, Long Tianbiao's dagger was already upon him, leaving Zhu Liang no time to react. He barely managed to sidestep, only to feel the dagger pierce his left arm, blood gushing forth. You old scoundrel, stay where you are. Long Tianbiao charged at Zhu Liang, drawing his bloodied blade of the setting sun, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the abyssal 3 blades. For the first time, fear gripped Zhu Liang. He regretted not retreating to the Flying Sword Valley for meditation. But it was too late. He hurriedly retreated. Long Tianbiao's blade style was relentless, aggressive, and even more ferocious than his previous technique, the Xianyuan 3 blades. Zhu Liang fell to the ground, clutching his wounded arm, resembling a humiliated bride, his eyes wide with terror. Without hesitation, Long Tianbiao struck downwards with his bloodied blade, severing Zhu Liang's head from his body, which rolled away, eyes still wide open. Good. Jiangping and the others gasped as they witnessed Long Tianbiao's merciless strike. In contrast, Bai Yunrui, entangled with Jin Zhongfuochuan, appeared to be at a disadvantage, defending more than attacking, and was visibly exhausted. Hearing Jiangping's exclamations, Jin Zhongfuochuan caught a glimpse of Long Tianbiao standing tall while Zhu Liang lay lifeless. This sight filled him with both astonishment and dread. At that moment, a gong sounded from behind the crowd of bandits, and everyone turned to see a figure with pale eyes, wielding a long staff, who began poking at the bandits, immobilizing them. Is there a fight happening here? The figure, leaning on the staff, discerned the sounds and approached the battlefield between Bai Yunrui and Jin Zhongfuochuan, swinging the staff into the fray. Ba, who goes there? Jin Zhongfuochuan pondered the identity of this unexpected visitor, only to be met with the staff aimed directly at his back. He promptly leaped back, questioning the stranger. Are you asking about me? The figure, tilting his head, replied. I am merely a blind man drawn by the sounds of combat. Old man, your aim is quite precise. You've struck me directly, Jin Zhongfuochuan retorted angrily. Oh, is that so? My apologies, the blind man chuckled. As a blind person, I cannot see who I strike. From your voice, you seem to be Jin Zhongfuochuan from Xiongyi Mountain. Come to rescue Wang Shun from the prison cart, have you? Indeed, you are correct. This humble monk has come for my disciple Wang Shun, Jin Zhongfuochuan acknowledged. Then you have come in vain. Your companion Zhu Liang is dead, and with Su Liang, Bai Yunrui, and Long Tianbiao present, along with me, a mere blind man, you shall not take Wang Shun, the stranger declared with palpable authority. Bai Yunrui and Long Tianbiao seized the opportunity to regroup with Su Liang, speculating that this blind man was the esteemed master associated with Fang Shuan and his companions. Old man, do you think a few words will drive me away? Jin Zhongfuochuan challenged. If news spreads that I, Jin Zhongfuochuan, was frightened into abandoning my disciple by a blind man's words, how could I continue to live in this world? It seems I must demonstrate my abilities to quell your resolve. The blind man discerned the situation, recognizing that only by showcasing his extraordinary skills could he prevent a deadly confrontation, as Jin Zhongfuochuan was indeed a formidable figure with profound martial arts. Do you see the bamboo staff in my hand? I will toss it into the air, then step on it as I walk 8 paces before catching it upon my descent. Should you manage to replicate this feat, I shall leave immediately. What do you say? The blind man proposed to Jin Zhongfuochuan. Very well. If you can indeed accomplish this, I shall concede, Jin Zhongfuochuan replied. The blind man struck the gong once more, placing it and the hammer on the ground. Then, grasping the bamboo staff, he shouted as he launched it into the air, reaching a height of 13 feet. In an astonishing leap, he soared upwards, feet first, landing perfectly on the staff, walking 8 paces before leaping down to catch it. Ba. Old man, I am in awe. Please, reveal your name. Jin Zhongfuochuan expressed his admiration, recognizing the blind man's mastery of the 8 steps to ascend technique, a skill beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, causing him to hesitate in pursuing Wang Shun. Since you are so eager to know my name, I shall oblige. I reside in the ice river at the North Pole. My senior brother is the long-haired Taoist, Zhu Lian. I am his junior, known as the humorous swordsman, Zhou Huachang, who is often referred to as the one gong that shakes the heavens. Zhou Huachang introduced himself. Upon hearing Zhou Huachang's name, Jin Zhongfuochuan felt a chill run down his spine and dared not utter another word, retreating hastily. What an unexpected turn of events, he thought. Why such fear? Because Zhou Huachang's esteemed lineage was undeniable. He and Zhu Lian were contemporaries, both possessing formidable skills. Who would dare to challenge him? Chapter 72. Your Majesty's Grace, the Golden Palm Buddhist master fled, and as Zhou Huachang picked up the gong to make his escape, he was intercepted by Long Tianbiao and others. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your repeated assistance, Jiangping expressed with a bow. Oh dear, we are all one family here. Why so formal? Zhou Huachang hastily waved his hand in dismissal. Elder, come with us to the capital. Lord Bao will surely express his gratitude, Jiangping implored. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huachang immediately shook his head. Please, I detest such formalities. If you wish to honor me, refrain from such gestures. I am a man who relishes traveling through the mountains and crossing the rivers. The heavens are supreme, and I am but second, living freely. From here to the capital. If all goes well, I shall not trouble you with farewells. With that, Zhou Huachang made a swift exit into the woods, disappearing from sight. He concealed his true identity to evade the burdens of etiquette. His blindness was merely a skill he had mastered, allowing him to manipulate his pupils. Jiang Ping and the others dealt with the bandits before releasing them. Days later, they returned to Kaifeng and imprisoned Wang Shuan, subsequently reporting to Bao Zhang. Despite his high position, Bao Zhang was kind and attentive, carefully listening to Jiang Ping, Su Liang, and others recount their apprehension of the thief. He reassured them one by one and promised that their achievements would be presented to the emperor for review the following day. Indeed. Upon hearing of Wang Shuan's capture by the Kaifeng authorities, Emperor Renzong was greatly pleased and summoned the group. Jiang Ping and Zhang Zhao were promoted to the third rank as knife-wielding guards. Thank you for your grace, your majesty, they knelt in gratitude. Su Liang, step forward. Emperor Renzong called, glancing at Su Liang's name. I am here. Su Liang quickly approached and knelt. For the elimination of the Yammen gang and the capture of the assassin, you are hereby promoted to the second rank general, receiving the salary of a commanding officer. Feeling a sense of guilt for having previously imprisoned Su Liang without cause, Emperor Renzong easily elevated him to the esteemed position. Thank you, your majesty, long live the emperor. Su Liang's spirit soared from his humble beginnings. He had risen to the rank of general, bringing honor to his ancestors. Long Tianbiao, present yourself. Emperor Renzong noted the name beneath Su Liang's on the list, intrigued by the impressive achievements associated with it. I am here. Long Tianbiao hastily imitated Su Liang's respectful pose, kneeling before the emperor. Raise your head. Emperor Renzong observed Long Tianbiao, a young and handsome lad, and felt a fondness grow within him. Yes, Long Tianbiao complied. At that moment, Emperor Renzong noticed he was not yet 40, adorned in a jade crown and dragon robe, with a kind and amiable demeanor. His face softened by a few strands of black beard. Meanwhile, Emperor Renzong scrutinized Long Tianbiao, recognizing the youth's handsome visage and gallant spirit. His eyes shone brightly, clearly embodying a valiant young hero. Emperor Renzong was not one to judge by appearances alone, as evidenced by his fair treatment of Su Liang. Yet, he could not help but appreciate the beauty of the accomplished and skilled Long Tianbiao, which delighted him immensely. Dragon I Ching, from whom did you learn your skills? The emperor inquired with a smile. Your majesty, my esteemed mentor is none other than the newly appointed second-rank general, Su Liang, Long Tianbiao answered truthfully. Oh, Emperor Renzong exclaimed, astonished. Su Aiqing, is this true? Indeed, your majesty, Tianbiao is but my humble disciple, Su Liang replied with a grin. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, muttering to themselves about the notion of a humble disciple. Excellent. Emperor Renzong gently stroked his beard. Long Aiqing, you assisted Jiang Aiqing, Su Aiqing, and others in quelling the Yammen gang, rescued the three from Wang Shuan, and engaged in battle at the 8 Treasures Cloud Peak, returning to slay Zhu Liang. Your military achievements are remarkable. What reward do you seek? Your majesty, subduing the Yammen gang and assaulting the 8 Treasures Cloud Peak was for the sake of loyalty to the nation. Rescuing the 3 gentlemen from Wang Shuan was simply fulfilling my filial duty. Such deeds are my obligation, and I dare not claim credit, Long Tianbiao humbly declined. Impressed by Long Tianbiao's poise despite his youth, Emperor Renzong smiled, while Bao Zhang felt a sense of relief as the emperor nodded approvingly, secretly admiring Long Tianbiao. Long Aiqing, I grant you the opportunity to request a reward. Do not hesitate, Emperor Renzong encouraged. Your majesty, I do have one request, Long Tianbiao said, clasping his hands together. Presumptuous. It is customary for only the emperor to bestow rewards. How can a subject make demands? A figure adorned in a luxurious cap and golden attire stepped forward, pointing at Long Tianbiao with disdain. Ah, Master Pang speaks too harshly, Emperor Renzong quickly interjected, recognizing Pang Ji. Long Tianbiao recalled that he was the father of the man Bao Zhang had executed during the grain distribution incident. The old man never missed an opportunity to create trouble for Bao Zhang. Master Pang, it was the emperor who permitted me to make a request. And you claim it to be improper? Are you suggesting that His Majesty is less correct than you? Have you been pointing out the emperor's shortcomings all along in court? Truly, you are a master among men, Long Tianbiao retorted with a bow. The unexpected response caused Pang Ji to gasp in shock, turning to kneel before Emperor Renzong, pleading for forgiveness. Enough, Master Pang. I harbor no grievances against you. Please rise. Emperor Renzong waved his hand, feeling a tinge of resentment towards Pang Ji for failing to recognize his fondness for the young man. Long Aiqing, state your request plainly. Emperor Renzong turned his attention back to Long Tianbiao. Your Majesty, my mentor Su Liang has faced delays in his marriage due to his commitment to capturing thieves. He has expressed his unwavering loyalty, vowing to marry only after apprehending all criminals. Yet, Life is fleeting and time is swift, with only a few decades to live. The thieves are endless, and it is uncertain when he will finish. Thus, I respectfully request that the reward intended for me be converted into a 100-day leave for my mentor Su Liang to marry, allowing him to return home and wed. After which he shall resume his duties at the Kaifeng Prefecture, Long Tianbiao articulated to Emperor Renzong. Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's words, Bao Zhang and Jiang Ping exchanged astonished glances. Their expressions filled with warmth and approval. Su Liang, however, felt his face flush with embarrassment, though his naturally dark complexion concealed it well. Emperor Renzong, already feeling guilty over Su Liang's wrongful imprisonment, pondered for a moment, stroking his beard. Su Aiqing stepped forward. I am here. Su Liang promptly knelt beside Long Tianbiao. Su Aiqing, you have tirelessly served the nation in apprehending thieves, displaying great merit. I grant you a 100-day leave to return home and marry, with no errors permitted. Emperor Renzong declared with a smile. Once the emperor spoke, it was as if it were a royal edict. Su Liang pressed himself to the ground in gratitude. Su Liang receives the decree. Long live the emperor. Chapter 73. Pangji's mischief. Emperor Renzong decreed that Su Liang return to his homeland to wed. This imperial edict could be perceived as a grace or a command, and Su Liang had no choice but to comply. Long Tianbiao turned to observe Su Liang's expression, a blend of joy and embarrassment, nearly bursting into laughter. To see the esteemed hero Su Liang so flustered was indeed a delight. Ah, Long Aiqing, it is time to address your own matters. What reward do you seek? Emperor Renzong inquired of Long Tianbiao. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace, replied Long Tianbiao. The emperor has already granted my humble request, thus I desire nothing further. Very well, the emperor declared. Long Tianbiao is promoted to a third-rank sword-bearing guard, assigned to the Kaifeng Prefecture, and additionally rewarded with 100 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk. Thank you, your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long Tianbiao hastily expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, others such as Zhong Lin, Jiang Zhao, and Fang Shuan received their own accolades. It was only when Emperor Renzong encountered the name Bai Yunrui that his mood shifted to one of gravity. Reflecting on Bai Yutong's spirited and rebellious figure from over a decade ago, the emperor felt a pang of nostalgia and sorrow. After inquiring about Bai Yunrui's current circumstances, he directly appointed her as a second-rank general, granting her the salary of a commander and a position in the Kaifeng Prefecture. Once the affairs of the Kaifeng Prefecture were settled, the officials withdrew. Are there any further matters to discuss? Emperor Renzong asked the ministers present. Your Majesty, Pang Ji stepped forward. The Western Xia's Li Wangui has proposed that our dynasty recognize their national title and grant them an annual tribute of 100,000 taels of silver, 200,000 bolts of silk, and 50,000 pounds of tea. In exchange, they promised to coexist peacefully with us. It became evident that the confrontation between Western Xia and the Song dynasty had entered a precarious phase, with Li Yuanhao's internal forces stirring. He seized the opportunity to propose peace, albeit with rather stringent conditions. Pang Taisher, your terms are excessively harsh. Let us continue negotiations, Emperor Renzong remarked. His brow furrowed. However, your majesty, Li Wengui's stance is exceptionally firm, even resorting to martial displays that have injured several of our generals. I have noted that the captains in Kaifeng possess remarkable skills, and thus I humbly request your gracious consent to send a capable expert to assist me in negotiations. Pangji suggested, casting a glance at Long Tianbiao. Bao Zheng promptly interjected, Your Majesty. The captains under my command have only dealt with the rough and tumble of the martial world. They know not the intricacies of diplomatic negotiations. Pang Taisher should seek a general from the army. Bao Darren, we all serve the nation. What distinction is there between the Kaifeng Prefecture and the army? Given that the captains hold second and third rank positions, they are naturally obligated to serve our country, Pang Ji asserted with righteous fervor. Long Aiqing, what is your perspective on this matter? Emperor Renzong, reminded by Pang Ji, considered the captains of the Kaifeng Prefecture. Having recently granted Su Liang a 100-day marriage leave, he hesitated to send Yurui away, and the others lacked sufficient martial prowess, leading him to turn his gaze toward Long Tianbiao. Your Majesty, should you command, I would sacrifice my very life in service. However, Long Tianbiao feigned reluctance. But what? Speak freely, the emperor encouraged, pleased that Long Tianbiao was willing to engage. Your Majesty, I hail from the Greenwoods and am unfamiliar with the intricacies of protocol. I only understand the language of strength. If I were to overpower the Western Xia, yet they threatened to punish me for it, demanding an apology and compensation, Would that not be a loss in victory? They would only mock us for our cowardice, having won yet still needing to apologize, Long Tianbiao stated candidly. Emperor Renzong recognized the possibility of such a scenario. Long Iching, your words imply something deeper. Are you suggesting that I am cowardly? Or perhaps you reference the illustrious feats of Emperor Taizong at the Treaty of Tianyuan. Long Iching, you do not grasp the crux of the matter. The Western Xia are inherently savage and courageous in battle, and with the existence of their Iron Hawks, we cannot maintain a victorious stance, Emperor Renzong explained, displaying a favorable disposition toward Long Tianbiao. Your Majesty, as a grand and powerful nation, teeming with talent and advanced technology, how could we fear such a diminutive adversary? They possess Iron Hawks, yet we could develop firearms. If we harness the power of gunpowder properly, not only could we strike at the Western Xia Palace, but we could also reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun. Do you not aspire to be an emperor of great strength and prosperity? Long Tianbiao proclaimed. Haha. Emperor Renzong pondered Long Tianbiao's words, while the laughter of Pang Ji and others echoed throughout the hall. Pang Taisher, do you find anything amusing in my words? Long Tianbiao expressed concern that Pang Ji's laughter might lead to a health crisis. Your words are utterly comical, Pang Ji replied. Do you know how many raw materials are needed for gunpowder? What the costs entail? How would you counter the Iron Hawks? Would you burn them to death or scare them away? Bah! The complexity of gunpowder's formulation merely indicates there is room for improvement, Long Tianbiao countered. The absence of suitable weaponry now does not preclude the possibility of future advancements. When you finally develop it, it may take decades, Pang Ji remarked while stroking his beard. I fear I may not live to see that day. How difficult can it be? Grant me 6 months, and I shall reveal the power of new firearms. Long Tianbiao retorted dismissively. Long Iching, do you speak truthfully? Emperor Renzong exclaimed, rising from his throne with excitement, leaning forward to inquire. Your Majesty, I would not dare speak falsehoods. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual at this critical juncture of foreign invasion. How could I jest with the safety of the country? Long Tianbiao replied earnestly. Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's words, Emperor Renzong's complexion brightened, revealing his excitement. Indeed, he possessed an enterprising spirit, supporting the Qingli reforms and issuing decrees to compile military manuals, indicating his desire to achieve something remarkable. Let it be decreed, the establishment of a military equipment supervision bureau to oversee the manufacturing of gunpowder and weaponry. I appoint Long Tianbiao as the head of this bureau, with a rank of 4th grade and a 6-month deadline to enhance the quality of gunpowder and develop formidable firearms, with generous rewards for success and severe penalties for failure. Emperor Renzong declared with resolve. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Pang Ji urgently interjected. Long Tianbiao is merely a captain adept at catching thieves. How could he comprehend the intricacies of weapon manufacturing? I implore you to exercise caution. Pang Taisher, why not accept this decree yourself? Enhance the quality of gunpowder and develop new firearms within 6 months? Emperor Renzong inquired with a cold smile, noticing Pang Ji's obstruction. That, Your Majesty, the old minister is currently engaged in crucial negotiations with Li Wangwei of Western Xia. I cannot afford to be distracted, Pang Ji hurriedly declined. Such banter from Pang Ji was merely an attempt to undermine Long Tianbiao's assent. He had no genuine intent to pursue the matter. All pursuits are beneath the scholar. Only knowledge reigns supreme. Pang Ji, a man of letters, was adept at mental and verbal sparring. Chapter 74. The nation's heirloom. Upon hearing that Emperor Renzong had appointed him as the head of the military bureau, Long Tianbiao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although his rank had been demoted from the 3rd to the 4th grade, this 4th grade was a genuine official position, not merely a nominal appointment with no real authority. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty, Long Tianbiao said as he knelt. I humbly request that Your Majesty grant me an imperial sword. What purpose do you have for the imperial sword? Emperor Renzong inquired, puzzled. The military is the nation's most vital asset, Long Tianbiao replied. I fear that some may outwardly comply while covertly undermining the progress of our weaponry development. Additionally, I am concerned that foreign spies may infiltrate the military bureau and steal our crucial innovations. In truth, Long Tianbiao was apprehensive about potential hindrances to his authority within the bureau, particularly fearing that Pang Ji would use his position to secretly obstruct him, which prompted his request for an imperial sword. Can I trust you? Emperor Renzong scrutinized Long Tianbiao. If I harbor any treachery against our dynasty or Your Majesty, I shall face the wrath of the people and perish under their blades, Long Tianbiao solemnly vowed. Very well, Long Tianbiao. I grant you this imperial sword, as if I were personally present. Should anyone impede your actions, you are authorized to act decisively. Use it wisely. The emperor instructed as he handed the sword to Long Tianbiao. With both hands, Long Tianbiao accepted the imperial sword, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. I shall prove worthy of this sword. Good, my dear Long. I look forward to your achievements, Emperor Renzong said, patting Long Tianbiao on the shoulder. Thank you for your trust, your majesty. I will do my utmost to aid you in unifying the realm. Long Tianbiao promised earnestly. Indeed. Emperor Renzong smiled and then turned to the Hanlin Academy, commanding, issue the decree. No one is to obstruct Long's actions. Otherwise, they shall be dealt with as rebels. Yes, the officials of the Hanlin Academy promptly acknowledged the order. Holding the imperial sword, Long Tianbiao glanced at Bao Zheng and the others. Bao Zheng smiled and nodded, expressing approval and encouragement. Su Liang looked at Long Tianbiao, his eyes filled with mirth, proud that his disciple had surpassed the three elders. Meanwhile, Fang Shuan and the others gazed at him with envy, marveling at how Long Tianbiao had secured a genuine fourth-grade position with just a few words. After the court session concluded, everyone returned to the Kaifeng Prefecture, where Bao Zheng gathered them in the inner hall and seated them in order. He first urged them to serve the nation and the emperor diligently. Then, with a smile, Bao Zheng addressed Su Liang, General Su. The emperor has granted you a special leave of 100 days for your wedding. You must not delay. Return home with your father tomorrow to make arrangements. However, the others have official duties, and I cannot bear to release them to accompany you, so I hope you understand. My lord, you overstate the matter. If not for Biaozi mentioning it publicly in court, it would have been unseemly for a Shanxi man to back out now. Su Liang apologized with a bow. Master, you are being shameless. Long Tianbiao chuckled. Your wife has traveled far to find you. How can you continue to refuse? Take advantage of the emperor's slight remorse and hastily finalize your wedding. And what about you? Su Liang retorted. Dongfang Jiao and Dongfang Yan have waited for you for years, and Wang Jinling has feelings for you as well. You should start planning your wedding. Haha, none of you can escape. You ought to marry first. And when the time is right, they will follow suit, Jiang Ping remarked, stroking his beard with a grin. Master, do not set the date too soon. I shall gift you some festive firecrackers to ensure your wedding day is lively, Long Tianbiao said. Tianbiao, you must not exploit public resources for personal gain. Bao Zheng admonished sternly. My lord, rest assured, I understand, Long Tianbiao replied with a smile. Biaozi, you have done well. On your first day in court, you stood up to Pang Ji and secured a fourth-grade position for yourself. You have certainly made a name for yourself, Jiang Ping laughed joyously, as if his own grandson had achieved great success. Fourth uncle, I did not engage in a quarrel with Pang Ji, ever since my master knocked me unconscious. I have awoken with unprecedented knowledge, Long Tianbiao declared earnestly. Is that so? Do you find your newfound knowledge sufficient? Would you like me to help you achieve the highest honors? Su Liang teased, recalling the incident. Master, please refrain from assisting me further. I might truly end up at Dongzhim and calling out names, Long Tianbiao said, quickly dodging Su Liang's playful gesture and seeking comfort beside Wang Jinling. Tianbiao, if you can indeed create unprecedented weaponry to aid our army in defeating the Western Xia, you will be a renowned minister of the Song dynasty, Bao Zheng stated. My lord, rest assured, I will not undertake this task without the necessary means. If I have taken on this responsibility, I will not bring shame to the Kaifeng Prefecture. The cavalry of the Liao Kingdom will not stand a chance against my weaponry. Reclaiming the 16 prefectures of Yinyun is not merely wishful thinking, Long Tianbiao responded confidently. What? Bao Zheng sprang to his feet, astonished. Are you truly saying that this weaponry can help our Song dynasty reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yinyun? Initially, Bao Zheng had thought Long Tianbiao's words were merely to bolster the emperor's confidence, but he was taken aback by the sincerity of his claim. My lord, the power of the weaponry is indeed formidable. However, the extent of its impact depends on the emperor's audacity and ambition, Long Tianbiao sighed. If it were to be handled as the prior emperor did at the Tanyuan conference, then even the mightiest weapon. Mind your words, Bao Zheng interjected, halting Long Tianbiao's discourse. Some things should not be spoken of carelessly. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to support you in court. Should you succeed in accomplishing what the founding emperor and his successor could not, the emperor will surely reward you with wealth, honor, and titles. My lord, I did not accept this task for glory or riches. The illustrious Song dynasty, a great nation, has been bullied by the Liao and Western Xia. After victories, we still send them tributes. I refuse to swallow this humiliation, Long Tianbiao expressed with palpable indignation. Tianbiao, we await that day, Bao Zheng echoed, sharing the hope for a stronger Song dynasty. Since the time of the puppet Emperor Shi Jingyang, the 16 prefectures of Yinyan had strayed from the embrace of the Central Plains. The previous dynasty's Emperor Zhaorong was a man of exceptional talent, capable of conquering the Liao. Yet he succumbed to illness before reaching the age of 40. The Song dynasty's founding emperor's strategy of alternating between the south and north only solidified the Liao's power, causing them to miss the opportunity to reclaim Yinyan. Emperor Taizong further destabilized the Song forces, leaving them gripped by fear of the Liao. If the current emperor could reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yinyan, it would truly be a triumph surpassing that of his predecessors. This ambition was not only Bao Zheng's wish, but also the yearning of the entire Central Plains and the people of Yinyan. Long Tianbiao aspired to expedite the development of weaponry to reclaim Yinyan, ensuring he would not disappoint its citizens. Chapter 75. A new official takes office early the next morning. After bidding farewell to Su Liang and Yin Yingyun, Long Tianbiao temporarily parted ways with everyone to report to the arms factory. Following the directive of Bao Zheng, he arrived at a dilapidated courtyard south of the imperial city, where the gatekeeper appeared listless. As Long Tianbiao approached, he was halted by two individuals. You young lad, do you not realize where this is? This is the arms factory, a crucial site for weapon manufacturing, not a place for youthful frolic. Be on your way. His Majesty has personally appointed me as the armory supervisor. Should I not wait for your approval to enter? Long Tianbiao retorted. The gatekeepers were momentarily taken aback upon hearing his words. They had heard that a newly appointed armory supervisor was set to take charge of the weapon-making workshops, and thus they had been stationed here. However, they had not anticipated that the newcomer would be a youth of no more than 20. Are you truly the armory supervisor? Lord Long, appointed by His Majesty? They inquired hesitantly. Indeed. Would you like to see the imperial decree and my official sword? Long Tianbiao replied. No, they exclaimed, hastily waving their hands, and then leading him towards the office of the Salt and Iron Commissioner. It was absurd for them, mere gatekeepers, to authenticate the authenticity of a fourth-rank official. Such matters were for the Salt and Iron Commissioner to verify. Reporting to Lord Zhang, the armory supervisor, Lord Long has arrived. They shouted from outside the door. Oh, Lord Long has arrived? Came an astonished voice from within, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged clad in a purple official robe, a golden sash at his waist, with a gaunt face but bright, piercing eyes. Lord Long, this is the Salt and Iron Commissioner, Lord Zhang Foping. One of the gatekeepers introduced. Lord Long, I did not expect you to arrive today, Zhang Fangping greeted with a smile. I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Zhang. Long Tianbiao replied, clasping his hands in respect. Ah, Lord Long, do not stand on ceremony. Your words in court yesterday, the rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every individual, were truly inspiring. I admire you greatly, Zhang Fangping expressed with evident fondness, taking Long Tianbiao's hand and guiding him inside. After some casual conversation, they quickly grew familiar, referring to each other as brothers. Long Tianbiao inquired about his office location. Brother Long, to speak frankly, His Majesty did not provide a detailed definition of your duties as the armory supervisor. However, logically, it entails overseeing all weaponry, Zhang Foping sighed. The Salt and Iron Commission has many responsibilities, and oversight of the 21 workshops producing weapons is inadequate. The quality of the arms is concerning. I previously submitted a memorial to His Majesty, but no arrangements have yet been made. In my view, His Majesty intends for you to manage the entire arms factory. Brother Zhang, His Majesty requires me to produce firearms within 6 months. However, this task necessitates collaboration between multiple departments, which may hinder the immediate improvement of weapon quality in other workshops. Nonetheless, I will diligently examine the shortcomings of the production process whenever I have the opportunity. Long Tianbiao responded candidly. Given Long Tianbiao's mechanical background from his previous life, guiding the production of these weapons should not prove too difficult. Very well. I shall inform the staff below to cooperate fully with you. I may come by occasionally to inspect the progress, Zhang Fangping said with a grin. Should you succeed this time, your future will undoubtedly be bright. You flatter me, Brother Zhang. I hail from the green forests and possess only a modest understanding of craftsmanship. My true desire is to see our Song dynasty regain its prestige and not be suppressed in foreign conflicts. That alone suffices, Long Tianbiao stated earnestly. Brother Long, please allow me to pay my respects, Zhang Fangping said solemnly, bowing deeply. Your words are too grand. Long Tianbiao quickly reciprocated the gesture. Under Zhang Fangping's lead, The 21 workshop heads treated Long Tianbiao with utmost respect and courtesy. After Zhang Fangping departed, Long Tianbiao summoned Ling Tong, the head of the gunpowder workshop. Master Ling, could you show me the current gunpowder formula and provide me with both samples and a list? Long Tianbiao instructed. Yes, my lord, please wait a moment, Ling Tong replied, exiting the room to retrieve the samples and documents. Upon reviewing the list, Long Tianbiao felt a mix of disbelief and concern. The inclusion of bamboo and hemp in the cannons was one thing, but the presence of arsenic in the poison smoke balls raised alarming questions about the safety of their own soldiers. Master Ling, do you aspire to develop powerful gunpowder and firearms? Long Tianbiao inquired with a smile. Though Ling Tong was a craftsman, his official attire had seen better days, and his face bore the marks of labor, indicating he was a hands-on practitioner. I am willing to assist you, my lord, Ling Tong bowed respectfully. You may not realize it, but I come from the Green Forests. My ambitions lie beyond the court and in the world of martial arts. However, I wish to contribute something to the court. Ultimately, I will return to the rivers and lakes, and these accolades hold little value for me. Yet, they can ensure your prosperous future. Long Tianbiao sought a loyal and capable assistant to aid him, knowing he could not remain on-site every day. Thank you for your recognition. My lord, I will follow your arrangements, Ling Tong replied, elated at the unexpected fortune that had befallen him. However, I have conditions that you must adhere to. If you cannot fulfill them, I will find someone else, Long Tianbiao stipulated. My lord, please proceed, Ling Tong inquired, clasping his hands. You must remain loyal to the court. The formulas and items you develop must not leave the court's control. The research process must be kept confidential, and unreliable individuals must not be involved, Long Tianbiao stated. For now, these are my only 2 requirements. Can you adhere to them? Rest assured, my lord, I will comply, Ling Tong assured him. Good, Long Tianbiao nodded. I possess the imperial sword granted by His Majesty. Should you act against your oath, I will personally see to your punishment. As he drew the imperial sword, its blade gleamed ominously, causing Ling Tong to tremble in fear. I would not dare. Ling Tong quickly knelt, exclaiming, Of course, there are advantages to following me. I will grant you authority and guide your research direction. Any results will be reported to the court under your name for recognition and reward. Long Tianbiao understood the importance of balancing authority with incentives, thus he smiled reassuringly at Ling Tong. Thank you, my lord, Ling Tong exclaimed, realizing that if this were indeed true, he would follow Long Tianbiao to the ends of the earth. Rarely did officials in the court honor the contributions of their subordinates. But if Long Tianbiao was true to his word, he would do anything for him. Master Ling, please convey the following message. Within the arms factory, anyone who discovers a suspicious person must report it to me. If confirmed to be an enemy spy, the informant will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. Long Tianbiao declared with a wave of his hand. Is that truly the case, my lord? Ling Tong asked in disbelief, unsure of what he had just heard. Indeed. But it must be genuine. If it is later discovered to be a baseless accusation, then the accuser shall be fined 20 taels of silver to compensate the wrong party. I do not wish for them to make frivolous reports that disrupt normal operations, Long Tianbiao clarified, not wanting to encourage chaos. Understood, my lord, Ling Tong replied. Chapter 76, New Inventions with Rewards. On his first day in office, Long Tianbiao did not question the actions of the crowd. Instead, he toured one workshop after another, engaging with the workers in brief introductions. After a few days, Long Tianbiao had become familiar with those present, although he could not recall everyone's name. He could identify which workshop they belonged to. That morning, upon arriving at the workshop, Long Tianbiao gathered all the personnel together. Greetings, everyone. I am Long Tianbiao, the newly appointed Deputy Supervisor of Military Equipment. As you may have noticed from my recent wanderings, he said with a smile. His humorous demeanor elicited laughter from the assembly, effectively bridging the gap between him and the workers. The Emperor has tasked me with delivering satisfactory results within 6 months. So I shall be here for at least that duration, Long Tianbiao stated, his expression turning serious. I do not concern myself with how you have worked in the past or what you plan to do in the future. I only ask that you adhere to my guidelines during this period. I do not place value on wealth, so I will not compete with you for profits. Rewards will be granted for merit, and penalties will be imposed for shortcomings. Currently, some workshops are producing subpar goods. Rest assured, I will collaborate with you to rectify this, and any success will be credited to you. However, let me make one thing clear. Should anyone attempt to deceive me or sell technologies and samples to enemy nations, I will recognize you, and my sword will not differentiate between us. With that, Long Tianbiao summoned his internal energy, and his sword sprang halfway from its sheath. The chilling gleam sending a shiver down the spines of the audience. The crowd, visibly shaken, fell silent. If you do not commit grave errors, I shall not punish you. Those who propose effective improvements or produce high-quality samples will have me personally seek rewards from the Emperor on their behalf. Should your superiors dare withhold your compensation, they shall experience firsthand the sharpness of my sword. Even the Buddha cannot save them, I assure you. Long Tianbiao declared, thumping his chest for emphasis. Excellent. The majority of the crowd, composed mainly of craftsmen, could not contain their excitement at the prospect of such generous rewards and erupted in cheers, only to quiet down again. Glancing nervously at Long Tianbiao, fearing reprimand. Seeing their enthusiasm, he felt reassured. I hope you will channel this fervor into your research. Your family's circumstances may improve based on your efforts, Long Tianbiao encouraged. Bravo! Bravo! The crowd cheered enthusiastically, unlike the officials typically dispatched, who emphasized their authority and position without regard for tangible achievements. The workers had previously adopted a mindset of merely getting by. Craftsman Ling, come with me. The rest of you may return to your tasks, Long Tianbiao gestured. Everyone else, brimming with excitement, hurried back to their workshops, while Long Tianbiao led Ling Tong to his office. Craftsman Ling, aside from inspecting the workshops, I have been researching gunpowder here, Long Tianbiao said, pointing to the powder before him. This sample is composed solely of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. Take it to your usual ignition site and test its power in a small shell. Remember, the farther you are, the better. Ling Tong gazed skeptically at the small amount of black and yellow powder, barely sufficient for a small shell. Is it truly necessary to stand so far away? Noticing Ling Tong's doubt, Long Tianbiao reconsidered. You lead the way. I will demonstrate it for you. If its power is as I claim, you must ensure proper safety measures in your research from now on. I have warned you. Should you be injured again, I will not take responsibility. Lord Long, allow me to handle it. Ling Tong suddenly realized he had doubted Long Tianbiao's abilities. If the latter were to become angered and unsheath his sword, it could cost him dearly, along with the accusation of disobeying military orders. All right, for the first experiment, I must confess I am somewhat uneasy handing it over to you. Long Tianbiao replied, wrapping the powder in yellow paper and instructing Ling Tong to fetch a shell from the storeroom. After registration, Ling Tong and Long Tianbiao filled the shell with the gunpowder. Indeed, the powder filled the small round shell perfectly, and Long Tianbiao deliberately left a half-foot fuse, which earned him a disdainful glance from Ling Tong. Hurry, take me to the testing site. Long Tianbiao kicked Ling Tong playfully, exclaiming, Why are you so disobedient? You truly are as stubborn as a mule. Upon hearing of the improved gunpowder formula, others rushed to the testing grounds to observe. Word spread quickly, and by the time they arrived, a large crowd had gathered behind them. The testing site was a 50 square area within the armory, designated for experimenting with gunpowder, saddles, bows, and arrows. Long Tianbiao, undeterred by the growing audience, patiently explained, What I am about to demonstrate can be classified as a bomb, boasting a greater potency than incendiary devices. I will place it in that pit, 10 zhang ahead. Once I light the fuse, you must cover your ears and lie down until after the explosion. What? Cover our ears and lie down? How can a bomb possess such magnitude? Some expressed disbelief, questioning the propriety of such an action, while a few educated individuals felt it beneath their dignity. Seeing their skepticism, Long Tianbiao stepped forward another 10 zhang. When some attempted to follow, he snapped, Stand your ground. Anyone who disobeys will receive a few kicks from me. These individuals truly were dense, failing to grasp that the safe distance had increased from 10 to 20 zhang. They were merely concerned about the potential harm from the blast. Yet Long Tianbiao's forward movement was mirrored by theirs, as if they were teasing him. Noticing their embarrassment, Long Tianbiao hastily advanced a few more steps. It's merely a bomb. Reliant on fire, how could it possibly have such a wide range? Indeed, one wonders if Lord Long is jesting, they murmured among themselves. Long Tianbiao paid them no mind, confident that once the bomb detonated, they would be silenced. Feeling the distance was sufficient, he selected an appropriate deep pit, placed the bomb inside, and arranged the fuse. He then took out the fire stick he had brought and ignited the fuse. As the fuse began to sizzle, Long Tianbiao quickly retreated, shouting, Cover your ears and lie down. The crowd, chuckling, squatted down without covering their ears, murmuring to one another. Long Tianbiao, indifferent to their antics, laid down himself, covering his ears with his hands. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the very ground and rendering the crowd temporarily deaf. What was that? What happened? They shouted, but their voices drowned in the chaos. turning to see others around them speaking without sound. Tianbiao recognized their folly. They had disregarded his warning and were now momentarily deafened by the blast. Ignoring their commotion, he approached the pit where the bomb had been placed. Observing that the previously half-foot-wide pit had expanded to a full foot, he shook his head, still unsatisfied with the power displayed. Chapter 77. Utterly convinced, Tianbiao stood before a pit approximately 1 foot deep, somewhat dissatisfied. The power displayed was still inferior to that of professional explosives. It appeared that further experimentation with the mixture was necessary. Lord Long, is this truly the case? Tong approached Tianbiao. Gazing into the deep pit. Were you covering your ears just now? I presumed you were like the others, temporarily deafened by the blast, Tianbiao remarked. Observing Tong. Your Excellency, you jest. How could I not heed your words? Tong exclaimed, relieved that he had followed Tianbiao's advice while covering his ears. Recognizing that their superior, disregarding his status, was crouched on the ground with his ears covered, Tong reasoned that Tianbiao would have no need to deceive him. And thus he too tightly covered his ears. Suddenly, a resounding boom reverberated, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Hearing the cacophony of inquiries from those nearby, Tong shouted explanations, yet to his dismay, they seemed oblivious, as though struck deaf. He felt a surge of gratitude for having listened to Tianbiao's counsel. The potency of this explosive can indeed be further adjusted, Tianbiao asserted. Adjustable? Is this not already the most powerful formulation? Tong marveled at the transformation of the half-foot-wide crater into one a full foot across, his jaw agape at Tianbiao's assertion that it could be improved further. Here, this is the current formula. Please make slight adjustments to the proportions of these ingredients. Tianbiao handed Tong a piece of paper detailing the present materials and their quantities. Your Excellency, this. Tong stammered, trembling hands grasping the formula. Presenting such a formulation was tantamount to an invention. If brought to the emperor, it would certainly merit an invention award. Yet, Tianbiao casually tossed it to him, indicating that his earlier assurance of not claiming their achievements was genuine. Take it, study it thoroughly, but exercise caution. Do not endanger yourself with explosions. Moreover, safeguard this formula. It must not be seen by a third party. Otherwise, not only might your reward be divided, but if their identity raises suspicion, you could be accused of collusion. Tianbiao cautioned. I had not considered that this formula would not only be an invention but also a potential liability. Tong was taken aback. Yet he believed that fortune favored the bold and began devising a plan. My lord, how about this? I will draft a false formula. Should anyone inquire about it, I shall provide them with that instead and inform you of their address. You can then investigate their identity, Tong proposed. Smart thinking, young man. That is an excellent strategy, Tianbiao chuckled, patting Tong on the shoulder. Tong displayed a wry smile, at nearly 40. Being called young man by someone under 20 felt rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Tianbiao's stature as a giant in the field of explosives and their commanding officer. He secured the formula and returned to his workshop amidst the chatter of others, eager to begin his research. Meanwhile, Tianbiao retreated to his quarters, pondering the design of cannon barrels and considerations for launching and safety measures. My lord, the craftsman Li Wensheng from the Great Furnace seeks an audience. A voice called from the doorway. Tianbiao quickly replied and rolled up the sketches he had just created, placing them into a locked box before opening the door to find a man in his 40s, dressed similarly to Tong, patiently awaiting him. Are you the craftsman Li? Tianbiao inquired. Indeed, that is I, Li Wensheng replied with a respectful bow. What brings you to me? Tianbiao asked. Your Excellency, your recent display of prowess has garnered the respect of all in the armory. I have encountered a dilemma that I hope you might illuminate, Li Wensheng explained. Oh, what conundrum troubles you? Tianbiao inquired with genuine interest. I am currently developing a bow designed for greater range, yet it demands considerable strength to draw. I aspire for it to be widely utilized among our soldiers, but I am at a loss for how to ensure range without increasing the draw weight, Li Wensheng confessed. I see. Let us take a look, Tianbiao responded, intrigued by Li Wensheng's words, and promptly followed him to the great furnace. Li Wensheng led Tianbiao to the workshop and presented the bow he was crafting. The bow measured 3 feet and 2 inches in length, with a string spanning 2 feet and 5 inches, remarkably sturdy and robust. Tianbiao examined the heavy bow and tested the string, realizing that it indeed required significant force to draw, likely only manageable by the strongest soldiers. Craftsmanly, how far can this bow shoot? Tianbiao queried, Curiosity piqued. Your Excellency, this bow can project an arrow nearly 300 paces, Li Wenxing replied with pride. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Should I provide you with several components to address the issue of insufficient draw strength? This could become a formidable weapon on the battlefield, enhancing our chances of victory, Long Tianbiao declared, slapping Li Wenxing on the shoulder. My lord, what components do you speak of? Li Wenxing inquired, intrigued. With our current capabilities, it may not be feasible to produce them, Long Tianbiao sighed. Oh, is it truly that challenging? Li Wenxing probed, eager for details. What shape might these components take? Do you have any illustrations? Allow me to draft some designs. After lunch, come find me, and I will provide you with the blueprints. Once you have crafted them, I shall instruct you on their usage, Long Tianbiao proposed. How many bows do you possess? Could you part with one? I needed to design the components. Your Excellency may take this bow. The others are nearly identical, Li Wenxing offered. Very well. Long Tianbiao took the bow back to his quarters and began measuring its dimensions. He envisioned a system of pulleys, fixed pulleys to redirect force and movable pulleys to conserve effort. He intended to design it meticulously so that ordinary soldiers could effectively draw the bow, ultimately equipping the army with bows capable of shooting 300 paces, rendering the enemy's chances of victory exceedingly slim. Without delay, Long Tianbiao set to work, crafting a pulley system that would align perfectly with the bow specifications. When Li Wenxing returned, Long Tianbiao presented him with the detailed sketches, each marked with proportional measurements. With a brief explanation, Li Wenxing quickly grasped the concepts, exclaiming praises for Long Tianbiao's ingenuity. After Li Wenxing departed, Long Tianbiao suddenly recalled his promise to his mentor, Su Liang, about creating firecrackers for the wedding celebration. He promptly summoned Ling Tong to craft samples of the firecrackers according to his specifications, prioritizing safety above all else. Chapter 78. A fateful trial. Long Tianbiao returned to Kaifeng Prefecture from the armory in the dead of night. He learned from Zhang Long and Zhao Hu that Bao Zheng had not yet retired for the evening. Thus, he sought out Bao Zheng to briefly relay the progress of the day's endeavors. Upon hearing of the rapid developments, Bao Zheng's typically stern face brightened with an endearing charm. Oh, by the way, Yun Rui and Shuan have been invited by Grand Tutor Pang Ji to attend the wedding of the national uncle, Pang Hu. What are your thoughts on this matter? Bao Zheng suddenly inquired. What? They have already left? Long Tianbiao sprang to his feet, alarmed by Bao Zheng's words. Indeed, Tianbiao. Is there something amiss? Bao Zheng asked with curiosity. Amiss? Most certainly. We must urgently summon them back. Long Tianbiao exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Observing his distress, Bao Zheng promptly instructed Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to personally fetch by Yun Rui and Fang Shuan from the Pang residence. Tianbiao, I have dispatched Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to retrieve them. What do you mean by most certainly amiss? Bao Zheng inquired further. Sir, Pang Ji has always been at odds with our Kaifeng Prefecture. Should anything untoward occur at his residence, the blame will inevitably fall upon us. If bandits were to commit misdeeds under the guise of our name, it would be even more troublesome, Long Tianbiao explained. Only then did Bao Zheng grasp the gravity of the situation. Tianbiao, before they departed, I advised them to return early and avoid entanglements with Grand Tutor Pang. Indeed, let us hope for the best, Long Tianbiao pondered, unaware of the potential machinations that might ensnare by Yun Rui, as in the original tale. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping had received the news and arrived at Bao Zheng's study. The three men engaged in conversation as they awaited the return of Bai Yun Rui and Fang Shuan. However, fate had other plans. They waited until the early hours before Zhang Long and Zhao Hu returned with Fang Shuan, but Bai Yun Rui was conspicuously absent. Exchanging worried glances, Bao Zheng, Jiang Ping, and Long Tianbiao simultaneously felt a sense of foreboding. Sir, fourth uncle, senior brother, a grave matter has arisen. My uncle has been framed. Fang Shuan collapsed before them, overwhelmed. Shuan, what exactly transpired? Please elaborate, Bao Zheng asked with calm authority. Yes, sir. I accompanied Bai Yun Rui to the residence of Pang Ji, where we partook in toasts. Afterwards, we were invited to watch a performance, during which Bai Yun Rui was led away, and a murder occurred in the bridal chamber. Fang Shuan recounted, detailing the distressing events. Upon hearing this, Bao Zheng found himself at a loss. Though he had not known Bai Yun Rui for long, the young man did not strike him as a depraved character, especially since he was the son of Bai Yutong, a man of integrity. Jiang Ping, in turmoil, could only sigh repeatedly. Tianbiao, what is your perspective? Bao Zheng inquired, noticing Jiang Ping's growing anxiety. Sir, fourth uncle, since the incident has occurred, Lamenting and cursing will yield no results. After careful consideration, I fear Pang Ji will seek an audience with the emperor, and His Majesty may assign you to oversee this case. Therefore, it is imperative that you conduct a preliminary analysis of the situation, Long Tianbiao replied. Your words bear merit. Bao Zhang nodded, about to speak further when the duty sergeant reminded him of the court assembly. Thus, he hastened to the palace. The others gathered in the back hall of the prefecture to devise a plan. Shuan, did you see the person who took your uncle away? Were you able to discern their appearance? Long Tianbiao inquired. I did not see clearly, but there was a distinct patch of hair on the person's face. If I were to see them again, I would certainly recognize them, Fang Shuan responded earnestly. Long Tianbiao suddenly turned to Bai Yuxing and the others, commanding, Uncles, please encircle my uncle's quarters. Why encircle Yun Rui's room? Jiang Ping asked, anxious. Do you suspect him? No, I have more faith in him than anyone else. However, during Shuan's account of the incident, he mentioned that the person impersonating my uncle removed Li Yuchio's jewelry and wrapped it in a white silk handkerchief. I fear they may frame my uncle with the evidence, Long Tianbiao explained. As his words fell, Bai Yuxing dashed from the room, determined to defend his cousin, Bai Yunrui, from false accusations. Fifth uncle, you must not enter your uncle's room. It would compromise the integrity of the investigation. Long Tianbiao grasped the last person, Ai Hu, firmly. Rest assured, Tianbiao. Should anyone dare approach Kaifeng Prefecture, we shall ensure they cannot leave. Ai Hu brandished his Qilin 7-star blade confidently. Kaifeng Prefecture served as the bastion for justice. It was audacious for anyone to challenge its authority. Yet, Long Tianbiao feared it might already be too late. The time that had elapsed made him regret overlooking this crucial connection. Ai Hu understood Long Tianbiao's concern. If evidence had been planted and they were to enter and remove the handkerchief, it would constitute a cover-up. Tianbiao, do you think? Could it be that Yun Rui was intoxicated and acted foolishly? Jiang Ping asked, worry etched on his face. Fourth uncle, if others do not believe in our uncle, do you not trust him? Long Tianbiao retorted. You are aware of the character and integrity of Bai Wuye and his wife. Could they possibly raise a rogue? Moreover, my uncle is a disciple of the esteemed Bai Yunji, the chief of the Three Gates. Could he ever take a depraved individual as a disciple? Indeed, that cannot be. My fifth brother, though proud, has never strayed into vice, and his wife is virtuous and graceful, Jiang Ping muttered, unsure if he was attempting to comfort himself. Soon after, Bao Zhang returned from court, sitting before them with a sigh. Indeed, Grand Tutor Peng has lodged a complaint with His Majesty. Despite my best efforts to argue in our favor, His Majesty has ordered me to preside over this case, summoning Grand Tutor Peng Ji, Minister of Revenue Li Tianong, and his daughter, Li Yuchio, to the court. As they deliberated their next steps, a messenger announced that the three had arrived to heed the court's summons. With no time to rest, Bao Zhang hastily ascended the dais to preside over the proceedings. The Kaifeng Prefecture court faced south, requiring the lighting of several thick tallow candles even in broad daylight, casting an eerie atmosphere that instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of those brought before it. Court is now in session. Bao Zhang took his place at the head of the table, with Peng Ji and Li Tianyang seated below as assessors. The prefecture's constables lined the sides, flanking rows of officers clad in dark garb, wielding water and fire staffs, their expressions solemn and intimidating. At that moment, Bai Yunrui entered the grand hall, weary and disheveled. As he prepared to bow in greeting, Bao Zhang gestured for him to remain silent and return to his place in line. Bring forth the plaintiff, Li Yuchio, Bao Zhang commanded. Bring forth the plaintiff, Li Yuchio. The nearby officers echoed, and soon after, Li Yuchio, supported by her maidservants, entered the hall and knelt before the court. Chapter 79. Long Tianbiao rescues a life. Bao Zhang initially scrutinized Li Yuchio, discerning her honest and straightforward nature, devoid of any sinister traits, which eased his heart somewhat. Subsequently, Li Yuchio's testimony became remarkably clear. Li, if the murderer were before you now, would you be able to recognize him? Bao Zhang inquired. My lord, I would recognize him. Li Yuchio replied, gritting her teeth. Very well, I shall speak frankly. Bai Yunrui is present in the courtroom. You may identify him now, Bao Zhang stated. Yes, my lord. With the assistance of a maid, Li Yuchio approached the group of constables to begin her identification. Zheng Zhao, Jiang Ping, Lu Fang, Han Zhang, and Fang Shuan were all of advanced age. Li Yuchio glanced over them briefly before shifting her gaze. The young men, Xiao Qijie, Xiao Wei, and Long Tianbiao, were of a similar age to Bai Yunrui, and all appeared quite handsome. Thus, it took Li Yuchio considerable time to ascertain that none were the culprit. Upon finally turning her gaze toward Bai Yunrui, she exclaimed, My lord, It is he. He is Bai Yunrui, the murderer of my son-in-law, Sanguigio. Seize Bai Yunrui. Remove his headdress and strip him of his official robes. Bao Zhang commanded with a resounding slap on the judge's bench. Yes. Wang Chao, Mahan, Zhang Long. And Zhao Hu immediately stepped forward, with two securing Bai Yunrui's shoulders while one removed his headdress, his title stripped away, and another tore off his official robes, his position lost. My lord, this is a grave injustice. Bai Yunrui, still bewildered by the unfolding events, questioned who this woman was, protesting that he was merely late on his first day in court and should not be accused of murder. Bai Yunrui, what grievances do you harbor? Bao Zhang demanded. My lord, I have never encountered this woman, nor have I killed Sanguigio, Peng Hu, Bai Yunrui asserted. Then where did you go after parting from Fang Shuan last night? Bao Zhang probed further. Someone claiming to be Geng Si, an associate from Sihitang, said an old friend had summoned me there. I followed him, but when the hour grew late and no one arrived, I decided to return. Unexpectedly, I encountered a figure in black who deliberately led me away. Regrettably, I could not pursue him. As dawn broke, I stopped at Jixiang Wonton shop for a bowl of wontons before returning to Kaifeng Prefecture, Bai Yunrui explained. Bao Darren, why entertain his deceit? My daughter-in-law recognized him at first glance, proving he is the one who murdered my son. Peng Ji urged. Peng Taisher, I am currently presiding over this case. You may observe quietly, Bao Zhang retorted, his mood already irritable, and Peng Ji's interjections only served to exacerbate his frustration. Li, are you certain that it was Bai Yunrui who killed Sanguigio and stole your jewelry that night? Bao Zhang inquired once more. Indeed, my lord. He wrapped the jewelry in a white silk handkerchief. There were a total of 21 pieces. Li Yuqiu wept. Search him, Bao Zhang commanded, pointing at Bai Yunrui. Jiang Ping hastily approached to conduct a thorough search, but reported, My lord, there is nothing. How could he possibly conceal such valuable items on his person? They must have been returned to his residence. Peng Ji insisted anxiously. Wang Chao, Mahan, assemble a team to search his quarters, Bao Zhang instructed. Yes, they replied, rushing out of the courtroom towards Bai Yunrui's abode. Jiang Ping's face turned pale, casting a desperate glance towards Long Tianbiao, who could only hope that Xiao Wui, stationed outside Bai Yunrui's room, might achieve some result. Reality, however, proved far less favorable than expectations. Before long, Wang Chao returned, cradling a white silk handkerchief, placing it upon Bao Zhang's desk. Upon examination, Bao Zhang found all 21 pieces of jewelry intact. Bring forth the accused. Bao Zhang thundered. Present. The constables replied in unison. Prepare Bai Yunrui for execution, Bao Zhang ordered. Yes. Wang Chao and Mahan moved to bring forth the guillotine, while Zhang Long and Zhao Hu restrained Bai Yunrui, forcing him down beneath the blade. My lord, this is an injustice. Bai Yunrui cried out. Child, elucidate how you were wronged. Mere cries will not spare you. Bao Zhang lamented, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Spare him. Long Tianbiao strode forward, shouting. Tianbiao, do not involve yourself. This matter does not concern you. Peng Ji barked, his anger palpable. Peng Ji, I fear you not. I possess the imperial decree. Do you dare obstruct me? Long Tianbiao raised the imperial sword high. Do you wish to test its sharpness? Tianbiao, do not presume to be clever. The sword was bestowed upon you to eliminate treacherous foes, not to wield tyrannically. Peng Ji retorted. Humph. This sword serves not only to slay enemies but also to protect loyal subjects. Long Tianbiao glared at Peng Ji. To kill a royal nephew and seize wealth, how is that loyalty? Peng Ji scoffed. Peng Ji, do not mistake my resolve. I shall not hesitate to rid myself of you. Long Tianbiao brandished the imperial sword, pointing it at Peng Ji. Have you forgotten the incident of the false Bai Mei, Su Liang? Even the emperor can err. Does your daughter-in-law possess sharper eyes than the emperor? If a lookalike committed this crime, and Bai Yunrui was wrongfully punished, once the true culprit is apprehended, will you take responsibility for Bai Yunrui's life, or merely burn paper to claim you killed the wrong man? Peng Ji, taken aback by Long Tianbiao's words, hesitated to demand Bai Zhang execute Bai Yunrui. Bao Darren, what is your verdict? After a moment of contemplation, Bao Zhang replied, Peng Taisher, Tianbiao is correct. I believe it was a lookalike who committed the crime using Bai Yunrui's name. Once the truth is uncovered, I shall clear his name and ensure justice is served for Sanguigio. Humph, Bao Zhang, I anticipated you would shield Bai Yunrui. Come, let us petition the emperor for a fair judgment. Peng Ji rose, dragging Li Tianyang out, while Li Tianyang required assistance from a maid to help Li Yuqiu exit Kaifeng Prefecture. My lord, although Bai Yunrui has escaped execution, The trouble with Pang Ji is far from over. Tianbiao, do not misuse your imperial sword, Bao Zhang advised. My lord, this is not the time for such discussions. You must urgently seek evidence for my uncle. We need a strategy for our audience with the emperor, Long Tianbiao urged. We should summon the owner of Sihitang and the proprietor of Jixiang Wantan for questioning. Wang Chao Mahan, fetch the owner of Sihitang, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu. Summon the proprietor of Jixiang Wantan, Bao Zhang commanded. Understood, they replied, hastily departing. The others unbound by Yun Rui, allowing him to stand aside. Having narrowly escaped death, he felt as though he had traversed another realm, his back drenched in cold sweat, for he had nearly met his end beneath the guillotine. Chapter 80. With me. Fear not. Bao Zhang instructed his aides to record the testimonies of the owners of the Sihitang and Jixiang Wantan. Following the eunuchs carrying the imperial edict, they entered the palace. Bai Yunrui was imprisoned, and Long Tianbiao followed him into the jail, sitting across from Bai Yunrui and saying, Uncle, rest assured and recuperate here. Eat and drink as you please. I will certainly find the perpetrator who framed you. Thank you, Tianbiao, Bai Yunrui replied with tears in his eyes. Uncle, we are family. Do not stand on ceremony, Long Tianbiao said, patting his hand. In my opinion, it must be your enemy or an adversary of the Kaifeng Prefecture who has conspired against you. Therefore, it is our duty to uncover their identity and expose the forces behind them. Indeed, once I am out, we will eliminate them together. Bai Yunrui harbored a deep resentment for such individuals. Confronting them face to face was honorable, but scheming behind one's back was contemptible. Long Tianbiao placed a reassuring hand on Bai Yunrui's shoulder, acknowledging that they were not paragons of virtue and would resort to any means necessary. Everyone, when you are not on duty, keep an eye out for those in Taoist robes and listen for any mention of the Lotus Temple, Long Tianbiao instructed by Yunsheng, Lu Shiji, and the others. Tianbiao, do you suspect that someone from the Lotus Temple is involved? Bai Yunsheng inquired. I have heard that the abbot of the Lotus Temple, Taoist Feiyun Guochangda, is known for opposing the three doors. However, the location of the Lotus Temple remains a mystery to me, Long Tianbiao explained. Very well. Let us proceed at once. Bai Yunsheng recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly set off to inquire, as Long Tianbiao suggested. Yet, amidst the vast sea of humanity, they searched for days without a single lead. Meanwhile, Bai Yunrui remained in confinement as per Emperor Renzong's orders, awaiting Bao Zhang's investigation to determine the next steps. Long Tianbiao, burdened with matters concerning the arms factory, could only visit every other day. That night, upon returning from the factory, Long Tianbiao found the Kaifeng Prefecture in disarray, as if the sky had fallen. Fourth uncle, what has happened? He asked as he approached Jiang Ping. Tianbiao, calamity has struck. That rascal Fang Shuan actually dared to take the 8th prince out incognito, Jiang Ping sighed. Long Tianbiao gasped, recalling events from the original narrative, and exclaimed, Fourth uncle, please do not tell me he lost the 8th prince. Alas, how could it be anything but a catastrophe? Jiang Ping lamented, slapping his thigh. Fang Shuan, that incompetent fool, had the audacity to safeguard the 8th prince while sneaking about. Fang Shuan, come here at once. Long Tianbiao bellowed. Fang Shuan, trembling, approached Long Tianbiao. Senior brother, I didn't mean to. I had the 8th prince by my side, but suddenly those street performers surrounded me. By the time I drove them away, the 8th prince had vanished. Then it stands to reason that they are all in cahoots, Long Tianbiao mused. Spread the word that His Majesty demands an immediate interrogation of Bai Yunrui and urges the Prime Minister for a swift verdict. Tianbiao, are you attempting to lure the snake from its hole? Jiang Ping pondered his intentions. Precisely. Since they wish for my uncle's demise, they will undoubtedly come to witness the trial. We shall set a trap and wait for them, Long Tianbiao affirmed. Well, since we have no other options, let us proceed as planned. Jiang Ping concluded, preparing to return with Zhang Zhao to consult Bao Zhang. Long Tianbiao racked his brain to remember the details from the original narrative but could not recall the address of the Lotus Temple. Otherwise, he would have led the troops there directly, infiltrated the place, rescued the 8th prince, and dismantled the Lotus Temple entirely. With himself present, even a couple of minor characters would be no match, as long as Guochangda did not show up. Fourth uncle, quickly send someone to Shaolin Temple to summon the Northern Hero. If the Kaifeng Prefecture confronts the Lotus Temple, we can manage most, but against Taoist Guochangda, no one stands a chance, Long Tianbiao urged. Are you suggesting we might face Guochangda? Zhang Zhao, once the Southern Hero, was well aware of Taoist Guochangda's reputation. Not even Long Tianbiao, nor Su Liang and Bai Yunrui combined, would likely prevail against him. Brother, I suggest we split up. You write a letter and personally deliver it to Shaolin Temple, while I will seek the Prime Minister and arrange for the news about the interrogation to be spread. Jiang Ping proposed. Agreed. Time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly. They parted ways to execute their plans. Long Tianbiao returned to the gunpowder workshop, where he concealed a few small explosives on his person for unforeseen circumstances. That day, news spread within the Kaifeng Prefecture that Bao Zheng and Pang Ji had engaged in a fierce argument. Pang Ji approached the emperor to lodge a complaint, demanding an interrogation of Bai Yunrui and a prompt sentencing to repay the debts owed to the three kingdoms. Upon receiving the information, Guochangda expressed skepticism regarding its authenticity. Tianlin, Tianliang, you often claim I do not provide you with opportunities for training. Now, I shall arrange for you to gather intelligence in the Kaifeng Prefecture, he instructed. According to Yin Feng's reports, there were three formidable fighters in the Kaifeng Prefecture. The first was the white-browed hero Su Liang, who had returned home to marry. The second was the jade-faced little Dharma master Bai Yunrui, who should be shackled now. And the third was the apprentice of the white-browed hero. The little hero Long Tianbiao, be cautious of him. Guochangda, tall and clad in a Taoist robe, exuded an air of solemnity, making him seem unapproachable. Yes, master. Lu Tianlin and Lu Tianliang replied. They paid little heed to the so-called little hero Long Tianbiao. Their master, Taoist Guochangda, was the grandmaster of the Lotus sect. While Long Tianbiao's master was merely the white-browed hero Su Liang, there was no comparison to be made. Guochangda observed their demeanor and reiterated his warnings. The two left the Lotus Temple, buoyed by excitement. Seeing that they had dismissed his caution, Guochangda sighed inwardly, thinking that the two, having trained only in martial arts without real combat experience, would benefit from a trial by hardship to recognize the vastness of the world and the strength of others. After entering the city, Lu Tianlin and Lu Tianyang headed towards the Kaifeng Prefecture, dressed in black night attire, moving with extraordinary agility like shadows in the night. The Kaifeng Prefecture was brightly lit, bustling with activity. The two stealthily ascended to the roof of the official's residence, peering down through the tiles to observe. Chapter 81. The two are stubborn within the precincts of Kaifeng Prefecture. Bao Zheng interrogated Bai Yunrui, while Pang Ji persistently urged him to pass judgment. On the roof, two individuals watched anxiously, hoping Bao Zheng would swiftly condemn Bai Yunrui to the guillotine. Unexpectedly, a figure in black appeared behind them, silently observing. Good sirs, shall we take a seat for a moment? The shadow was none other than Long Tianbiao, who had been lurking outside under the pretense of a diversion during Bao Zheng's questioning, waiting for these two. Who? Lu Tianlin was startled, unaware of the approach of the figure behind them. What person is this? Lu Tianliang also felt a pang of fear, realizing that this individual possessed superior stealth abilities. Young hero Long Tianbiao. Without further ado, Long Tianbiao advanced. Lu Tianlin and Lu Tianliang hastily rose to defend themselves, yet to their astonishment, Long Tianbiao did not draw his blade, but effortlessly blocked them with his hands. Hearing commotion from the courtyard, Long Tianbiao's right hand struck towards Lu Tianlin's eyes with precision, and as Lu Tianlin raised his hand to shield himself, Long Tianbiao seized his left arm and hurled him off the rooftop, where others were waiting to catch him. Seeing Lu Tianlin captured so easily, Lu Tianliang panicked, and Long Tianbiao exploited this opening, grasping his neck and casting him down as well. Long Tianbiao then leaped down from the rooftop, where Lu Tianlin and Lu Tianyang were already bound and brought into the main hall. Who kneels before us? Bao Zheng rapped the wooden board emphatically. Humph. Though Lu Tianlin and Lu Tianyang were not formidable in martial arts, their demeanor was resolutely defiant, and they remained silent. Oh, still stubborn, are we? I truly relish dealing with tough characters, AI who remarked with a smile, then raised a water-fire stick to strike the backs of the two, yet they gritted their teeth, refusing to speak. Still tight-lipped, are we? Let us see whose resolve is stronger, yours or my whip. Bai Yunrui, wrongfully accused, was filled with frustration as her cousin Bai Yunxing fretted incessantly. The loss of the 8 Virtues King compounded her anger, and seeing the two remain obstinate, the whip cracked against their backs. Pang Ji observed Ai Hu and Bai Yunrui's actions, yet Bao Zheng did not intervene, leaving him disheartened. Humph. Kaifeng Prefecture is not so knob. Chapter 82. Rushed to Lianhua Temple. Lu Tianlin and Lu Tianyang, with their limited experience in the martial world, found themselves momentarily bewildered by the cunning words of Fang Shuan, ultimately leading them to Lianhua Temple. According to the reports received, the 8th prince was indeed held captive there. And the person resembling Bai Yunrui was none other than the jade-faced Xiao Rulai, Zhang Xiaoxi, the nephew of the notorious Zhang Hua, who harbored a deep-seated enmity with Bai Yutong. It was Zhang Hua who once wreaked havoc in Bai Yutong's ancestral hall. Long Tianbiao, aware of the growing number of formidable figures at Lianhua Temple, sought an audience with Bao Zheng, pleading for permission to allow Bai Yunrui to join the fray, as he feared being reduced to mere pulp under the weight of Guo Changda's celestial measuring staff. Meanwhile, the southern hero, Zhan Zhao, visited Shaolin Temple to invite northern hero Ouyang Chun, but returned empty-handed as Ouyang Chun was away visiting friends. Zhan Zhao left a message and a letter, intending to rush to Kaifeng Prefecture to quell the flames of chaos upon Ouyang Chun's return. Presently, Long Tianbiao stood as the only pillar of support within Kaifeng Prefecture, facing immense pressure from Guo Changda. Now that we know Zhang Xiaoxi is the one who murdered the 3 state officials and framed Yunrui, I shall, under the weight of His Majesty's scrutiny, release Yunrui. You must go together. No matter what, you must rescue both the murderer and the 8th prince. Bao Zheng stated solemnly. Sir, we are among ourselves here, so I will speak candidly. Capturing the murderer Zhang Xiaoxi and his accomplice Geng Si should pose no problem. But the 8th prince is Guo Changda's trump card, and he will undoubtedly be under tight surveillance. Whether we can even see him is uncertain, Long Tianbiao replied. Indeed, you speak wisely. Do your utmost. But the life of the 8th prince must take precedence, Bao Zheng advised. Rest assured, sir. The troubles concerning the 8th prince arose from our Kaifeng Prefecture, and I, Long Tianbiao, will do everything in my power to rescue him. Long Tianbiao pledged earnestly. Very well. Tianbiao, I believe your words. Bao Zheng nodded in agreement. Jiangping hurried to the prison to release Bai Yunrui, dressing him in white before presenting him before Bao Zheng. After offering some words of comfort, Bai Yunrui's eyes glistened with tears. Though he had never feared his enemies, the treachery he faced had nearly cost him his life, leaving him shaken by the experience. Fortunately, he remained clear of conscience and stood tall. The group promptly set off towards Lianhua Temple. Help! Fang Shuan is coming back. As they approached Lianhua Temple, Fang Shuan's voice rang out. Hey, you rascals at Lianhua Temple, do not harm Shuan. Long Tianbiao bellowed urgently as he rushed forward. Upon meeting, the leader from Kaifeng Prefecture, Jiangping, with his greasy beard, faced off against the seemingly ethereal yet menacing Taoist priest, Guo Changda, who was known for his ruthless demeanor. Who are you, Taoist? Jiangping brandished his Amei blade, demanding answers. Are you Zhang Laoxi? Guo Changda squinted, inquiring. Indeed, and you are the Taoist priest Guo Changda? Jiangping surmised, observing Guo Changda's attire and the expressions of those around him. That is indeed I, Zhang Laoxi. Your audacity to send Fang Shuan to infiltrate my Lianhua Temple is quite remarkable, Guo Changda remarked haughtily. Guo, as the leader of Lianhua sect, you fail to curb the heinous deeds of your disciples, instead encouraging their villainy. Zhang Xiaoxi, in his attempt to frame Bai Yunrui, murdered the current state officials. Now, you have captured the 8th prince. This is akin to treason. If you release the 8th prince and hand over Zhang Xiaoxi, I will plead for your mercy before His Majesty. Jiangping implored earnestly. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoxi's actions are despicable. But I find merit in his cunning. Outsmarting the strong and overpowering the weak is a testament to wit over brute force, Guo Changda praised. Since gentle words fail to sway the wicked, let us engage in combat, Jiangping declared, withdrawing to regroup. Children, who will take the first step? Jiangping asked, looking at Bai Yunrui and Long Tianbiao. I shall go first, Long Tianbiao replied without waiting for Bai Yunrui. Uncle, you have just been released from prison. Take a moment to recover. I will lead the charge, and when Guo Changda joins the fight, we will confront him together. Very well, Tianbiao, do exercise caution. Bai Yunrui acknowledged, seeing the wisdom in his words. Long Tianbiao nodded, unsheathing his bloody blade, and stepped forward to confront Guo Changda. Guo Changda, you have truly squandered these years without learning anything. How could the monk from Kunlun have produced a disciple so disloyal and unjust? Venerable heaven, who are you, boy? Guo Changda, incensed by Long Tianbiao's words, glared at him. I am Long Tianbiao, he retorted disdainfully. So you are the disciple of Bai Yanmei, Long Tianbiao. Guo Changda scrutinized him, noting the air of confidence about him and surmising he had some skill. Indeed, that is I, Guo Changda, if you have any sense. Swiftly release the 8th prince and hand over Zhang Xiaoxi and Geng Si. I can assure you that you will still have the chance to meet the monk from Kunlun. Long Tianbiao asserted. Venerable heaven, Long Tianbiao, though you are young, you speak boldly. Let me see just how capable you are, Guo Changda replied. extending his hand to summon two small Taoists who placed the celestial measuring staff in his grasp. Guochanda, no matter your title as a Taoist priest, I am not afraid of you. However, before we engage, bring forth Zhang Xiaoxi so I may judge his character. He is akin to the beheaded Wang Shan. Long Tianbiao taunted. Master, the one in white hiding behind you is Zhang Xiaoxi, Fang Shuan pointed out as he noticed Zhang Xiaoxi attempting to retreat discreetly. All eyes, from both Kaifeng Prefecture and Lianhua Temple, turned towards Zhang Xiaoxi. He had intended to slip away unnoticed, but was called out, leaving him with no choice but to stand in the spotlight. Master, why waste effort on a small fry? Leave him to me. Zhang Xiaoxi stepped forward to request. Very well, proceed, but be cautious. Long Tianbiao is no weakling. Guo Changda nodded in approval. Yes, Master, Zhang Xiaoxi replied, brandishing his weapon as he approached the front lines. Long Tianbiao, do not be arrogant. Watch as I capture you. With your skills? Long Tianbiao scoffed. Your mind is filled with thoughts of women. Just look at your lustful eyes and dark circles. You must be in a deplorable state. The likes of Zhang Hua are not real men. How could they raise such a lecher like you? You speak nonsense. You are the one lacking virtue. Zhang Xiaoxi retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Long Tianbiao. Indeed, your entire clan is lacking, Long Tianbiao replied helplessly. Zhang Xiaoxi clicked his tongue, feeling that something about the conversation was amiss. Chapter 83. Capturing Gung Si Zhang Xiaoxi. With your limited skills, you are hardly worthy to face me in a duel. Isn't there another accomplice, Gung Si? Call him out. And let the two of you confront me together, Long Tianbiao declared with a dismissive wave of his hand. Is that true? A voice emerged from the crowd. Long Tianbiao looked up to see a man of short stature, thin and dark, with shifty eyes that betrayed a cunning nature, and a conspicuous black mole on his face. Are you Gung Si? Long Tianbiao inquired. Indeed, I am the Flying Tiger, Gung Si, he replied, thumping his chest with pride. Oh, such bravado. A tiger that can soar to the heavens? Very impressive. Come, let me test you. Let's see who stands as the elder and who as the junior. Long Tianbiao beckoned with a crooked finger. Master, Long Tianbiao is being so disrespectful. I wish to join my ally, Xiaoxi, and defeat him, Gung Si said, seeking permission from Guochangda instead of acting independently. Very well. Since Long Tianbiao is foolish enough to challenge you directly, you too may engage him. It is his own request, and others cannot object, Guochangda responded with an air of authority. Thank you, Master, Gung Si said, striding confidently to Zhang Xiaoxi's side. Jiang Ping, observing that Long Tianbiao had explicitly called for Zhang Xiaoxi, felt a surge of hope. The lad was indeed promising, showing the wisdom to target the source of their troubles. However, when he heard Long Tianbiao challenge both Zhang Xiaoxi and Gung Si, a flicker of concern arose within him. For the tales of the martial world often proclaimed that two fists could not match four hands. Yunrui, can that braggart handle both of them alone? Perhaps you should join the fray? Jiang Ping whispered to Bai Yunrui. Rest assured, uncle, those two cannot possibly overcome him. I suspect Long Tianbiao is merely setting the stage for me to confront Guochangda alongside him. Bai Yunrui reassured Jiang Ping with a wave of her hand. Bai Yunrui could see clearly that one was a debaucher and the other a sly schemer, yet in terms of martial prowess, even combined, they posed no match for Long Tianbiao. Zhang Xiaoxi and Gung Si, being sworn brothers, had fought alongside each other for a considerable time and had bested many formidable opponents together. Thus, upon hearing Long Tianbiao's boastful words, they exchanged excited glances before leaping towards him. Long Tianbiao unsheathed his blood-drenched blade, executing a sweeping strike that forced the pair to halt in their tracks. Then he leaped behind them in an instant. Zhang Xiaoxi and Gung Si had never witnessed such speed. Before they could react, they felt a chilling pressure as Long Tianbiao's blade descended upon them. Without time to think, they both executed a roll to evade the attack. Long Tianbiao advanced a step, aiming his blood-drenched blade directly at Zhang Xiaoxi's head. With no other choice, Zhang Xiaoxi raised his ordinary sword in defense. However, his weapon was no match for Long Tianbiao's formidable blade, which cleaved Zhang Xiaoxi's sword in two, leaving him pale and resigned to his fate. Long Tianbiao, instead of delivering a fatal blow, struck Zhang Xiaoxi unconscious and kicked him towards Jiang Ping and the others. Bai Yunrui stepped forward to catch Zhang Xiaoxi. Glancing down and noting the resemblance between them, realizing why Zhang Yuqiu had mistaken her for him, Jiang Ping gestured to Lu Shiji and Shen Mingjie, commanding, "You two need not concern yourselves with anything else, just keep an eye on him. If anyone attempts to seize him, eliminate them immediately. Rest assured, uncle." Lu Shiji replied as they restrained Zhang Xiaoxi like a lifeless dog. Witnessing Zhang Xiaoxi fall in mere moments filled Gengxi with dread, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Faced with two opponents he could not match, he sought to flee. Long Tianbiao, Relentless, propelled Zhang Xiaoxi away, then swiftly confronted Gengxi. His blade slicing through Gengxi's garments without drawing blood, yet the sheer terror forced Gengxi to faint. Long Tianbiao, astonished by Gengxi's fragility, clicked his tongue in disbelief before kicking him aside. Lu Jingjie and Lu Yujie, under Jiang Ping's orders, kept watch over Gengxi. Guochangda, look at the incompetence you harbor under your wing. With just a scare, they fainted. Is the Lotus Flower sect truly filled with such warriors? Long Tianbiao taunted. How dare you insult the Lotus Flower sect? You, a mere child, have no right to mock us. Guochangda seethed, brandishing his measuring stick in readiness for battle. Master, do not be enraged. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow my brothers to handle him, came a voice from behind Guochangda. Turning, he found three of his disciples, Changshu Wangongye Liang, Changlu Wangongye Ji, and Changfu Wangongye Shan, who were all products of his training and possessed remarkable skills. Very well. Exercise caution, Guochangda replied with a smile. Master, leave it to us. We shall handle this with ease, the disciples assured him as they approached Long Tianbiao. Long Tianbiao, do you know my name? Changshu Wangongye Liang announced, brandishing his sword. I do not. What is your esteemed name? Long Tianbiao inquired, intrigued by the age of his opponent. Listen closely. I am Changshu Wangongye Liang, the direct disciple of Taoist Guochangda, he proclaimed with pride. Changshu, an interesting title. Imbued with meaning, Long Tianbiao remarked, intrigued. Indeed, have you heard of it? Gongye Liang asked with a smile. Never, Long Tianbiao replied, shaking his head. Gongye Liang was incensed, nearly tearing out his beard. You insolent brat, behold my blade. Despite witnessing Long Tianbiao's previous prowess in subduing Zhang Xiaoxi and Gengxi, Gongye Liang felt confident in his own abilities, believing he surpassed Zhang Xiaoxi. Seeing Long Tianbiao's agile movements, he deduced that his skills were not as formidable as they seemed, prompting him to step forward. However, realizing the sharpness of Long Tianbiao's blade, he too drew his own weapon. As Gongye Liang attempted to strike Long Tianbiao's left arm, Long Tianbiao remained unfazed. He unsheathed his blood-drenched blade and aimed it at Gongye Liang's single sword. Gongye Liang understood that his blade could not match Long Tianbiao's, so he quickly withdrew, seizing the moment when Long Tianbiao's attack faltered to thrust at his right side. Long Tianbiao's blade, crafted in the style of a tang sword, was narrow yet long. As Gongye Liang aimed for his right side, Long Tianbiao stepped back, rotating his body to execute a sweeping upward strike. Gongye Liang intended to pursue the attack, but found himself forced to dodge as Long Tianbiao's blade sliced through the air toward him. Recognizing that Gongye Liang was only slightly superior to Zhang Xiaoxi, Long Tianbiao advanced, aiming for Gongye Liang's neck with his long blade. Gongye Liang quickly employed a defensive maneuver to evade the strike, then rolled forward, thrusting his sword at Long Tianbiao's abdomen. This unexpected attack caught Long Tianbiao off guard. Yet he remained composed. Pulling back his abdomen, he swung his blade, severing Gongye Liang's weapon in two. Gongye Liang, astonished that his strike had failed to harm Long Tianbiao while losing his weapon, was momentarily stunned. In that brief lapse, he paid the price for his distraction. Seizing the opportunity, Long Tianbiao delivered a swift blow, severing Gongye Liang's head from his shoulders, transforming the once Changshu Wang into a short-lived spirit. Witnessing this scene filled Guochangda with profound sorrow. The trio of Gongye Liang had been nurtured under his watchful eye, and the mastery they wielded had been imparted by him alone. The amount of effort he had invested was known only to him, and now, to see Gongye Liang's head taken by Long Tianbiao filled him with a mix of heartache and rage. Chapter 84. The three brothers' companions in the underworld upon witnessing the head of Gongye Liang severed from his body, Gongye Ji, wielding a long staff, charged directly towards Long Tianbiao, swinging his weapon with fierce intent. Who dares to approach? Have you lived so long only to disregard the rules of engagement? Long Tianbiao dodged, evading the staff aimed at him. You insolent young man. I am Gongye Ji, the younger brother of the man you just killed. How dare you act with such cruelty at such a tender age? I shall not forgive you. Gongye Ji shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Long Tianbiao. Oh, it seems not only are you my elder, but your tongue is quite adept as well. However, know this, combat relies on genuine skill, not mere bravado. Long Tianbiao retorted dismissively. How exasperating. Long Tianbiao, you infuriate me. Prepare to face my wrath. Gongye Ji swung his staff down upon Long Tianbiao's head. With a swift motion, Long Tianbiao evaded the first strike. Gong Yizhi, undeterred, followed up with a flick of his wrist, propelling the staff upwards before thrusting it towards Long Tianbiao's abdomen. Long Tianbiao countered deftly, pressing down with his left wrist and redirecting Gong Yizhi's staff away. Not to be disheartened, Gong Yizhi twirled the staff around his waist while advancing on Long Tianbiao. In a moment of agility, Long Tianbiao leaped into the air, landing upon Gong Yizhi's staff. The sudden weight caused Gong Yizhi to struggle, raising his arms in an effort to lift it, while Long Tianbiao used the momentum to leap back a considerable distance. As Gong Yizhi charged forward once more, Long Tianbiao raised his hand and called out, "Hold. Do not proceed." Hearing the call, Gong Yizhi halted and, holding his staff aloft, inquired, "Are you afraid?" Long Tianbiao? "Not at all," replied Long Tianbiao, shaking his head dismissively. "Then do you intend to concede?" Gong Yizhi pressed, his eyes narrowed. "Certainly not." Long Tianbiao continued to deny. "Then why call for a pause?" Gong Yizhi asked, perplexed. "Gong Yizhi, I have discerned your skills. You are not my equal. Considering your age and the effort it took to hone your abilities, alongside the fact that your elder brother has already fallen, I shall pardon your reckless aggression. Withdraw now." Long Tianbiao suggested kindly. "How dare you? I am nearly driven to madness." "Fight me," Gong Yizhi exclaimed, seething with rage. "Alas, it is difficult to dissuade a fool. If you seek to join your brother, then allow me to assist you on your journey." Long Tianbiao scoffed, his patience wearing thin. With a flourish, Gong Yizhi executed a sweeping strike aimed at Long Tianbiao's waist. Standing firm, Long Tianbiao rotated his wrist, the blade of his weapon glinting as he effortlessly severed a segment from Gong Yizhi's staff. Undeterred, Gong Yizhi swung again, this time aiming for Long Tianbiao's head. Long Tianbiao remained steadfast, leaning back slightly, then raised his weapon to slice Gong Yizhi's staff down to a mere length of 4 feet. Yet Gong Yizhi refused to relent, wielding the shortened staff and striking down towards Long Tianbiao. With a decisive motion, Long Tianbiao countered, reducing the staff to a mere foot in length. To his surprise, the severed piece fell and struck him on the head, causing a momentary embarrassment rather than pain. "Receive my blade." Long Tianbiao Chapter 85, the Zen monk of the Golden Palm Zhang Xiaoxi remarked to Guochangda, "Why use a cleaver to kill a chicken?" Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoxi was captured alive. Gongye Liang and his 2 companions echoed the same sentiment, only to meet their fate at the hands of Long Tianbiao. Now, upon hearing this phrase, Guochangda felt tears welling up. This was no mere chicken, but at the very least a young calf. The next time he heard someone utter, "Why use a cleaver to kill a chicken?" a shiver ran down his spine. Who was this person? Could their martial prowess surpass that of his 3 beloved disciples? Turning around, Guochangda recognized the Zen monk of the Golden Palm, who indeed possessed greater strength than Gongye Liang and his companions. "Zen master, do you intend to confront him?" Guochangda inquired with a smile. "Ba, the words of the Grand Master are not unfounded. The sword-aster Zhu Liang met his demise at his hands. Today, I seek to measure my skills against him," replied the Zen monk. "What? You mean Zhu Liang was slain by Long Tianbiao?" "Not Su Liang," Guochangda exclaimed in astonishment. "Whoever said it was Su Liang?" The Zen monk looked at Guochangda in confusion. "I only mentioned the Kaifeng Prefecture. I never specified whether it was Su Liang or Long Tianbiao." Guochangda felt speechless. "You bald monk, if you had clarified your words, would I have sent them to their doom?" Now, it was too late for regrets. Guochangda could only hope that the Zen monk would avenge the fallen by defeating Long Tianbiao. "Zen master, please be cautious," Guochangda warned, concerned that the monk might encounter unforeseen troubles. "Fear not," the Zen monk reassured as he wielded his handy chain spade and stepped forward. Long Tianbiao, noticing this, remarked, "Ah, this old fellow has arrived at the Lotus Temple. It seems he wishes to meet his Buddha in the West." Ba, Long Tianbiao, when you captured my disciple Wang Shan, did you foresee this day?" the Zen monk inquired. "Bald monk, we've barely begun. Why the rush? Do you wish to pay homage to the Buddha in the West?" Long Tianbiao retorted, casting a disdainful glance. "You." The Zen monk, enraged by Long Tianbiao's words, brandished his spade, ready to strike. "Hold on." Just as he swung the spade, a voice called out, nearly causing him to lose his balance. He quickly grounded his weapon and looked up to see who had interrupted, nearly straining his back. "Biaozi, you've fought several rounds already. Let me handle the Zen monk." Bai Yunrui, the jade-faced little Dharma, said as he brandished his golden-scaled lightning blade beside Long Tianbiao. "Uncle, those opponents were no challenge for me," Long Tianbiao waved dismissively. This Zen monk possesses considerable skill if you continue to engage him. Guo Changda will have to face him alone, and I cannot guarantee victory, Bai Yunrui cautioned. Long Tianbiao pondered for a moment. You have a point. I shall take my leave for now. Uncle, I entrust this bald monk to you. Do not be polite. Send him to meet the Buddha in the West. Long Tianbiao declared. Rest assured. Bai Yunrui replied, suppressing a smile, though he felt somewhat embarrassed. Hearing Long Tianbiao's words made the Zen monk tremble with rage, wishing to reduce Long Tianbiao to mere pulp with his spade. However, with Long Tianbiao's departure, he had no choice but to unleash his wrath upon Bai Yunrui. This marked their second encounter, and neither exchanged pleasantries. They launched directly into combat. The Zen monk swung his spade, aiming a crescent strike at Bai Yunrui's neck. Bai Yunrui remained grounded, leaning back to evade the blow, then countered with his golden-scaled lightning blade aimed at the Zen monk's right hand. The Zen monk retracted his weapon and executed a move known as clouds covering the sky, attempting to strike Bai Yunrui. Bai Yunrui flipped backward to dodge the attack and seized the opportunity to step forward, planting his foot on the Zen monk's spade, then slashing at the monk's neck with his lightning blade. Unfazed by the spade being pinned, the Zen monk swiftly twirled it and executed a technique, pulling back his weapon, which then jabbed forward, intercepting Bai Yunrui's strike. The Zen monk's spade bore a mark from the impact. Bai Yunrui, with a flick of his wrist, redirected the blade and unleashed a powerful downward strike, targeting the spade's handle. Realizing the danger, the Zen monk quickly released his grip and kicked the spade, propelling it skyward. The force behind his kick was immense, sending the spade soaring toward Bai Yunrui. Employing the technique taught by Xiahou Ren, Bai Yunrui deftly placed his left hand on the spade and retreated a step to mitigate the force, then pushed it leftward, sending it flying away. Yet the Zen monk, as swift as lightning, instantly reached the spade's location and seized it. Bai Yunrui, you are impressive, the Zen monk conceded, acknowledging Bai Yunrui's superior skill over his disciple Wang Shuan. He then readied his spade and executed a flurry of strikes, pressing the attack against Bai Yunrui. As Bai Yunrui defended himself while retreating, the Zen monk's spade became marred with numerous scars. Unanticipated by the Zen monk, Bai Yunrui proved to be a formidable opponent, prompting him to unleash a series of relentless techniques, offering no respite to Bai Yunrui. Having returned to Liang, Bai Yunrui had scarcely enjoyed a few days of comfort when he was wrongfully accused by Zhang Xiaoxi and imprisoned. Although his basic needs were met, the lack of training left him feeling strained, drenched in sweat. Guo Changda, look at their fierce battle. Why not let them cease for a moment? And let us have a go? Long Tianbiao suggested, concerned for Bai Yunrui's safety. What? You want us to spar? Guo Changda queried, astonished. While it was acceptable to pause the duel between the Zen monk and Bai Yunrui, the audacity of Long Tianbiao challenging him was astonishing, akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. As a monk, he was inclined to promote goodwill, fulfilling the aspirations of the devotees. Yet he worried that Long Tianbiao might alter his mind. Indeed, just the two of us, Long Tianbiao affirmed, brandishing his blood-draining knife with a grin. I've heard the Grandmaster's celestial measuring rod is remarkably powerful. My knife yearns for a worthy opponent. Such audacity. You are truly worthy of being the disciple of the renowned hero Su Liang, Guo Changda praised. Stroking his beard before addressing the fighters, Zen Master, please stand down. The Zen monk executed a lion's rise, pushing Bai Yunrui aside, then took a step back to create distance. Grandmaster, what is your command? He panted. Let the Zen monk rest. I shall apprehend Long Tianbiao first, Guo Changda instructed. Gesturing toward Long Tianbiao, the Zen monk, though fatigued, reluctantly retreated with his spade back to the Lotus Temple's camp. Upon hearing Guo Changda's proclamation, Bai Yunrui nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Biaozi intended to challenge Guo Changda? Chapter 86. Daoist Fiyun and Guo Changda as Bai Yunrui and the Zen monk Jin Zhangfua engaged in their contest, panting heavily from exhaustion. Long Tianbiao unexpectedly declared his intention to challenge Guo Changda, nearly causing Bai Yunrui to drop his jaw in disbelief. Why would you take it upon yourself to challenge Guo Changda? Bai Yunrui inquired as he approached Long Tianbiao. Uncle, rest well for now. If I find myself unable to continue, you must step in, and we shall confront him together, Long Tianbiao advised. Biaozi, you, be careful. Bai Yunrui realized that Long Tianbiao was concerned that if he exhausted himself in the duel with Jin Zhangfua, they would stand no chance against Guo Changda. Therefore, Long Tianbiao intended to hold off Guo Changda for a moment, granting himself a brief respite, though it was a perilous strategy. Do not worry, uncle. When faced with the strong, outsmart them. When faced with the weak, overpower them. This is what Guo Changda has taught me. Long Tianbiao reassured Bai Yunrui with a pat on the hand. Very well. Bai Yunrui nodded, hastily beginning to regulate his breath. Long Tianbiao, what are you waiting for? Is your blade not itching for action? Why does it remain sheathed? Guo Changda urged impatiently. Guo Changda, at your age, you should possess more patience than I. Why the haste? Are you eager to see your 3 disciples? Long Tianbiao retorted, stepping out of his camp to face Guo Changda with a smile. What need do I have for them? They are already deceased. Guo Changda instinctively shook his head, then realized, no, this fellow must be jesting with me. Long Tianbiao, cease your prattle and show me your true capabilities, Guo Changda commanded. Very well, today I shall engage you in 300 exchanges. Long Tianbiao declared boldly. Indeed, you possess quite the spirit. However, boasting is but wind, and Mount Tai was not built in a day. Let us see how much skill you truly possess. If I allow you to last 30 exchanges against me, I might as well discard this celestial measuring ruler. Guo Changda scoffed. Long Tianbiao acknowledged the truth in Guo Changda's words. After all, he was the grandmaster of the Lotus Flower sect, far beyond what he could contend with at present. Guo Changda, if I managed to endure 30 exchanges, it would not merely concern the celestial measuring ruler, Long Tianbiao retorted, pursing his lips. I. Guo Changda felt an urge to strike Long Tianbiao dead. The mere utterance of his words seemed to shorten his lifespan. Enough of your banter. Let me see the extent of your abilities. Guo Changda grasped the celestial measuring ruler firmly. The 2 celestial measuring rulers weighed a total of 70 jin. The left one weighed 32 jin, while the right weighed 38 jin, all forged from pure steel, their surfaces glimmering under the moonlight after multiple applications of gold water. Come. Let me demonstrate my swordsmanship. Long Tianbiao pushed with his left thumb, and the blood-soaked sunset blade flew from its sheath. He then grasped the hilt with his right hand. Twirling it skillfully, the blade's tip aimed directly at Guo Changda. Seeing this, Guo Changda swung the celestial measuring ruler downwards toward Long Tianbiao's head. Long Tianbiao rolled to the side and struck at Guo Changda's legs with his long blade. Guo Changda leaped 3 feet into the air, propelling himself with his legs, and once again swung the celestial measuring ruler toward Long Tianbiao. Hearing the air-slicing sound from the celestial measuring ruler, Long Tianbiao understood that its force was extraordinary. Thus, he evaded again, employing the Tai Chi Yin-Yang swordsmanship taught by Wang Yuan. He stepped in a swift, agile manner, striking left and right in rapid succession, creating a standoff with Guo Changda. Long Tianbiao, what connection do you have with the ancient Buddha of 10,000 years? How did you acquire his Tai Chi Yin-Yang swordsmanship? Guo Changda pressed, forcing Long Tianbiao back with the celestial measuring ruler. Oh, you recognize this swordsmanship? Long Tianbiao chuckled, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath. Guo Changda, as the grandmaster of the Lotus Flower sect, certainly pressed him to his limits with just a few moves. Is there anyone in the martial world unaware of the ancient Buddha of 10,000 years and his disciple, the murmuring Arhat? Guo Changda scoffed. But you have yet to explain how you learned this swordsmanship. This is a long story. Long Tianbiao coughed slightly. In the grand scheme of the world, what has been divided must unite, and what has united must divide again. No, I am starting off on the wrong foot. Ahem. Many years ago, the ancient Buddha of 10,000 years, the murmuring Arhat, set sail alone, only to find himself on a deserted island inhabited by a tribe of savages. Long Tianbiao, where are you going with this? Guo Changda interrupted, sensing that Long Tianbiao was straying from the point. TSK, consider your age. You lack patience, Long Tianbiao remarked. Looking at Guo Changda, will you speak or not? If not, we shall resume our duel, Guo Changda stated, losing patience with Long Tianbiao's tangents. Speak. We are nearly at the crux of the matter. The leader of the savages on that island was named Wang Yuan, who caught the attention of the ancient Buddha and was taught martial arts. Later, he was given the nickname Wild Old Man from overseas by the esteemed swordsman Pu Duel. I encountered him at Yammen's village, and due to my handsome appearance and martial prowess, we became fast friends across generations. He imparted upon me several moves of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang swordsmanship, Long Tianbiao explained. Ah, I see. Guo Changda nodded, mentally noting the name of Wang Yuan, the wild old man from overseas. He disregarded Long Tianbiao's self-praise regarding his looks and martial skills. Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's account, Guo Changda felt reassured. Long Tianbiao's relationship with the wild old man from overseas posed no threat, and even if he were to slay him, the ancient Buddha of 10,000 years would not intervene. Guo Changda, are you concerned that I might have a connection with the ancient Buddha of 10,000 years? Hence your inquiry? Long Tianbiao queried. Indeed, since you have no ties to the ancient Buddha, then you shall lie down for me today, Guochangda proclaimed, charging at Long Tianbiao with the celestial measuring ruler raised. You are not worthy of the ancient Buddha's intervention. My elder brother Wang Yuan could easily handle your master. Let alone you, Long Tianbiao declared, brandishing the blood-soaked sunset blade as he resumed combat with Guochangda. This time, however, Guochangda did not hold back, wielding the celestial measuring ruler with ferocity, leaving Long Tianbiao gasping for breath. At this moment, Bai Yunrui had regained his composure, brandishing the golden-scaled lightning blade, ready to leap into action. Just then, the sound of gongs echoed from behind the crowd of Kaifeng officials, ringing out, "Ding, ding, ding, fortune teller, fortune teller. Guochangda, would you like me to divine for you and see what fate has in store?" Chapter 87. The humorous swordsman faces Taoist Fei Yin. Guochangda unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, leaving Long Tianbiao gasping for breath. Just as he was about to deliver a heavy blow, the sound of gongs rang out, followed by a voice proclaiming, fortune teller, shall I divine your fate tonight?" With no alternative, Guochangda reluctantly sheathed his measuring ruler, sparing Long Tianbiao. The crowd from the Kaifeng Prefecture rejoiced upon recognizing the newcomer as the humorous swordsman, Zhou Huachang, and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Long Tianbiao silently lamented the timely arrival of Zhou Huachang, for otherwise, he would have surely faced Guochangda's wrath. "Take a breather, I will confront Guochangda," Zhou Huachang cheerfully instructed Long Tianbiao. "Thank you, old swordsman," Long Tianbiao replied with a respectful gesture. "There's no need for such formality among comrades. You and Yunrui are the protagonists here. I am merely lending assistance." Zhou Huachang waved his hand dismissively before striking the gong and stepping forward to face Guochangda. Fortune teller, let me divine your fate," Zhou Huachang declared, his eyes narrowed as he addressed Guochangda. "I foresee bloodshed in your future tonight." The crowd from the Lianhua sect was bewildered by the audacity of this old man to provoke Guochangda. "Revered one, while others may not recognize you, I certainly do." "Zhou Huachang, spare me your theatrics and speak plainly," Guochangda retorted, eyeing Zhou Huachang with disdain. "Guochangda, at your age, how can you be so reckless? To dare capture the 8th prince? Do you not know that he is the emperor's uncle? Your actions violate the law of the land and invite calamity upon the Lianhua sect," Zhou Huachang admonished. "You need not waste your breath, Zhou. I did indeed seize the foolish uncle of the tyrant, for he dared to investigate the Lianhua sect," Guochangda replied defiantly. "And as for your involvement with the 3 doors, your actions towards the Lianhua sect are equally ruthless. Jiangping, Su Liang, and the others, having risen from the green forest, now aid the tyrant in quelling the very forest they once belonged to. They are traitors." "Humph. It is truly difficult to reason with a fool," Zhou Huachang sighed. "If that is the case, I shall say no more. Let us settle this with our skills. If you capture me, the Lianhua sect is yours to command. If I capture you, your fate will be no better." "Very well. Let me witness the prowess of Taoist Fei Yun," Zhou Huachang declared, no longer willing to waste words. Setting aside the gong, he revealed his sharp gaze, and both opponents unleashed their formidable energies, wielding their weapons with deadly intent. The bamboo staff in Zhou Huachang's hand was a treasure known as the Zawupan Longzhao, its spearhead honed to pierce through steel and defeat formidable martial arts. The 2 combatants engaged fiercely, Guochangda swinging his measuring ruler down upon Zhou Huachang, who met the attack head-on, their weapons colliding with a thunderous clash. Guochangda's ruler was sent flying 2 feet into the air from the impact, sending jolts through his wrist, while Zhou Huachang's arms ached from the force. Both warriors knew they faced a worthy adversary and summoned their utmost focus, employing their most potent techniques. Jiang Ping, lacking the skill to discern the victor, voiced his worries to Bai Yunrui and Long Tianbiao. "Do you think Zhou Huachang can match Guochangda?" "Fourth uncle, their martial arts seem evenly matched. It should result in a stalemate," Bai Yunrui observed. However, Long Tianbiao held a different opinion. In terms of skill, they may be equal. But when it comes to cunning and ruthless tactics, Guochangda holds the upper hand. The fate of masters can turn in an instant. Realizing Zhou Huachang was a formidable opponent, Guochangda devised a cunning plan. As they contended, Guochangda suddenly retreated, momentarily bewildering Zhou Huachang. Just as Zhou Huachang hesitated, Guochangda hurled his measuring ruler at him. Zhou Huachang ducked to evade it, but before he could fully rise, Guochangda's left hand sent another ruler flying toward his chest. With no choice, Zhou Huachang dropped to the ground to avoid the ruler, then swiftly sprang back to his feet, intent on taking advantage of Guochangda's apparent vulnerability. Yet, Unbeknownst to him, Guo Changda was quicker. He leaped forward to deliver a decisive blow. Long Tianbiao, anxious for Zhou Huachang's safety, gripped a small flying dagger in his right hand, ready to intervene at a critical moment. Sensing the dire situation, he shouted, "Look out for the flying dagger." The dagger shot towards Guo Changda's neck like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, Guo Changda had already struck Zhou Huachang, albeit not with full force. But the impact was nonetheless significant, causing Zhou Huachang to stagger forward and spit blood. "Despicable villain, take this!" Long Tianbiao roared, brandishing his bloody blade at Guo Changda. Bai Yunrui rushed to Zhou Huachang's side, checking on his condition. Zhou Huachang retrieved a vial of medicine from his belongings, consuming several pills to stabilize his injuries. With Zhou's condition under control, Bai Yunrui unleashed her golden silk dragon scale lightning strike, charging toward Guo Changda. It must be noted that Guo Changda, with his exceptional martial prowess, managed to hold his ground against the dual assault of Long Tianbiao and Bai Yunrui, even unarmed. At that moment, two robust monks descended the hillside. The first, a burly figure with a purple beard, bore a set of connected spades upon his shoulder. He was Ouyang Chun, the northern hero. The second, somewhat shorter and clad in tattered monk robes, wore worn straw sandals and had a shining bald head, Lu Kong, Bai Yunrui's first master. The drunken Bodhi. "Ba, my dear disciple Yunrui, Tianbiao, the poor monk has arrived," Lu Kong called out. Upon hearing his voice, Long Tianbiao and Bai Yunrui unleashed two swift strikes and then retreated from the fray. Disciple pays respects to master. Bai Yunrui knelt and bowed deeply before Lu Kong. "Greetings to Master Lu Kong, and greetings to Grandfather Ouyang." Long Tianbiao saluted the two venerable figures, his palm raised in respect. Why does he refer to Ouyang Chun as grandfather? Because of the deep bonds Ouyang Chun shares with the five heroes, Long Tianbiao, as Su Liang's disciple, humbly accepted his role as a grandson. Chapter 88. The broken agreement. Elder Ling Kong confronted Bai Yunrui and Long Tianbiao, questioning their audacity to challenge Guo Changda. He expressed his concern, stating that if they arrived too late, their lives might be at stake. It turned out that Elder Ling Kong and Ouyang Chun had met at Shanxi, intending to take in the grandeur of the Song dynasty. However, an acquaintance at their inn, well connected with the Kaifeng Prefecture, informed them of Bai Yunrui's predicament. Ouyang Chun and De Wui shared a bond akin to brothers, while Elder Ling Kong was Bai Yunrui's revered mentor. Upon hearing the news, their spirits dampened, and they hastened towards Kaifeng. As night fell and the city gates closed, the duo scaled the walls, racing towards the Lotus Temple upon learning that Jiangping and others had arrived. Their anxiety grew, as arriving late could yield dire consequences. Elder Ling Kong engaged Guo Changda in a heated debate, neither willing to yield, escalating to a potential confrontation. Recognizing Elder Ling Kong as the third of the 8 renowned monks of Shaolin, known as the Mad Monk Drunken Bodhi, Guo Changda furrowed his brow, concocting a plan. "Your numbers are impressive, but do you intend to exhaust me with a war of attrition?" Guo Changda taunted. "Elder Ling Kong, despite your reputation, I fear you not. Shall we wager?" Elder Ling Kong was taken aback. "A wager instead of a duel? What do you propose, Guo Changda?" Bai Yunrui interjected. "What kind of wager?" "You seek the life of Prince Zhao Defong and the capture of the jade-faced little Rulai, Zhang Xiaoxi. Now that we have Zhang Xiaoxi, what of Zhao Defong? Should you wish to relinquish him, I shall execute him," Guo Changda proclaimed. "Your words belittle the authority of the court," Bai Yunrui scoffed. "The prince is the second sovereign of the Song dynasty. We would never abandon him." "Very well, let us wager his life. You have 3 days to breach the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion and rescue Zhao Defong. If you succeed, I shall return him to you. If you fail, his life is forfeit. You, being the son of Bai Yutong, must possess your father's courage, do you not?" Guo Changda challenged. Bai Yunrui, incensed, retorted. "What is there to fear? Uncle, do not fall for this trick. This is Guo Changda's scheme," Long Tianbiao cautioned. "Huh, Long Tianbiao, your cowardice is astonishing. No wonder Bai Yunrui, of similar age, surpasses you in daring," Guo Changda derided. "Is that all you can muster, Guo Changda?" Long Tianbiao scoffed. "Though young, I can discern your schemes." Guo Changda smirked, acknowledging Tianbiao's perceptiveness but doubting his courage to accept the wager. "Let us clarify the terms of our agreement. We shall seek assistance, and you cannot obstruct us. Should your men attempt to intervene and perish, you must not contrive treachery," Long Tianbiao insisted. "Agreed. Let us seal our pact." Guo Changda extended his hand, inquiring which of the two would seal the agreement. Long Tianbiao, eager to expose Guo Changda's treachery, suggested he invoke the Lotus Sect's oath, marking a cross on his forehead, which would compel him to adhere to his word. Seeing Bai Yunrui's impatience, Jiang Ping and Elder Ling Kong realized he was too hasty. Bai Yunrui, without hesitation, slapped Guo Changda's palm thrice, affirming their agreement. Indeed, you are Bai Yutong's son. Embodying his pride, Guo Changda chuckled, satisfied. Enough of your prattle. We have established our terms. Now, take us to Prince Zhao Defeng, Bai Yunrui stated firmly. Of course. I shall lead you to the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion and explain what constitutes a successful breach, Guo Changda replied, beckoning them to follow. Jiang Ping, considering the welfare of their team, entrusted Ouyang Chun with escorting the injured old swordsman and the captured Zhang Xiaoxi back to Kaifeng, while he and Elder Ling Kong proceeded to the Lotus Temple. Guo Changda, leading the way, contemplated his next moves in the event of failure. As they neared the Lotus Temple, Long Tianbiao lamented its impending destruction at Guo Changda's hands, remarking on its ancient beauty. Such a fine temple, soon to be ruined by you, Guo Changda, he sighed. Who knows who will prevail? It is premature to declare such fates, Guo Changda scoffed. Yet, you still have time to retreat. Should you persist in your obstinacy, not even your master, the third-generation monk of the Lotus sect, can withstand the repercussions. Your folly could lead to the downfall of your sect, entangling its elders in your misdeeds, Long Tianbiao warned. Such nonsense. If I eliminate you all, who will care for these trifles? Guo Changda retorted arrogantly. Virtuous individuals are as plentiful as fish in a river. Slaying one Long Tianbiao will only incite thousands more to pursue you, Long Tianbiao declared, igniting the spirits of those around him. Well said, Tianbiao. Jiang Ping and the others echoed, filled with fervor. Yet, Guo Changda felt a chill run down his spine at the implications of Tianbiao's words. Realizing the gravity of the situation with Prince Zhao Defeng, as both parties bore their thoughts, they arrived at the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Guo Changda released the cage, revealing the pitiful sight of Zhao Defeng within, stripped of the dignity befitting a royal. Jiang Ping and his companions, deeply moved, rushed to bow before Zhao Defeng, offering words of comfort and urging him to remain patient as they devised a plan for his rescue. Chapter 89. Lu Shiqi of Nanjing County. After the group advised Guo Changda to treat the 8th virtuous prince, Zhao Defeng, with kindness, they departed from Lianhua Temple and returned to Kaifeng Prefecture. Upon understanding the situation, Bao Zheng urged Jiang Ping and the others to ensure the safe rescue of the 8th virtuous prince before hastening to the palace to report the matter to Emperor Renzong. The emperor, filled with indignation, yearned to dispatch someone to eliminate Guo Changda and destroy Lianhua Temple. Bao Zheng quickly intervened, explaining that the 8th virtuous prince was currently in Guo Changda's custody, rendering any rash action perilous. They could only resolve the issue through the agreed-upon methods of the martial world. Subsequently, Bao Zheng presented the testimonies obtained overnight from Zhang Xiaoxi and Geng Si. After reviewing them, Renzong relayed this information to Peng Ji, leading everyone to realize that a person resembling the 8th virtuous prince had indeed committed the crime, nearly causing the loss of a significant general for the Song dynasty. The emperor promptly issued an edict, absolving Bai Yunrui of suspicion and bestowing 100 taels of gold upon him as consolation, commanding him to spare no effort in rescuing the 8th virtuous prince. Within the Kaifeng Prefecture, the officials were in a state of frantic concern, pondering where to find an expert in mechanisms within 3 days. The Western swordsman Xia Yuqi and the old Peng, who had broken the Chongshao Tower, were both untraceable at that moment. Yunrui, you acted too impulsively. Why did you agree to that wager without hesitation? Where shall we find someone to break the formations in 3 days? Jiang Ping lamented. Bai Yunrui, feeling a twinge of regret, realized he had indeed been rather rash. However, a man of honor must stand by his word, for how could he go back on it? Fourth uncle, do not fret. My uncle was also in a difficult position at that time, Long Tianbiao interjected. Guo Changda's arrogance necessitates this approach to subdue him. Yet, Jiang Ping sighed. But where shall we find someone to break the formations? Lu Wantong, the Iron Buddha assisting them at Yinhuangzhai, was far away in Hangzhou. Even with a fast horse, he could only arrive in 3 days. Isn't there a master craftsman named Lu Shiqi in Nanjing County? Long Tianbiao inquired of Jiang Ping. Before Jiang Ping could respond, Ouyang Chun slapped his forehead in realization. I am truly foolish. With such a master around, the Wanshou Chao Tian Pavilion will surely be no challenge. Ouyang Chun, having a connection with Lu Shiqi, was well aware of his skills. Elder brother, hasten to write a letter to invite him to assist us, Jiang Ping urged. Indeed, time is of the essence, Ouyang Chun agreed, swiftly returning to his quarters to compose the letter. Jiang Ping faced a dilemma regarding who would go to invite Lu Shiqi. With Bao Zheng still in the palace and by Yun Rui's identity as a suspect, and Long Tianbiao bound by his official duties, he reluctantly decided to send the southern hero. Zhang Zhao accepted without hesitation, taking along Jiang Ping's assistant, the stinky tofu Feng Yuan, and set off for Nanjing County with a letter from Jiang Ping and Ouyang Chun. Long Tianbiao, concerned that Lianhua Temple would send someone to interfere, and with Zhang Xiaoxi and Geng Si captured, knew by Yun Rui's identity would soon be restored. He also had to report to the arms factory. So he left a mysterious bag for Jiang Ping to open upon receiving the edict that restored by Yun Rui's freedom. Watching the enigmatic Long Tianbiao, Jiang Ping was somewhat perplexed. Why not speak plainly? Why resort to a mysterious bag, as if he were Zhuge Liang? An hour later, the imperial edict arrived, restoring by Yun Rui's official status and granting him 100 taels of gold as consolation, commanding him to exert all efforts to rescue the 8th virtuous prince without error. Bai Yun Rui, of course, would not refuse. The 8th virtuous prince had been captured while undercover due to his own affairs. And even if he were not a second-rank general of the court, he must do his utmost. It was only when Bao Zheng inquired about Long Tianbiao that Jiang Ping remembered the mysterious bag left for him at the Jia family old shop. Be cautious and avoid losses. The Buddha of Chan appears in Nanjing County. To rescue, one must rely on the little Dharma. Jiang Ping pondered this and promptly dispatched by Yun Rui and Lu Shiji as the second wave to Nanjing County, both to alert the southern hero Zhan Zhao to be wary of the Jia family old shop, and to enable by Yun Rui to confront the Golden Palm Buddha of Chan. Long Tianbiao sensed that this time, inviting help would be a matter of mere excitement rather than danger. And thus he felt at ease to check the progress of firecracker production at the gunpowder workshop. In recent days, Ling Tong had dedicated himself to producing over 20 sets of 50 firecrackers, and Long Tianbiao personally funded the labor fees for the participants. He then took these firecrackers back to hand over to Lu Fang. Su Qing accompanied Su Liang back to their hometown to prepare for the wedding, while Lu Fang and Han Zhang planned to arrive closer to the wedding date. Therefore, Long Tianbiao packaged the firecrackers and clearly communicated the precautions to Lu Fang before the two elders set off. Originally, Jiang Ping, the 5 righteous ones, and Fang Shuan should have accompanied Lu Fang, but due to the urgency of the 8th virtuous prince's situation, everyone remained occupied and had to entrust Lu Fang and Han Zhang to convey their blessings. 2 days later, Zhan Zhao and Bai Yun Rui, accompanied by 2 others, returned to Kaifeng Prefecture with a horse-drawn carriage, within which was the master craftsman Lu Shiqi, bearing a small medicine chest. Upon their reunion, Lu Shiqi promptly inquired about the geography of Lianhua Temple. Fang Shuan, having entered the Wanshou Chao Tian Pavilion thrice, was well versed in its layout, thus volunteering to create a map, while Lu Shiqi took the opportunity to rest. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping engaged by Yun Rui in conversation about the situation in Nanjing County. Upon learning that Guochangda had indeed dispatched the Golden Palm Buddha of Chan to obstruct them, they all felt a wave of apprehension. Thankfully, Long Tianbiao's mysterious bag had provided guidance. Otherwise, Zhan Zhao and Feng Yuan would have faced dire consequences. Yet, upon hearing that the Golden Palm Buddha of Chan had been injured by Bai Yun Rui, they were all somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Guochangda might reconsider his course of action. Nevertheless, with the situation as it stood, they could only proceed. Once Fang Shuan completed the map, Lu Shiqi took it, meticulously calculating and sketching the various ambush points. When Lu Shiqi's map was finished, the group instructed Jiang Ping to begin assigning tasks. Jiang Ping commanded by Yun Rui to lead the little 4 righteous ones to attack from the east, targeting the Central Earth, while Long Tianbiao would guide the little 7 heroes from the west, also aiming for the Central Earth. Zhan Zhao would command Zhonglin, Feng Yuan, and others to assault from the south, while he himself would lead Zhang Zhao and the remaining members from the north against the Central Earth. Each individual took their respective maps to familiarize themselves with their assigned areas, while the northern hero Ouyang Chun and the mad monk Zui Putai closed their eyes in meditation, awaiting the night to confront Guochangda. As the lanterns were lit, Jiang Ping issued the order, and everyone hurried towards Lianhua Temple. Chapter 90, The 10,000 Beasts Ascend to the Sky Pavilion as the narrative unfolds. Long Tianbiao leads the 7 heroes to the west gate of the Pavilion of 10,000 Beasts. Upon entering, they traverse a path that culminates in a staircase of 13 steps, beyond which lies a grand blue door adorned with a crimson plaque inscribed with the characters Gung Xing. This path is rife with concealed dangers, and according to Lu Shiqi's calculations, Long Tianbiao and his companions must advance with caution, taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, taking the lead. Long Tianbiao adheres strictly to this protocol. Seeing no immediate threats, the others follow suit. Upon reaching the steps, Lu Shiji is the first to ascend. Complying with Lu Shiqi's directive to walk in pairs rather than singly, proceeding step by step until he stands before the door. The remaining members follow suit, with Long Tianbiao covering the rear. Once everyone is gathered at the entrance, Long Tianbiao gestures for Lu Shiji and the others to split and conceal themselves on either side. He grasps the copper ring on the door, twisting it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right before swiftly dropping to the ground. Suddenly, the grand door swings open, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, each the size of a fist, which continue to erupt until over 100 have been expelled, finally subsiding. The group, including Shinmingjia, breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that without Mr. Lu's guidance, they might have walked directly into a fiery demise. Once the fireballs cease, Long Tianbiao leads the group onward, arriving at a corridor. Without warning, the ground heaves, revealing a blue leopard that strides forth to confront them. Upon seeing the leopard halt, the brash Lu Shiji brandishes his golden hammers, eager to mount it. "What are you doing?" Lu Shiji, aware of Lu Shiji's impetuous nature, quickly intervenes, pulling him back. "Did Mr. Lu not say that leopards provide transport?" Lu Shiji inquires, puzzled. Lu Shiji clarifies, Mr. Lu referred specifically to the red leopard. This blue one is armed with blades, mounting it would spell disaster. "Ah, I only remembered it was a leopard, not the color," Lu Shiji sheepishly admits. Lu Shiji rolls his eyes, exasperated, recognizing Lu Shiji's lack of foresight. Long Tianbiao, wielding the blood-draining blade, activates a mechanism on the leopard's tail, prompting it to stride to the end of the corridor before vanishing into the ground. Shortly thereafter, a red leopard appears to provide their transport. Long Tianbiao gestures, and Lu Shiji is the first to mount it, safely reaching the other end. The red leopard then returns for Lu Shiji. Once everyone is crossed, Long Tianbiao is the last to mount the red leopard, arriving beside the others before prodding its tail, prompting the leopard to turn and retreat to its original position. Long Tianbiao then guides the group through the corridor, arriving before the central earth of Wu and Ji. At this juncture, Bai Yunrui and Shanxi await their arrival, having reached the location slightly earlier due to their more rapid journey. The other 2 groups soon follow suit, and upon confirming everyone's safety, Lu Shiqi finally breathes easier. The group collaborates to enter the central earth of Wu and Ji, where Jiang Ping, following Lu Shiqi's instructions, swiftly locates and secures the mechanism within the hall. Fang Shuan, having witnessed Guo Changda operate the trap against the 8 virtuous kings, hastens to the mechanism to lower the cage. As Jiang Ping and the others prepare to pay their respects to the 8 virtuous kings, they are startled to discover the cage is utterly empty. "Alas, we have fallen into the trap of that wicked sorcerer," Jiang Ping exclaims, slapping his thigh in frustration. "We must leave at once. Guo Changda likely has further schemes." Ouyang Chun, seasoned in the ways of the martial world, urgently beckons the group to depart. "Haha, Ouyang Chun, your intuition serves you well. Indeed, I have other plans." Alas, your realization comes too late. Guo Changda's voice echoes ominously behind them. "Guo Changda, do you not possess a shred of shame? Your words are as empty as the wind. Is this the conduct of your Lianhua sect?" Bai Yunrui seethes, nearly bursting with indignation as she points an accusatory finger at him. "Humph, Bai Yunrui, this is all you're doing. Had you not gravely injured the golden palm Buddha, I would not have been forced to go back on my word." Guo Changda retorts with a chuckle. "Now that you all have gathered, there is no chance of escape." With a wave of his hand, a cadre of elder Taoists emerges around them, each brandishing bows and arrows aimed at the inhabitants of Kaifeng Prefecture. "Guo Changda, are you truly intent on exterminating us all?" Long Tianbiao demands. "Indeed, should anyone choose to surrender, I may grant them a reprieve." Guo Changda scoffs. "Very well, if that is your stance. Do not blame me for what follows." Long Tianbiao declares, producing a handful of black spheres to distribute among the 7 heroes, Shanxi and Bai Yunrui, instructing them to ignite them and hurl them at the feet of the archers. Noticing their furtive actions, Guo Changda's apprehension grows. "Shoot them down," he commands, and arrows rain down like a deluge upon the people of Kaifeng Prefecture. As the saying goes, a general fears not blades and spears, but rather the piercing of iron. The group hastily brandishes their weapons in defense. Just as Long Tianbiao ignites the spheres and sees the impending danger, he shouts, "Throw." The spheres are hurled towards the feet of the archers, and the group quickly raises their weapons to fend off the arrows. Lu Shiji's hammers swing a moment too late, resulting in an arrow striking his thigh. Long Tianbiao, positioned nearby, assists him in warding off the arrows while urging him to assess his injury. The black spheres land at the feet of the archers, their fuses still igniting, yet the Taoists, unfamiliar with such devices, dismiss them as mere projectiles. A few of the elders, struck by the spheres, wince in pain. Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions erupt as the black spheres detonate, obliterating the nearby Taoists, while those further away are violently thrown back. Guo Changda, momentarily stunned, perceives the chaos and is left dumbfounded as he witnesses his comrades dispatched in such a manner. The residents of Kaifeng Prefecture, having never encountered such explosive force, find themselves momentarily deafened, unable to hear even shouts from their companions beside them. As they anxiously question one another about their safety amidst the din, seizing the opportunity, Long Tianbiao brandishes the blood-draining blade and rushes toward Guo Changda's position. As the smoke clears, he spots Guo Changda and swiftly draws forth a small throwing knife, aiming for his chest. Despite being temporarily deafened, Guo Changda's years of experience in the martial world kick in as he readies himself with his measuring ruler. However, Long Tianbiao's small throwing knife is both swift and precise, and by the time Guo Changda notices, it is almost upon him. The ruler barely deflects the knife, altering its course, leaving Guo Changda's chest unharmed but inflicting a cut on his left arm. Enraged, he realizes he has been ambushed by the audacious Long Tianbiao after years without injury. As Long Tianbiao charges, Guo Changda retaliates, swinging his measuring ruler toward him. Unprepared for Guo Changda's rapid recovery, Long Tianbiao dodges the incoming strike and swings the blood-draining blade in a relentless assault, as if intent on dismembering him. Elder Liang, hearing the deafening explosions for the first time, momentarily loses focus. Seeing Long Tianbiao rushing toward Guo Changda, he comprehends the gravity of the situation and knows that Long Tianbiao is prepared to confront Guo Changda in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, aware of the disparity in their martial prowess, Elder Liang shouts and follows closely behind Long Tianbiao. Unbeknownst to the others, their ears still ringing from the blasts, they fail to hear Elder Liang's urgent call, remaining in a state of confusion, anxiously inquiring among themselves about the unfolding chaos. Chapter 91. Driving away Guo Changda's left arm was injured, rendering his left hand's celestial measuring tool less agile than usual. However, he could still manage against Long Tianbiao. The presence of Elder Liang, though, would certainly complicate matters. Seizing the opportunity while Elder Liang had yet to arrive, Guo Changda launched a fierce assault on Long Tianbiao, compelling him to retreat. In haste, he turned and fled outside. Guo Changda, return at once. Long Tianbiao, incensed at Guo Changda's attempt to escape, hurled a bomb towards him from his pocket and then unleashed a flurry of throwing knives. Guo Changda had recently witnessed the black orb explode, sending nearby Taoists flying and leaving them in disarray. Fearful of lingering, he sprinted forward with all his might. The thunderous explosions behind him forced Guo Changda to disregard his status as the Grand Master of the Lotus Sect, narrowly evading Long Tianbiao's flying knives. Long Tianbiao relentlessly pursued him, intermittently tossing bombs that terrified Guo Changda into continuous flight. As for Guo Changda's archers, those who had not perished or been maimed by the explosions had already vanished without a trace. Jiangping, Liang, and others, worried that Long Tianbiao might be ambushed, hurriedly followed in pursuit. Seeing that Long Tianbiao was on his tail and had nearly turned the Lotus Temple into ruins, Guo Changda, while sprinting desperately, lamented, Long Tianbiao, we bear no enmity over a murdered father, nor any grievance over a stolen wife. Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? Guo Changda, your shamelessness knows no bounds. You speak with deceit. What purpose does your survival serve? Long Tianbiao, having nearly exhausted his supply of throwing knives, noticed that while Guo Changda had not sustained new wounds, his robe was shredded, resembling petals scattered by a celestial maiden, quite a spectacle. Do you still wish to preserve the life of that muddled King Zhao Defang? Guo Changda grasped at this final straw, inquiring of Long Tianbiao. You traitor. You must have already slain the 8th prince. Long Tianbiao, fearing that Guo Changda might leverage the prince's life against them, hastily cast blame upon him. You speak nonsense. Guo Changda, realizing Long Tianbiao was impervious to reason, decided to wait for a more opportune moment. He dared not pause, casting a reluctant glance back at the Lotus Temple, a hint of sorrow in his eyes, before resolutely fleeing beyond its walls. As Long Tianbiao prepared to pursue him outside, Jiangping urgently called out, Tianbiao, halt. We still need to search for the 8th prince. Upon hearing Jiangping mention the 8th prince, Long Tianbiao ceased his chase and began to search for the prince's whereabouts. However, witnessing the destruction he had wrought upon the Lotus Temple filled him with genuine concern. Zhao Defeng, at his advanced age and ailing health, might suffer grievously from the fright he had instigated. The group scoured the remnants of the Lotus Temple but found no trace of the eighth prince, leaving Long Tianbiao with an inexplicable sense of relief. He could not determine whether the absence of Zhao Defeng was a blessing or a curse. With no other option, they returned to Kaifeng with downcast spirits to report the incident at the Lotus Temple to the prefect, Baozheng. Meanwhile, Guochangda, in a state of disarray, returned to the lower hall of the Lotus Temple and sat down with a heavy sigh. Seated beside him were two individuals, one of whom possessed a flying blade on the table, his countenance marked by a sinister expression. This was the bloodhand flying blade, Jiang Honglai, whose weapon was akin to the lethal assassins of the Qing dynasty, capable of claiming lives from great distances. The other was short and gaunt, with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. This was the earth spirit demon, Lu Kuan, the elder brother of the slain flying god demon, Lu Qing. Upon learning of his brother's demise, Lu Kuan was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed and traveled to Kaifeng seeking vengeance against Long Tianbiao. Unexpectedly, he encountered Jiang Honglai along the way, who, upon hearing Lu Kuan's story, brought him to the Lotus Temple. Guochangda intended to eliminate the officials of Kaifeng from the Lotus Temple but worried about Zhao Defeng being discovered. He assigned Jiang Honglai and Lu Kuan to guard Zhao Defeng in the lower hall. Little did he anticipate that Long Tianbiao would launch a surprise attack, decimating his archers with explosive weaponry. Grandmaster, what troubles you? Could it be that Kaifeng harbors such formidable figures? Jiang Honglai, noting Guochangda's disheveled appearance, inquired with concern. Sigh, there are no experts here, Guochangda lamented. It was Long Tianbiao who pursued me. My wounds and torn robe are the result of his throwing knives. Long Tianbiao? Upon hearing the name, Lu Kuan sprang from his seat, eyes ablaze with fury. Is he not the disciple of the great hero Su Liang, the young hero Long Tianbiao? Indeed, it is he, Guochangda replied with a heavy heart. I wish nothing more than to strangle him. Lu Kuan seethed, reminded of his brother Lu Qing, who had perished at the hands of Long Tianbiao. The brothers had been living well in the Eastern Sea until Lu Qing's ill-fated decision to attend a so-called Feast of Heads led to his own demise. Grandmaster, is Long Tianbiao truly that formidable? Jiang Honglai asked urgently. Not at all. While his skills may surpass his peers, he is far below us, Guochangda sighed. Oh, then how? Jiang Honglai hesitated, sensing the closeness of their relationship, and refrained from further inquiry. Guochangda regarded Jiang Honglai and Lu Kuan as allies and thus did not withhold details, recounting the recent events at the Lotus Temple and cautioning them to avoid the fiery black orbs in the future. Realizing that Long Tianbiao not only possessed superior skill but also cleverness and secret weapons, they resolved to approach him with caution henceforth. The three then deliberated on how best to utilize the eighth prince, Zhao Defeng. Grandmaster, let us consider this. Now that we hold Zhao Defeng, we can leverage him to compel the officials of Kaifeng into a contest, urging them to summon formidable experts. While we too can invite the masters of the Lotus sect to ascertain who is superior, Jiang Honglai proposed eagerly. Lu Kuan clapped his hands in agreement. Yes. Since this contest is established due to the eighth prince, let us name it the eighth prince's arena. What say you? Guochangda, inspired by their suggestion, exclaimed, excellent. The idea is indeed brilliant. We shall name it the eighth prince's arena. Let us schedule it for the first day of the eighth month, allowing ample time for both sides to prepare. With their decision made, Guochangda penned a letter, entrusting it to the abbot of the lower hall, Guoda, instructing him to deliver the challenge to the officials of Kaifeng while advising utmost caution to conceal the movements of the lower hall. Chapter 92. Guoda arrives at Kaifeng Prefecture under the Lotus View. Guoda took the letter from Guochangda and hurried towards Kaifeng Prefecture, his heart brimming with resentment. How could the master of the upper view be driven to the lower view, while I, the master of the lower view, am sent to issue a challenge? If you were so formidable, why was the upper view destroyed? Why do you not deliver the challenge yourself? Despite his grievances, Guoda had no choice but to obey Guochangda's orders, for he was merely the master of the lower view. Report. Sir Bao. There is someone outside claiming to be Guochangda, here to issue a challenge, an officer announced. Bao Zheng was inquiring about the daytime events at the Lotus View when the officer's sudden interruption caught him off guard. Who? Did you say who is here to issue a challenge? Jiang Ping, doubting his own hearing, asked. The younger men looked at Long Tianbiao, complaining. It's all your fault with that bomb. It deafened me, and I thought I heard Guochangda coming to our Kaifeng Prefecture. What? You also heard Guochangda? Indeed. Did you hear Guochangda's name as well? Is it not just an illusion? Returning to the master, I assure you, it is indeed Guochangda. He is dressed as a Taoist and claims to be the master of the Lotus View, here to issue a challenge. The officer insisted. Quickly, go fetch Elder Liang and the northern hero Ouyang Chun. Guochangda is walking into a trap. Jiang Ping confirmed the officer's words and urgently sent Feng Yuan to summon his master, Ouyang Chun, and Elder Liang. Ouyang Chun was in the back courtyard meditating with Elder Liang when Feng Yuan rushed in, breathless. Master, Feng Yuan shouted as he ran. Rebellious disciple. What causes you to rush about in such a manner? What a disgrace. Ouyang Chun reprimanded him upon noticing his agitation. Master, Elder Liang, it's dire. Guochangda has come to Kaifeng Prefecture. Feng Yuan exclaimed, panting. Have you lost your senses from the blast? Guochangda would come to Kaifeng Prefecture? Ouyang Chun doubted Feng Yuan's sanity, unable to believe that Guochangda would actually come. Alas, master, I speak the truth. The officer just reported that Guochangda is waiting at the gates of Kaifeng Prefecture. Feng Yuan quickly explained. Is what you say true? Elder Liang asked, sensing that Feng Yuan did not seem to be fabricating. Master, how could I speak falsely? If anyone is speaking nonsense, it is that officer at the gate. But he dared report to Sir Bao, which indicates it is likely true. Feng Yuan lamented his plight, feeling misunderstood and doubted. Let us go see, Elder Liang decided, adhering to the principle of believing in possibilities. Ouyang Chun, seeing Feng Yuan's earnestness and Elder Liang's agreement, followed closely behind as they headed to the front courtyard. Jiang Ping and the others awaited anxiously and, upon seeing Elder Liang and Ouyang Chun arrive, rushed to explain the situation. The two elders quickly followed the crowd towards the main gate. Guoda had been waiting at the gate for quite some time, his frustration building, ready to explode. When he noticed a large group emerging from the prefecture, leading them was a short man with bright eyes and a greasy beard. Wielding a split water dagger, none other than the infamous Jiang Ping. Following him were two large monks, one with a slightly purple face, namely Ouyang Chun and Elder Liang. Shaoqi, Xiaowu, and the other officers trailed behind them. However, upon their emergence, Guoda's presence was not recognized, as an unfamiliar Taoist stood at the entrance. Where is the head of the Guo family? Jiang Ping called out loudly, as Guochangda was visiting. Fourth master, this is the one who claims to be Guochangda. The master of the Lotus View, the reporting officer pointed at the Taoist. Him? Jiang Ping regarded the old Taoist with skepticism, noting his tattered robe and gaunt face, which bore no resemblance to Guochangda's imposing presence. I am Guoda, master of the Lotus View, the old Taoist proclaimed defiantly. Who do you claim to be? Guochangda? The one whose robe I tore with my flying dagger was not in such a state. Long Tianbiao retorted, unable to accept the Taoist's claims. Esteemed guests, you must have misheard. I meant to say, I am Guoda, master of the lower Lotus View. The old Taoist, realizing that maintaining bravado would lead to trouble, hurriedly corrected himself. Guoda? The crowd exhaled in relief, just a single word off. May I inquire what brings you here? Master Guo? Jiang Ping asked. You must be fourth master Jiang? Guoda inquired, recalling Guochangda's description of him. Indeed, that is I, Jiang Ping replied, stroking his greasy beard. Fourth master, is this how you treat your guests in Kaifeng Prefecture? Making me speak in the street? Guoda questioned. My apologies for the oversight. Please, Master Guo. Jiang Ping gestured for everyone to part ways, allowing Guoda to enter the prefecture. Once in the reception hall, the two parties sat across from one another. After sharing tea, Jiang Ping asked Guoda, Master Guo, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Fourth master, esteemed guests, I have come to convey a message from the head of the family. I am here to issue a challenge, Guoda stated, producing the challenge letter from Guochangda and handing it to Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping received the letter and began to read. To his astonishment, the contents incited fury. Outrageous. Disrespectful. Jiang Ping exclaimed, his beard bristling with indignation as he slammed the table. He then passed the letter to Elder Liang. As everyone read the letter, their anger surged. Guochangda has truly gone too far. Indeed, how dare he use the name of the 8 kings to issue a challenge? He knows not the peril he invites. How preposterous. Long Tianbiao remarked, astonished that Guochangda, whose Lotus View had been devastated, would still dare to challenge them. Chapter 93. Both sides begin to rally support, although Jiang Ping and others were filled with indignation. They could not retreat in the face of Guochangda's challenge. Especially since the 8th prince was still in their hands. How could they not comply with his arrangements? Master Jiang. The Grand Master has clearly stated in the letter that on the first day of the 8th month, a platform for the 8 princes will be set up in front of the Lotus Temple, where both sides will invite their champions to determine the victor. If the Kaifeng Prefecture emerges victorious, we shall return the 8th prince to you, should we prevail. You will allow the Lotus Temple to handle the matter as it sees fit, Guo declared. Would Guo Changda truly not go back on his word this time? Long Tianbiao inquired. Rest assured, everyone. In addition to the letter, the Grand Master has instructed me to bring a notice. Once both parties have confirmed the details, we shall sign it. There are 3 copies, one for the Lotus Temple, one for the Kaifeng Prefecture. And the third will be posted in the streets for all to see, Guo explained. Very well, it is settled, Jiangping nodded, took the 3 notices, and after verifying their contents, signed his name and affixed his seal. After receiving the signed notices from Jiangping, Guo departed from the Kaifeng Prefecture and headed toward the Lotus Temple. Following his report to Baojiang, Jiangping began consulting with others on whom to invite as allies. The first letter was dispatched to Amei Mountain, inviting the renowned Baiyun swordsman, Xiahou Ren. And the 4 swords of Amei, even one of them would suffice. The second letter was sent to the Shaolin Temple on Songzhan, where it would be sufficient if either Ouyang Zhonghui or his brother Ouyang Puzhong could attend. Ouyang Chun, worried that his father and uncle might not come, hastily wrote a personal letter to invite them. Letters were also sent to the 5 elders of Qianquan, the 5 elders of Zhongshan, the 4 elders of Chuanqiu, and others, extending invitations to these masters. If half of them were to come, the Lotus Temple would not be a cause for concern. Meanwhile, the Lotus Temple was not idle either. Guo Changda penned a letter to his master, the 3 generations Bhikkhu at the reclining Buddha Temple on Kunlun Mountain. He then sent another letter to Xiaoping Lei, inviting the well-connected 9-headed divine eagle, Jiqingda, the steadfast Gongsun Liang, and 3 leaders from the 3 Teachings Church. Yun Rui, Biaozi, should we call Liangzi back? Jiangping inquired. Grandfather 4, in my opinion, with a month remaining until the 1st of the 8th month, it would suffice to send someone to summon my master later. Let him enjoy a honeymoon at home with his wife for now, Long Tianbiao suggested. Indeed, upon his return, he is likely to be embroiled in catching thieves again. Jiangping sighed. Perhaps he will return of his own accord before the 1st of the 8th month, Long Tianbiao remarked. Seizing the opportunity, he spent his days in the gunpowder workshop and the large furnace workshop. The red-clad cannon was taking shape, but the initial casting resulted in a barrel that was not sufficiently straight and lacked rifling, causing the projectiles to veer off course, prompting Long Tianbiao and others to focus on improvements. Meanwhile, in the large furnace workshop, craftsman Li Wensheng, under Long Tianbiao's guidance, crafted a powerful bow capable of shooting effortlessly up to 200 paces. Even a scarecrow clad in armor could be pierced through 2 layers of leather armor at a distance of 100 paces, marking significant progress at that time. Long Tianbiao indeed kept his promise, promptly delivering the prototype created by Li Wensheng, along with his memorial, to the imperial palace for presentation to Emperor Renzong, seeking a reward for Li Wensheng. Upon receiving Long Tianbiao's report, Emperor Renzong had the prototype brought to the imperial garden, where the guard general was instructed to test the cannon. Witnessing the results as described in Long Tianbiao's memorial, the emperor did not hesitate to reward Li Wensheng with 100 taels of silver, elevate his rank, and name this by the divine arm bow. Li Wensheng's invention of the divine arm bow and his promotion spread like wildfire in the workshop. Although the craftsman understood that Long Tianbiao's identity meant there was no need for deceit, the sight of Li Wensheng holding 100 taels of silver left them utterly astonished. Long Tianbiao assured the craftsman that he would not withhold their rewards, and indeed, every single coin was distributed. Consequently, the workshop buzzed with activity, sparking a wave of innovation among the craftsmen, leading to the emergence of various new weapons. Long Tianbiao organized the production processes based on components, greatly enhancing the efficiency of the workshop. Each weapon bore the unique mark of its craftsman at every stage of production, ensuring accountability if any weapon malfunctioned. The responsible craftsman would face repercussions, especially if significant losses occurred during warfare. A month later, the red-clad cannon successfully passed its trial. Long Tianbiao entered the palace to invite Emperor Renzong to witness the cannon's test firing. Upon learning that Long Tianbiao had developed the red-clad cannon in less than 3 months, the emperor promptly issued a decree for all officials of 3rd rank and above to accompany him to the workshop for the demonstration. Your Majesty, esteemed officials, shortly the red-clad cannon will strike a distant target, and the armor will surely be shattered. However, the sound will be quite loud. So I kindly ask everyone to cover their ears after I ignite it, Long Tianbiao advised. Humph, What cannon could possibly be louder than firecrackers? Pang Ji retorted. I want to cover my ears. What can you do about it? Since Master Pang does not wish to cover his ears, I shall refrain from commenting. Long Tianbiao replied with a smile and a bow. Humph. Pang Ji arrogantly gazed skyward, ignoring Long Tianbiao. Bao Zhang, understanding that Long Tianbiao was not intentionally mocking anyone, was the first to cover his ears, and upon seeing the emperor nod, he followed suit. Ignite. Long Tianbiao gestured to Ling Tong. Ling Tong, filled with excitement and gratitude for being entrusted with such a significant task, lit the fuse with trembling hands and quickly tossed aside the torch, covering his ears with both hands. Other officials, still skeptical, instinctively followed suit, covering their ears. Aha, everyone, is this sound worth covering your ears for? Pang Ji laughed, pointing at the sizzling fuse. Long Tianbiao shot him a glance, choosing not to engage further. After a few breaths, a resounding boom echoed, shaking the ground, as the cannon belched forth flames, launching a black iron ball swiftly towards the distant target, striking the wooden figure clad in armor with pinpoint accuracy. The wooden figure and its armor were obliterated, leaving only fragments scattered and half of the wooden base buried in the earth. Emperor Renzong and the others were left speechless, utterly astonished by the sight of the red-clad cannon reducing the armored figure to ruins and the wooden target to splinters, their hearts filled with awe. What was that sound? Why was it so deafening? Pang Ji bellowed. Master Pang, why are you shouting so loudly? You startled me, Emperor Renzong replied, still reeling from the shock of the cannon's power. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Why do you keep opening your mouth without speaking? Pang Ji asked loudly. I am not merely opening my mouth without speaking. Emperor Renzong shot Pang Ji a glare. Your Majesty, could you speak louder? I can't hear anything. Pang Ji urged anxiously. Your Majesty, it is because we are too close to the cannon. Master Pang did not cover his ears when it fired, and he has temporarily lost his hearing. It should return to normal after an hour, Long Tianbiao explained. Ah, I see, Emperor Renzong nodded, choosing not to pay further attention to Pang Ji. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With this divine weapon, the Western Xia and Liao are no longer our adversaries. Soon, Your Majesty will effortlessly reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun. Bao Zhang quickly stepped forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The others echoed, bowing deeply. Excellent. Long Tianbiao and Ling Tong, having contributed to the development of the red robe cannon, were each promoted by 1 rank and rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. Subsequently, the gunpowder workshop was instructed to devote itself entirely to the production of a new type of gunpowder in the red robe cannon. A month later, the finished products would be dispatched to the front lines of the Western Xia, allowing their Iron Hawks to experience the might of the Song Dynasty's red robe cannon. Emperor Renzong proclaimed with pride. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall surely exert my utmost efforts, Long Tianbiao and Ling Tong replied, kneeling in gratitude for the imperial decree. Chapter 94. The 8 Kings tournament commences. Time flies like an arrow, and the first day of August swiftly arrives. Numerous allies gather at the Kaifeng Prefecture, where Jiangping has reserved an entire inn across from the prefecture to accommodate everyone and ensure their comfort. Su Liang, newlywed for a month, hears the news of the 8 Kings tournament and promptly prepares his belongings to return to the Kaifeng Prefecture, eagerly awaiting the tournament's commencement alongside the others. On the morning of August 1st, everyone rises early and heads in small groups toward the Lotus Temple. At this moment, a grand platform has been erected in front of the temple, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Dear citizens, today marks the day the 8 Kings tournament begins. Guo Changdao announces to the gathered crowd, reading from a notice in his hand that outlines the agreed-upon terms of the contest before declaring the competition officially open. He then retreats to a nearby tent designated for the participants' rest. Zhang Lin, youthful and exuberant, is aware that as the tournament progresses, the challenges will become increasingly formidable. The early rounds, he believes, offer him a prime opportunity to showcase himself. With this thought in mind, he approaches Su Liang and Jiang Ping to express his intentions. Good lad, your ambition is commendable, yet do exercise caution. If things take a turn for the worse, do not hesitate to withdraw. Your life is far more valuable than mere pride, Jiang Ping advises, genuinely pleased with Zhong Lin's eagerness to participate. Understood, uncle, Zhong Lin replies with a smile, clutching his long staff as he strides toward the platform. The stage, towering 3 meters high, poses a challenge for those lacking true martial prowess. However, Zhong Lin has a plan. He deftly retrieves a flying claw from his pouch, swings the long chain, and propels himself upward. Hey, is anyone at Lotus Temple able to breathe? Your grandpa Zhonglin has arrived. Send forth a worthy opponent. Zhonglin calls out, retracting his flying claw. The seasoned fighters, including Guochangda, pay little heed to Zhonglin, a mere unknown youth in their eyes. They await the likes of Ling Kong, Ouyang Chun, and Su Liang, while the likes of Lu Kuan anticipate the formidable Long Tianbiao, dismissing Zhonglin altogether. Leader, allow me to take the first round. Jia Zheng, the golden-headed tiger, steps forward to address Guochangda, once the proprietor of a notorious tavern in Nanjing County. Jia Zheng was forced back into the fray alongside Guochangda after his establishment was shuttered by the authorities due to its illicit nature. Jia Zheng, stout and bear-like, bears a prominent yellow mark on his forehead and a wide, flat nose, giving him a rather unappealing visage. Do you have confidence in this first round? It is quite crucial, Guochangda emphasizes gravely. Rest assured, leader, while I may not measure up to Su Liang or Bai Yunrui, I am certain I can handle this obscure Zhonglin, Jia Zheng confidently asserts, thumping his chest. Very well, then proceed, Guochangda concedes, not believing Zhonglin poses a significant threat. Puffing up his chest, Jia Zheng parts the curtain and steps onto the platform, only to be met by a young man wielding a long staff. Boy, are you Zhonglin? He questions. Indeed, it's your grandpa Zhonglin. And you, hideous creature, who might you be? Zhonglin retorts, noticing the man's ghastly appearance. Humph, listen well, boy. I am Jia Zheng, the golden-headed tiger. Many have met their demise beneath my steel whips. Seeing your youth, I would rather spare you a futile death. Flee now and let Su Liang or Bai Yunrui take my place, Jia Zheng warns, thumping his chest. Ha ha, ugly brute, you speak boldly, beware of your own tongue. With someone of your caliber, I alone am sufficient. After all, Su Liang and Bai Yunrui have faced off against the likes of Guochangda. While you would be but a stepping stone, Zhonglin quips, drawing laughter from the crowd and reddening Jia Zheng's face. Ah, boy, do not let your tongue run wild. I shall see if your martial skills are as impressive as your words. Jia Zheng exclaims, drawing his twin whips and leaping high to strike at Zhonglin. Seeing the short man leap surprisingly high, Zhonglin decides to match his strength rather than evade. He adopts a horse-riding stance, positioning his staff horizontally to counter Jia Zheng's dual whips. With a resounding crack, Jia Zheng's whips collide with Zhonglin's staff, sending them soaring upward, while Jia Zheng's wrists tingle from the impact, causing him to stumble back several steps. Zhonglin, too, feels the force of the blow, retreating a couple of steps as well. Ugly brute, I did not expect you to possess such raw strength despite your unappealing appearance. Zhonglin jests, shaking his wrist to alleviate the soreness. Ah, boy, you infuriate me. Let us continue. Jia Zheng, like an enraged beast, lunges at Zhonglin, no longer competing in strength. Zhonglin engages with the staff techniques imparted by his master. Chapter 95, The Unexpected Encounter with the Little Devil Zhonglin. A true disciple of the esteemed Sima Zhen from the southern Kunlun sect, demonstrated a remarkable mastery of the staff technique personally imparted by his mentor, executing moves that were both unpredictable and dazzling. In contrast, Jia Zheng, a seasoned wanderer of the martial world, wielded his dual whips with notable skill, resulting in a fierce clash where neither combatant gained the upper hand. However, as the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Zhonglin's staff danced through the air, making it impossible for Jia Zheng to close the distance. His whips could not reach Zhonglin, forcing him to deflect the strikes with mere contact. Despite the hidden sulfur within Zhonglin's staff, he deemed it unnecessary to reveal this trump card against Jia Zheng. Instead, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the infinite staff, creating a flurry of staff shadows before Jia Zheng, rendering him unable to discern the real weapon among the illusions. In this moment of confusion, Zhonglin seized the opportunity to execute a powerful overhead strike, the mountain-splitting slash, aimed directly at Jia Zheng. Caught off guard, Jia Zheng could only raise his steel whips in defense. However, Zhonglin's full force overwhelmed him, sending him crashing to the ground. With a swift kick, Zhonglin sent Jia Zheng tumbling backstage. Bravo! The young man is indeed impressive. The audience erupted in applause, clearly captivated by Zhonglin's prowess. Long Tianbiao, observing from the sidelines, beamed with pride, recognizing the potential of Kaifeng's future. Yet, his satisfaction was abruptly interrupted by a barking voice. Yoshi. Long Tianbiao immediately recognized this as the language of the little devils and turned to investigate the source. He spotted several individuals resembling Jia Zheng, clad in silk garments, their heads shaved save for a top knot, and a tuft of hair styled into a braid, with a distinctive patch of facial hair. It was unmistakable. These were the typical attire of the little devils. What mischief brought them to the Central Plains? Stealthily, Long Tianbiao approached their group to eavesdrop on their conversation. The martial arts of the Central Plains are indeed remarkable. We must learn from them, the leader of the Little Devils remarked. Taro, though they fight beautifully, they pale in comparison to the skills of your Fujino clan, replied a servile figure resembling a lapdog, bowing and scraping. Wang-san, that is not correct. We must bring back all the good things to Japan and discern their value. The leader patted the lapdog's head in agreement. Yes, yes, Taro speaks wisely. The lapdog wagged its tail in approval. Wang-san, later, find a few beautiful flower girls and lure them to the inn. There will be ample rewards for you. The little devil instructed. That is no problem. Some people are easily swayed by money. Offer them enough, and they'll comply with anything. I'll concoct a pretext to deceive them. The lapdog replied obsequiously. Deceive them, indeed. Long Tianbiao, listening nearby, felt a surge of anger. The audacity of this lapdog to conspire against the citizens of the Song dynasty ignited his fury. Unable to contain himself, he delivered a swift kick, sending the lapdog flying. Baka, what are you doing? Taro, the little devil, glared furiously at Long Tianbiao. May your ancestors be cursed, Long Tianbiao retorted, striking Taro across the face. You beast. Disturbing the peace of the Central Plains. Who do you think you are? You dare to lay hands on our women? Damn you. Long Tianbiao's wrath was palpable as he prepared to strike again, attracting the attention of everyone in the arena. The bandits from the Lotus Flower Temple craned their necks to observe, while Jiang Ping and Su Liang approached Long Tianbiao. Biaozi, what is the meaning of this? Why did you strike him? Jiang Ping inquired. Humph, because he deserves it. I would gladly see him dead. Long Tianbiao gritted his teeth. Biaozi, he does not seem to be a Central Plains native. Why such fervor against him? Su Liang noted, having never witnessed Long Tianbiao's ire to this extent. Indeed, he is not from the Central Plains. He hails from the barbaric lands. In my lifetime, I shall find a way to eradicate these beasts. Men shall be enslaved for generations, and women shall be condemned to a life of shame. Long Tianbiao's contempt for the little devils was boundless. Biaozi, your words are excessively alarmist. I could easily dispatch a dozen of his kind without breaking a sweat. Does he dare to flaunt his power here? Jiang Ping countered. Moreover, as officials, we must speak and act with evidence. Even if Lord Bao were to punish thieves, he would require sufficient proof. Lord Bao? You are of Lord Bao's faction? The lapdog, overhearing, perked up. We are a delegation from Japan, a vassal state of the Song dynasty, come to pay homage to His Majesty. Yet this man has assaulted our leader. Taro Fujino, we demand his arrest. What? You are a delegation of a vassal state? Jiang Ping was taken aback, finding the situation increasingly absurd. Why would Long Tianbiao provoke them at such a critical moment? Indeed, seize this man at once. Otherwise, we shall bring this matter before the Emperor of the Song. How can such a barbaric individual exist in a nation renowned for its civility? The lapdog proclaimed, standing tall. How dare you, a Song citizen, act as a sycophant for these beasts? You would betray your own people for them. What ancestral lineage do you claim? Why assist them in harming the women of the Song? Long Tianbiao seized the lapdog, reprimanding him fiercely. Biaozi, release him. If they have committed a crime, the laws of the Song will punish them appropriately, Su Liang cautioned, concerned that Long Tianbiao's actions might escalate the situation. Humph. Did they wish to report me to His Majesty? I was just about to consult the Emperor on how to deal with them. Long Tianbiao kicked the lapdog away and seized Taro by his braid, dragging him toward the palace gates. Seeing this, Jiang Ping felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He glanced at Su Liang and then at Guochangda and the others from the Lotus Flower Temple. Jiang Ping, we shall postpone our contest for a day. Although we are not officials nor of high rank, if these beasts are truly as wicked as Long Tianbiao claims, I too shall not stand idly by while they bully the good citizens of the Song, Guochangda declared, his demeanor dignified and resolute. Your noble spirit is commendable. Guozomen, I am in admiration. Jiang Ping bowed respectfully before hastening after Long Tianbiao. Chapter 96. Defending right and wrong before Emperor Renzong. Emperor Renzong was acutely aware that today marked the commencement of the Eight Kings tournament, which rendered the court particularly restless. Several officials had already been reprimanded for trivial matters. At that moment, the resonant sound of the Jingong bell and the Fengyong drum echoed from outside the court. Intrigued by the commotion, Emperor Renzong, feeling irritable, hastily dispatched someone to investigate the cause. After a brief interval, the attending eunuch returned with the report, Your Majesty. It is Long Tianbiao from the military equipment office who is ringing the bell and beating the drum. Upon learning that it was Long Tianbiao, Emperor Renzong had no time to ponder why he was not at the Eight Kings tournament or the arsenal, but rather here, and promptly ordered for Long Tianbiao to be brought before him. Long Tianbiao entered the court and bowed, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor." He then set down the small foreign envoy he had been carrying with his left hand, kneeling to pay his respects. "Rise, Long Iching. Pray tell, what brings you here?" Emperor Renzong inquired, observing the object Long Tianbiao had dragged into the hall. In response, Long Tianbiao stated, "Your Majesty, I have brought this creature before you because he is the leader of the delegation sent by the foreign invaders. He conspired to harm the women of our great Song dynasty, hence I have brought him to your presence." He pointed at the small envoy. "Small envoy? Which nation sends such a delegation? Why do you refer to them as small invaders?" Emperor Renzong asked with curiosity. "The natives on their island are no taller than 3 feet, harboring malice in their hearts. They are cunning and treacherous, ungrateful and opportunistic. They exploit the weak, even enslaving them. What purpose does such a creature serve?" Long Tianbiao declared, "If it pleases your Majesty, grant me several thousand troops, and I shall subjugate that island, bringing back the men to construct bridges and roads for our great Song dynasty, while the women shall serve as military comforts to alleviate the pressures faced by our soldiers in war." What? Emperor Renzong was taken aback. In just a few sentences, Long Tianbiao proposed to procure labor for the Song dynasty. Presumptuous. Pang Ji interjected, "Our great Song is a nation of propriety. How can we so readily extinguish a vassal state? What nation would dare to remain a vassal of ours thereafter? Humph. If they dare not be a vassal, then let us annihilate them and incorporate their lands into our great Song," Long Tianbiao asserted boldly. "Well said," praised the iron-capped Yuhong. "Our great Song possesses formidable military strength, and with a prosperous nation and strong people, subduing those smaller states would be a mere trifle." Seated in his position, Emperor Renzong considered their words, tempted by the notion that he might indeed become a wise sovereign expanding his realm, as suggested by Yu Heng and Long Tianbiao. "Unthinkable. You would tarnish the reputation of our great Song," Peng Ji countered. "If our vassal states exhibit no unusual behavior, how can we justify sending troops to annihilate them?" Hearing Peng Ji's words, Emperor Renzong pondered deeply. Alas, what brings them here at this time, unbidden? He suddenly recalled that it was customary for vassal states to send envoys during the new year to pay homage and tribute. "Your Majesty, Wei Jiangping of the Kaifeng Prefecture leads the delegation from the Japanese vassal state and seeks an audience outside the palace," announced the eunuch on duty. "Oh, let them in." Emperor Renzong gestured for the eunuch to admit them. "We humbly bow before your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Jiangping knelt and greeted. "Rise," Emperor Renzong commanded, and then turned to Jiangping. "Jiang Iching, is it not the day of the Eight Kings tournament? What brings you here unexpectedly? Have Guo Changda and others been apprehended?" "Your Majesty, today only one match has been fought in the Eight Kings tournament. The young guardian Zhong Lin triumphed over the golden-headed tiger Jiazhong." Jiangping conveyed the good news. "Excellent. Zhong Lin is indeed remarkable. Once the tournament concludes, they shall all be rewarded," Emperor Renzong praised, then inquired, "What is the purpose of your visit, and who are those accompanying you?" "Your Majesty, we beseech you for justice," exclaimed several individuals beside Jiangping, hurriedly kneeling and lamenting. "Oh, who are you?" Emperor Renzong questioned, surveying them. "Your Majesty, we are representatives of the Japanese vassal state. We have traveled a great distance to pay our respects, only to be unjustly assaulted on the streets. Our chief envoy was even knocked unconscious and dragged away. We implore your Majesty to intervene." One of them cried. "Oh, which bold individual dares to seize your envoy?" Emperor Renzong demanded angrily. "Who is so disrespectful as to disregard our delegation?" "Your Majesty, it was him." The envoy pointed at Long Tianbiao. "You insolent cur," Long Tianbiao retorted, incensed that the envoy would dare to assert dominance in the court, and swiftly broke his finger with a flick of his hand. "Ungrateful wretch. What use is there for you? Were it not for the decorum of the court, I would have severed your head," he declared. The envoy had not anticipated that Long Tianbiao would dare to act so boldly under the emperor's watch. "Presumptuous. Long Tianbiao, this is the court. The emperor has yet to speak, yet you resort to violence, showing no regard for his Majesty." Pang Ji seized the opportunity to reprimand. "Humph. If Pang Taisher were to admonish me in the court, it would be one matter, as we are both officials of the great Song, albeit with differing stances. However, this wretch, a mere commoner, has become a lackey for the small invaders. What right does he have to point at me?" "I have spared him merely because we are in the court," Long Tianbiao replied, casting a disdainful glance at the envoy. Emperor Renzong had intended to chastise Long Tianbiao, but found himself losing sympathy for the loud and boisterous envoy after hearing his words. Silence. In this court. How dare you raise your voice? Emperor Renzong struck the table with authority. Your Majesty, I am the accompanying translator for Japan, striving for the enduring friendship between our vassal state and the great Song. The envoy pleaded tearfully. Even so, does that justify aiding them in oppressing the women of our great Song? Emperor Renzong questioned, his gaze fixed sternly upon him. This, the envoy stammered, at a loss for words to defend himself. Chapter 97. Simply bestow them the classics of Confucianism, were it not for your remaining value. I would have had you executed immediately, the enraged Emperor Renzong declared. The sycophant, terrified, was left speechless. At that moment, a young envoy beneath Long Tianbiao's feet stirred awake, and, upon seeing Emperor Renzong seated upon the dragon throne, exclaimed, "What is that cur barking about?" Not understanding the babble, Renzong turned to the kneeling sycophant for clarification. Ta states, he claims that this gentleman has unprovokedly assaulted the head envoy of the Song's vassal state, Japan, which is a flagrant contempt of the Song's laws. He hopes your Majesty will impose punishment, providing an account to the Song court as well as to the Japanese delegation. The sycophant translated, Matters of the Song do not require your counsel. What is your purpose in coming to our realm? Renzong inquired sternly. The sycophant turned to the prostrate Fujiwara Taro for further information, who responded at length in hushed tones. Your Majesty, Taro has conveyed that we have come because the Fujiwara clan, as Japan's foremost family, recognizes the Song as the legitimate authority. They have specially dispatched Taro to pay tribute and to learn survival skills from the Song. However, we did not anticipate being assaulted by this chivalrous individual upon our arrival. We implore your Majesty to intercede on behalf of the Japanese delegation, the sycophant reported. Ah, so you wish to learn from the Song, Renzong mused, stroking his beard. The notion that vassal states sought to acquire skills from the Grand Song filled him with pride. Learning skills? Long Tianbiao speculated. These envoys surely sought military and technological expertise to bolster their own development. The prevailing attitude among the Song officials, who regarded themselves as a great power, struck him as rather foolish. What are your thoughts, esteemed ministers? Renzong asked with a smile. Your Majesty, as a mighty nation, bestowing some gifts upon our vassal states will surely endear them further to the Song, Pang Ji suggested appreciatively. The other ministers echoed their agreement in unison. Bao Zheng felt a sense of unease but could not articulate it, casting a glance at Long Tianbiao instead. Noticing Long Tianbiao's silence, Renzong was somewhat taken aback. Do you possess a differing opinion, my dear Minister Long? He inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty, Long Tianbiao had been contemplating how to persuade Renzong. Oh, pray, elaborate, Renzong prompted. Your Majesty, I propose that as the grand nation of the Song, a land of rights and propriety, our greatest treasure lies not in trivial skills but in the Confucian classics. Since we treat our vassal states kindly, it would be prudent to bestow these tomes upon Japan, allowing them to learn about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness, thus enlightening these unfortunate souls, Long Tianbiao articulated. Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's words, Renzong hesitated. Perceiving the Confucian classics as invaluable, while survival skills and technologies seemed secondary. Were Long Tianbiao aware of Renzong's sentiments? He would surely be tempted to deliver a sharp rebuke for such a naive notion, perhaps suggesting that his intellect had been compromised by excessive study of those texts. Your Majesty, I concur with Tianbiao's assessment. Given Japan's acknowledgement of its status as a vassal state, we should assist them in studying the Confucian texts to foster virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. In doing so, Japan will surely feel gratitude towards the Song. I entreat your Majesty to generously provide these classics, Bao Zheng advised. The sycophant translated for Fujiwara Taro, who retorted angrily in response. Your Majesty, Taro has stated that Japan, as a mere vassal state, does not dare to aspire for the Song's profound classics. They merely seek some insignificant skills, the sycophant reported. Long Tianbiao, upon hearing this, chuckled. It was no wonder that the Japanese had dispatched someone like Fujiwara Taro. They recognized that the Confucian classics bore little value in comparison to military and technological prowess. Your Majesty, since they are self-aware and do not desire our Confucian classics, we need not bestow them. It would be more prudent to gift them some trivial skills instead. Pang Ji suggested. Pang Taisher, you are gravely mistaken. Long Tianbiao countered. Oh, what do you have to say? Pang Ji challenged. These individuals are ungrateful. Their betrayal is swifter than the turning of a page. Should you bestow them with our techniques, they may develop their strength and turn against us. marking you as a traitor throughout history, Long Tianbiao admonished. No one present understood the treachery of these creatures better than Long Tianbiao, who had witnessed their deceptive nature firsthand. In their weakness, they feigned innocence, but once empowered, they would devour their benefactor whole. What? Do you question their conscience? What is conscience? What value does it hold for these beings? Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust are meaningless to them, Long Tianbiao asserted. Long Tianbiao, your assertions are mere conjecture. Where is your evidence? Pang Ji demanded, extending his hand for proof. Their status as a delegation from a vassal state does not grant them the audacity to covet the women of the song. Their ambitions are glaringly evident. Is that not evidence enough? Long Tianbiao lamented, wishing he could transport Pang Ji to a time where he would witness the brutality and bloodshed inflicted by these beings. That merely suggests Fujiwara is contemplating abduction, which has yet to be realized and cannot be deemed a crime, Pang Ji retorted stubbornly. Humph, Pang Ji. How dare you continue to hold the title of Taisher of the song? Though Guochangda may be a brigand, his awareness surpasses yours. He willingly proposed a truce to facilitate my efforts against these rogues, while you, as the esteemed Taisher, only seek to defend this rabble. Do you fear the scorn of future generations? Long Tianbiao derided. Humph, all my actions are for the benefit of the song. Let future generations judge my legacy. Pang Ji declared with lofty righteousness. If you truly cared for the song, why have you repeatedly urged the emperor to negotiate peace with the Western Xia? Why do you insist on sending tributes to the enemy despite our victory? How can your mind be so warped as to conceive such disgraceful actions? Long Tianbiao exclaimed. If you genuinely wish to serve the song, then negotiate with the Western Xia, compelling them to pay tribute to the song, and engage with the Liao to achieve the same. Your conditions are theirs. I have already negotiated down several points from their demands. As for the Liao, I was not the one to engage them, Pang Ji protested, feeling aggrieved. Let us focus solely on the matter of the Western Xia. They propose that the song pay tribute. Does your intellect not discern victory from defeat? His Majesty has granted you the esteemed title of Taisher, entrusting you with negotiations. Is this how you repay His Majesty? Long Tianbiao, deeply humiliated by the notion of paying tribute despite victory, could hardly contain himself. To triumph yet offer tribute in pursuit of a mere acknowledgement of vassalage was utterly pointless. Possessing formidable strength yet willingly crippling oneself. The notion of demonstrating the grandeur and magnanimity of a great nation through tributes is truly a misguided folly. Chapter 98. Recommendation of Long Tianbiao as Deputy Minister of Rights. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Pang Ji lamented to Emperor Renzong. Everything I do is for the Song dynasty. For Your Majesty, Long Tianbiao has so insulted me. I implore Your Majesty to vindicate me. Emperor Renzong's expression was far from pleasant. After all, certain decisions required his guidance for the officials below to have direction. Thus, Long Tianbiao's remarks left Renzong feeling somewhat embarrassed. Long Aiqing, you are digressing. We are currently addressing matters concerning Japan. Let us not involve ourselves with the affairs of Xixia for now. Renzong waved his hand. Your Majesty, that is easily said. We should send them Confucian texts for their proper study of the relationships between ruler and minister, father and son, to prevent further breaches of ethics, Long Tianbiao remarked. Casting a glance at the prostrate Terataro. Long Aiqing, what do you mean by that? What breaches of ethics have they committed? Renzong inquired. Sensing a significant revelation in Long Tianbiao's words. Your Majesty, these little devils behave quite chaotically behind closed doors, engaging in all manner of improprieties between fathers and daughters, mothers and sons, brothers and sisters. Such things could easily occur, Long Tianbiao stated candidly. Renzong felt a wave of disgust wash over him regarding these little devils. Thus, there are only two approaches to handle them, Long Tianbiao said, raising two fingers to Renzong. What are the two? Renzong hastily asked. The first is to send them Confucian texts, allowing the entirety of their island to study diligently, accompanied by several eminent scholars to teach them properly. Should any further breaches of ethics occur, their entire family should be executed. The second is straightforward. Annihilate this base nation completely, erasing all traces of their existence to preserve the dignity of our Song dynasty, Long Tianbiao detailed. The entire court gasped in unison. Long Tianbiao's ruthlessness was shocking, yet strangely appealing. Flunky, if you dare let the little devils know what I just said, I will advise His Majesty to investigate your ancestry and sentence you to the extermination of your 9 clans for treason, Long Tianbiao warned the prostrate sycophant. I have heard nothing, the sycophant quickly affirmed, realizing that while he served these little devils, his own lineage was far more significant. Long Aiqing, I find one thing puzzling. Why do you consistently refer to them as little devils? Renzong inquired with curiosity. They are 3 parts unlike humans and 7 parts more like devils, with hearts more malicious than demons, yet standing only a few feet tall. The term little devils is most fitting, Long Tianbiao explained, pointing at Tarataro. Renzong nodded in agreement with Long Iching's reasoning. Shall we rename them little devils? However, would this not tarnish our Song dynasty's prestige? Withdraw for now. I shall deliberate with the ministers before making a decision. Lu Iching, please take them to the inn and treat them well, Renzong instructed Tarataro and the sycophant. Then delegated officials from the Ministry of Rites to accommodate them. Once they departed, Renzong turned to his ministers. I find Long Iching's designation quite reasonable. What if I bestow upon them a name? Long Tianbiao, hearing this, felt pleased with Renzong's cleverness. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Long Iching's words are merely jest. How can they be taken seriously? If your Majesty were to decree this, it would surely diminish the prestige of our Song dynasty. Pang Ji interjected urgently. Renzong shot him a disdainful glance, setting the matter aside for the moment. Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss. Long Tianbiao bowed respectfully. Oh, what is it? Long Iching? Speak forth, Renzong urged. If they were to enter my workshop, I would undoubtedly use the imperial sword to behead them. To prevent any secrets of our Song military from being leaked, Long Tianbiao declared. Oh, would they dare to be so audacious? Renzong asked, astonished. They are indeed after our Song's technologies, Long Tianbiao replied. Your Majesty, should they acquire our techniques and make improvements, they would surpass us and would never be content as a vassal state of our Song. Kill them. If they dare step 1 foot into the arsenal or approach the workers there, execute them on the spot. I grant you this authority, Renzong decisively declared. Unwilling to relinquish the fruits of painstaking research to them, he resolved to grant them copies of the 4 books and 5 classics, urging their swift departure from the Song. Your Majesty, those texts must not be given, Pang Ji pleaded, but Renzong interrupted. Pang Iching, no need for further words. My mind is made up. Renzong asserted firmly. Your Majesty, if that is the case, I propose promoting Long Tianbiao to Deputy Minister of Rites, assigning him to handle the visits from Japan as well as negotiations with Xixia and the Khitan. Pang Ji devised a cunning plan. Long Tianbiao, since you are so formidable, let us see you negotiate. If you fail, let His Majesty punish you. Oh, Renzong observed Long Tianbiao, youthful yet resolutely determined, and felt a stir of interest. Long Iching, do you consent? Your Majesty's favor is overwhelming. I would willingly brave boiling water and fire, unflinching in the face of death, Long Tianbiao responded, clasping his hands in gratitude. Very well, decree it. Long Tianbiao shall serve as Deputy Minister of Rites, holding a 3rd-rank position, responsible for receiving the Japanese envoy and negotiating with Xixia, Renzong concluded. Eager to ascertain whether Long Tianbiao possessed the capability to handle these diplomatic affairs or merely spoke bravely. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long Tianbiao knelt in gratitude. Jiangping and others could not help but chuckle bitterly. This impudent lad had suddenly transformed into Deputy Minister of Rites. Unlike their own 3rd-rank positions as guards, Long Tianbiao's rank held real authority. Long Tianbiao, contemplating Tarataro and his companions, wore a peculiar smile. If you not behave, I may let you live, but if you dare offend the women of the Song, I will ensure your demise, first castrating you, then killing you. Pang Ji, observing the fierce gleam in Long Tianbiao's eyes, felt a surge of delight. You best eliminate them all, so I can present a commendation to His Majesty. As for the Japanese envoys, in Pang Ji's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. Chapter 99. The reason behind Long Tianbiao's actions as the court dispersed, Bao Zhang led Long Tianbiao, Jiangping, and others back to the Kaifeng Prefecture. Tianbiao, why did you interrupt the 8 Lords contest and drag the envoy from the vassal state to the Grand Hall? Bao Zhang inquired with curiosity. Is the matter of this delegation paying tribute to the Song dynasty truly more significant than rescuing the 8th prince? Certainly. These little devils are a perpetual calamity. They must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity, Long Tianbiao asserted with righteous conviction. Biaozi, have you met these individuals before? Jiangping asked, intrigued. No, today is the first encounter, Long Tianbiao replied, shaking his head. Then why disregard Guo Changda and his associates upon meeting them? Will they pose a greater threat in the future than Guo Changda? Jiangping pressed. 4th uncle, you fail to understand. Although Guo Changda and his ilk are bandits, they are of Central Plains lineage, sharing our blood. These little devils, however, are different. They feign weakness when vulnerable, only to reveal their fangs when strong, Long Tianbiao explained. You can discern their nature after just one meeting? Jiang Ping challenged. Some individuals, with a mere wag of their tails, reveal the foulness of their intentions, Long Tianbiao retorted, casting a glance of disdain at Jiang Ping. Do you presume to understand these little devils better than I? Can you identify a virtuous child at first glance? Tianbiao. If I am not mistaken, this vassal state of Japan resides on a remote island with a population in the millions. Is it truly worthy of your attention? Bao Zheng inquired. Sir, did you not notice the long sword at Taro Fujino's waist today? Long Tianbiao responded evasively. Oh. Upon hearing Long Tianbiao's words, Bao Zheng began to ponder the scene, recalling that Taro Fujino indeed had two swords at his side, which bore a striking resemblance to Long Tianbiao's own. Sir, their swords were pilfered when they sent someone to learn from our court. Now that the Tang dynasty has fallen, these little devils still exist. Seeking to learn our song's techniques, Long Tianbiao remarked. In the Central Plains, dynasties rise and fall with regularity, yet these little devils remain on their island, developing in peace. Who can predict the balance of power in the future? Should a subservient dynasty rise to rule the nation, they might just be devoured by these invaders. Is it truly that dire? Bao Zheng was taken aback by Long Tianbiao's far-reaching concerns, realizing that he sought to preemptively annihilate potential threats. Biaozi, I believe we should prioritize capturing Guochangda before addressing them. The 8 lords are far more important than these little devils. Jiang Ping waved his hand dismissively. Fourth uncle, you're mistaken. If we fail to manage these beasts properly, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to steal our song's secrets, Long Tianbiao argued. But they do not possess such means at present. We can address this later. If they dare to act, we will deal with them then. For now, all of this is merely your conjecture, Jiang Ping insisted. Jiang Ping, how can you lack foresight? Long Tianbiao exclaimed, calling Jiang Ping by name in frustration. Alas, Long Tianbiao, who gave you the audacity to address me so casually? You dare to call my name directly? Have you lost your senses? Jiang Ping retorted, his anger causing his beard to bristle. Biaozi, how can you speak so disrespectfully? Su Liang interjected urgently. Apologize to your fourth uncle at once. Born in adversity, perishing in comfort. If we only capture thieves without preventing foreign calamities, the Chinese nation will inevitably repeat its tragic history, Long Tianbiao sighed, his head drooping in disappointment as he exited the room. He had devoted himself to offering ideas and solutions, yet his clarity of thought was met with disbelief. Biao Ge, I believe in you, Wang Jinling said, linking her arm with Long Tianbiao's. Yes, Linger, do you not realize that if these little devils are not eradicated, they will spell endless trouble for us? Guochangda and his cohorts merely oppose the Song dynasty, while these little devils are foreigners. If they gain the strength to invade, it would be far more disastrous than the chaos brought by the 5 barbarians, Long Tianbiao said, weariness evident in his voice. Indeed, Biao Ge. Tomorrow I shall disguise myself as a man and serve as your guard. We shall report to the Ministry of Rights together. Devising a way to provide these little devils an opportunity to enter the arsenal, Wang Jinling proposed with a spark of inspiration. Long Tianbiao stood frozen. Linger, are you suggesting we lure them out? Exactly, Biao Ge. Did you not say they come to steal military techniques? Let us create a section for crafting ordinary military equipment and inform them they may secretly observe the production process. Once they enter, we shall apprehend them with other officials from the Ministry of Rights and execute all who trespass into the arsenal, Wang Jinling declared, her fist clenched with determination. Ah, Lingo, you truly are my treasure, Long Tianbiao exclaimed with joy, leaning in to kiss Wang Jinling, who blushed deeply, her face as red as blood. At that moment, the room was filled with a commotion. Liangzi, look, Long Tianbiao has become the military equipment supervisor and the deputy minister of rights, acting as if he were above even the prime minister and myself. Jiang Ping complained to Su Liang. Fourth uncle, is it truly that severe? Biaozi merely harbors enmity toward those little devils. It has nothing to do with you, Su Liang quickly explained. Indeed, fourth uncle, Biaozi is not that sort of person. His actions are merely a response to the disturbances caused by these little devils. They are just a handful of natives. It would be no great loss to eliminate them. Bai Yunrui added in defense of Long Tianbiao. Liangzi, Yunrui, I am well aware he harbors no ill intentions, but does he not grasp the significance of today? After winning the first match, we should capitalize on this momentum. As the saying goes, morale surges with victory, but wanes with defeat. Jiang Ping expressed his anxiety regarding the 8 Lords contest, perceiving Long Tianbiao's actions as an unnecessary complication. Fourth uncle, do not be upset. Tomorrow we shall begin anew. I will lead the charge and ensure we win the first 3 matches. How about that? Su Liang proposed with a smile. Get lost. You need not appear so early. Jiang Ping jested. Su Liang chuckled, settling down in silence, though his mind contemplated Long Tianbiao's words. Jiang Zhao, you shall take the stage first tomorrow to showcase our Jiang family's prowess, Jiang Ping instructed. Rest assured, second uncle, Jiang Zhao replied, determination evident in his demeanor. Having witnessed Zhang Lin's debut, he felt compelled to uphold the honor of his master, Zhuge Yuaning, and not bring shame to his name. Chapter 100. Your audacity is remarkable. The following day dawned clear and bright. Long Tianbiao paid no further heed to the affairs of the 8th Prince's arena, but instead accompanied the disguised Wang Jingling towards the Ministry of Rites. The officials at the ministry had already witnessed Long Tianbiao's remarkable presence in the court and thus did not dare to trouble him. The Minister of Rites specially assigned him a deputy, none other than the recently appointed Deputy Minister Liu, who had been entrusted with overseeing the minor officials. Thank you, Lord Liu. As we serve together in court, I hope for your guidance in the future. Long Tianbiao greeted Deputy Minister Liu with a respectful gesture. Lord Long, you are too kind. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to instruct me, Liu replied. Noting that Long Tianbiao had attained the position of armory supervisor at such a tender age, and now also served as Deputy Minister of Rites, wielding the imperial sword. He was indeed a promising talent worthy of cultivation. Then I shall depend on you, Lord Liu, Long Tianbiao responded with a bow. Subsequently, Deputy Minister Liu briefed him on the arrangements made for the minor officials and sought his guidance on the next steps. Lord Liu, as you are aware, I also hold the position of armory supervisor. Since these minor officials wish to observe our military manufacturing and scientific advancements, how can our great nation turn a blind eye? I propose that I return to the armory shortly to make some arrangements. Please inform them discreetly this evening that they are permitted to visit the armory for a demonstration tomorrow. While I strongly oppose this, Master Pang has interceded on their behalf, granting them this privilege, however, to prevent others from witnessing their presence. It would be best for them to don Han attire and for you to guide them through the dog hole at the base of the surrounding walls to observe from a distance. Long Tianbiao instructed Deputy Minister Liu. Lord Long, although they may not be virtuous, they do represent a diplomatic mission. Is it proper to have them crawl through a dog hole? Liu expressed his concern, feeling that such humiliation might tarnish the image of the great nation and incite discontent among other vassal states. Lord Liu, you do not understand their nature. If they realize that crawling through there allows them to witness the military demonstration, they would not hesitate to do so, even if it meant entering a restroom. They dare not refuse, for that is an order from their so-called emperor, Long Tianbiao clarified with a wave of his hand. Liu felt a chill run down his spine at Long Tianbiao's words. If they truly sought to enhance their military capabilities, it was indeed a frightening prospect. After briefing Deputy Minister Liu, Long Tianbiao took Wang Jingling to the munitions factory to inspect the progress of various workshops and to arrange for the following day's events. The next day, as Long Tianbiao and several generals were observing the trial shots of the Divine Bao, a guard rushed in to report the capture of 6 spies. What? Spies infiltrating the munitions factory? They truly have a death wish. Iron-hatted Yu Hung loathed spies. Each time one was caught in the army, he ordered them to be executed on the spot. Long Tianbiao waved his hand, commanding that the spies be brought forth. Kneel. The guards forced the 6 individuals to the ground before Long Tianbiao and the others. Who are you? Long Tianbiao scolded, pointing at them. Dare to spy on the military secrets of our great song? You deserve execution. The leader, a short fellow, raised his head, chattering incessantly, clearly agitated. Aren't these the natives from the vassal state? Yu Heng recalled them as the minor officials who had been humiliated before Long Tianbiao the day prior. These shameless wretches indeed seek to steal our military technology to take back to Japan, another general scolded. You have quite the audacity. As a diplomatic mission from a vassal state, instead of remaining in your lodgings, you dare to attempt to steal our secrets. I shall see to your execution. Long Tianbiao drew his imperial sword, brandishing its gleaming blade before the frightened minor officials. They screamed in panic, realizing that Long Tianbiao and the others could not understand their language, and hastily began shouting at their interpreter, a sycophant. Spare us. We did not come here to steal secrets. The sycophant, kneeling, pleaded on their behalf. Long Tianbiao pressed the sword against his neck. Dog, do these minor officials understand Chinese? The sudden shift in topic nearly left the sycophant speechless. What? Do you wish for me to send you to the afterlife? Long Tianbiao menaced. the sword's edge pressing firmly against the sycophant's throat, chilling him to the bone. Reporting to you, they only know a few simple phrases. The sycophant stammered. Is your surname Wang? Long Tianbiao recalled the time he was called Wang Sang by the minor officials and inquired. Yes, my lord, my surname is Wang. Given name Bin, the sycophant replied hastily. Forgetful? Long Tianbiao mused, finding the name fitting, for indeed, they had forgotten their roots, even their ancestors. Reporting to you. It means to run, Wang Bin explained, lowering his head. Ah, so it is run. You have run quite far, all the way to the island of the minor officials, Long Tianbiao remarked. What is their purpose in Japan? My lord, the one you beat yesterday is the current head of the Fujino clan's eldest son, sent here to broaden his horizons. The other four are renowned craftsmen from Japan, here to learn about sword forging, papermaking, printing, and martial arts, Wang Bin replied. Hearing this, Yu Hang and the others realized that Long Tianbiao's suspicions were indeed correct. They had come with ulterior motives. Should they discover firearms? They would undoubtedly seek to learn their manufacture and usage. Wang Bin, do they carry samurai swords at their waists? Long Tianbiao asked, pointing at Fujino Taro's long blade. My lord speaks correctly. That is indeed a Japanese samurai sword, Wang Bin confirmed. Long Tianbiao, upon hearing this, swiftly drew the long sword from Fujino Taro's waist, brandishing it in his hand. Damn it! Fujino Taro bared his teeth and cursed at Long Tianbiao. With a swift kick, Long Tianbiao sent Fujino Taro flying, leaving a clear imprint of his shoe on the young man's face. The other minor officials, witnessing this, howled like wild dogs, eager to retaliate. Wang Bin, do you wish to remain their lapdog, or will you join me in destroying them? Long Tianbiao inquired, gauging Wang Bin's reaction. Wang Bin raised his head, meeting Long Tianbiao's murderous gaze, and immediately broke into a cold sweat, fearing that a mere refusal would lead to his instant demise. I am willing to follow my lord and offer my humble service. Wang Bin bowed repeatedly before Long Tianbiao. Very well, rise. Do as I instruct. If you dare to betray me, I have 100 ways to make you suffer, Long Tianbiao replied with a sneer. Wang Bin shook his head vigorously, fearing the truth behind Long Tianbiao's words. The consequences were simply too grave. Chapter 101. I enjoy playing with tough opponents. Long Tianbiao allowed Wang Bin to surrender, realizing there was no other option. He intended to interrogate these young Japanese soldiers thoroughly to extract useful information from them. Lord Long, this knife bears a striking resemblance to yours, Yu Hang remarked, observing the Japanese sword in Long Tianbiao's hand, and then glancing at the blood-stained blade on his back. These young Japanese were once vassals of the Tang dynasty, often sending craftsmen to learn forging techniques. My sword was crafted by a blacksmith based on the Tang sword style, hence the similarities in appearance. However, I am curious about the quality of their Japanese swords, Long Tianbiao mused, admiring the faint patterns on the Japanese blade. He lamented how the technological prowess of the Tang had been appropriated by Japan, while the chaos of the late Tang had led to the loss of certain skills, allowing this vassal state to surpass the Central Plains in some respects. Let us put it to the test, Yu Hang said eagerly, seizing a standard long knife from a nearby soldier. This blade, produced by a small workshop after Long Tianbiao took office, was of commendable quality. With a clash, the two blades met, and the standard long knife shattered as easily as wood when struck by the Japanese sword. I didn't expect their swords to be of such high quality, Yu Hang exclaimed in astonishment. Take this sword and use it. Long Tianbiao offered the Japanese blade to Yu Hang. Oh, Lord Long is willing to part with it? Yu Hang asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement yet tinged with hesitation. I will find a way to extract their sword-making techniques, thus enhancing the quality of our song weapons, Long Tianbiao replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yu Hang expressed his gratitude to Long Tianbiao and instructed someone to retrieve the scabbard from Taro Fujino, subsequently engrossing himself in the blade's craftsmanship. Wang Bin, is this sword a product of their island's meticulous crafting, or is the quality of all their weapons akin to this? Long Tianbiao inquired. Reporting to you, my lord. The quality of Japanese swords is generally consistent, Wang Bin answered truthfully. Who among them is the craftsman? Long Tianbiao pressed. That would be the one beside Taro Fujino. Wang Bin replied. Long Tianbiao glanced at the man, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, sporting a tuft of hair on his head while his mustache was limited to a small portion above his lip. Ask him if he is willing to stay in the song to forge weapons, Long Tianbiao directed Wang Bin. Wang Bin approached him, but the man merely retorted with a harsh baka and pointed at Wang Bin, clearly uttering insults. There's no need to guess. It's undoubtedly a taunt, Long Tianbiao declared, pointing at him. cut off his left little toe. The guards, stationed nearby at the arms factory, showed no hesitation. One soldier kicked the Japanese man to the ground, pinning him down, while another removed his left shoe and swiftly severed his little toe. Ah! The Japanese man yelped in pain, collapsing and begging for mercy. Ask him if he will forge weapons for the song, Long Tianbiao commanded. Wang Bin translated, but the Japanese man remained silent. Cut off another toe, Long Tianbiao ordered. Without delay, the guard executed the command, severing the Japanese man's second toe. Ah! Baka! Baka! The man screamed in agony. What does he say? Long Tianbiao asked Wang Bin. He claims he is an envoy of Great Japan, and you have no authority over him, Wang Bin translated directly. Ah, look at that. I nearly forgot, Long Tianbiao lamented, gesturing to one of his men. Did you not hear the envoy from Great Japan raising a fuss? Quickly fetch the finest salt to disinfect this esteemed envoy's wound. Coarse salt is unworthy of his status. After disinfecting, ensure he is well guarded in the storeroom. The guard paused, initially believing Long Tianbiao was genuinely concerned about the envoy's diplomatic status. However, it soon became clear this was merely a ploy to provide the Japanese man some relief, which amused Long Tianbiao. Are there any others familiar with weapon crafting? Long Tianbiao inquired of the remaining 3 Japanese. They possess some knowledge, but their skills are not as refined as that of the previous man, Wang Bin replied. Very well, Wang Bin. Persuade them to write down the techniques for crafting Japanese swords, or else we shall continue with the toe strategy, Long Tianbiao instructed. Yes, my lord, Wang Bin affirmed, proceeding to communicate with the 3 Japanese men. Their reactions were quite animated, and they started to protest loudly. My lord, they are still leveraging their envoy status to intimidate us, Wang Bin reported. Let us begin by taking 1 toe from each, Long Tianbiao said nonchalantly. The guards relished the task, finding it most entertaining. After the toes were severed, the 3 Japanese men continued to wail. Separate them and confine them, Long Tianbiao ordered. Follow Wang Bin closely. If they heed the advice, present them with paper and pen. If they remain obstinate, well, let's just say they will have a taste of the latrine stew. I do enjoy playing with tough opponents. I hope they do not yield too soon, for there are many delightful methods yet to be explored. What if they write something nonsensical? Yu Heng voiced his concern. My intention to separate them is precisely to prevent any collusion in fabricating a story. Once they have all written their accounts, I will have Wang Bin verify them thoroughly. Any discrepancies will be met with some amusing consequences, Long Tianbiao remarked, harboring no fondness for these Japanese men, eagerly anticipating the stimulating experiences that awaited them. Yu Heng suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the Japanese. Had they fallen into the hands of others, they might have flaunted their envoy status. But Long Tianbiao had known from the outset and harbored intentions of eliminating them. Their presumption of coercing Long Tianbiao with their diplomatic identity was a testament to their folly. Only Taro Fujino remained, trembling on the ground. What does Lord Long plan to do with him? Yu Heng asked, nodding toward the kneeling Fujino. Our Song dynasty is a land of propriety. We cannot allow the entire envoy from a vassal state to perish. Once the court's records reach the Ministry of Rights, I will casually select one for him to take back. However, I must ensure he is well looked after in the meantime, as he dared to spy here. If it were up to me, I would simply eliminate him, but the annihilation of an envoy from a vassal state would not reflect well. Instead, I shall devise a way to torment him, and once I have had my fill, I will decide his fate. Chapter 102. A play starring 3 women having settled the matters of the little devils, Long Tianbiao proceeded to inspect the workshop, ensuring that his absence over the past few days had not resulted in any insurmountable issues. Observing Long Tianbiao diligently addressing the concerns of the workers, Wang Jinling found herself somewhat captivated. Indeed, a man who is earnest appears more handsome. It was not until the afternoon that Long Tianbiao took Wang Jinling towards the Kaifeng Prefecture. Brother Biao, are you not worried about the 8th Prince's arena? Wang Jinling inquired, noticing that Long Tianbiao had not mentioned the event all day. Do not fret. My master is present, along with Elder Linkong and numerous skilled experts. Guo Changda and his ilk cannot stir up much trouble, Long Tianbiao reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Jinling was about to say more but decided against it upon realizing Long Tianbiao's reluctance to discuss the matter. Upon their return to the Kaifeng Prefecture, the gatekeeper, recognizing Long Tianbiao, hurriedly announced, Captain Long, there are 2 ladies waiting for you inside. Oh, who is it? Long Tianbiao asked with curiosity. They are 2 young ladies with the surname Dong, the man replied after a moment's thought. Both Long Tianbiao and Wang Jinling halted in their tracks, exchanging glances. Long Tianbiao felt a sense of unease, for he had no recollection of these 2 since his resurrection. while Wang Jinling pondered the character of the sisters, uncertain if they would pose any challenges for her as a secondary wife. Whatever is meant to happen will happen. Let us go meet them, Long Tianbiao said, taking Wang Jinling's hand as they entered the prefecture. Meanwhile, in the guest hall of the Kaifeng Prefecture, Yun was conversing with the two young ladies, who bore striking resemblance to each other, both remarkably beautiful and exuding an aura of chivalry. Captain Long, you have returned, called out the constable stationed outside the hall. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, brother, Long Tianbiao replied with a smile. The three inside heard his voice and turned their attention towards the entrance. Long Tianbiao noticed Yun seated on the left, while on the right were the two young and attractive heroines, which somewhat calmed his nerves. Greetings to you, Master Yin. Long Tianbiao bowed respectfully. Greetings to you, Master Yin, Wang Jinling echoed, bowing as well. Very well, you may rise, Yin instructed. Tianbiao, Jiao and Yin have come to see you. I shall take my leave. Yes, Master Yin, Long Tianbiao acknowledged, then turned to face Dong Jiao and Dong Yin. The three exchanged glances, remaining silent for an extended moment. Jiao Yin, what brings you here? Long Tianbiao asked with a smile. Surely you do not welcome our presence. With such a stunning beauty accompanying you, how could you possibly remember us? Dong Yin remarked, casting a glance at Wang Jinling. Wang Jinling acknowledged the two sisters with a respectful nod. Oh my, so this is the younger sister Jinling. She is truly exquisite. Even I find myself smitten. Let alone brother Biao, Dong Yin teased, fully aware of the customary acceptance of polygamy in their culture, having been raised under Confucian values where the husband is paramount. Sisters, please do not blame brother Biao. He was compelled by circumstances that day. If you must lay blame, direct it at me, Wang Jinling quickly explained, wishing to defend Long Tianbiao. Enough, dear sister, let us not dwell on the past. Since brother Biao has accepted you, we shall all serve him together henceforth. Dong Jiao and Dong Yin said in unison, each taking an arm of Wang Jinling, offering her comfort. Long Tianbiao, overhearing this exchange, felt an overwhelming joy. Realizing the benefits of a feudal society, he had expected a tumultuous confrontation among the three women, yet they had seamlessly forged a bond with mere words. Jiao, Yin, you do not hold any grudges against me? Long Tianbiao asked with a grin. Humph, you are fortunate. Surrounded by three beautiful women. Yet should you wish to take more wives, you must gain our sister's consent, Dong Jiao retorted with a playful glare. With the three of you, I am already enjoying the blessings of harmony. Why would I desire more? Long Tianbiao chuckled in response. Let us hope so, Dong Yin added with a light scoff. After conversing for a while, Dong Jiao suddenly inquired, did you just return from the 8th Prince's arena? How many matches took place today? We did not attend the arena. I had more pressing matters to attend to, Long Tianbiao shrugged. Oh, what could possibly be more important than the 8th Prince's arena? Dong Yin asked, intrigued. I was just appointed as the Minister of Rights by His Majesty yesterday, tasked with receiving the envoy from the vassal states. Today, I have been occupied with their attempts to infiltrate my arms factory to uncover military secrets, Long Tianbiao sighed as he took a seat. What? Were you not just appointed as the armaments supervisor? How did you become the Minister of Rights? Dong Yin queried, her curiosity piqued. The position of Minister of Rights is merely an additional role. Once the matters concerning the vassal states and negotiations with the Xixia are resolved, I will likely relinquish it. Long Tianbiao explained. Ah, you have been appointed to 2 official posts? Are you still the captain of Kaifeng Prefecture? Dong Yin asked, while Dong Jiao looked at him expectantly. I remain a sword-bearing protector, though it is not my primary responsibility, Long Tianbiao clarified. Now I see. Both Dong Yin and Dong Jiao nodded in understanding. Did you come here simply to see Jinling? Long Tianbiao inquired, observing their bashful demeanor. Upon hearing this, both Dong Jiao and Dong Yin blushed, exchanging shy glances before lowering their heads. What is this? You two know how to be shy as well. Long Tianbiao teased. Oh brother Biao. Dong Jiao stomped her foot in embarrassment. My father remarked that since your master is already married, it is time to contemplate when you intend to marry us. Dong Yin stated boldly. Jiao, Yinner, as the sage Fan Gong once said, those who dwell in the high halls worry for their people, while those who roam the rivers and lakes worry for their lords. I have given this matter considerable thought, Long Tianbiao replied after a moment's reflection. The current turbulence in the martial world compels me, as a constable, to act justly. Similarly, the intrigues within the court, coupled with the affairs of the vassal states, Xixia and Liao, necessitate my involvement as both armaments supervisor and minister of rights. Thus, I wish to delay marriage for another 2 years. At which point I shall proudly bring all three of you into my family. Is this truly the case? You are not merely deflecting us? Dong Jiao asked, her curiosity evident, while Dong Yin and Wang Jinling focused their attention on Long Tianbiao, awaiting his response. I, Long Tianbiao, swear that if these words prove false, may I. He began to raise his right hand to swear, but before he could finish, he felt three delicate hands pressed against his lips. Brother Biao, we believe you. No need to continue, Dong Jiao urged softly. Dong Yin and Wang Jinling nodded in agreement, expressing their trust in him. What delightful young ladies! Long Tianbiao felt a warmth in his heart. In a later era, such oaths might be regarded as trivial. Yet these three cherished confidants were genuinely concerned that his promise might falter. If he were to betray them, he would surely be unworthy of the title of man. Chapter 103. Ascending the Eight Kings Arena as night fell, Su Liang and his companions returned in an unending stream to the inn opposite the Kaifeng Prefecture. Fang Shuan, under the introduction of Long Tianbiao, greeted his two sisters-in-law, while Dongfang Jiao and Dongfang Yin were charmed into laughter by Fang Shuan's wit. Stealthily, Fang Shuan pulled Long Tianbiao aside to the inn, where they discovered three figures draped in white cloth in the courtyard. These were the fallen, Qishuzi Dingshan, the heavenly deaf master Zhaopu, and the earth-mute master Wei Baibao, all three slain by the three-footed earth spirit demon Lu Kuan during the arena contest. Long Tianbiao hastily bowed and offered incense to the trio, silently vowing vengeance. After all, Lu Kuan had joined Guo Changdao's side to avenge his brother, the flying god demon Lu Qing. At dawn the next day, the group, burdened with heavy hearts, made their way to the Eight Kings Arena. Long Tianbiao, accompanied by the disguised Dongfang Jiao, Dongfang Yin, and Wang Jinling, arrived at the base of the platform. Is there anyone from the Kaifeng Prefecture willing to spar with me? Lu Kuan called out. Long Tianbiao, have you arrived? Yesterday, you hid like a turtle while Ding Zhun and the heavenly deaf and earth mute perished for you. Will you cower again today? This remark infuriated Long Tianbiao. What did he mean by turtle? Hadn't he been occupied with serious matters the previous day? Long Tianbiao approached Su Liang to request a chance to fight. Master, allow me to confront him, he implored. Su Liang, however, expressed concern. Tianbiao, Lu Kuan is formidable. Despite his short stature, he is exceptionally skilled. Even the three venerables could not withstand him. It would be tantamount to courting death for you to face him. Su Liang thought of his apprentice, only 19, at the cusp of rising fame. How could he allow him to fall prematurely? Master, even if I am not his match, I must ascend the stage. The three venerables died for my sake. I cannot be a coward. Though my martial arts may not compare, I carry hidden weapons that he cannot easily evade. Long Tianbiao assured him, thumping his chest. Seeing his unwavering determination, Su Liang felt both joy and trepidation. He was glad that Tianbiao, like himself, was not one to shy away from challenges, but worried that against Lu Kuan's prowess, he may not prevail. Very well. Since you insist, I shall not stand in your way, Su Liang said, patting Long Tianbiao's shoulder. Go forth. If things go awry, retreat is advisable. Your life is worth more than pride. Be cautious, Tianbiao, Bai Yunrui cautioned from the side. Master, uncle, fret not. I have 3 wives yet to wed. I would not dare to perish, Long Tianbiao jested, attempting to lighten the mood. Off you go, and try not to reveal your true self within 5 sentences. Su Liang replied, his worry momentarily alleviated by Long Tianbiao's humor. With a light leap, Long Tianbiao ascended the high platform, drawing the admiration of the crowd for his youth and impressive martial prowess. Lu Kuan, in the midst of his own proclamation, turned to see the young man clad in white, radiating an aura of confidence. Who dares approach? Lu Kuan inquired. Ah, Lu Kuan, were you not seeking me? Long Tianbiao replied with a smile. Oh, you are the young hero Long Tianbiao, Lu Kuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The nemesis responsible for his brother Lu Qing's demise stood before him, and Lu Kuan yearned to crush his skull with a single blow. Lu Kuan, I did not expect you to be short of stature yet quick-witted. Indeed, it is I, Long Tianbiao. You harbor a grudge against me. Let us duel like true heroes. However, by allying with Guo Changda and challenging the Kaifeng Prefecture, you have become a traitor to the nation and an adversary to the prefecture, Long Tianbiao spoke earnestly. Enough of your words. Let us see your true strength. Did you kill my brother through skill or treachery? Lu Kuan dismissed Long Tianbiao's counsel, adopting a combative stance. Sigh, Lu Kuan, it is difficult to reason with a fool, Long Tianbiao replied. If that is the case, I shall escort you to meet your brother Lu Qing. To meet my brother? Lu Kuan paused, confusion crossing his face. Did you not slay him? Oh, you mean to kill me as well? Let me see your prowess. For your words are bold, Lu Kuan scoffed, amused by Long Tianbiao's bravado. Su Liang and Bai Yunrui watched intently, unable to suppress their laughter at Long Tianbiao's audacity. Truly, this young horse gallops too hastily, and the great rock spreads its wings against the heavens. To think he could cleave Lu Kuan, he must strive greatly. With no further delay, the duel commenced. Noticing Lu Kuan wielding no weapon, Long Tianbiao opted not to draw his own blade, instead engaging in unarmed combat. Lu Kuan leapt towards him, launching a swift left-hand strike aimed at his face and a right-hand blow to his chest. Long Tianbiao, unperturbed, countered with a plum blossom palm to intercept the left strike and deftly retreated to evade the right. The two palms collided with a resounding thud, and Long Tianbiao felt his wrist tingle from the impact. This adversary was indeed formidable, despite his diminutive stature. Employing the 9 palace 8 trigram steps, Long Tianbiao retreated while utilizing the plum blossom fist to defend, aiming to exhaust Lu Kuan's energy. Little did he expect that despite Lu Kuan's age, he was relentless, launching a barrage of attacks without faltering. Not bad for an old man. I did not anticipate such prowess from your small frame, Long Tianbiao mused, contemplating a strategy to provoke Lu Kuan into anger, thus exposing his weaknesses. Humph, boy, your words are futile. Today, you shall not escape. Lu Kuan sneered, launching another assault. With rich experience in the martial world, he disregarded Long Tianbiao's attempts at provocation. As Long Tianbiao struggled to counter Lu Kuan's relentless assault, he transitioned to a horse stance, raising his hands to meet Lu Kuan's wrists, using the latter's force against him to redirect his momentum. Caught off guard, Lu Kuan stumbled, while Long Tianbiao adopted a defensive posture, awaiting the next move. Well, I did not expect you to possess such skill, Lu Kuan fumed, launching a dual strike toward Long Tianbiao's chest and abdomen. Long Tianbiao swiftly dodged to the left and retreated his right foot, evading Lu Kuan's attack, then gently pushing him from behind, causing Lu Kuan to stagger once more. Having narrowly escaped defeat twice at the hands of Long Tianbiao's peculiar technique, Lu Kuan pondered. What kind of palm technique is this? Lu Kuan, this is a technique I devised myself, named Taiji, Long Tianbiao replied with a grin. So it is a technique from the Taiji school. I thought it looked familiar yet slightly different. How do you know Zhang Sanfeng, the master of the Taiji school? Lu Kuan inquired, recognizing the name. Who? Zhang Sanfeng? Long Tianbiao exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't Zhang Sanfeng from the late Yuan to early Ming period? How could he appear in the Song dynasty, or was it merely a case of sharing a name? Chapter 104. A contest of fists and weapons, how is it? Is your boxing style not learned from Zhang Sanfeng? Lu Kuan observed the astonishment and unfamiliarity on Long Tianbiao's face upon hearing the name Zhang Sanfeng. What could this mean? Could it be the most familiar stranger? Lu Kuan, do not jest with me. Is the head of the Taiji school truly named Zhang Sanfeng? Long Tianbiao inquired with uncertainty. Who is jesting with you? Lu Kuan retorted sharply, you have learned the boxing techniques of the Taiji school yet remain ignorant of the identity of its head. Young man, this is rather unbecoming of you. Please be quiet. You know nothing, and yet you prattle on. This is my original boxing style, harmonizing with the dualities of Taiji. The 4 symbols and the 8 trigrams, hence I named it Taiji, Long Tianbiao hurriedly clarified. Well then, let's see what you've got. Lu Kuan unleashed the ultimate technique of the Donghai Bixiao Palace, Jinlian Palm, directing it towards Long Tianbiao. In that instant, Long Tianbiao felt as if he were surrounded by Lu Kuan's Jinlian Palm from every direction. Knowing that this Jinlian Palm was laced with poison, Long Tianbiao held his breath, his hands moving deftly as he employed Taiji's principles of stillness to counteract motion, guarding his position meticulously. Techniques such as Lan Ke Wei, Ban Lan Chui, Dan Bian, and Tisho Shanshi, though appearing slow, effectively blocked Lu Kuan's strikes and forced him to retreat repeatedly, while he hastily adjusted his breathing. The two engaged in combat for half an hour without a clear victor. Lu Kuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a seasoned figure in the martial world with years of experience, it was indeed laughable that he could not best this young boy. Long Tianbiao, dare you challenge me to a weapon duel? Lu Kuan, noticing that Long Tianbiao had managed to hold his ground with Taiji, inquired without any reservations. Very well. I was just thinking the same. Long Tianbiao steadied himself, adjusted his breath, and drew the sunsetting blood-draining blade from his back. Lu Kuan lifted his tiger skin apron and produced a chain hammer, which whirred through the air with a loud whoosh. Long Tianbiao looked up. The hammer was octagonal, significantly larger than a fist, shimmering with a golden surface, and at its tail was an iron ring through which a chain passed. Come on. Let me see how much of Su Liang's skills you've mastered. Lu Kuan swung the chain hammer towards Long Tianbiao. Even if you've only grasped a fraction, it should suffice against a frail monkey like you. Long Tianbiao leaned back to evade the chain hammer, rolling on the ground to position himself beneath Lu Kuan. Swiftly executing a technique called seeing the sun through the clouds, slashing twice at Lu Kuan's legs. Lu Kuan retracted his arms, shortening the swing of the hammer, and leapt upwards to evade Long Tianbiao's assault, then swung the hammer down towards him. Realizing the danger, Long Tianbiao rolled away, evading the chain hammer, and sprang up using the carp leaping to the surface technique. At that moment, Lu Kuan's chain hammer swept toward Long Tianbiao's feet, forcing him to leap into the air. Clouds parting, sun setting. Long Tianbiao executed a downward strike with his blade aimed at Lu Kuan's head. Clang! Lu Kuan did not flinch. He raised his long sword to parry, and Long Tianbiao's sunsetting blood-draining blade struck against the iron chain. Seeing that his strike did not sever Lu Kuan's chain, Long Tianbiao recognized the chain's exceptional material, resilient against blades. Seizing the moment, he aimed both feet at Lu Kuan's chest. With a resounding thud, Lu Kuan braced himself, absorbing the impact of Long Tianbiao's two kicks, then forcefully swung the iron chain, pushing Long Tianbiao's blade aside before swiftly ensnaring his feet with the chain. Long Tianbiao, leveraging his backward momentum, leapt away, narrowly escaping Lu Kuan's assault. The two exchanged blows, alternating between offense and defense, and momentarily separated to reassess. How about it, frail monkey? Is 1/10 of my master's teachings enough for you? Long Tianbiao chuckled. Quite impressive indeed, Lu Kuan conceded, but you killed my brother, and I shall not let you go. As his words fell, Lu Kuan swung the chain hammer, striking the platform with such force that it trembled underfoot. Long Tianbiao shifted his feet to evade and sought an opportunity to engage Lu Kuan in close combat. When Lu Kuan's chain hammer swept toward his head, Long Tianbiao bent backward, catching it, and then struck with his sunsetting blood-draining blade, increasing the hammer's rotational speed further. Lu Kuan hastily controlled the iron chain. Yet, Long Tianbiao seized the opportunity, leaping towards Lu Kuan, thrusting his blade toward his chest. Lu Kuan swiftly dodged the attack but did not anticipate Long Tianbiao's subsequent move, fishing from the bottom of the sea, slicing upward towards him. Lu Kuan, possessing genuine skill, pressed his feet against the ground and leaped into the air, evading Long Tianbiao's strike. He extended the iron chain and forcefully knocked aside Long Tianbiao's long blade, then quickly turned his left hand to grasp at Long Tianbiao's head. Long Tianbiao rolled in response, escaping Lu Kuan's grasp, and without waiting for him to land, hastily pursued. Employing the Taiji Yin-Yang sword techniques taught to him by Wang Yuan, the blade's energy tore 3 rips in the fabric of Lu Kuan's back. In midair, Lu Kuan swiftly rotated, bringing the chain hammer down with great force towards Long Tianbiao's chest. What a remarkable Long Tianbiao, unfazed despite the urgent circumstances. He executed the iron plate bridge, falling backward with a thud, and while Lu Kuan's iron chain had yet to retract, he swiftly positioned his sunsetting blood-draining blade atop the chain, pressing down forcefully. The chain bent as the hammer swung around from behind. As Long Tianbiao raised his leg to attack Lu Kuan while rotating his long blade, he ensnared the end of the iron chain around it. Upon landing, Lu Kuan realized Long Tianbiao's intent and quickly rooted himself, pulling the chain towards him. Yet Long Tianbiao would not allow him to succeed, with the long blade held high. He kept the chain taut. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. In the background, a figure peeked through the curtain, observing the impasse between Lu Kuan and Long Tianbiao. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he returned to his position and spoke to 2 large monkeys. Just as Long Tianbiao and Lu Kuan remained entangled in their standoff, 2 large monkeys suddenly burst forth from backstage, moving swiftly and chattering loudly as they charged towards Long Tianbiao. Hey! Long Tianbiao bellowed. Then with a flick of his long blade, he cast off the iron chain. At that moment, the 2 large monkeys had already approached, and Long Tianbiao raised his blade to strike, not anticipating the monkeys' agility as they leapt and dodged his long blade with ease. Chapter 105. Guochangda strikes. Long Tianbiao was utterly taken aback when, in the midst of his standoff with Lu Kuan, 2 massive monkeys launched a surprise attack against him. In a frantic attempt to fend them off, he swung his bloodied blade, intending to slay the 2 beasts. However, these monkeys, having been trained from a young age, proved to be a formidable challenge for any swordsman. Huh, Lu Kuan, I told you you're a scrawny monkey, yet you refused to believe me. Look, your 2 elder brothers have come to assist you. Long Tianbiao mocked as he defended himself against the onslaught of the monkeys. Preposterous. They aren't my monkeys. Nor did I set them loose. What connection do they have to me? Lu Kuan retorted, his heart ruthless and his demeanor hasty. He held little regard for receiving assistance, especially from two monkeys. Fine. Once I draw out the one who unleashed these monkeys and eliminate him, we shall continue our duel. With his long blade, Long Tianbiao kept the monkeys at bay, their frantic screeches echoing in desperation. Humph. Lu Kuan scoffed, but chose not to engage further. Guochangda, your lotus blossom temple indeed opens one's eyes. Besides humans, you have monkeys as well. Who is responsible for releasing them? Let him step forward. Long Tianbiao shouted towards the back. It was I who set them free. An elderly man emerged from the shadows, towering nearly a yard tall and impressively robust. Do you still wish to keep these monkeys? Long Tianbiao inquired while fending off the monkeys. Haha, if you possess the skill, then slay them. The man, seeing that the monkeys had effectively obstructed Long Tianbiao, laughed dismissively. With a swift series of strokes from his blade, Long Tianbiao forced the monkeys to retreat rapidly. Seizing the moment, he retrieved two flying daggers from his pouch and hurled them at the monkeys. Before they could react, the daggers struck them in the necks, eliciting pitiful cries as they flailed helplessly before succumbing to silence. Oh, how it pains me, the old man exclaimed in fury as he witnessed the demise of his cherished monkeys. Who are you? Long Tianbiao demanded, recognizing that anyone aiding Guochangda could not be an insignificant figure. Humph, I am Gongsun Liang, famously known as the elder who overwhelms the southern mountains. Although furious, the old man still answered Long Tianbiao's inquiry. The elder who overwhelms the southern mountains? Long Tianbiao asked uncertainly. Yes. What? Are you frightened? Gongsun Liang felt a surge of pride, surprised that his mere title could intimidate Long Tianbiao. I've never heard of it. Long Tianbiao waved dismissively, questioning the absurdity of the title. Can you truly dominate the southern mountains? Gongsun Liang nearly choked on Long Tianbiao's words. Damn you. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not true. Why the astonishment? Are you mocking me? Long Tianbiao, return the lies of my monkeys. Gongsun Liang, filled with rage and hatred, brandished his hands, preparing to strike Long Tianbiao. As a senior disciple of Guochangda, Gongsun Liang was no weakling. Long Tianbiao was well aware that he was somewhat inferior in skill, especially after his recent bout with Lu Kuan. Thus, he produced a locust stone and hurled it at Gongsun Liang's face. Gongsun Liang deftly dodged to the side, allowing Long Tianbiao to leap down from the high platform. Long Tianbiao, get back up here. Gongsun Liang shouted from the platform. Guochangda, you come down here. Long Tianbiao taunted, sticking out his tongue and swaying his head, nearly provoking Gongsun Liang to a fit of rage. Seeing Long Tianbiao unharmed, Su Liang and Bai Yunrui below finally felt relieved. Gongsun Liang, however, was filled with both grief and anger. Not only had he failed to kill a man, but he had also lost two beloved monkeys he had raised for years, resulting in a double loss. Realizing that unleashing the monkeys was against the rules, yet done out of a desire to aid him, Lu Kuan urged Gongsun Liang to retreat backstage. Upon returning to Dongfang Yan and her companions, Long Tianbiao was meticulously examined for injuries, and once they confirmed his safety, they felt at ease. The surrounding townsfolk, witnessing his youthful prowess, erupted in applause and cheers, prompting Long Tianbiao to bow in gratitude. Third brother, you've taken on a fine disciple. Tianbiao's skills have soared, and his future is boundless, Bai Yunrui remarked enviously. This little brat. He gets a bit of skill and starts to show off, irritating to behold. Su Liang chuckled, despite his feigned annoyance, the corners of his mouth betraying a sense of pride. Bai Yunrui shot him a glance. I see you're the one showing off, humph. Elder Linkong, since we did not determine a victor yesterday, let us resume our duel today. Guochangda called out as he stepped onto the stage. It turned out that after Lu Kuan had defeated the twin elders, Elder Linkong had intended to avenge them, prompting Guochangda to step in for Lu Kuan, who had already fought several rounds. The two faced each other with fierce intensity, unleashing their ultimate techniques, but to their astonishment, even as darkness fell, neither could claim victory. Umaba, this monk seeks just that, Elder Linkong proclaimed loudly, preparing to ascend the stage. Guochangda, do not be so arrogant. A voice echoed from the opposite side of the platform. As the words fell, a figure leaped onto the stage. Guochangda looked up and recognized the man. It was Jiang Buitao, the first of the 5 elders of Qianquan, known for his skill in fishing with closed eyes. The two had shared a strong friendship in their youth, but Jiang Buitao had distanced himself from Guochangda, deeming his actions unprincipled. Well, it's you. Despite their past camaraderie, both knew the other was formidable, and after years apart, Guochangda was unaware of the extent of Jiang Buitao's advancements in martial arts. Guochangda, You have truly gone too far. To imprison the 8th prince of the court is no different than treason. Release him at once. And I shall escort you to plead for mercy before the emperor, sparing your life, Jiang Buitao declared, gripping his golden rod while admonishing Guo Changda. Humph, Jiang Buitao. Your fellow disciples, such as Jiang Ping and Su Liang, have betrayed the Green Forest, becoming lackeys of the court, slaughtering the disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect without mercy. It is you who should apologize to me, Guo Changda retorted, gritting his teeth. Very well, words of reason fall on deaf ears, Jiang Buitao replied, and without further ado, they both drew their weapons and clashed. Guo Changda wielded his twin measuring rods with great ferocity, while Jiang Buitao's golden rod exuded an impressive might. Chapter 106. The copper Vajra Arhit transformed into the great strength Buddha. Guo Changda wielded his celestial measuring staff with formidable strength, having honed his martial arts relentlessly over the years. In contrast, Jiang Buitao had indulged in the joys of family life, which rendered him unprepared for the rigors of combat. The principle of martial arts dictates that one must either advance or regress. Thus, Jiang Buitao found himself momentarily unable to withstand Guo Changda's assault. The celestial measuring staff struck Jiang Buitao's purple gold rod, shattering it into 2 pieces. Jiang Buitao was momentarily stunned, and Guo Changda seized the opportunity to strike at Jiang Buitao's chest with his staff. Jiang Buitao hastily evaded, yet his left arm was still swept by Guo Changda's staff. Guo Changda, you shall pay for this, Jiang Buitao thought, acknowledging his defeat in that exchange. With a cold admonition directed at Guo Changda, he leapt down from the high platform. Ha, villagers. Do you know who that man was? He is none other than the renowned Jiang Buitao, one of the 5 elders of the universe, the blind fisherman of the matchless sword. Even he, no matter how formidable, has fallen before me, Guo Changda boasted, his laughter echoing through the arena. His words incited the ire of a hero in the audience. Guo Changda, do not be so arrogant. I have arrived. Suddenly, a tall monk clad in gray robes appeared on the high platform, his neck adorned with a string of black prayer beads. He was a robust figure, weighing over 300 pounds. Are you the copper Vajra Arhat, transformed into the great strength Buddha, Ouyang Puzhong? Guo Changda, having traversed the martial world for many years, recognized him immediately, though he hadn't expected the Kaifeng government to invite him. The spectators were taken aback and elated to see Ouyang Puzhong take the stage. This monk, whom many thought would not appear, had concealed himself and emerged at a pivotal moment to restore order. To speak frankly, among all present, Ouyang Puzhong possessed the highest martial prowess. Should he falter, it would signify a grave defeat for the Kaifeng government. Indeed, Guo Changda, as a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones, you should avoid harming even the smallest creatures and cherish the moths that flutter towards the flame. Why do you oppose the Kaifeng government and imprison the 8 virtuous kings? You are courting disaster. Ouyang Puzhong, with a compassionate heart, sought to persuade Guo Changda to relent. Old Arhut, there is no need for further words. Having come this far, there is no turning back, Guo Changda declared defiantly, brandishing his celestial measuring staff. Now, what weapon do you wield? Present it, and let us spar. Should you defeat me, the Lotus sect shall concede. If I prevail, the Kaifeng government will fall to me. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Puzhong was incensed. Guo Changda, you are no match for my abilities. He spread his palms wide and declared, come forth, let me witness your true strength. With a cry of take this, Guo Changda saw Ouyang Puzhong approach unarmed and felt a surge of confidence. He swung his celestial measuring staff towards Ouyang Puzhong's left arm. Ouyang Puzhong raised his right hand like a fan, effortlessly blocking the staff with a resounding clap, his palm unwavering, recognizing he faced a worthy opponent. Guo Changda unleashed a flurry of strikes, his agility and skill on full display. Ouyang Puzhong, trained in the authentic Shaolin style, retaliated with tremendous force, each strike echoing with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Guo Changda executed a powerful downward strike aimed at Ouyang Puzhong's head. Unflinching, Ouyang Puzhong extended his hands upward, directly grasping Guo Changda's staff, twisting his wrist. Release it. Guo Changda complied, unable to contend with Ouyang Puzhong's strength, and relinquished his grip. The spectators gasped as the 2 celestial measuring staffs were twisted into a helix. Deprived of his weapons, Guo Changda was akin to a tiger stripped of its claws. Yet he could not concede outright. He hastily resorted to using his palms to engage Ouyang Puzhong. Without the celestial measuring staff, his chances dwindled. Ouyang Puzhong intensified his assault, and within a few exchanges, Guo Changda was left panting and perspiring, while Ouyang Puzhong prepared to end the farce. Just then, a voice rang out from backstage, "Old Arhut. Show mercy." Upon hearing the shout, Ouyang Puzheng quickly withdrew, noticing a lean figure with a high forehead and a prominent chin. His striking red eyebrows and narrow eyes framing a playful bun atop his head. He was clad in bronze-hued attire, cinched at the waist with a flowing sash. "Ba, who are you, and why do you interrupt?" Ouyang Puzheng inquired. "Ha ha, old Arhut, it is no surprise you do not recognize me," the man replied, stepping closer to Ouyang Puzheng and waving his sleeve. "I hail from the island of Dianqi in Yunnan, known as the blood-handed flying Liang. My name is Jiang Honglai." Ouyang Puzheng's heart sank at the mention of Jiang Honglai's name, for he had heard tales of the blood-handed flying Liang, who could dispatch foes with a mere wave of his sleeve. The audience gasped as Long Tianbiao, upon hearing Jiang Honglai's name, leapt onto the high platform, alarmed. "Old Arhut, be cautious." "Ba, so it is the young hero Long," Ouyang Puzheng acknowledged, recalling Long Tianbiao's previous duel with Lu Kuan. "Old Arhut, this man is Jiang Honglai, known for his treachery and cunning. Be wary, for you may fall prey to his poison," Long Tianbiao warned, pulling Ouyang Puzheng back a few steps. "Why?" Ouyang Puzheng involuntarily retreated as Long Tianbiao led him away. "Youngster, do not speak so recklessly. I would never stoop to such vile actions," Jiang Honglai retorted. "Humph. Then why do you seek to halt the contest between Ouyang the Old Arhut and Guochangda?" Long Tianbiao pressed. "The heavens possess a benevolent nature. I merely seek to prevent the Lotus sect and the upper three sects from suffering calamity," Jiang Honglai proclaimed with feigned righteousness. "Draw a cross and blood upon your forehead, and I shall believe you," Long Tianbiao jested. "You are overstepping, young one. You lack the standing to converse with me," Jiang Honglai snapped, turning to Ouyang Puzheng. "Old Arhut, this child is immature and rash. We shall not engage him further. Does Jiang the old swordsman wish to take Guochangda's place in combat with me?" Ouyang Puzheng inquired. Puzzled, Jiang Honglai quickly shook his head. "Why would I say such a thing? Guochangda is no match for you, and neither am I, Old Arhut. I previously expressed my concern over the escalating conflict between the Lotus sect and the upper three sects, leading to unnecessary suffering among their disciples, which contradicts the principles of a monk." Ba well said. "If Guochangda shares such sentiments, it would be most fortuitous," Ouyang Puzheng, with his kind-hearted nature, believed others would think as he did. Long Tianbiao, anxious, remained vigilant against Jiang Honglai's potential deceit, his gaze fixed upon him. "Old Arhut, how about this? We have both exerted ourselves today. Let us call a truce for now. Tomorrow, you may visit our Lotus Temple to discuss terms for peace and the release of the 8 virtuous kings," Jiang Honglai proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, Long Tianbiao felt a glimmer of hope, sensing that perhaps they had struck a favorable deal. Chapter 107. Hanyang Peak at Jiujiang before dawn. 7 magnificent steeds galloped out of Kaifeng, heading southward. The leader, with a split-water-made dagger slung across his back and a bristly beard, was none other than the notorious Jiang Ping. Flanking him were the elegant White Yunrui, known as the jade-faced Little Dharma, and the valiant Long Tianbiao. Following closely were Jiang Zhao, Jiang Shaoi, the crafty Xiao Wanjia, the spirited Hu Ziajiji, and the stout Fang Shuan. This group of 7 was hastily making their way to Jiujiang. The previous day, the formidable Ouyang Puzheng had made an appearance at the 8 Kings Arena, where Long Tianbiao, upon hearing the name of the bloodthirsty Jiang Honglai, rushed onto the stage in defense but was ultimately too late. Ouyang Puzheng fell victim to Jiang Honglai's deadly 100 days of captivating eyes technique. Following the guidance of Jiang Chunda, the master healer, Jiang Ping led a handful of adept young warriors directly to Jiujiang in search of the 9 Suns Lotus. What was Long Tianbiao's involvement? Ever since Fang Shuan arrived at Kaifeng, Long Tianbiao had sought his instruction in water techniques. Being one of the infamous Jiangxia 3 ghosts, Fang Shuan's prowess in water was unquestionable. Long Tianbiao had made significant progress in his aquatic skills, and given the perilous nature of this journey to Jiujiang, he eagerly offered his participation. The 7 traveled tirelessly, and within 2 days and nights, they had gathered sufficient information regarding Hanyang Peak's location. As dawn broke the following day, they donned their water gear and, guided by directions from passers-by, rented a boat towards Hanyang Peak. Initially, no boatman dared to take on this venture, but Jiang Ping's generous payment and assurance of safety persuaded one to oblige. Hanyang Peak, the tallest in the vicinity, loomed ahead as the boat approached its base. The group disembarked and began their ascent. Fortunately, all were skilled fighters, and within the hour, they reached the summit. "Fourth uncle, look, that must be the heavenly pool," exclaimed White Yunrui, whose keen eyes spotted a water body ahead. Jiang Ping, not as adept as White Yunrui and squinting against the fierce winds at the peak. Strained to see. Ah, children, this must indeed be the heavenly pool. Let us hasten towards it. After traversing a ridge, they arrived at the heavenly pool. Strangely, the area around the pool was calm, the surface occasionally rippling in the gentle breeze, revealing the water's vibrant emerald hue, crystal clear. Fourth uncle, let us rest a moment to regain our strength, then we shall explore the waters, Long Tianbiao suggested. Indeed, your thoughts align with mine, Jiang Ping agreed, as he, along with Fang Shuan, who was less skilled and weary from the climb, welcomed the respite. After a brief period of recuperation, Jiang Ping declared, I shall descend first. Huzai Jiji and Shuan will accompany me. If we do not succeed, you may take your turn. Fourth uncle, I wish to join, Long Tianbiao volunteered. Should there be any danger beneath the water, I can manage. Jiang Ping considered this and nodded. He had learned from the innkeeper that there were fierce beasts atop Hanyang Peak, but this journey had been relatively safe, and having Long Tianbiao along was indeed prudent. Very well, Shuan shall accompany you. Fourth uncle, senior brother, please take care, Fang Shuan said, not hesitating to follow. Thus, Jiang Ping, armed with the split water Ame dagger, led Hu Jiji and Long Tianbiao into the water. Long Tianbiao brandished his blood-stained dagger, keeping pace with Jiang Ping as they ventured deeper. The underwater realm was eerily quiet, devoid of fish or shrimp, only peculiar stones littered the bottom. After a while, Jiang Ping felt a poke from Hu Jiji, who pointed toward a beautiful lotus flower adorned with 9 seeds. Jiang Ping nearly laughed with joy, swiftly swimming toward the 9 suns lotus. Securing this precious flower would mean salvation for Ouyang Puzheng. In his moment of elation, he neglected to observe his surroundings. Long Tianbiao, however, noticed 3 dark caves nearby, with glistening green eyes blinking from within. He quickly grasped Jiang Ping's arm. Startled, Jiang Ping turned, thinking Long Tianbiao was merely jesting at an inopportune moment. Let me retrieve the 9 suns lotus first. We can fool around later, he exclaimed, playfully punching Long Tianbiao. Realizing Jiang Ping's misunderstanding, Long Tianbiao pointed towards the cave. Jiang Ping and Hu Jiji looked up, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. At that moment, a monstrous crocodile, measuring 3 zhang in length, emerged from the left cave, ready to devour them. Let us retreat and devise a plan, Jiang Ping urged, turning to flee. The crocodile, incensed at being lured out, lashed its tail and sped after them. Long Tianbiao caught sight of the fast-approaching beast and knew they